That's a high drive. Left
field, out of here. That was not my best fade out there. My bad.
That cut ended abruptly there, but it's all good. Kipe on NBC Sports Bay Area. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Let's get down to business here as we say good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. Hopefully everybody had a great weekend, including the overnight dancers and all the firefighters and all the families out there. Summertime, man. We're into August. We're getting closer and closer to August. Let the opening ceremonies on Friday. I want to get thoughts on that. Team USA, the Giants, should they buy? Should they sell? But what up, Shasky? Good morning, man. How you doing?
I'm doing great. And it's interesting to me that we went from murder was the case to lighting the official torch with a blunt. I can't believe the evolution of Snoop Dogg. I'm like, no, on the real, the fact that he is a commercial superstar, it's not lost on me. This is a guy who literally had his hands cupped praying that he wouldn't get 25 to life, just 30, 35 years ago. And now is so beloved. Like, he's one of my mom's favorite people. Yeah. My mom loves Snoop Dogg. I mean, just loves everything about him. And the fact that he's like sea walking, with the torch, it is one of the most incredible transformations in history.
I mean, sitting with Mike Tirico in primetime NBC, next to Mike Tirico, getting quizzed on what his day was like, sitting there in the arena with gymnastics next to Simone Biles' parents and next to all the parents in the gymnasts, and he's out there celebrating. He's at the swimming meets, going crazy at the swim meets.
I saw him at a horse thing. What is it called? Equestrian?
Equestrian.
So I watched it. It's called cross country. Yeah. I watched it right after the basketball because I just had it on the iPad, and I've never watched that. First off, I was worried that the horses were going to get hurt.
Oh, equestrian is unbelievable.
Because they were like jumping over water and furniture and stuff.
Yeah, equestrian. You meet these equestrian riders. I know a couple of equestrian riders.
I don't know any.
They're tits.
Really?
Oh, man, it is a big deal.
Well, the one guy was like, I came back from pelvic injury.
Yeah.
I shattered my pelvis. I had a concussion. I'm thinking, my God, these guys are like football players.
So forget the Giants for a second. The Olympics. What did you make of the opening ceremonies?
The opening ceremonies were whatever. I know everyone's outraged online over a photo. And I get that.
No,
and I'm a religious human being.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was the greatest in terms of taste, because I don't want to see whatever religion you believe in, like, I think respect is one of the things. And if someone feels that you're disrespecting them, like, how it's interpreted matters. So let's throw that to the side, because I don't want to get all political or anything like that, or religious. But I did not like one aspect. I went to the Peacock app, to watch Team USA Sunday morning, because I was like, USA game's on. Let me go to the Peacock app.
They're on NBC.
Well, thanks. But I went to the Peacock app because that's where a lot of the stuff, it was easy to find a lot of the Olympic stuff. So I'm streaming on the Peacock. The feed was horrible.
Well, if you go to YouTube TV, they have everything up there. The quad boxes. Do you want... Oh, wow, that's pretty cool. Jazz Chisholm walking in Fenway Park yesterday as a New York Yankee. But you got the quad app. You got the app where it says Team USA versus Serbia.
Yes.
So you got all that. It's right there on YouTube TV. It's actually been very user-friendly.
No, I agree.
I haven't gone to the Peacock app. I would say go to the Peacock app because it's a great app.
But that's why I
haven't gone there. Yeah, I've been on YouTube TV.
Oh, I went to the Peacock app originally because I was just trying to find it. So boom, I find it, and it's like pixelated. And I'm like, oh my God. So I tweeted out, like, is anyone, they're like, go to the NBC feed, which is what I did. I went to the main, and it was crystal
4K,
clear.
4K,
and all I could watch was Joel Embiid throwing up all over himself for Team USA. This guy's a turnover machine. He's a ball stopper.
He played 11 minutes.
11 too many.
Yeah, he played 11 minutes.
Give Jason Tatum some of those minutes.
Real quick, because we're going to talk to Gary Washburn of the Boston Globe, who covers Jason Tatum, the Celtics Cal guy. We love G-Wash here on the Morning Roast. He's going to join us live in Paris, 8:30 this morning. He's out in Paris right now covering Team USA. So we'll get his thoughts on the way Steve Kerr is handling the rotation or whatnot. I mean, Jason Tatum, I asked, is he hurt? This guy's a 3-time All-NBA first-team member, and he doesn't play a second, so we'll get to that in a second. My thoughts real quick on the opening ceremonies, because I'm a sucker for it, and I know I can get the family to sit down and watch it because it's quirky and whatnot.
It's a lot of fun. I think they've done a good job moving, too.
Oh, I thought they did a great job moving. I thought Peyton Manning was excellent. Sitting next to Mike Tirico, Peyton Manning's a star. Now, Kelly Clarkson was doing a little too much. And I'm like, all right.
Huge Kelly Clarkson.
Yeah, she was doing a little too. For a while, I didn't even know who that was. I was sitting there. I was like, who is this lady? She's just saying, well,
she's got a show.
Yeah, I know. Kelly Clarkson, American Idol, all that stuff.
She's like, middle America loves her.
She's great. But on the broadcast, I was like, Stop interrupting Mike. You're kind of just saying whatever. Anyway, I thought the presentation, like, I got the Paris vibe. And if you've ever been to Paris, I know you haven't.
No.
That's kind of the vibe, the city of love.
No.
It's quirky. It's open, So I know it's not for everybody, but I thought the French rapper, I was like, wow, French rap is banging. The beats are banging. I remember when I was out in Paris, I was like, they got slapping
You
beats.
need a big X to plug in this French rapper.
Hey, that French rap, he looked like Van Diesel, but he was spitting.
Like
and then you had I forget the lady's name. Lubman maybe knows, but she's like the headless lady. She had the
Lady Gaga. What'd you think of that?
She wasn't bad. Lady Gaga wasn't bad.
On the Lady Gaga scale, who's very talented, I didn't think it was her best.
Probably not.
But like, because I'm a big Lady Gaga, I think she's excellent. But she hasn't had a hit in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, she got the Super Bowl, right?
No, that's true.
She had the Super Bowl, whatever. But she's still, I guess, popping.
Jumped off the roof into the field.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool performance.
That wasn't bad.
But you get what I'm saying, though? Like, I don't think it was her best.
As far as like a new song coming out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
I do like how you use the Lady Gaga scale.
What?
I like it. It's like on the Lady Gaga scale, it was like.
But I'm being real. Like Lady Gaga, look, she's humongous.
She's a massive star. No,
she's massive.
I just like the way you used to kind of like define it.
Well, like my mom's a huge Lady Gaga fan, and she was, oh my God, because we drove up to Roseville or Auburn to go see family, and she's like, Lady Gaga, it wasn't even close to her best stuff. Like, I'm like, Mom, relax.
Who's the rock band? They were at the museum. They had the rock band out there playing on the balconies of a museum. It was really cool. So I know everybody's controversial about the Last Supper photo and the runway and everything like that. Again, Paris is not for everybody, and the City of Love is going to do some things that makes things controversial.
They're different.
They're a little different out there in Paris.
Gojira is the band.
Gojira
was that band. That was pretty
That was sick.
Playing on the castle
really?
there.
That
was sick. Snitching music was all right. They were jamming out there.
What if I said this to you? I truly believe that I was watching 3 of the top 12 players of all time play for Team USA all at one time. LeBron James, Steph Curry, and Kevin Durant, who stole the show.
As I'm watching, and KD was just unbelievable that first half. Oh, my God.
He was, it made me miss him.
So not only that, but it made me appreciate LeBron, KD, and Steph, and some of these guys even more, because we could all remember their first days in the NBA when Kevin Durant got drafted by the Seattle Supersonics and LeBron James was a Cleveland Cavalier. To see these guys at their age and at this stage of their careers continue to love the game with that childhood joy. Like, we all, like, when I think about the show, we're talking sports, we're talking Giants, I think about that boy, that Bonte, that child who was 10 years old, who loved this stuff, and you see these guys playing at a high level, and they still love the game, and they're still not ready to pass the torch. And I thought it was so cool to see the intensity of LeBron James and him being a flag bearer, him taking pride in that, being Captain America, and really Team USA showcasing LeBron James. Like, look, he's one of our great American superstars. We don't care what's happened. This guy has been an all-time legend in American sport history. So to see him with the flag bearer, they going out there and showing the intensity, just playing bully ball, laying up over 4 dudes with grown man strength and being intense as he is. And then you think about Kevin Durant, who hasn't played yet, and he's just getting bucket after bucket after bucket after bucket after bucket while mentoring a young Anthony Edwards and really enjoying the game. And you see Steph on the store. You see the smile with Stephen Curry. I thought it was just, I was like, wow. We better start appreciating these legends. And even me, I know I'm so critical of LeBron James because I don't want him on my team, but it's not lost on me at how great he is.
Fonte, I know ESPN put out a list this week, like the top 100 athletes of the 2000s. And with all respect to Michael Phelps, and this is just the reality, I'm being 100% candid. Think about this. He is amazing at what he's done. We don't care about swimming. For years, every 4 years or every 2 years, depending on the cycle, I know we do different international competitions. Like, we really don't care about swimming. Yeah. LeBron James is the greatest athlete of the 2000s, and it's not even close. Yeah. And I have respect for Michael Phelps, but let's just think of, if you say LeBron, across the world, everyone knows who he is.
Doubt.
And when you look at having a 20-year career in the scalding white hot light, he doesn't have one thing. Michael Phelps did have the little weed bong, which didn't matter to me, but he did have the little weed bong. LeBron hasn't had one misstep in his entire career, okay? At any turn. You could say he puts his thumb on the scale for each organization and he trades guys, whatever. In terms of athletic achievement, to me, He's the greatest American athlete of the last 25 years. It's not even close.
Yeah.
And when I'm watching that guy do what he did, he's 40 years old.
He's 40 years old.
Okay,
Playing
when I'm watching, he's still the best player on the team.
He's still dropping triple doubles.
He's amazing.
He's still dropping triple doubles. He's making crazy passes. He's dunking on everybody. And then you get Kevin Wayne Durant, who shot looks as pure as it ever has.
Oh, he was amazing.
And I mean, the guy
Steve
could
Kerr's
be
system was made for him.
The guy could be 40 years old. He could walk into 20 points a game. Like Kevin Durant is that special. So to see him and LeBron, who've teamed up before on Team USA, alongside Stephen Curry, alongside Anthony Edwards, alongside a Derek White who's hustling his ass off, and Drew Holiday, who may be the most unheralded player in the NBA today. It is cool seeing LeBron and KD and Steph be a part of that, right? Like Steph enjoying the Olympics and smiling from ear to ear, trading pins with players from ping pong and swimming, and they're trading pins on the boat. Seeing Steph enjoy this. What if our guys, a Warrior, like it reminds me of Chris Mullin, the Dream Team, where we had nothing as Warrior fans, but we had Chris Mullin on the original Dream Team. And it was like, you know what? We got a Warrior on there. Not every team can boast having their players on there. And now you see Steph Curry representing the Golden State Warriors overseas, smiling from ear to ear, playing with so much joy. I think it's really cool to see LeBron, Steph, and KD. And then you see the photo, right? You see the photo with Steph
it was amazing.
And KD and LeBron.
Did you see the graphic?
Oh, no. What was the graphic?
So the graphic that they put up, which my jaw dropped. Larry Bird is the oldest medaling USA basketball team player of all time. He was 35 years old. Steph, Durant, and KD would all surpass him in terms of age. And like, think about, I watched a lot of that 92 team. Larry Bird was a good player on that. He wasn't the best player on that team.
No, he still had the back issues, so he wasn't playing much. He was
not that he was an afterthought, but he wasn't prime.
Right.
And neither are these guys. These aren't prime. But these are the three best players on the team.
Yeah, right now.
They're still the three best players. There was a play, LeBron top of the key, and I know everyone knows it. Steph Curry's coming off of the screen, and like three different Serbian players go flying over to him, and LeBron whips a pass. I think it was to Drew Holiday for an easy layup, and Dwayne Wade's like, "Oh, LeBron!" I'm like, "Oh, LeBron!" Noah Eagle said it. Like, no, it's the gravity of Steph Curry as all of Team Serbia goes to cover him.
Oh, LeBron is enjoying playing with Steph Curry so much. They already have a connection. They have such a good rapport together. Now, I did think, I was like, man, what if they did get LeBron James on the Golden State Warriors? Now, it would be a lot different because of everything that's happening. But you see him play at this level internationally under the FIBA rules. And then you see Kevin Durant coming off screens and just coming up the court, pulling up from three, left and right, that same wing that we seen him do in Game 3 of the finals back in 2017 against the Cleveland Cavaliers. And the gravity of Steph. It has been really cool to watch this team, and I'm into it. Like, I don't know what it is about this Team USA. Maybe it's because Steph. Maybe it's because they're fans back in the Olympics. But I'm into this, seeing how much they're coming together. And then, of course, you still got everybody ripping on Steve Kerr and Coach Spoelstra and everything with Jason Tatum as they win by 26, and everybody's complaining about Jason Tatum playing or not playing. And I get it. Trust me, this is a 3-time first-team All-NBA player. It's like, wow, Jason Tatum's not playing on this team?
Okay, can I ask you this? Whose minutes outside of Embiid, who we all agree shouldn't play that much, but I think it was because of the Jokic, matchup.
Right.
By the way, Jokic put on a little weight.
He did, and he's still he's
still a great player, but he did not look as good as he's looked the last couple of years. And maybe it was the jersey, maybe it was the white jersey.
Because last week I thought everybody was saying that he did lose weight. And he looks like he's in great shape. He's still,
he had dad bod going.
I mean, he is unstoppable.
No, he's amazing.
He's amazing. So,
but if Bogdanovich isn't going to help them out, it's you need more from him.
So
right?
you ask who's Tatum going to play ahead of?
Yeah. So who would you?
I think you got to find minutes somewhere. That's not my job to figure out who's he going to play above. You got to find a combination for Jason Tatum because Tony Jones, at Athletic, who covers Utah Jazz, had a very interesting tweet. I really respect his basketball insights and basketball opinions. He goes, look, I get you have Kevin Durant, you have LeBron, you have Booker, you have Drew, and you got all these players who fit together. But KD, Steph, and LeBron are not going to be here forever. KD and LeBron are not going to be here forever at those positions. So when you're looking at the next wave for Team USA, obviously it's going to be an Anthony Edwards. It's going to be a Devin Booker.
Ant-Man.
It might be Tyrese Halliburton. But you also need to count on Jason Tatum to carry the torch for Team USA as well. So where's he at mentally after this? Steve Kerr said he's in a good spot. We'll talk to Gary Washburn, who knows Jason Tatum very, very well. You got to find some minutes somewhere for him. Somewhere, somehow, some way.
Let me ask you this question. I saw this circulating online, so I'm regurgitating it, all right? And I wrote this down in my notebook. I don't know if we go prime, like the 92 team, like where they were at, I think it's pretty evident that you're taking the other one. So let's just say in general, MJ, Bird, Magic, or KD, Steph, LeBron.
Well, it wouldn't be LeBron. It wouldn't be Jordan, Magic, and Bird, because Bird wasn't even one of the best players on that team. And I don't even think
that's
Magic
why I'm
was
asking.
on the team. You could go Michael, Charles Barkley,
Okay.
and Scottie Pippen as a threesome, and you may be cooking with hot grease.
So Pippen, MJ, Chuck. So you're going to go so you're taking the 92 versions, not their NBA career versions.
Is that the exercise?
Because I'm just going, the exercise I'm going is like resume.
Oh, well, 92 version of Jordan was probably, he wasn't even he was barely hitting the prime.
That's what I'm saying. That's why
And
I'm
then you
going
got
full
Scottie
resumes.
Pippen. And that's
so
why
I'm
you
going
got
full resumes
full
here.
resume. I'll still go 92 team. I'll still go 92 team. I'm going 92.
You know, I know that everybody hates KD. If we were just going a 3-on-3 game, I actually think KD, Steph, and LeBron win.
They might win. Oh, I don't know. Because Jordan is just such a killer, and he's different.
I said this in the text.
And Pippen.
Yes, but LeBron would lock him up.
LeBron would not lock up Michael Jordan. LeBron would not lock up Michael Jordan. Let's.
You don't lock up Michael Jordan.
It's 6:21 in the morning. Let's calm down.
Prime LeBron, right?
And then Scottie Pippen.
Well, Scottie Pippen was
one
the
of the
problem.
most notorious
and he would
wing
be guarding
defenders,
KD.
Or Steph.
Ooh, that's a good.
Or Steph.
But is Magic going to guard KD?
Yeah, well, I got Barkley on this team.
Okay, so
Barkley's
Barkley
92 team. Barkley could guard. You know what? His big ass at 92 was still in great shape.
No, he was amazing.
Barkley just sag off of LeBron, make him shoot.
So, like, I truly believe Kevin Durant doesn't get the appreciation. The sky hook from Kareem is one of the most unstoppable offensive plays of all time. I actually find Kareem and KD very similar in the sense that I feel they're very underappreciated of their imprint on the game. And had KD ended up winning another championship, I really believe that we would be looking at him in terms of being able to score at will. That's all I'm saying. And then being such a tall, lengthy player, I see the similarities, and I know their games are drastically different. KD and Kareem remind me so much of each other.
Well,
we forget about how great Kareem was. Not you, but the average fan forgets how great he was. And I feel like KD is reminding us how freaking amazing he is.
No,
he was so good to watch yesterday.
No, I think people understand who Kevin Durant is. I don't know how many people hate KD. I find KD to be fascinating because he's one of the few superstars who tweets with the fans. Who, like, as a fan, why wouldn't you like an active player on social media who converses with everybody? It's kind of strange to me how people hate Kevin Durant. It's kind of weird to me. But when I look at Kevin Durant and I look at his game and I see what I see is like Dirk 2.0. In terms of this.
Well, you're talking about the actual play. I'm talking about how they're perceived.
Yeah,
because I think that KD gets labeled as surly, and a lot of people don't like him for whatever reason. And
Kareem was different, though. Kareem was different. Kareem was quiet. He didn't want anything to do with the media.
He was considered surly.
He was surly. He was. KD, I don't think is that. KD's like, why am I surly? KD's a lot more personable than Kareem ever was. A lot more
I think
personable.
Kareem's very misunderstood. I think KD's very misunderstood.
No, in terms of that, yes. But I'm talking about.
Saying.
But you got to remember that Kareem Abdul-Jabbar didn't want the limelight whatsoever. He didn't want to do media. He didn't want to do any of that stuff. And he was kind of, he, like you said, he was surly. Kevin Durant, I've never heard of him being a bad teammate. Kareem, I heard, was at times kind of difficult to be a teammate of. He was difficult.
I know, KD's so unique. I mean, he's had a lot of teammates.
But you never heard a teammate say, "Oh yeah, we can't stand Kevin Durant."
Well,
Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant is a gym rat.
No doubt.
He lives for basketball. He is a hooper personified. So I think Kareem was so different, and like coaches and teammates, they had different perspectives of him. And you hear
does
everything
Kareem
with
get his just due?
I think he does.
By who? When we have these conversations as guys our age,
by guys who are experts, by guys who are commentators, by guys who know the game, who doesn't respect Kareem Abdul-Jabbar?
I feel like the younger generation never brings him up.
These younger generations these guys are idiots. I watch these guys, these younger generation, one time break down the '86 finals, talk about how terrible the basketball. It's like, dude, you have no idea. So
when
I don't
you have
care.
these barbershop conversations.
Yeah, I don't care with these under 30 kids, and we get a lot of under 30s who listen to this show. But if these under 30 kids are disrespecting Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, he may be the most accomplished winner in North American sport history. When you think about Power Memorial High School, when you think about UCLA, when you think about the Milwaukee Bucks and the LA Lakers, so with these young punks who don't respect the fact that he was the scoring leader for how many years? Like, come on. Come on.
But when we have these conversations, like, I feel like he never really gets mentioned to the level that he should be mentioned.
Doubt.
And I feel like KD's going to come out of this era in the same way where, like, he is an all-time player, and it happened to happen during the LeBron era and during the Steph era, and I think he's underrated to a degree.
Yeah, he's a top 10 player. Underrate that,
Is he?
folks. I think so. Let's break. Love, as I can see, love it. The hair's starting to prick up a little bit. Continue this conversation on the other side. Shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you'll be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Save Mart, Lucky, California, Gary Washburn, Boston Globe, out there, Paris. Continue the conversation. Is Kevin Durant underappreciated? Because I sure in the hell don't underappreciate him. I want to hear from the feds. 888-957-9570 is the number. 888-957-9570.
White, the cross, the kick, swing.
There you
Durant.
go. What's his name?
Three.
What's his name?
You know who he is.
You know who he is.
You know exactly who he is.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Dwayne Wade, man. He was funny, man. Good for Dwayne Wade getting a crack at it. Shout out to Gareth Burke out there in Paris doing the damn thing on the sidelines there for Team USA. Gareth, great job. Noah Eagle as well. Dwayne Wade was funny. It's pronouns. He's him. He, Dwayne Wade, recycling material. He'll get better, man. It's his first job.
No Eagle's good.
Platform. No Eagle's solid. He sounds just like his father, Ian.
He does.
And you got Carrot there. She was on Instagram. She was showing Dwayne Wade before the game, going over all the pronunciations. Bogdanovich? Is it Bogdanovich? Jokic? So, Dwayne Wade, it was a lot of fun yesterday watching Team USA beat up on Serbia and watching Kevin Durant come back and play his first game for this iteration of Team USA and just get bucket after bucket after bucket after bucket. So how Kevin Durant is viewed once he's gone, I hope he's viewed as one of the 10 greatest players of all time. He might be the most lethal scorer, just pure scoring of all time. He's a 3-level scorer.
Mm-hmm.
He go dunk on your head. He hits you with the mid-range game all day long. Then he could pull up from 3. His dribble could be high at times, but pardon me, he's an underrated playmaker. And just watching him yesterday, I got to thinking about those Warrior days with Kevin Durant and just how easy he made the game look.
Did we get the best of him in terms of his prime?
Probably.
Like physical, the physical prime.
Probably. He had some great, I don't want to sleep on the back end of the OKC days.
I know.
He was, I remember Draymond Green. I was working at Bleacher Report, right? This is 2014, maybe 2015. 2015, I won't say. And Draymond Green came to Bleacher Report to go speak. This is when Bleacher Report was starting to blow up and everything. And they were like, Draymond Green's coming to the office today. Draymond's coming to the office. And I remember everybody was scared to sit at a seat where he was going to be sitting at. So, of course, I'm right there. Draymond, we get the daps and was like, and one of the girls, I remember Neri Steins, who worked there at the time. I don't know if she still does, but Neri Steins was like, the way you guys did the handshake, it's like you known each other for 20 years or whatnot. But I'll never forget, somebody asked Draymond Green, they go, who's the one guy that you have problems guarding? Who's the one guy where you're a defender, you're like, and he goes, oh, easy, Kevin Durant. Because whatever I do, I can't do anything. He's impossible to defend. Kevin Durant came out of his mouth so damn fast. He was like, Kevin Durant. And then when you watch him, he's like, how do you guard him? Who do you put on him? I remember the Pelicans trying to put Drew Holiday on him for lower. He's got strength. But all KD did was get to the mid-block and fade away on his ass. He's 7'1", 7 feet. You know what I'm saying? So I hope when it's all said and done that people don't underappreciate him because of some of the free agency moves he's done or some of the things he said on Twitter. Kevin Durant is an all-time player. All-time.
He's amazing. He's absolutely amazing. But I do believe that, there's been so much vitriol from the mainstream media regarding Kevin Durant. The majority of the coverage has been very negative, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And I think that has clouded a lot of average fans, casual fans, their opinions on him. I don't think his approval rating as a person, not as a player, as a person, for whatever reason, people think that he's angry and, not a great player or a great teammate. I don't think those things are accurate.
Right.
And I watch him and I say to myself, my God, he is so amazing.
Yeah.
He's just so amazing. And I think that his IQ on the floor is dramatically underrated because he makes a really nice, winning decisions. He doesn't take tough shots. He passes the ball around. He's never really out of position defensively for a guy that has had leg and foot injuries for the last few years. What is he, 36, 37 years old?
Yeah.
And for him to move the way that he has still to this day, he's just such a tremendous watch.
I remember when we had him at media day and I asked him about DPOY and he goes, they're not going to vote for me. And I was like, why? And it was because people did hate the way he chose to go to the Golden State Warriors as an unrestricted free agent. He watched the Warriors play and said, man, they can unlock a skill set of mine that hasn't been unlocked yet. I could play the ultimate team basketball. I could play in a system that's going to highlight my strengths. Mm-hmm. And Ron Adams, to his credit, said, Kevin Durant, you could be a great defensive player if you want. And I remember going into January before he got hurt, he was leading the league in block shots. He was unbelievable on that end of the floor as a two-way player. So to your point about, people think that he's always mad or whatnot, Team USA posted a picture. It was pre-presser selfie from Kevin Durant and Steph Curry. And they're both cheesing. So Kevin Durant cold tweets it by saying, quick question, is this miserable or happy KD?
You see what I'm saying?
But I think he has fun with that because people are always trying to get into his head saying, oh, he's always angry. He's always angry. And he's like, nah, not really. I'm a hooper. I'm just trying to master my craft. He's actually a very happy dude. I talked to him a lot before games at his locker with Mark Medina and other guys, Anthony Slater and whatnot. He has a fresh perspective on everything. He's one of the most unique minds we've ever seen in the NBA. So the misperception about Kevin Durant, it is sad.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
It is really sad.
It is, and I think that it's robbed a lot of people from just enjoying the unbelievable, unprecedented skill set. I know we watch like Victor Wembanyama, and he's a bigger player, but he's a freak. Like KD was one of the first of the absolute like monsters. I mean, 7 foot tall, can handle the ball, can score at all three levels, like you said. I know we see Chet now, and like that's how skinny KD was coming into the league. He was bones. I still also think that we've forgotten about the great nickname in sports. I think the last Sniper. 10 years. No, forget easy. Slim Reaper is one of the great. He looks like the Grim Reaper because he looks like a skeleton a little, and I think it's one of the great nicknames in sports.
Well, he's got 3 of them. Tarantula.
Tarantula's a great one, too.
Slim
Tarantula
Reaper.
Is such a great one.
Slim Reaper.
I mean.
And then it's Easy Money Sniper. And it's like, it's easy money. And he's sniping from all over the place.
I mean, it's
I love all 3 of his nicknames,
right?
It is. And you know, I think back to that draft, and Big Dog City and I, as we're smoking in his car, and we're arguing who should be the number 1 pick. And I'm like, Kevin Durant is the future of the league. Don't you see? I remember arguing with him about this. Like, Kevin Durant's got to be the number 1 pick because the first time I laid eyes on him like LeBron James, I thought to myself, I've never seen anything like this.
No one has.
What the hell is this? Like LeBron beating up on Oak Hill by 30. They were the number 1 team, and they beat him by 30. And then Kevin Durant, when he's at Texas, he had the game against Texas A&M in a game they lost because AC Law was cooking.
AC Law started ahead of Curry.
Right? Because of Keith Smart.
Law.
But then Kevin Durant.
AC Law the 4th?
I don't remember. I know him as AC Law.
I'm sorry.
I know him as AC Law. But Kevin Durant was like, wait, this guy's 7 foot? He was like unbelievable.
And he didn't want to be
freshman.
listed at 7 feet.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Weird. So I just thought the evolution of it, when you think about Portland, you got to ask Portland Trailblazer fans. They already had Prince Villa. They had LaMarcus Aldridge. They had Brandon Roy. Why would you draft another center? You didn't need a center. The way the NBA was shifting, and you could see it in real time that it was shifting.
Greg Oden was pretty sweet.
Kevin Durant would have been
Greg Oden,
baller in Portland. Next to Brandon Roy and LaMarcus Aldridge? Oh, my God.
Roy's one of the great woulda, coulda, shouldas in sports. But, like, Greg Oden, though, was considered one of those, like, can't-miss type of prospects.
He was, but I remember that year at Ohio State, he was hurt.
No,
he was hurt in the first couple tournament games. Mike Conley was the best player on that team.
Bonte, he looked like he was LeBron's dad. He looked older than most of the NBA players at 18 years old.
Guy.
And that team with Mike Conley that you're referencing, wasn't Conley's dad his agent or something?
Maybe, Mike Conley Sr., and then you had Daquan Cook, I believe, on that team.
Wow.
Remember that?
Yeah, I do remember
they lost
that.
They lost the championship to Florida. The Joakim Noah and Al Horford and Corey Brewer.
Well, it's very different, but to your point, as we circle back on Kevin Durant, it felt like to me, Carmelo was a very polarizing player while he played, especially toward the end, because he didn't win at a significant level. And him coming off the bench for Team USA kind of wiped away a lot of the negativity. And I think a lot of the general basketball fans finally got an opportunity to appreciate his game. And I think that he evolved, right?
It's happening right now. I could see people appreciating Melo right now. It's like, wow. And then you see his son playing to play that high level. And the way he fathers his sons, it's like really cool. Yeah,
it is. And so it's different, but I see a similarity in that, like, everyone's coming around on KD like, wow, KD's special. And I wish that we would have come, as a majority, to this opinion
I don't know
earlier.
if that's a majority. I don't know, because we're looking at it through the prism.
He's soft,
but we're looking at it through the prism of social media. Like, social media will tell you that Kevin Durant's soft. And the dummies on social media who are Warrior fans saying, we don't need you, KD, you idiots. I mean, you appreciate what happened July 4th of 2016. One of the greats decided to play in our backyard at Oracle Arena. And I remember that first weekend when he's on his bike, and I call him my nephew, but Jake over there at Bishop O'Dowd, shout out to the Donahos, Tracy and Aaron. He ran into KD that first weekend, and KD was so happy, like seeing Warrior fans and seeing being appreciated and being in the Bay Area. And remember the Super Bowl where he was a cameraman or whatnot? Look, man, I don't. If there's basketball fans who think KD is soft and think that he's angry all the time, you just don't know Kevin Durant. And it's sad that he's been in this league this long, and that's your takeaway. If you do feel like that,
I think when people do word association, not everyone, but a lot of people, it's like Kevin Durant made the softest decision in sports history, and I just think it's so unfair.
When the Niners are signing guys left and right, do we call it soft?
But they didn't lose. The Atlanta Falcons didn't lose in the NFC. I'm just saying how people say it.
I get it.
You know,
Stephen A. Smith, it's the weakest move ever.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, he was in Oklahoma City. He gave Oklahoma City all the time he needed. They decided not to pay luxury tax. You know what I'm saying? Stars get traded sometimes. Kevin Garnett, I'm seeing here on the Xfinity Mobile text line. Kevin Garnett was like basically dough with Minnesota. Kevin McHale does JD Age a favor, sends him to Boston. You know what I'm saying? That's their roster.
Player movement is not something new.
Right.
I watched the Pete Rose doc. I don't know if you've watched the whole thing.
Haven't watched it yet. Haven't watched it. I sent it to the thread. I was out hiking this weekend.
I binged all 4 episodes, and I'll just tell you this right now. You and I are going to be talking about this in the month of August.
No doubt. No doubt we will. I actually got into, I got home Saturday night, played like 4 games in NCAA, and my passing game in Florida State year 2 was just suffering.
I watched Rye Guy and Charlie play Florida State versus LSU yesterday, and Florida State's quarterback's pretty nice.
It's pretty nice.
Number 4, I believe.
It's pretty nice.
He's got a star on his.
They've got a couple players, but I may be playing the wrong quarterback because I went to the swamp and lost 24-21 and couldn't complete a forward pass. All right.
They got a lot of jet sweeps in that playbook.
A lot of jets. Well, I switched the playbook.
The little touch passes.
Yeah, I switched the playbook. I went Alabama's playbook because I like
watching the thing as it's shaking. And they're like environment level 6.
I mean, I went to Virginia and it was snowing. It was unbelievable, dude. I had to go to NC State. I had a game-winning drive and they were ranked number 3 in the country. I'm somehow number 4 in the country. I beat Clemson. All right, let me get off my soapbox. Instant overlay. More on Kevin Durant. More on Team USA. Are you appreciating Kevin Durant and LeBron James? I think we should. And it will shift to what the Giants should do. Should they buy or sell? I know a lot of people want them to sell. Actually, a lot of people want them to buy. People are mixed on this with the San Francisco Giants. We'll do all that coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
All right. Hey, check this out. This is San Leandro Mo, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasta.
All right, San Leandro Mo and everybody out there on a Monday morning, my favorite day of the week, although it's a bit gloomy. Be safe out there. Weather's been bipolar in the Bay Area. Hopefully everybody had a great weekend, as the segment is sponsored by Go to St. Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStLumber.com. 650 on the Xfinity Mobile text line. Niners bought a defense in 94 to beat the Cowboys, so glad KD came here. We see it all the time in sports. How many times the Yankees are ball players? The Red Sox are ball players. The Cubs are ball players. You want to talk about trades? Hell, LeBron James, Chris Bosh, and Dwayne Wade were plotting a move together for 2 years. This is what happens in sports. So if your reasoning for thinking Kevin Durant is soft because he left Oklahoma City to join up with the Golden State Warriors, guess what? This ain't the first time it's happened. And it won't be the last time it's happened where a player decides, hey, I want to go play for that team because I love the style of play that they have and they look like they're having fun, and play with a guy like Stephen Curry, who Kevin Durant asked, hey, are you going to be good with sharing the limelight? And Steph Curry was like, absolutely, don't care about that. It's me and your show. Matter of fact, you be the alpha. You're the guy when we need a bucket. We're going to you, number 35. So what I was just explaining to Shasky is basically what the Xfinity Mobile text line was saying here on the 650, where he's basically saying the Niners bought a defense in 94 to beat the Cowboys. So he's glad that Kevin Durant came here. And we've seen this in sports all the time. How many times have you seen the Yankees buy players? How many times do you see the Orioles try to buy players, or the Cubs, the Red Sox, the Lakers, the Celtics, the Knicks, everybody? This is what happens in pro sports. And by the way, Kevin Durant making that move somehow overshadowed the fact that LeBron James, Chris Bosh, and Dwayne Wade all teamed up to say, you know what? Let's plot a move together and come down to South Beach, Miami, and join forces. We all remember that, but nobody talks about that. So if that's your reasoning for Kevin Durant being soft, let's stop.
It's interesting that you say that all those other teams like the Red Sox and the Yankees, because of the history of so many people wanting to go there, you know, I believe that it was embraced a certain way. All those moves, like different Giambi, whatever, they're embraced a certain way. Because he went to the Warriors. I always feel like, had it been the Lakers, I still think people would be like bitter or whatever, but not to the degree. I do believe the fact he went to the Warriors. It's the same thing I see with like Kawhi and PG-13. They went to the Clippers.
Yeah.
Right? There's just, it's not it wasn't at the time, the brand that it is today. And I feel like people feel some kind of way about it. It's not one of the Blue Bloods. It's stupid.
Yeah,
it's stupid that we have to like have that rhetoric.
I am happy though that Kevin Durant did come here, man. What a day that was when he signed, and what a time it was to watch him play basketball. And you know, Anthony Edwards brought this up on NBC. He had a little montage on him interviewing him, and he was like, "Look, KD's my favorite player. I watched every game growing up. KD's my guy. KD's my guy." And they asked him, and he basically said, like, you know, my respect level went up for him when he decided to come back against Toronto in Game 5. And at the end of the day, I would hope Warrior fans who don't appreciate Kevin Durant, because there's a lot of Warrior fans who did appreciate Kevin Durant and still do appreciate Kevin Durant, which is why when it came down to the offseason, hey, do you want to trade for KD? How many calls did we take on, let's go trade for Kevin Durant? Oh, now you want him? You know, but a lot of people did want Kevin Durant. He's loved out here. The little minority that say, oh, KD is soft, whatever, who cares about them? Who the hell cares? But at the end of the day, if you did not like Kevin Durant and you thought he was soft, well, didn't he wash that away by coming back in Game 5 against the Toronto Raptors? He didn't have to come back in the NBA Finals. He could have thought about his future, saying, you know what, my Achilles is hanging on by a thread. I need to chill. He didn't. He came back to try to help this team three-peat. He came back because he was trying to help out his teammates and go out on top with a Larry O'Brien. And he snapped his Achilles for the organization, for his teammates, for this region. So if you still don't like him after that, then you know what? I can't help you. And I'm not here to try to convince you that you need to love Kevin Durant for what he did with the Golden State Warriors.
Nah, I hear you. And I agree with you on that. And I just think that I've gotten to the point in my sports watching life where I don't hate as much as I used to, and I try to appreciate. I call it the Emmitt Smith factor.
Right.
When Emmitt Smith joined the Arizona Cardinals, I put away the hate, and I was like, this guy's doing this at 37, 38 years old on that team. Like, I gotta appreciate this guy while he's still around.
Right.
You know, and I think we talk a lot about, like, greatest running backs ever. Emmitt never gets recognized.
No.
And I'm looking at someone like LeBron, and even though he drives me crazy with a lot of stuff, we should truly embrace KD, Steph Curry, and LeBron James.
Yeah.
This little USA run that they're going to be on is probably going to be the last that we'll ever see these guys together, number one.
And a competitive nature, not, because All-Star games, they might be together, but it's not the same.
And aren't we all Americans at the end of the day? And aren't we all rooting for our country? So can't we just remove the hate for just a little time and just enjoy it? Kobe did the same thing for me. When Kobe wore that number 10, that all iced out white jersey, it was like, I get to root for Kobe.
Yeah.
This is pretty cool.
Yeah.
And it made me appreciate Kobe. Not that I didn't know he was good. I did know he was good. But enjoy rooting for these guys.
Yeah.
Because it's few and far between.
Yeah, no doubt. And you speaking about this, how about this on this date in history yesterday? So yesterday marked the anniversary of Barry Sanders walking away from the game of football.
How many years?
This was back July 28th, 1999.
Wow.
When Barry decided, hey,
25 years. Wow.
it's crazy, right?
Wow.
And so you brought up Emmitt Smith.
Wow.
Because it does feel like the culture appreciates Barry Sanders a lot more than Emmitt Smith.
Yeah.
Because he was on the lines and they didn't really have consistency at quarterback. They're the Lions, right? They were the laughingstock for many, many years, but he did go to an industry championship game with the Detroit Lions, and they got blown out by Washington. I think Washington scored 51 on them.
92?
91.
Yeah, 91.
The last championship team for Joe Gibbs. So they didn't get blown out. But Barry, you talk about Emmitt Smith, and you're right that he doesn't get appreciated because we say, oh, well, he had Michael Irvin. Oh, yeah, Troy Aikman. Oh, yeah, just great offensive line.
I mean, amazing.
But without Emmitt Smith, that team wasn't the same.
I remember he held out one year.
Yeah, he missed the first two games and they lost.
We gotta get Emmitt Smith
they were
back.
we're here's your money. Here's your money, Emmitt. You win. So I wonder if it'll get to that point with the 49ers where Big Trent misses a couple games. It's like, Trent, here's the bag. Here's the bag. It's Taylor Decker, by the way. The Lions just signed an extension today.
I know you want to get into Brock at some point today.
We'll do that later.
And I know you want to get back into the Giants. Can I give you a quick list? We're driving on the weekend, and I started thinking as I was sitting in traffic, and I want to give you my top 4, my personal worst stretches of freeways in the Bay Area.
Top 4 worst stretches of freeways.
In the Bay Area.
Okay, sure.
I know this sounds a little out of left field, but as we talk about not appreciating, there are certain stretches of freeway that you want to talk about not appreciate, I loathe. I hate them. Number 4. It's 101.
Number 4.
From San Jose to 84. I don't know what it is, but at certain times of the day, it's completely gridlocked. 101 between San Jose and 84. It's horrible. It's absolutely gridlocked horrible. You notice it when you're going down to Levi's. You guys all know what I'm talking about. It just gets congested. I don't know what it is. They've got 7,000 lanes, and for whatever reason, it's just bumper to bumper.
If it's on a game day, you know why. There's 70,000 people trying to go to Levi's. Yeah.
But it's every day.
It's a lot of people trying to go to work living in the South Bay. It's going to be traffic, folks.
I take 280 on that stretch whenever I can and then zoom over whatever, 237 or whatever. I'm going to stick with 280. But if you're on 101, you're stuck. You're done. And now they've got this new lane where it's HOV. I still don't understand what that means. You got to have 3+ people in the car. You got to pay for the express lane. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, fast
HOV is high occupancy vehicle. Basically means you have multiple people in your car.
Yeah.
It's a fancy word for carpool.
Yeah.
Why don't they just say that?
Oh, my God.
Why don't they just say that? But I already have it in my mind what I'm going to say. I'm going to say to the CHP. I don't even know what an HOV lane is. All right. I don't want to use my phone, officer. Number 3.
Number 3.
It's coming through the city from Potrero through the Bay Bridge on 80, the Skyway, whatever the hell they call it. It's horrific. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Well, this is why I get on you about being a city native and not knowing how to navigate the back streets.
To go through the Bay Bridge?
Yeah, no, you don't have to go that way to go to the Bay Bridge.
Enlighten me on how you're going to not get on 80 to go through the Bay Bridge.
Oh, easy. You junction over to 280, and then you take either the 6th Street or the King Street exit, and you cut through on 3rd, you hit a couple rights, and boom, you're on the Bay Bridge.
Yeah, you still have to get on those and merge. It's a nightmare.
It's not that bad.
It's a nightmare. All right, number 2.
It saves you 10 minutes.
Oh, come on.
Come on, man. You're taking the old casual, touristy way on getting through the Bay Area streets. As a city native, I've talked to you about this. God. You've got to be able to take advantage of the back streets, buddy. This is where you got to use the city to your advantage. So you can never be an Uber driver, Shasky, because you're just going to take the way, we're going to go down Van Ness.
I know, how to navigate the city.
You got to get off at 80, get off of 101, take 280, that's split. You go take the split, saves you about 10, 15 minutes.
Thanks, Coach.
Happens every time.
Number 2.
Number 2.
I call it the Petaluma Novato Straits. It's when you get on 101 North and you're on your way to Petaluma and it goes from like 8,000 lanes down to 2. It is horrific. If it's post 1 p.m. on any given day, it is so bad. Now, coming back the other way, Petaluma down south into the city, not so bad. But 101 North, especially on a Friday, especially in summer, there's been construction for 30 years.
Yeah.
30 years on 101 North. Can we get this thing right?
Yeah, that's a tough stretch right there. It's a tough stretch, especially if you're doing it during rush hour. Nothing you can do about that. Hey, where's our boy in Louisville, Kentucky, the cop? Ain't nothing you can do about it.
Nothing.
So ain't nothing you can do about that one.
All right, so my number 1 worst stretch of freeway.
Number 1.
This is why it's number 1, because it's both directions. It's both directions. 80 east and west, hopping onto 880 as you get across the Bay Bridge and you go up north like you're going to Vallejo or whatever. It is the worst stretch of freeway ever designed in the history of man. I don't know what it is. And then when you come home from Tahoe, I was coming home from Auburn, Why, for the life of God, are we always backed up past Berkeley, coming south into San Francisco? You know exactly what I'm talking about. It is 7,000 lanes, and it's completely gridlocked, and all you see is brake lights forever. Coming home on 80, you know exactly. It's Sunday. It could be 11 o'clock at night, and you're like, there's going to be no one. I'm going to cruise right through Berkeley, and it's disgusting.
It's unacceptable.
How is 880/80 in both directions so horrific 24/7, 365, no matter what time of the day? It's the number 1 worst stretch of freeway in the Bay Area, and I would argue the world.
Wow, dude.
Worst stretch. It's not the greatest stretch. There's a lot of happening there. You can junction over to the Bay Bridge, you junction over to Oakland, you can either get off. There's a lot of confusion going on around those parts.
People take 580.
It is like one of the last entrances to get to San Francisco or leave the East Bay or whatnot. It's not a great stretch. Not a great stretch at all. But you know the worst stretch?
What's yours? Yeah.
My worst stretch is how we close the Great Highway on the weekends.
What?
That is so inconvenient for
about?
city natives. Closing the Great Highway so
great for
people
families.
could go walk your dog or ride your bike.
Yeah.
No, I need to get to the beach and I need to get the houses over there. Instead, just shut it down. First of all, you shut the park down on Sundays, so we can't even get through the damn
that
park.
does suck.
No, it
Golden
sucks
Gate Park
tremendously.
on a Sunday, it does suck.
I take a lot of Skyline. I take a lot of Great Highway. I've been doing that for many, many years. Closing Great Highway, like we got a lot of options in the city where it's only 19th and Sunset, is a disaster and it's a joke. It's a joke. Guys, walk on the sidewalk. You want to ride your bikes? There's bike lanes for that. We got 1 million bike lanes in the city. What else do you want? Oh, wait, we want to shut down Great Highway 2 lanes each way and shut it down. So now all these cars and all this traffic that we use for Great Highway, we got to divert it to Sunset or 19th Avenue, and it takes so long to do. That is the worst thing in the world. Shut down Great Highway for what? They shut it down during the week. They shut it down on the weekends. Damn, we got more love for dogs and cars? What the hell is going on around here?
Like, I play catch with my nephew, walking down. I'm pushing the cart with the kid. No,
go
it's
to
so
Park
great.
is right there.
I want that ocean breeze on my face.
Go on the beach. Go on the sand.
You and I won't see eye to eye on this.
Take your socks off, take your shoes off, and go to the beach and play catch. Instead, you shut down Great Highway, and it's like, it's so inconvenient. It's so bad. That needs to stop.
I love it. I go to Java Beach. I get me a coffee. I got the baby in the stroller. We walk on down. I bring the gloves. We play catch. I get the ocean smashing me in the face. I think it's the greatest. I completely
No. That may be worse than traffic on a Sunday going to Levi Stadium or trying to get out of Levi Stadium. No, seriously, because you get to the zoo, it's all backed up, and it's like, oh, you got to turn down 42nd Avenue, and then there's a stop sign every single block, whether it's Vicente, Ortega, Moraga, Noriega. I mean, it's just a stop sign every damn block. Open up Great Highway. They close it on a Friday. They close it on a Wednesday. They close it on a Monday. I have no idea when I could go through Great Highway and drive through there. Open up Great Highway, please. If you want to go play catch, get your ass on the beach. There's Golden Gate Park right across the street. If you want to go walk your dog, well, there's a park and there's a beach. Oh, you want to go ride your bike? Well, we've constructed 1 million bike lanes in this damn city, where it's made the city worse over the last 15 years in terms of driving in the city because these bikers are idiots. They don't even know when to stop, when to go. They think they got the right of way every damn time. Great Highway, open it up, damn it. I'm having a meltdown. It's starting to tick me off.
It's okay. I completely disagree. Now let's see if we
Those are
can
some
find
really
consensus.
bold takes on the Great Highway there.
No, it's terrible. It's awful.
completely
and the people
disagree.
who
This is
live around there is
never
awful
used
too. And the people who live around there agree.
Yeah, I disagree with that. I love it. I love it. And shout out Java City. Java
Go to
Beach.
the park. Yeah, Java Beach is great.
Cracking.
But
Shout
get
out
your
to
ass in the
McGuire's.
park if you want to play catch.
All right.
You go play catch on the sidewalk.
Well, we agree
listen,
on this.
Great Highway, the beach is right there. Wait, I want to get the Ocean Air Beach, but I don't want to go on the beach. I just want to be by the beach. So we shut down 2 lanes each way. Oh, it's the worst thing ever.
What about
it really is
Sunset
terrible.
Boulevard's fine to travel down. There's nothing wrong with Sunset Boulevard.
It's packed.
No,
it's
not.
congested.
Are you kidding
It's
me?
congested on the weekends.
fine.
19th Avenue,
You can
congested
only
on the
go 33
weekends.
miles per hour anyway on Great
stop.
Highway.
No, you don't.
So,
Stop.
I mean, I don't know why you're tripping.
Stop. Oh,
All right,
my
will
God.
we agree on this?
I didn't realize we had such intense highway takes.
I know.
This
Look,
was,
Great Highway
this was
was Sam
enlightening.
Lubman. If you go down and you got people who live by the beach, and it's been like this forever. All of a sudden, they start shutting down Great Highway. It's like, wait, I can't go down Great Highway. So now I got to go through the park, and everybody's backed up in the park. You know what I'm talking about? When you enter, what is it, 43rd and 42nd or whatnot? Could be 40th. I don't remember. But you go through there, and it's bumper to bumper. You're driving 2 miles an hour. Then you go
up
through, and
Lincoln
it takes
go
10
around
minutes.
Stanton
Just any
and
highway
boom
closer
down.
to
It does that during the week, too. It's not like San Francisco is the biggest city in the world.
I agree with that. Here's what I want to ask you.
Time for you to do the legal.
Will we agree on this? Should the Giants buy or sell?
Well, what do you think?
I already
asking
know what
you.
I'm thinking.
Yeah, I already know what you're thinking as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM and Nation 1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. I'm trying to think like Farhan for a second. I'm trying to get into the mind of Farhan Zaidi. And I know I've had some harsh things to say about Farhan Zaidi during this tenure. But if I'm Farhan Zaidi, and I hear Alex Pavlovich say what he said about there's people in his front office who need to make the playoffs, well, it's obviously Farhan Zaidi. He needs to make the playoffs. So what do I do if I'm Farhan? And I look at the standings, and I've got 6 games left against the Diamondbacks, and I got 3 left against the Padres. And I'm looking at the current standings. I'm saying to myself, boy, I'm 2 games under 500. Sure, sweeping Colorado's Fool's Gold. They stink. We all know they stink, but you lost the series in Mile High in Denver last weekend against them, which, set this whole thing back. If I'm Farhan, I've got to buy. I've got to buy.
What are you buying?
I'm buying a hitter. I'm buying a hitter or
What
two.
position?
First base. I'm looking at Vlad Jr.
What about Lamont Wade Jr.?
He could play DH. I'll figure I can flip. I'll flip Lamont Wade Jr.
Okay,
for
so
Vlad Jr.
you think first base on this? Okay,
First base.
All right.
Because Tyler Fitzgerald's hitting a home run hit a home run. I was at the game Friday night.
No, he's amazing.
It's unbelievable. This guy's hitting the ball all over the place, and the place pops when Fitzgerald does something. It pops when Matos does something. I've got to buy from Farhan Zaidi. Now, it may not make sense for the entire organization, but we're the Giants. We're not the Pittsburgh Pirates. We're not the Cincinnati Reds. We're not in no small market. This is a big boy market, a top 5 market. And this brand is big. And you got to get this brand back. You got to buy if you're Farhan Zaidi. You have to buy. You have to buy. And you got to buy either a hitter, you got to buy some relievers, because this rotation right now, with Robbie Ray and Blake Snell and Logan Webb, and I like what I'm seeing from Birdsong and Harrison. Boy, if he can pitch against the Rockies every single game, we got a Cy Young winner. But we got to see him against other players, other teams. If I'm Farhan and my job is on the line, again, I'm speaking, if I'm Farhan and my job's on the line, I got to buy. I got to buy. I can't sell because I'm gone. If I sell on this team this year with all the things that have been said about this organization and playoffs, you're gone. So you might as well go out with a bang.
It doesn't feel like it's too little too late in terms of the team making a little push against one of the worst teams in baseball?
Well, the way I look at it is like this, Shasky. They're 4 games behind the Padres in the loss column.
Okay.
They're 5 games behind the Mets in the loss column.
Yeah.
They're
the
4
10th.
games. They're 4 games behind the Diamondbacks in the loss column. I'm not going to worry about.
Well, they're 10th in the NL.
Yeah, no, I
That's
get all
where
that.
they're at.
I get all that. But I'm looking at the loss column, and I'm saying to myself, you're 4 back of the Padres in the loss column.
Okay.
You can't make that up in 2 months.
I mean, Padres, you just swept a 4-game series of the Rockies, and the Padres had a better last 10 games than you. They're 7-3. You're 6-4 over your
I
last
understand
10.
that. I'm still only 4 back of the Padres. Things could flip.
I think it's complete
Things could
fool's
flip.
gold. I mean, you've watched this team for months on end basically be lousy, not even mediocre, lousy. They've been lousy, and you've gotten Blake Snell struck out 15 on Saturday, and we'll get to doubleheaders in a second because I have some thoughts on that. Struck out 15 and still got a no decision. 15!
Oh, I know.
15 and got a no decision. The reality is that I have 15 questions and not enough answers for me to say that this team deserves to be buying in. So, for example, I look at the two young players. I look at Harrison and Birdsong. I'm like, wow, these are two really good young pitchers that I want to have for the future. At some point, if this team is in it in September, like they're going to have to make a decision on, are these guys going to keep pitching or are they just going to completely shut them down? Because that's coming. That is coming. My closer is in shambles psychologically. I mean, you can watch the games and you can say, Joe, he's getting outs. It does not look right. It doesn't look right. It hasn't looked right for a while now. And he looks off. Conforto is terrible right now. He's just terrible. I know he hit one off the wall the other day. He's terrible. All right? Fitzgerald's going to come back down to earth. I like Fitzgerald. He's going to come back down to earth. Have you seen what Brett Wisely's done in the last month? He's batting low 200s. So
that's why I'm buying some hitters.
He's going to settle down.
That's why I'm buying some hitters.
Well, I would love to get a shortstop of the future.
Yeah, well,
Bailey the wheels are falling off of Bailey offensively because he's exhausted.
Well,
I look at this staff and I say to myself, you've gotten the best last 3 starts out of Snell. You've gotten a great couple starts out of Harrison.
This is what Snell does in the second half of the season.
This is the perfect time to sell Snell.
No, I'm keeping Snell.
His value has never been higher this year.
Don't sell Snell. Don't sell Snell.
So you keep him for a fake run at the playoffs and you lose him for nothing?
Absolutely.
He is the most coveted starting pitcher in baseball as a rental. What are you going to
get for him? What are you going to get for him?
You get something.
What?
Well,
what are you going to get?
Better than
a single
nothing.
A prospect?
Yes.
I don't want a single A prospect for Blake Snell. I'd rather ride it out, let him walk.
Bonte, they don't have enough prospects.
Let him walk. I need pitching.
You surrendered international signing money. You surrendered a second-round pick this year. And you surrendered a third-round pick also for Matt Chapman. The Yankees need a third baseman. The Orioles need a starter. They need closers.
I need a first baseman. I need a shortstop. I need some hitting.
Yeah, but those
I need a
aren't
bullpen guy.
See, I don't view those as a buy or rental. That's buying a long-term player.
I am buying on this team. And I'll explain more on the other side. 888-957-9570. You buying or selling? Are you Giants fans? Are you buying or selling? Do you really want to punt on the last 2 months of the season? And now we can say, oh, well, you're not really punting because the youngsters are developing, blah, blah, blah. I want wins. The
youngsters are producing wins.
I want wins.
The Confortos are not.
Well, Blake Snell is, right? Blake Snell's balling right now. Told you to buy stock in that kid. I want a rotation over the last 2 months. Blake Snell, Robbie Ray, Logan Webb, Kyle Harrison, and Hayden Birdsong. Go give me some hitters. And let's go play some baseball. You're 4 back in the Padres. You can't make that up. 4 back in the Padres, folks. Just 4. That's it. 4 games. You buying or selling, Giants fans? Where you at? 888-957-9570 is the number. That's coming up, brought to you by Save Mart in Lucky, California.
time you guys take the field, the trade deadline will have come and gone. You know, did you guys hope to send a message with this series, or did you send a message?
You know, that's out of my pay grade, but I think that everybody here in this room, you know, being in this room, we believe in each other. We believe that our best baseball is ahead of us. Our pitching is getting healthy. Our pitching is really hitting their stride. We got our, guys that had been hurt getting Robbie back. Blake's really, showing what Blake can do. Cobb's looking to come back. We got, obviously Hicksy came out of the bullpen today, but that's another guy that can help us back there. So I think we have a lot of good things. And then obviously offensively, it seemed like we're starting to kind of put together good at-bats. Solaire's starting to get going here. So we got a lot of good things happening. And I think we all believe in each other. And, we hope to be able to continue to push for that playoff spot.
Now, you guys back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
That's Matt Chapman. Matt Chapman after the game, after the Rockies got swept by the Giants. Giants sweep the Rockies. Doubleheader Saturday. Friday night, they score 11. Yesterday, they survived 5-4. Jordan Hicks did not look good whatsoever. Coming in and Mappa in the bullpen in the middle innings there. Did not look good whatsoever. But you got 2 against the A's. So you get a day off today. 2 against the A's in the Bay Bridge series. And then you get a day off and you go to Cincinnati for 3 and then Washington for 4. And that's where things start to get interesting for the Giants. So my question to everybody out there at 888-957-9570, are you buying or are you selling? Are you buying or are you selling? Now, me personally, I don't care what they necessarily do. Buy, sell. You want to keep Bonte Hill involved with the Giants? You buy. I'm telling you that right now because I'm not watching meaningless baseball. I'm just not doing it. I don't care about developing in the last month. Oh, well, this guy had a great September of meaningless baseball. Sure, everybody got gung-ho when they went 81-81 and had a great September because they beat up on the Diamondbacks and Rockies, and they were nothing. So I want to watch compelling baseball. I want to watch a team that's in it. So when I look at the 650 Xfinity Mobile text line, hey, the switch up for Bonte is crazy. Just last week you buried the Giants. Just, don't jack about baseball. No. If I'm Farhan Zaidi, son, 650, my son, if I'm Farhan Zaidi, I can't afford to sell. I can't. Listen to Pavlovich last week. Lovin, pod that up. Pod my check.
There's a lot at stake here. If you go off of the way they've played, they probably should be sellers, but there's a lot at stake here, not just for the guys in the clubhouse, but also the people in the front office. Potentially could be a different front office down the line if they sell and keep losing. There are some people in this organization who need to make the playoffs. So I think there's some really interesting decisions to be made until Tuesday, and we'll see what they do. If they wanted to, they could be one of the bigger sellers out there. I just haven't gotten any indication yet that they're at that point.
Alex Pavlovich, NBC Sports Bay Area, Shasky, last week. There's certain people in this front office who can't afford to not make the playoffs. So if you know that as a front office member, wouldn't you be doing everything you can do to try to strengthen this team and make a little run here? Again, because I look at the standings, you're 4 back of the Padres in the loss column. The Braves are hanging on for dear life, and they don't got the pitching. Max Fried's on the IL. Ozzy Albies is out for another 7 weeks. They're leaking oil, buddy. They are. And you took 2 or 3 against the Braves. Those are facts. You took 2 or 3 against the Braves, Shasky. So you got 6 left against the Diamondbacks. You're 4 back of the Diamondbacks in the loss column. You can't make up 4 games in 2 months?
I mean, this team has been under 500 for 3 years. So
trust me, I know.
Okay, so I don't no, I don't think they can. And I'm just being honest here. And I think that most Giants fans understand that a series against Colorado, though impressive and fun, Colorado's horrific. Okay, and that's not the litmus test. The litmus test is teams like the Dodgers, who you just went up against and you look completely outclassed. And so I look at where the Giants are at, and I've got so many questions. And you're saying, like, why sell? Well, I'll tell you why you sell. Because Blake Snell is going to opt out. Robbie Ray is going to opt out. And these are 2 left-handed starting pitchers. And I don't know if you've been paying attention, but everyone in baseball who's in the mix, Atlanta, Philadelphia, the New York Mets, the Yankees, the Orioles, all of these teams are coveting starting pitching. They're all coveting cost-controlled players who can be rentals. And left-handed starting pitchers are at a premium.
Blake 3.5 back in the Mets, by the way.
What?
Giants are 3.5 back in the Mets.
Well, the Mets have played a better 3-week stretch than the Giants have in years.
But I'm just noting that they're 3.5 back in the Mets.
Okay.
That's the proof of the pudding. I get it. The Giants have been awful. And I understand why they would sell. But what I'm saying is, I don't think Farhan Zaidi can afford to sell. You don't make the playoffs with this team and all the money, and you end up selling at the deadline tomorrow, you got it. Your job's gone. Your job's gone. You may never get an opportunity like this ever again. So why not go out guns blazing saying, you know what, I'm going all in. We got to make the playoffs. I told Susan Slusser the stakes were high. My owner's saying that it's mandatory. I got the play-by-play announcer, Dave Fleming, saying, yeah, the expectation is playoffs.
Yeah, well,
if I'm Farhan, I'm working under Farhan Zaidi's impression. Whether or not they sell or buy, I'm not going to lose sleep either way. I understand it from both angles. I understand if you sell and you want to get prospects, but damn, that sucks. Another season of not going to the playoffs. Another season of just, season's over. Meaningless baseball September. Or you buy, and I get that because the guy's trying to keep his job.
This is about filling the cupboard and getting ready when your pitching is ready for a legitimate run. Like right now, you're looking at Harrison, like your two best young pitchers, right? Because Jordan Hicks is out of the rotation. He's about done. He's about done for the season. Harrison's already at 100 innings this year. He's going to eclipse over the next 2 starts his career high. Birdsong is at 80 to 85 innings total with his minor league this year. Last year was the most he's ever thrown at the professional level, and that was 100, okay? So he's got about 3 or 4 starts left himself. That doesn't even get you through August, right? And so I'm looking at Blake Snell. The guy's had a monster last couple of starts.
Who could have saw that coming?
He's as high as he could possibly be, and he is a rental. He is perfect for what everyone's looking for. And because you gave him a signing bonus, you don't have to actually eat that big of the money. Robbie Ray is going to opt out. You're going to lose these guys for nothing, okay? And so getting something back as opposed to nothing is a win.
Would you rather lose them for nothing or watch Eric Miller start 15 games? I'm being hyperbolic here, but honestly, you start moving starting pitchers. I'm going to ask Jordan Hicks to get back in the rotation. Who the hell's going to fill out my rotation over the last month and a half?
Bring guys up. They'll bring guys up. The Spencer Bivens will get a shot, and he's a 30-year-old. That's fine.
God.
Like, but Bonte, their time to win is not now.
I'm trying to buy new fans.
Well, really quick.
But you had 6 months to do that.
Well, you got 2 months left in the season. You're 4 back in the Padres and the Diamondbacks. You're 4.
You're the 10th place team in the National League.
But you're 4 back in the loss column. You're going a little 10th. Heater here. You're going a little heater here. That will take care of itself.
Are on a heater.
The Cubs are about to fade. All right, the Cubs are about to fade.
Well, they're not
play
good.
Cincinnati. The Pirates. Who the hell knows what they're going to do? The Cardinals. You fear the Cardinals for crying out loud? I am buying if I'm Farhan Zaidi.
Soler has been as hot as he possibly has been all year. And if anyone is willing to take his contract for pennies on the dollar, you owe it to yourself to do it, right? You're in it.
No, you owe it to your fan base to try to make a run at the playoffs. You owe it to the people who's been walking into turnstiles at Oracle Park for the last 3 years, watching meaningless baseball, watching dreadful baseball. You owe it to them, the consumer, to say, you know what? Young Charlie, who's playing for SFYBL, I'm going to go out there and get Vlad Guerrero Jr. for you.
Well,
I'm going to go get some box off. I'm going to go
Jr.
buy.
isn't a rental.
I am buying.
But when you buy, okay, I just think that our opinion of buying is different.
No, it's
Getting
not.
a Vladimir Guerrero Jr. helps you this year, next year, and into the future.
No, it's not.
That's a different case.
Yeah,
that's a centerpiece move. When you buy, I believe buying, quote unquote, is rentals. Like, that's the way I view it.
A rental, right? Well, that's how you view it. I don't view it all like that. I'm saying
Jr. is a whole different conversation.
Whatever happens beyond this season happens beyond this season. It's just like the Brock Purdy conversation. I don't give a damn about his contract next season right now. I'm worried about this season and getting ready for the New York Jets on 9/11. That's where my mind is at. I'm not pocket watching or anything like that, and we'll get to Brock Purdy a little bit later.
Vlad Jr.'s a move you'd make in the offseason and you could make during the regular season.
I'm making a move.
That's different. I'm
making a move.
Deadline deals are very rarely put that way.
Yeah, no doubt. But you can get some deadline deals and get control of a player
happens.
for a year. It happens. We just saw it with Trey Turner.
Yeah, a couple
We just saw it with Trey Turner with the Dodgers. So I am buying. Whether it's a rental or a long-term solution, I'm trying to make
you're buying
this team.
First baseman.
I am buying a team. I'm looking for players, dog. I'm looking for power.
What position?
I could look at first base. I could look at outfield.
Okay.
I don't really care.
Okay.
I'm trying to make my team better.
So
if it's first base,
then?
if it's four base, I flip Conforto or just DFA his ass.
Okay, what
I
are you
don't
doing
care.
with Yaz?
I'll keep it in Yaz.
Okay.
I don't mind Yaz batting in the bottom of the lineup.
Right.
Yaz is actually one of the better 7-8 hitters in this league. I don't mind that whatsoever. I don't mind that whatsoever.
20. But okay,
I don't mind
Matt
that whatever.
Chapman is a third baseman right now that's on a 1-year deal. I don't know if he's going to come back, and all indications are that he actually does have value because a team like the Yankees are so desperate for a third baseman to go on a legitimate playoff run. They will overspend to get that guy. They're willing to put Gleyber Torres, who isn't even a good second baseman, at third base. They're experimenting with their lineup.
So what am I
to
getting?
me, it's a logical fit.
What am I getting for these? If I'm making all these deals, what am I getting? Prospects who may never play Major League Baseball?
Arms. Give me arms. Give me pitchers.
So the Yankees are going to give you pitchers for Matt Chapman when they need pitching.
What would Brian Sabian do? You really think Brian Sabian would buy with this team?
Brian Sabian will look at the settings and say, boy, 4 games behind the Padres in the loss column. I'm 4 games behind the Diamondbacks in the loss column.
Yeah, I disagree.
Boy, I'm 3.5 back of the Mets. I understand that we're trying to buy new fans now. I understand that, we've been struggling. I've got to win. You know damn well Brian Sabian will be buying right now.
No, I don't think he would.
Will be looking for buy.
No, I don't think he would.
Will look to buy.
When you're talking about bringing in new fans, the most impactful thing for the fans over the last month has been a country concert jammed into the middle of a doubleheader.
Well, that's the problem.
I mean,
that's the problem.
Yeah, which tells me you should not be chasing bad money and buying right now.
No.
It's a self-sell market.
That's the problem. You guys are all jacked up over a country concert between doubleheaders. That's the problem right there, Sasky. I need to flip that. I need people excited for the first inning of a baseball game, not a country concert in between doubleheaders. That's the problem.
The most exciting part of this team is watching a Fitzgerald to see if it's real, to watch a Ramos continue to develop and adjust to the league adjusting to him.
How long
watching a young Birdsong, watching a young Harrison. I'm sorry, those have been, if you're a diehard Giants fan, those have been the fun developments this year.
And how long will that last?
We got to see. That's what
how long will that last?
I want to go youth movement. Without the youth movement, you are 10 games worse than what you're at right now.
Well, with the youth movement, you may be 10 games worse anyway. Because you get to September playing these big boy teams, and there's a lot of losses on that schedule if you don't make some moves here. So all I'm saying is, and somebody saying, "Oh, Bonte, you haven't been here YouTube. You haven't been watching. Yaz has been awful this year." He's batting 249. He's batting 249, which is higher than Chapman. It's higher than Soler. He's played good defense. Out of all the problems I had this season,
it's a fourth outfielder.
Come on, man. Yaz ain't bad.
We spent too much time.
I know. You guys know. That's what I'm saying. You guys spend too much time on Yaz being sucky. He's fine as an 8th and 7th hitter. I'm not asking him to bat cleanup.
They're batting their catcher who's exhausted cleanup, and he's got 9 home runs, 8 home runs. They'll be lucky to get 13 home runs out of the cleanup spot.
Well, why not try to give this team a jolt? And get some hitting.
Well, that's a big-term deal. You're talking about, moving to go get a Vladimir Guerrero Jr. to me is not about this year. That is a big philosophical shift to have a guy who's in line for the next 3 or 4 years.
It's this year and the next year and the year after. I'm trying to get me a guy.
Well,
I'm trying to get me a guy that
wants that.
I failed on getting a guy in the last few off seasons. It's obvious I can't sign big time free agents if I'm Farhan, but can I execute a trade to get a big boy in here?
Which is why I would be selling Robbie Ray, Blake Snell, Conforto, Chapman, Flores, Estrada, and Yaz, because the more prospects I can add to my cupboard, the more I can surrender in a big time deal. That's why I make all these moves. Is to set myself up for an arms race to go get somebody that other people want.
If I'm Farhan, I may not be here next year. I may not be here.
See, the mandate comes from, I think the mandate's going to come from ownership.
So we all come from, we always talk about prospects. You guys told me for the last 2 years, prospects with the Giants in 2024 are going to be ready to roll, and all these guys, Luciano and Casey Smith, what the hell have they done?
Well, Tyler Fitzgerald literally did something that only Hack Wilson
that you guys never talked about. You never talked about.
We talked about him as a super utility.
2 years ago. 2 years ago, nobody was talking about Tyler Fitzgerald.
But that's how prospects work. Random ones come up.
Prospects that you told me about, Luciano and Hunter Bishop and Wizenhunt.
Ramos has been very heralded.
You guys gave up on Ramos.
Oh, okay, but he's been an all-star.
Ramos is fine.
Okay.
We got one prospect. Great.
But that's when you make these deals, when you want to get a guy like a Vladdy, a difference maker, you can't just trade them one guy. No. You have to have a plethora.
You think I'm an idiot? You think I'm an idiot that you can just trade a prospect for Vlad Jr.? You think you can trade one player? You think I really believe right here sitting in the seat that you're going to trade one player for Vlad Jr.?
No, but
come on, Shasky.
But
come on,
if
you
you're
know me
telling
better
me
than
that
that.
they don't have a lot of prospects,
No.
that tells me
I'm saying,
all the more reason to make
to
a
trade
deal.
these guys. These guys don't mean nothing to me. I've never seen them play. Trade all of them.
Snell means nothing to Giants fans. Robbie Ray means that they made a dozen starts combined.
Snell means something on Saturday when he struck out 15, becoming the first Giants pitcher to strike out 15
and
since
got
10
no
months ago.
decision because
Come
the team
on,
is
man.
so mediocre.
Come on, man.
Like let's call
we
it. We
really want to punt this season.
No,
We're
what
Giants
I'm
fans.
saying
I
is
want to
that
go to the calls.
Snell's the ultimate trade piece because he's a high-profile left-handed pitcher who's a starter who could help 7 or 8 legitimate contenders, and he can actually net you back something of importance that you could either utilize for your own system or then turn around and flip to get someone under team control that can help you not for this year, for 2025, 2026,
so now we're waiting on another season.
But
now
that's
we're waiting
where
on
we're at.
another
They
season.
had 6 months to make headway, and they couldn't do it.
It's been 4 months. We got 2 months left in the baseball season. Baseball's 6 months long in the regular season. We got 2 months left. And you're 4 back in the Padres and you're 4 back in the Diamondbacks. You sure you want to sell?
Yes.
And punt the season?
Yes.
Punt?
Yes.
Punt.
They owe it to themselves.
No, I think they owe it to this fan base to buy. I think they owe it to everybody.
Have they looked like a playoff team for 2 weeks at any point this year?
You don't need to. You don't need to right now. The Diamondbacks certainly didn't. They didn't look like a playoff team. And then August came around, right? And then August came around.
Right before the deadline, they played the Giants, and they whooped the Giants.
The Nationals just won a World Series. The Nationals just won a World Series. They didn't look like a playoff team the first 3 months of that year.
Well, they had healthy old and young pitching.
Hey,
we don't have that. Like
the Giants are getting healthier pitching. They just got Robbie Ray back.
I told you they're going to shut down 2/5 of their rotation.
Well, then that's a problem.
Well, yeah, that's a problem. That's kind of where we're going.
That's
with
a
this.
problem.
That's
a problem.
I mean, this is akin to beating, the Colts of a couple of years ago and being like, you're a Super Bowl contender. Like, great, you beat the Colorado Rockies 4 times. You also lost them 2 out of 3 in Colorado. Like, you have been a mediocre to lousy team all year. 1 weekend doesn't change my opinion on team building for the year.
So you trust a guy who you don't like to make deals at the deadline to go get other prospects and possibly flip them?
No, what I'm saying is that the mandate should come down from ownership that you've had your opportunity for 5 months to prove whether you're a playoff team. The verdict is out. You're not. All right? And so now you need to do what we want you to do.
The season's not over yet.
They're not a playoff team.
Season's not over yet.
They're not a playoff
Season's not over yet. Okay. 4 games behind the Padres and the Diamondbacks. So I'm just saying, this rotation looks like they could mow down anybody. Blake Snell looks like that Cy Young Award winner from last year.
For 3 starts.
I've been waiting on him for 4, actually. He's been balling.
Okay,
he's been balling. He's been 4 straight starts because he's finally healthy, which we all knew. His numbers in July, August, and September, because I said it on this show. Hey, I wouldn't sell Snell stock yet. He's a second-half pitcher. And, boy, is he looking dominant.
It's too little too late. This is a classic case.
You're only 4 games back of the Padres and
Diamondbacks. You don't even believe what
Diamondbacks.
you're saying.
Why not? You're 4 games back. Make some moves. Wake me up. Get me interested in Giants baseball again.
But when I say buy, they're so far behind, you don't even okay, for example,
what does it mean
the Yankees, just hear me out. The Yankees, what do the Yankees need? Well, they need a starting pitcher and they need
everything.
Right? Like they knew exactly what they needed, right?
Okay.
The Giants, what do you need? Everything.
No. You don't need everything. You need a reliever or 2, and you need some hitters. You need about a hitter or 2.
You don't even know what position.
No, first base. I keep telling you, first base. I want a first baseman.
They Jr. that they like.
Oh, God. The guy who was hitting 4 home runs.
I'm just telling you.
Gosh,
I'm just telling
Jr.
you.
Listen, man, do not sell. Do not sell. You want to get Giants fans back in business? Go ahead. You want Giants fans to say, you know what? I'm done with this. And percentage-wise, because the graphics been popping up on my timeline every damn day. The Giants, when it comes to remaining schedules, guess what? Guess what, Lubman? Guess what, Shasky? On paper, the fine folks in Major League Baseball are telling me the Giants have the easiest remaining schedule the rest of the way.
So you come in 2 games behind the last wild card spot, and you stand pat, right? Or you buy. Fine, you buy. I'll play the game. You buy. You stand pat, and then you lose Snell because he's opting out because he had a great couple of months down the stretch. You're losing Robbie Ray because he's going to opt out because he's got. This is the problem with how they built the team. Then you're going to lose Matt Chapman at the end of the year because he's going to opt out, and then you're stuck with Solares 2 more years, and then you got Conforto. He walks as a free agent.
You may not be stuck with
classic sell that I've ever seen.
You could trade Soler the offseason.
Atlanta needs a starter.
You could trade Soler the offseason. Who says you got to keep Soler for the next 2 years? You can trade him in the offseason when deals are done. You go to the winter meetings and say, hey, I got Soler on the block. Give me a little prospect. You could do that in the offseason.
Soler's been good for a week and a half.
You could move off him.
I mean,
you could move off of Soler.
This team, they owe it to themselves to sell because this is not the year to go all in on their pitching. When you're going to shut down Harrison and you're going to shut down Hicks and you're going to shut down Birdsong at some point, you're literally going to run out of pitching. And so right there, I already know it's kind of baked into the equation. You don't have enough to get you through the finish line.
Man, you guys sound like a bunch of quitters out here. You guys sound like a bunch of quitters. You just got the rotation intact. They're healthy.
No, to me, the number is 9. This is the problem. 9, as in there are 9 teams that have been better than them for 5 months.
4 months. 4 months. Your math is wrong. It's been 4 months of baseball.
Okay.
4 months of baseball, Shasky. Hey, come on, man. 6 months, 4 months, 5 months. We got 2 months left of the season. We got 2 months left. Let's go. What are Giants fans at? We quitting on the season?
2.
Really? You guys want to really watch meaningless baseball in September? You don't want to go for it?
Baseball
you don't want to go for it? You don't want to go for it?
Well,
Let's go for it.
It would not be meaningless the last 2 months.
That's what I'm
meaningless
saying.
It would be meaningless in that if you want a playoff spot, yeah, it would be meaningless. But like in terms of just being able to watch what some of these young guys look like, or what are we going to see more from Ramos? What are we going to see more from Fitz?
Yeah.
We're going to see more from Matos.
That's going to get eyeballs on the TV.
Well,
that's going to get eyeballs on the TV.
That's
going to be eyeballs on the TV.
That's something to lean into.
That's going to be great eyeballs on the TV. Any of those players can stack up against the Dodgers then? If that's what we're doing? Oh, yeah, let's get these young guys playing. They are playing.
Clearly doesn't stack up against the Dodgers.
I don't care about
You know
Conforto.
who does? Elliot Ramos, a young player who we gave an opportunity to and finally proved that not only does he deserve to play, he deserves to start NBA.
How do you look against the Dodgers last week?
Bonte, he's rebounding.
How do you look against the Dodgers last week?
He's on pace for 2,500.
How do you look against the Dodgers last week? You just brought up the Dodgers. How the hell did Ramos look against the Dodgers?
You're literally speaking into existence.
So I need more players. I need somebody to complement these youngsters. I need an anchor.
Why you sell the garbage parts who aren't legitimate big leaguers.
Parts and go get me some big boys. Go get me some big boys. Toronto is selling Vlad Jr. Why not get in? We've been looking for a star. We're looking. No, it's the same damn conversation, Shasky, because you're going in for this year and the future, and I got an anchor that can anchor this lineup for the next 2 years and could potentially carry a lineup through the playoffs this year. This guy can carry a lineup for 2 months, Vlad Guerrero Jr., and the Blue Jays are selling. They're selling. And don't even give me this, we've tried to sign Aaron Judge, Carlos Correa, Shohei Ohtani, Bryce Harper, and now there's a superstar on the block. And you don't want to go in on this guy? Oh, my God, let's go. What happened to Giants fans around here? Let's buy, baby, buy. You want to waste a year?
Let me take Vlad Jr. off the board for you, okay? Because that's and I get it. You're infatuated with him,
just looking
and
at
I would
Vlad
love
Jr.
to have him. Who else are you buying?
Well, I don't know who else is getting sold. I don't know who else is getting sold.
That's why you sell. No. Just let me lay this out. You're one of the few teams that knows you should sell. And if you put Robbie Ray, Blake Snell out on the market. Those are 2 because Crochet is going to cost a ton because he has more team control. And the kid from Detroit has a very specific trade demands, so he's going to be tough to sell. He's also pre-arb eligible. So you have 2 guys who are classic rentals. Everyone in baseball would want.
I hear that.
Everyone
but you may
in baseball.
Not get much for them,
so
number
if you
one.
identify yourself as a seller, it is clearly a seller's market because there are 1,000 buyers. And if you put that guy Matt Chapman out there, how many teams would want to have a third baseman right now?
So you're already talking about shutting down Harrison and Birdsong.
Yes.
And now if you want to trade Robbie Ray and Blake Snell, who the hell's going to be in the rotation the last 2 months?
You have to offset your Bonte. I have no problem.
Who is going
You're
to
not
pitch
going to win. Once you sell, you're waving the white flag.
Who is going to pitch in this rotation the last 2 months? Outside of Logan Webb, if you sell.
You already are starting Eric Miller currently.
For one game. I got Birdsong. I got Harrison. Because you had the doubleheader on Saturday, so you had to go Snell and Birdsong.
This is what you do. You call up the Spencer Bivens of the world.
Oh, my God.
And you give all those guys opportunities.
Oh, my God. Nobody wants to watch that. Are you kidding me?
Spencer Bivens has been...
Joe Hawks over here said Spencer Bivens for the last 2 months of the dog days of August.
I thought he looked good yesterday.
Spencer Bivens?
Whatever. We said that about Tyler Fitzgerald, then he had the best 2-week stretch of any Giant.
You said that about Tyler Fitzgerald because you were so caught up in shorts. I'm saying... what did I say a couple weeks ago? Just give Wisely and Fitzgerald opportunities at shortstop. You're like,
right.
Bonte, really? Really? It's not about being right. But you give up on these dudes so damn fast, and then all of a sudden it's like, well, you didn't say that about Tyler Fitzgerald. No, I said give Tyler Fitzgerald a damn chance, and now look at him. And now look at you. You're on the bandwagon here. Come on, Shasky. You don't believe this.
On the Tyler Fitzgerald thing, Donovan Solano won a Silver Slugger.
Spencer Bivens, by the way, because I had to pull up the box score because I misremembered what Spencer Bivens did yesterday. He gave up 2 hits in a walk yesterday in an inning. He had 3 base runners off.
Got out of a base loaded jam, though.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
and you want to watch that for August and September? You don't even believe what you're saying right now.
You don't even know what position you want.
I want first base. I want an outfielder.
Okay,
I want a bopper.
Yeah.
I want a bopper, and I want some speed.
I want to win the lottery.
All right. Well,
I want to win the lottery.
But I got a rotation here. Where I got Blake Snell dealing. He's back. He's all the way back, which I kind of saw the future in that one, right? Robbie Ray looked damn good. And now I got Logan Webb and these young studs who can learn how to pitch in a pennant race. I want Harrison and I want Birdsong pitching in a high leverage situation.
But they're gonna get shut down. The organization has told you
down later.
They're not gonna. You're not gonna risk a 21 and 22-year-old arm for a fait accompli run at a wild card spot. The other guy that we haven't even brought up, who I think would be packaged with Snell or Robbie Ray, is Camilo Duvall, who clearly has been not the same, and the team has an odd vibe when it comes to him right now. So you're talking about a closer and a bullpen spot. Everyone in baseball is looking for left-handed starters and closers. To me, this is a no-brainer.
SF Bay Jumper Houston, we got some calls. Finally, we got some calls. It took a lot of energy there to get some calls about the dead Giants. All of a sudden, somebody care. SF Bay Drummer in Houston. Come on, baby. I know what you're about. You're about that buy life. Buy.
Yeah. You know, I am with the buy, but at the same time, Farhan, you should be going to Home Depot and get all the boxes you can get because you're out of here.
So SF Bay Drummer, though, if you're Farhan Zaidi and you know you can't afford to sell and you know you can't afford to miss the playoffs, why wouldn't you buy?
I mean, you know, I want Vlad Jr., but I don't know. You know, knowing Farhan, like, when has he ever come through except for Chris Bryant in 2021? Like, I really have no faith in him. Hopefully we can get a Paul Goldschmidt if we can't get Vlad Jr., but we do need a first baseman, and they messed up on Jazz Chisholm. I wanted him too, and then the Yankees got him over the weekend.
Yep.
So, like, I want to see Conforto gone. I want to see some of the, like, some people need to get DFA too, but I really want Vlad Jr. and I wouldn't mind Bo Bichette, but you know Tyler Fitzgerald is on the heater too. But maybe if we trade Estrada, we can get something back for him too. If we can get Bo Bichette and Vlad Jr., I'll start with that. And then give away Conforto and Flores for some relievers or something like that, and go from there. But I mean, I really don't even want to make the playoffs because I just don't want Farhan to be here anymore. I don't want Farhan to be here anymore. I don't need any false hope for Farhan to be here. Like, I mean, we lost to the Rockies last weekend. Like, I know once we start playing real teams again, we'll start losing again. Like, I just don't have faith in this guy. Like, he's like a dark cloud over the Giants. I need sunshine and clear skies over AT&T Park, not dark clouds.
Hey, you know what, SF Trevor? Vlad Jr. and Bo Bichette could bring that sunshine to you, baby, all the way from Canada.
But, Bonte, this is the type, like, I look at our cupboard right now. They have, I think, 2 players in the top 100 of Keith Law's MLB prospect list.
You guys have been talking to me about prospects for the last 3 years.
When you make a trade, when you make a trade for someone like Vlad Jr., you better have prospects that people covet. Right now, they don't have those. But if you got yourself Snell out of here and you got Duvall out of here, Chapman, Robbie Ray, maybe you've got that 3rd or 4th prospect that in the offseason does net you enough to go get a Vladdy Jr. You don't have the cupboard.
Let's go to Zach in Washington, D.C. Zach, come on, baby. Zach, you're buying, right?
Good.
You're buying, right?
Yeah.
Fucking prospects. Come on.
I've been listening for a little bit now, but I think you could do a scenario where you do trade a Snell or Robbie Ray and you buy another player. I mean, you've seen it happen with the Mariners like last year where they made a trade with the D-backs and their reliever situation, right? Like, I think you could do a deal. When I'm looking, you got the Mets that have 5 top 100 prospects. or the Yankees, who are free. I mean, I don't think Jason Dominguez is going to be out there on the market. I mean, man, I think you can do a scenario where you buy and also sell. I mean, why not get rid of an arm? You got Hayden Burstrong. He's been really good. Kyle Harrison. We also have, we got Reggie Crawford. I mean, that guy's supposed to be up soon, We got some other guys, Carson Wisenhunt. Like, we got some pitching, in my opinion.
All right.
So,
All right.
I don't know, man. I wouldn't say I'm a complete buyer here, but I think you could do a win-win situation.
All right, Zach, I respect it. By the way, the Yankees, whenever they give away these prospects never seem to work out over the years, for the last 20 years. And then when it comes to the Yankees, it's like, why are the Yankees getting rid of this player? They want the best players ever. Why are the Yankees trading these guys? Well, maybe these guys just may not be that good. They may not be that good. So I'm not buying the rankings of farm systems and prospects, blah, blah, blah. I'm prospect out, for crying out loud. Prospects this, prospects that, prospects this. How long we been waiting on Marco Luciano? High prospect, number one in the system. Oh, my God. Top five, top 10. This guy can't think, feels worse than me.
But without prospects, you don't get Elliot Ramos having a monster year this year. You don't get Patrick Bailey being a pretty good defensive catcher.
You just said Patrick Bailey's hanging out by a thread.
Offensively. and then you don't get Hayden Birdsong. You don't get Kyle Harrison. If I said those four players are literally the most salvageable players on the Giants, and then you get obviously the Tyler Fitzgerald development, which I don't know. We'll see if it ends up being real or not. I mean, as I wrote down here, I saw Donovan Solano win a Silver Slugger. Yaz had one great year. Wade had months at a time. Wisely was red hot. He has been ice cold lately. Matos had a great, 8 days. Estrada's had multiple 2-week periods where he's been on fire. But all those guys came back down to earth. So we'll see with Tyler Fitzgerald. But without those four players, like the young guys, without those young guys, we would have zero hope. So it's about collecting young guys right now.
So now we're putting Fitzgerald in that hope?
No, he's on the outside looking in.
All right.
Like Ramos now has been here since May 8th, and he's adjusted to the league's adjustment and back and forth. I feel like, and he's also dealing with the thumb thing, and I feel like he's doing really well right now. Bailey's been up for a full year and change. He looks like a legit catcher. Yes. I don't know what offensively, he's not a middle of the order guy, and we could talk about that later on down the line. He's a slap hitter, but he's a keeper. And then I look at the rotation. You have Birdsong and Harrison. That's a nice young combo. That's a really nice young combo.
You're back on the Harrison trade? See, I'm going to wait on Harrison.
But here's the thing with Harrison.
I'm going to wait on Harrison because it's one thing to pitch against the Rockies. I want to see you against the other teams.
But here's what they did with him, and this is the part why I actually like it. Because they're both up to their innings limits, right? They're going every 6 days, maybe even every 7 days. I think for the rest of the year, to stretch them out, to get them to a number of innings pitched that they've never reached before, I think skipping a day with each of those guys in the rotation is the way that I would do it. So I'd finish the year out. I'll have career highs in innings limits, but I won't put too much stress on them and space it out a little better like they did. The returns thus far have been really good when they get that extra day of rest. And so I would stick with that extra day or two of rest.
And you know what I would stick with too? Is having Robbie Ray and Blake Snell as tutors for these young guys. I would stick with that. How you like that?
I like that. I would love that, but both guys are opting out at the end of the year.
That. Well, that's fine. I don't really care about them. No, I don't really care about them. If you stay with
your payroll what it is now, if you stay with your payroll for what it is now, you lose draft capital.
Yeah, that's fine.
You lose money to sign people.
Anyway.
But you make it more difficult for yourself to add to the team down the line.
You can, but you know what? At this point, there is no next year if I'm Farhan Zaidi. That's the whole point. There is no next season.
But this is why you don't allow someone who doesn't have a year left to make deals recklessly.
But he can convince Greg Johnson if he buys and you make a run in these playoffs and you buy, and you get this fan base reinvigorated. All of a sudden, you can't buy yourself another year or two. I'm the biggest Farhan hater out there. Let's go to.
It's too little, too late.
Let's go to Richie Rich in Livermore. Then we'll get our boy Verducci. Richie Rich, what's happening, Richie Rich?
What's up, my guys, B and Shasky, man? I'm on the fence with it. We had this talk a couple weeks ago, Shasky, remember, about how boring it is to watch the Giants, man. And I feel like, with those two pitchers back, Robbie Ray and Snell, looking the way they look, they give us a better shot. So why not go try to get a couple big names and give us something? Because, man, we've been looking like bums for a minute, right?
Yep.
And if it doesn't work, then hell, hey, you guys are gone. Farhan got to go, the whole nine. But I think, just give it a shot. See what we get and give it some push,
Richie
man.
Rich,
you know what I mean,
Richie
boys?
Rich, hold on. Richie Rich.
Talk to me.
Isn't it about winning and going for it? This is pro sports. All right, this ain't Little League passing out Capri Suns. No, man, you know what? We're not winning games, but this guy's playing well, and we may have something in the future. You know what? You got to go for it. This ain't Pittsburgh. This ain't Tampa Bay. This ain't a small market. These are the San Francisco Giants. Bye. Right, Richie?
Let's go. That's what I'm talking about, baby. We got to go all in.
Get it up.
Hey, I couldn't invite you, man. I've been so busy hosting these kids, man. But you guys got to tune in tonight. ESPN Plus. My little man is going against Louisiana today in the Little League World Series, man.
Ooh.
I'm pumped, man.
What's the spread on that, Richie Rich?
Today's a big day.
What's the spread on that?
Yeah, I was going to invite you guys to come out, man, but I've been so busy. But catch it on ESPN tonight, man. Livermore, California. They're going to go out there and kick some butt, man.
How was Reno?
What was that?
Didn't you go up to Reno? How was Reno?
Oh, Shafty, we went 8-0 and won the Ultimate World Series, baby. I'll send you some pictures, dude. We blew everybody out and smoked them. I'll send you some pictures. They went 8-0. They beat everybody and won that World Series, but now they got their feet wet. They got a big test tonight, man. We watched Louisiana play last night. They got some big boys. They had this big kid throwing about 81 gas, and they saved them for us tonight. So he's going to give us our all. We got our hands full, but I'm pretty confident in our boys to go out there and get that W.
There it is, Richie Rich.
Rich's son's a hell of a ball player.
Love it.
Got a little lefty. He hit a walk-off on us. I mean, he hit a bunch of smoke shots in the 2 games we played him. His son is an excellent player.
ESPN Plus, baby. Let's go. Verducci, El Dorado Hills. This is how you know he's fired up. I haven't heard from my man in a long time. Verducci, I know what you're about. You're about big business, and you want big wins, which means I think you want to buy at the deadline. Right, Verducci?
Yes, sir, baby. It's pulsating up here in the El Dorado Hills. And I know about a week ago I was saying we probably got to sell. But after this great last 4 games, we got to buy. I'm sick and tired of missing the playoffs. And I think you can do the best of both worlds, baby. You can get a Vlad Guerrero that sets you up for next year. Because the reality is, ain't no free agent going to come here. Any big bats not going to come here out in the free agent market. We've seen that. So you got to go get them in the trade deadline and then sell them on the aspect of being here in San Francisco. And then you got to go ahead and get rid of the dead weight on this roster to either call up the Matos of the world. I'm looking at the Jacksons, the Confortos, even, the Wade, I think, is more of a bench player. But I do think you got to strengthen the bullpen. Go get me a big boy in the middle of that order that can drive in runs, because I'm sick and tired of seeing us with bases loaded, 1 out, and we can't drive any runs home. So get someone that sets us up for the future. And then, Shafty, I agree with you. We might have the option to still sell Snell and get some good prospects back, but then maybe we sell Ray on the aspect of staying here, signing him to a contract extension with Chapman, because the reality is I'm tired of people coming in and going, all right? We need some continuity on this team, and us fans got to know what jersey we're wearing when we go to these games. So we're buying, baby, because it's Farhan's last time to do this, baby. It's his last time to cook, or he's out of there. So let's go, Giants fans. Let's make this run. We got the rotation. Let's go and wake the hell up on a Monday.
Let's go, Verducci. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, Richard Verducci. Buy. Compete at the highest levels. You're 4 back in the Padres and the Diamondbacks. Who the hell says Blake Snell and Robbie Ray and Logan Webb can't mow these zoos down? You treat Harrison and Versal with kid gloves. Hey, every 6 days you're going to pitch, and when they pitch, they're dealing right now. Let's go, man. I can't believe some of you guys out there want to just punt the season with 2 months left. Baseball's just getting started. The dog days are here, baby. The dog days are here, Sasky. Bye. Let's go. We're getting everybody. Now I'm fired up about the Giants. Farhan, you got a day off. Let's cook, baby. Cook. Work the phones. You need help? My number is 415, blah, 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 blah. Call me if you need help on a deal. Let's go.
I bet Farhan has a 626 number. Or what is it, 628?
Yeah, probably. He may have a 650.
He's one of those transplant
numbers. May have a 310 number from L.A. Who knows? Let's go buy. This is a big boy market. Get us through training camp. Let's go.
You just imagine you had a miserable marriage for multiple years, but we had one great date, and that's going to salvage this relationship.
Hey, I'm trying to get to the playoffs, baby. Hey, what if Farhan tells Slusser? Stakes are high. What if Fleming tell us? We've got to make the playoffs, and the settings doesn't change. The expectations doesn't change if we're playing Fitzgerald's in the world. And what did Greg Johnson tell Tim Kawakami, who was puffing his chest out? It is mandatory we get to the postseason. So that's the setting I'm operating under. Ain't no take a step back, watch the youngsters play, kick our feet up and lose a bunch of games. No. We need meaningful baseball in San Francisco. Meaningful baseball. I'm sick of this prospect this and prospect that. Well, we got this guy, we got that guy. Well, this year's going to look at, now the hell with that.
Because of injuries.
The hell with that.
It's because of injuries.
The hell with that. Buy. And I'm buying, baby. Injury report, hit me.
Ow!
Buy. And if you want to get on this train with me, I got room on the Blake Snell train. I got room on the Fitzgerald train. I got room, baby. Let's buy. These are the Giants. What would Sabian do? You want to call Sabi Saves right now? You know what Sabi Saves will do? Bonte and Chasky. Let me tell you, I'm buying. That's what he would do.
Did he buy in 08?
Well, they stunk in 08.
Thank you. And they stink now.
No, there's a third wild card. They're 4 back of the Padres and the Diamondbacks. Do the math, Chasky. Do the math. Got a lot of baseball to play. Except for Tyro Estrada. He doesn't have a lot of baseball to play. He's on the injury list with a sprained left wrist, and that's okay. He aggravated the wrist last week. He's on the IL. Get right, Tyro. Get right. I need you for the back half of the dog days of September when we're in this race, baby, going for a wild card spot. And then Wilmer Flores, he's also placed on the IL. Need his knee to get right. God knows we need a pinch hitter in September when it comes down to the last week of the season. Oh, I'm on fire right now, baby. You love it, Shasky. Buy. 888-957-9570. You buy it or sell it, Giants fans. Let's go. You want to buy or sell? You really want to sell and punt this season? Come on. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerzer, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Jack Richie would get you on the other side. That's what's coming up in the game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Oh, baby! What is happening on a Monday morning here on the Roast? 95.7 The Game. And Giants fans, it's simple. Are you buying or are you selling? Are you buying or are you selling? Farhan's on the clock, deadline tomorrow. Give me that deadline time. What time's the deadline?
Tomorrow at 3.
3 p.m. West Coast time?
3 p.m. Yes, Pacific time.
Really? It's a late deadline then. Usually it's
they
around.
moved it up a day too. So
yeah, moved it up a day.
31st,
oh, yeah. 3 p.m. West Coast time, Shasky. Maybe Vlad Jr. will be crossing the border. Maybe he will be using his passport to come eat clam chowder, eating crab sandwiches. Maybe Bo Bichette is on his way. Who knows who's going and coming?
Hopefully it happens before 10 a.m., you know?
Well, it probably
breaking
won't.
news on our show.
No, it probably won't happen.
10:01.
That's why I told you guys 10 to 2. Looks good. Looks better every day. By the way, shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. And, of course, River Island's guest line. Gary Washburn's going to join us at 8:30 live from Payre. We're going to talk about Team USA. We'll get to Brock Purdy in the 9 o'clock hour. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Island's guest line. Is it a time for you to discover the islands? I think I'm going to go out there next week. River Islands in Lathrop. That's right. I'm going to check out their community. All right. 888-957-9570. You want to buy, you want to sell. If you're Farhan, you got to buy. You want to keep your job, you got to buy. You cannot punt the season. That's just where I'm at right now. You got this rotation that looks very, very good. Very good right now. Now, I know you beat up on the Colorado Rockies, and the Rockies are basically an expansion team. I get it. When I look at the schedule, and I look at the standings, and I look at the expectations, I just don't believe the franchise can afford to sell and say, hey, we're going to just rebuild for 2025. I don't believe you can sell that. I don't. Now, if you want to sell. Call us, 888-957-9570. Shasky wants to sell. I understand why people will want to sell, but the competitor in me can't do it. I just can't do it.
Well, you asked like what Brian Sabian would do, and they really didn't have too many opportunities because they were very wildly successful. And they also had, like, similar to the Steph Curry equation that's going on with the Warriors, they had Barry Bonds for such a long time. In 2007, at the trade deadline, they moved off Matt Morris. It was a bad deal. And he was a right-handed starting pitcher that was
all-time Cardinal,
somewhat coveted, right? And it was just a bad deal. All right, and they got rid of him. In 2008, they were about where they are now, under 500. They were looking at their third straight losing season, which is about what they are now, and they sold off Ray Durham, okay? That's what they did. Well, now, 09,
before you move on, how many playoff spots were available back then?
Well, you had the one extra wild card spot, and that was it. Yeah. So, but that does.
So
but
you
again,
got more wild card
you were
spots
closer to the playoffs that year than you are currently, right? Mm-hmm. So that matters. Context matters. Also, I look at this team, and they had one of the best players in the game in Tim Lincecum, who was going through a Cy Young year that year, and they still sold off Ray Durham. Why? Because it was like, this isn't our time. This is not our moment.
And Ray Durham was getting up there.
09.
Ray Durham was getting up there. Let's not act like he's like some big boy.
Well, I mean,
he ain't on the level of Blake Snell and Robbie Ray.
Okay, but they're 33 and 34 years old, right? So let's also like acknowledge where they're at. Chapman's 31, right? And so you asked me what Sabian would do. When presented with a team that was below 500 at the deadline, he sold. Now,
I don't think he's selling on this team. Not with the extra wild card spots.
In 09, they were 14 games over 500 at the time.
Yep.
Okay?
Yep.
And they ended up, because they thought that this was their moment, they ended up making a trade that was for the then and the future, which was for Freddie Sanchez. They also got Ryan Garco to upgrade at the deadline. But you have to understand, this team is not 14 games over 500. So you're asking me what Sabian would do? Well, the two times where he was presented with a comparable situation, he sold what he needed to be able to try to unload an older player, open up a spot for a younger player, and get multiple young players who ended up not being, the equation for what would be winning. But it was about getting something instead of nothing.
Sabian, though, would also look at this team and say, I really haven't had Blake Snell. Wow. Snell's healthy. Pretty damn good. It's like one of the 5 best pitchers in the National League. Then Sabian will look at Robbie Ray and say, well, yeah, I haven't had him for 3 months. I see him in his first start. Wow, he didn't give up a hit. Whoo-wee. Okay, I got 2 electric lefties. Electric. Logan Webb, who's in a bit of a slump, but I know Logan Webb will figure it out. He'll be all right. Now I got these young studs in Birdsong, and I got Harrison. Now I got the option of putting Hicks in the bullpen. I can add to this bullpen. And I see that there's a void in the middle of the lineup when it comes to power, because I don't know if Fitzgerald's going to be able to continue to do this. Let me go try to get that here. So that's where Sabian's mind would go. I finally have a healthy rotation.
So I take Vladdy Guerrero off the board for you.
Okay, Vlad Guerrero.
Okay,
just give me a first base.
I actually think left-handed power bat is more important than right-handed.
Give me a power bat, left-handed, right-handed. I don't really care, but this is two elements I want to add.
Those guys aren't out there.
I want to add two elements.
Look at the 10 teams that would sell.
I really don't know who's going to sell, because I didn't know Randy Arozarena was going to get sold by the Tampa Bay Rays.
Everyone kind of saw that coming because of the Wander Franco situation.
But he got sold, right? I didn't think Christopher Morel would be sold by the Cubs, even though he's batting under 200. He got sold.
And where are the Cubs at?
Behind the Giants.
Exactly. And they know where they're at, right? And so, we saw the Cubs. None of us were impressed with the Cubs.
They're lovable losers, and that's why they sold. But I didn't see them selling Christopher Morel,
which is
young
why
prospects.
The Giants should sell.
I don't think
they have desirable pieces.
We shouldn't do business like the Cubs.
Why?
We shouldn't do business because we're not the Cubs.
What do you
mean?
They're
the lovable losers.
They've won a championship more recent memory than we have.
They won one 2 years after one, and they won their first championship in over 100 years.
You're closer to the Cubs than you want to admit.
I'm 4 games behind the Padres and the Diamondbacks. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about organizationally. They've landed free agents.
They have. That's why I need to go trade and go get me a big boy. Because obviously I can't land free agents. I don't have the allure of Chicago in the summertime. Summertime shy. You know what I'm saying? I don't have that allure. I don't have Wrigley Field. I got Oracle Park, which people complain about. So when I go out there to try to sign players, I can't sign them. The Cubs can. So you know what? My best avenue to getting the big boy here may be a trade. It may be a trade.
But you could make that same argument in the offseason, which I would say that we're going to have this same conversation come winter meetings time. And to me, it's about stocking the cupboard with enough prospects. Not that these prospects are going to hit, but so that you have ammunition to make a big-time deal like what you're talking about and still have something and still have guys that you can plug and play throughout. Like right now, let's say you make this deal.
But if you buy these
about.
Prospects and they scuffle in minor leagues, what value do they have? Like we talk about Luciano.
You can play that game until we're blue in the face.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't want to play that game no more.
That's all
I want major league proven talent.
But Bonte, all the best teams like Atlanta, they were in prospect building mode for a long time, and then they realized, all right, now's our window. And now's our window to move, and we can be more aggressive. Atlanta's a great example. They went and got Chris Sale, right? They lost Strider this year. They've lost other guys in that rotation. They've lost Acuna for the year. They still think they can win a championship.
No, they don't. No, they don't. They're freaking out in Atlanta. They don't believe they can win this year. They believe they got the black cat under their dugout now.
You might feel that way.
No,
I talked to people in Atlanta.
I talked to people in Atlanta.
At the deadline.
I talked to people in Atlanta. They're going to try to make a move at the deadline.
There you go.
They're going to try, but why can't we try?
Because now's their time in terms of they have a plethora of guys that are in their prime locked up for long term.
As we watch the Giants win 3 World Series, and obviously 2010 was special. 2012, they were one of the best teams in the game. 2014, they snuck in and they had the miracle down Marcus.
Yeah, but they had guys in their prime.
But so what? I hear that. Well, that matters. But I'm thinking about myself. I'm thinking about this team in the short series, in the first round, and I'm trotting out Snell, Ray, and Webb. What's going on to face that in the short series? Because anything happens in the playoffs.
It sounds great.
We just watched the Diamondbacks sneak into the World Series. How many games they win last year? 83, 84?
Yeah, but
How many games?
They also had 2 guys that were younger than Snell and Robbie Ray who pitched all year and were dynamic.
But their strength was those 2 players. Our strength
Zach
is our
Gallen
starting. Our strength is our starting rotation.
Well, no, it's been for 2 weeks, Bonte. It's been a strength for 2 weeks. It wasn't a strength for 4 months.
They're finally healthy. And by the way, before people get on me about Atlanta, didn't the Giants go down to Atlanta and win 2 or 3? He went down to Atlanta and won 2 or 3.
This isn't about a singular series.
But that's what the playoffs are. That's what the playoffs are. They're series. When you can catch lightning in a bottle. Let me get in then. I want to get into the playoffs. That's what I want for 2024.
So you're jumping the other teams because right now you're 10th place in the National League. You're going to be jumping a handful of teams. You're going to get healthier. You're going to get the same comparable production from those guys that have been good for a week. And then all of a sudden you're just going to be this team.
Yeah, they were saying the same thing about the Mets a month ago. Oh, you got to jump all these teams. You got to jump all these teams.
Yeah,
you got to jump all these teams.
Francisco Lindor was a multiple-time All-Star.
Yeah, but he hadn't done diddly poo with the Mets up until that point.
Deal for a reason.
Yeah, but he wasn't doing anything.
Probably going to get
he looked like a bust until a month ago. Francisco Lindor. He finally put it together. Yeah, but he looked like a he was getting booed off the diamond.
One of the best players in Cleveland.
He was getting booed. He was in Cleveland. And then he gets traded to the Mets and he did nothing.
But the Giants don't have those guys right now. That's again, I keep saying,
that's why I'm asking.
Look at their primes.
That's why I'm asking to go get that guy. That's why I'm locked in on Vlad Guerrero Jr. with Toronto, knowing that they're selling. I'm saying maybe that's my guy. I can't sign a guy in the offseason. Well, let me try to trade for one. And you have team control.
So, like, you're talking about Vladimir Guerrero signing. So let's just say in this hypothetical, you make a move for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. The team even qualifies for the playoffs. Snell and Ray are opting out. Chapman's probably opting out. Now I have given up all of my prospects to get Vladdy Jr. Why is he going to want to sign an extension here if there are no other players to play in the lineup?
I got Vlad Jr. and I'm saying, look, we go out there and make trades. We sign pitchers and we can reinvigorate
trades, you have to have
But if you're a pitcher, you say, wow, Kevin Gausman. Wow, Carlos Rodon.
They didn't sign any of those guys.
Yeah, but teams are looking at the Giants saying, I could go pitch there and go make some money elsewhere, even if I use the Giants for a year. It's not a sustainable model right now, but you got to do something and then obviously you got Birdsong and Harrison who are linchpins alongside Logan Webb. So I got those three going into the future, no matter what. Birdsong, Harrison, and Logan Webb.
And I like that. It's nice.
And then I could patchwork the back end of the rotation by getting the big boy, by signing him to a one-year deal with the player option. Now, if that's how I got to do business, then that's how I'll do business right now. But I got to get into the postseason. I have to get there. I have to.
And who's to say also, if they do, again, make this big trade for like a Vlad Jr., who's to say that won't, get Blake Snell, Robbie Ray to look at that? It's like, we actually have a lineup now that can kind of give me some run support where if I do give up one run, that's too much. I mean,
you know what pitchers want? They want 4 5-year deals that are guaranteed for a couple $100 million. And the Giants,
give it to them,
Dan. I would not give Blake Snell a 4 or 5 year deal worth a couple $100 million. This year has been marred with craziness. What?
I'm giving him a 3.
It was an unusual year for him too. I mean, if you're signing him to a long-term deal in this hypothetical, you're getting a full offseason and a full spring training. From him.
But
you're not going to
his
have to go through the craziness he got last year.
But his baseball card tells you he has wild, fluctuations in production.
You know what his baseball card tells you?
I love him.
You know what his baseball card tells you? July, August, September, he's one of the best pitchers in baseball.
But the beginning of March, April, and May is why
get through it. You get through it. You know he's going to be up and down. You get through it. But in July, August, September, when you give Blake Snell the ball, you're getting a quality start.
Okay, so they're going to give Gausman 120 at a younger age, more durable, but they're going to give an older Blake Snell a 4 or 5 year deal. This is what these guys want.
They're probably not. But you know what? It is what it is. I got to get to now. I'll worry about next year. I got to get now and get into these playoffs, man.
That's how they got into this situation, chasing rings.
And listen,
when you had Buster Posey in his prime and you had Mad Bum in their prime, that I get chasing rings. Believe me, I truly do. Like Bonte, right now, you've got a young Elliot Ramos, and you got Patrick Bailey and a couple of young starters who are going to hit their innings limit, who have never pitched over 140 innings in any season. Like, we can all acknowledge this just isn't their window. It's okay. No one's saying that they can't make a big deal to go get a guy for the long term and try to woo that guy. I'm in for that. But in terms of a rental, I am out on rentals. If anything, I am selling to build up the cupboard.
Did we think 2010 was the beginning of a window opening for us?
You had the rookie of the year. You had a guy who had multiple Cy Youngs.
You did not believe the Giants. You did not even believe the Giants were going to win the NL West that year.
You paid $130.
You didn't believe the Giants were going to win the NL West that year.
No, but they had. Bonte.
That's what I'm saying. You never know what could happen these last 2 months. Let it play out.
You had Pablo Sandoval in year 2 after having an unreal rookie year. You had Lincecum come out on the heels of back-to-back Cy Youngs. You had Matt Cain, who had been with the team for 5 years.
Pablo was not good in 2010.
No, but 2009 he hit 25 and 90.
Pablo was not good.
Okay. You're asking me how I felt. They won 88 games the year prior.
So you thought the window was starting to open? You thought the window was open? Yeah, I don't know if I buy that. I don't know if I buy that.
I'm telling you how everyone felt. And then everyone did not feel like that.
You're telling everyone how everyone did not feel like that because obviously I didn't feel like that.
So having the Cy Young who's 27 years old.
He wasn't even in the playoff. He wasn't even on the roster in 2010. Right? Playoff roster. He was getting pitch hits.
Who?
Pablo Sandoval he was a pitch hitter in the playoffs.
Okay, that was in the playoffs because Juan Uribe ended up taking his spot.
Yeah, he's stuck in 2010.
You're asking about how people felt going into 2010. They signed Mark DeRosa. Everyone's like, Mark DeRosa, that's the piece to get us into the playoffs.
God. Nobody. Who said that?
A lot of people.
Who said that?
A lot of people.
A lot of who? Your friends? Because I didn't say that. I got a side eye from Lubman. He's the biggest Giants fan I know. I certainly didn't say, oh my God, Mark DeRosa's a savior.
No,
who the hell said that?
Oh my God.
I got what? What? Who said Mark DeRosa was a savior? Let's go to Jack and Cemetel. Jack and Cemetel. Then we get to Richie from Queens. What's going on, baby? What's up, Jack? Come on, you with me, Jack? Let's buy, baby. Let's buy.
Hey guys, lively show. Now I say this with all respect, Shasky. If you're selling with 3.5 games out of the playoffs with 64 to go, I'm sorry, you're thinking like a loser. And Bonte is completely right. You can collect people like Luciano or Matos until you're dead, but when is the next time you're going to get into the playoffs with a chance of have a guy like Snell, Robbie Ray, and Logan Webb in a short series?
Wow.
Guys like Ray. I mean, guys like Ray and Snell. They're the ace of aces.
How many starts of Robbie Ray have you watched? Can I ask you how many starts? How many have you watched?
I've watched Robbie Ray. I live in Seattle. I watched Robbie Ray, and no, provide if he's
How many times has he started in the last 2.5 years? One start at the big league level in 2.5 years.
He watched the guy in Seattle with his Cy Young. He knows who Robbie Ray is. Let Jack cook. Jack, continue to talk, please.
Let me finish, Shasky. I mean, I say that with all respect, because you're 3.5 games out. And you have to make a run for it. And this is a time where you get like a Hunter Pence-like impact back into the lineup and stabilize the lineup. You let like Monte said, let Robbie Ray, let Blake Snell, let Logan Webb cook during the last 2 months. You never know what's going to happen in a short series. You have to go for it. I mean, you can collect guys like Luciano's guys until you're dead. Really, I mean, it's not. This is the time you go for it. They may never have another chance to have three aces in a short series like this. I mean, we watch Logan Webb. He's our ace.
Logan Webb's not pitched like an ace.
Jack, can you see the vision, Jack?
The most impactful thing Logan Webb's done all year is jump on stage and do a cowboy concert Friday night.
Don't disrespect Mr. Webb like that. Don't disrespect Mr. Webb like that. Now you're being disrespectful.
No, I'm not.
Hey,
I'm
Jack
being
and
realistic.
Candidate for call of the
being
week.
realistic.
He sees the vision. If you get into a short series, all you got to do is get in, and you got a shot. And now we disrespecting Logan Webb.
And we're talking about Luciano. Like the season has not been salvaged by watching the young players like Elliot Ramos stabilize everything. Ramos has been better than every free agent they've brought in this season.
One player.
Yeah. You don't get the benefits of reaping the reward of one player of development without having players to develop in your farm. And yeah, you're going to plant a lot of plants, and one will grow to as tall as a redwood tree, and the rest might die. That's how it works.
How long did it take the Giants to develop a homegrown outfielder? How long has it taken?
35 years.
Yeah, exactly. But don't get mad at the fan for not wanting to trade for something when they've seen for 35 years the inability to develop an outfielder. Is that not facts? Ramos is the first homegrown outfielder to make the All-Star game since who? Chili Davis?
Why?
We're talking 1987.
Why is
we were peeing in our pull-ups at that time, Jasky.
Because
what are you talking about?
20 years,
we were walking around with poopy diapers the last time they developed an outfielder. And now we finally got one, and we think they could develop every single season. Are you out of your mind? No. We finally got one. We're out there spilling Similac all over our white T-shirts. Mama, let me get a pacifier. Jesus Christ. For the hell with developing.
For 20 years, they traded away prospects to chase a ring. And I get why they did. They had Bonds, and then they had a dynastic run with posing them. I wasn't mad then. But now is not your time. Now is the time to hoard the draft picks and get more of them.
The time is now.
No,
you know why the time is now? Because Greg Johnson said the playoffs are mandatory. You know why the time is now? Because Farhan's running his mouth and bumping his gums talking about, it's been disappointing. But you know what, Slusser? The stakes are high this year.
2 years ago, they had Carlos Rodon, who was more dynamic and was more healthy than both Snell and Robbie Ray.
Robbie Ray and Blake Snell are healthy right now.
Do you regret not trading Carlos Rodon at that deadline?
No, I do not. I do not. I don't care.
I do. I think they do too.
I do not.
Yeah, I think they do too.
I don't even know what you're getting that for him. You regret Blake Snell within 15 strikeouts he had on Saturday?
He got a no decision.
God, well, you can't help that.
He was a great.
He kept you in the game.
Oh, that's his job. He's getting paid $32 million this year.
6 innings, the first time that's happened since Ted Lincecum. Come on, you want to trade that guy right now?
He's had 11 starts. Wow.
No. I'm with my boy Jackie Simontel by way of Seattle.
11 starts.
By way of Seattle. But you know what?
Been good.
But what have I been saying the last month?
Man.
What have I been saying the last month? Man. He can make up for it with a dynamic second half. And so far, so good. Richie for Queens.
He can make up for it if you trade him at the deadline to a team that is desperate, that wants to win now, and you get a couple of prospects back that can help you for when you really are ready to roll.
Aren't you tired of talking about prospects?
They're the fourth place team in the NL West.
Are you tired of talking about prospects?
No, because I want to see.
You know what?
Because the prospects have been good this year. Birdsong and Harrison, they're encouraging.
You
Ramos
just gave up on Harrison last week. You said you didn't even like Harrison.
Well, now that they've
ready to send him back down to minor leagues before the starts against Colorado. I can't keep up with you. You're back and forth. The pendulum swings.
Because I actually watch a game. I actually see
you watch the games. I watch the game too.
Flat Junior.
You look at all red. You've been talking about prospects for 4 years. They did nothing in squad. I'll trade the whole damn farm with the exception of Eldridge. The whole damn farm. Wizenhunt can go. Lucian can go. Everybody can go. I don't care about the prospects. These prospects never pan out. We got one guy, Elliot Ramos, who's had it 3 months.
They don't need a right-handed power back. Oh my God, I don't care. Vladdy, yes, they have right-handed power. They don't have left-handed power.
I would trade your boy Bryce Eldridge. I would trade Bryce Eldridge if it made it Vlad Guerrero Jr.
They need a third baseman for the future.
I would trade your boy Bryce Eldridge.
Corner outfielders.
Shasky, I asked you 2 weeks ago, you told me the most exciting thing about the Giants right now is a player in single A. A player in single A is the most exciting product. Yo, stop. Get him out of here and trade for Vlad Jr. Because Vlad Guerrero makes his team infinitely much better.
Being an all-star. You keep trading prospects, then you're going to be stuck with the Confortos of the world.
Trade everybody.
Exactly.
Don't give a damn about these prospects. We waited for Luciano for how long? How long you tell me about Luciano and Casey Smith?
And Ramos
Casey Smith,
you
went so crazy over Casey Smith. This guy finally got a home run the other day, and he got a standing ovation. It's like, wow, Casey Smith got a hit. Wow.
So a week ago, this team was garbage, and Farhan needed to go, and everyone needed to sell. They sweep the god-awful Colorado Rockies, who have Chris Bryant, who can't even move out in the outfield. And now all of a sudden, it's bye.
It's not even about the Rockies.
Delusional.
If you're no, Shasky, please. You know how to run the business. You know how to run the business. Yeah, okay. No.
Games,
4 months. First of all, it's 4 months. You haven't got to the 5th month yet. Do the math, business guy. Number two, if I'm Farhan Zaidi, my point is if I'm Farhan Zaidi, you can't afford to sell if you're Farhan Zaidi. Your job is on the line, and you may never get this opportunity again.
Destroy my team for years to come,
destroy them
so
by
that
signing
he can
guys.
chase a wild card spot.
Yeah, because if you get in, we watched the team win the World Series from the wild card spot. This is the same organization that won the World Series from the wild card spot.
They were over 500 every time when they made those deals.
So what? You're 2 games under. You're 3.5 back.
You're the 4th place team in the West.
You're 3.5 back of the Diamondbacks and the Padres. You're getting all upset. You really want to watch meaningless baseball for the last 2 months and just sell everybody?
I've been watching meaningless baseball for a decade.
No.
What are you talking about?
Oh, gosh.
Have I not? They were a loser in 2015. They were a loser in 2017. They were a loser in 2016. They were a loser in 2019.
2021.
They were a loser in 2021.
2021. They won 107 games, right?
They've had
they
2 winning seasons since 2016.
Yeah, that's fine.
I've watched meaningless baseball.
This is why I want to win this year. That's the more meaning. You just made my point. I'm tired of losing. I'm tired of losing. Trade everybody if that means get me a big boy. Richard from Queens, get in here.
Boy, I've been calling the station for a while and saying, you guys got to stop talking some baseball, because every time I called, nobody was talking Frisco baseball. And you guys have made up for it. Just got to get a little bit more animated. But other than that, you covered a lot of things. Can you hear me okay?
We got to go, Richie. Gary Washburn next.
Oh, my God.
Gary Washburn next. Shout out to our friends at Floyd Water Plumbing and Trade. Richie, you were slow on the draw. Call us back, Richie, because I do like it. You need to contact Floyd Water Plumbing and Trade at floydroller.net. You guys are just cool with just losing all the time? I want to go for it. I want to compete. Gary Washburn coming up. Boston Globe. Talk about Team USA. Bye. Brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Off the Davis screen, Durant. That's way too much space. Nylon, Kevin Durant, 2 for 2.
He just brings a different dynamic to this team that no one has seen yet in this tournament.
This is Jay from the Copper Skillet. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky. Looking forward to seeing you guys coming down here.
Big J out there, Copper Skillet. We need a good meal out there in Martinez, California. But I got to know, Shasky, we've known Gary Washburn for a while. Boston Globe, national NBA writers, my brother from another mother. How the hell did he do Boston and sending him to Paris? I'm so jealous. Wait, we got Wash on the air? Oh, Gary Washburn on the air. Live on the River Islands guest line, live from Paris, France. Gary, man, who the hell did you dupe? Who'd you trick to get out there to pay Reed?
Man, I got to tell you that off the air, man. I can't tell the entire Bay Area and all your outlets my secrets, man. So yeah. Maybe one day, man. We'll get Bonte. We'll get you to L.A. in 28, man. Maybe you can take the Greyhound down there, man.
Greyhound? 1973?
No, that's when you're balling on the budget, man. Gary understands the business. We're broke out here in these streets, man.
High cost of living in San Francisco.
Yeah, you know what time it is. And, that's going to be a homecoming for G. Wash because he's from down there in the L.A. area. So I know he's looking forward to that. But you're out there in Paris, and you got to see a special game yesterday on the special team. And there's no doubt I think they're going to win gold. Shasky we got a bet, actually, Shasky, that you believe USA was going to lose a game. So don't forget, I didn't forget about the bet. But Kevin Durant came back. He heard the highlight. But the big talking point after that game, obviously, was a guy you cover on a day-to-day basis, and that's Jason Tatum not playing yesterday. This is a 3-time first-team All-NBA member, and he doesn't get a second. Steve Kerr said afterwards, I was reading your quotes and your story, Gary, that he felt like an idiot for doing it. He's going to play the next game. But did you think, because during the game, Gary, I thought he was sick or injured. Did you think the same thing on why he wasn't playing? Did you think that maybe he took an ankle or got sick or something?
Yeah, I thought it was something because he just did not look engaged. Not to say he was not interested. He just did not look like he was going to play. He looked like a guy who was told before the game that he was not going to play, and I think that's what happened. So, he went through the motions. He cheered his teammates. He was supportive. It wasn't like he was a malcontent on the bench, but just from his body expressions, his body movements, and you could just tell when a guy knows he's not playing. And it just wasn't any kind of action to show that he was going to play. Like, even at halftime, he was the last guy to come back to the bench, and he went straight to the bench. He didn't even take any shots at halftime. So someone told him, whether it be Kerr or one of the assistants, like, we're going to sit you, we're going to let KD take those minutes, and then we'll figure it out from there on the next game against South Sudan. So it was definitely an interesting situation because he was probably the second best player on Team USA in Tokyo. Obviously, Durant was the best.
Right.
But you got a lot of new players now on this team, obviously with Steph and LeBron, and it's a different dynamic. But you got to think that Tatum has a role on this team. But as we saw yesterday, maybe not.
Well, I guess there's two elements to it, right? Like, obviously, you look at it like, oh my God, on the shirt, Jason Tatum's got to play. To your point, and then you like peel the onion back a little, and it's like, well, someone's got to sit. You can't play all 12 guys every single game, right? So, especially if there are closer games that are going to be down the stretch here, who would be the guy that's the odd man out?
Well, that's a good question. Some people are saying Devin Booker. Some people are saying you should just send Embiid back to Philadelphia because he's just so bad.
I might be one of those.
Yeah, some guys don't do well. As we all remember, Tim Duncan in 2004. Like, some guys are great NBA players and they get into the international stage and it just doesn't show. And then we've all seen with the guys like Patty Mills, the guys who are pretty good on the NBA level look like Steph on the international level. So, it's just, you just never know. And I just think you got to mix and match here. Obviously, as we've seen, Tyrese Halliburton is probably not going to play unless it's a blowout. He'll probably get some minutes in a game just to say he played, but he's not going to play. Kerr obviously likes this combination of Drew Holiday and Derek White for defense. He's starting Devin Booker, and Devin's actually trying on defense, so that's a good thing. So some people could say, well, you could take Devin Booker's minutes and give him to Tatum. You got to have a role for KD, although I don't think you want to go and play him 25, obviously 40-minute game. you're not trying to play him 25 or 28 minutes. You're trying to play him 18 to 20 because he's so effective with the scoring. And then obviously you're playing LeBron and you're playing Steph. You're playing those guys considerable minutes. So, it's not easy. It's not an easy decision. You got 11 NBA All-Stars on the team and another guy, White, who went all defense. So those are egos there. And we've seen in past, I remember the Draymond Olympics where he didn't play as much as he thought, and he was kind of chilling next to Jimmy Butler on the bench, like, what the hell are we doing here? Sometimes it goes like that. And this is a not just an all-star team, but this is a team they're obviously trying to win. And there's already, with the thing with Jaylen Brown, there's already been some egos hurt. So this is a tough process.
I have to guess that a lot of Bostonians are probably not fans of Steve Kerr at the moment, considering what's gone on with Team USA and Tatum and Jaylen Brown, as we're talking to Gary Washburn of the Boston Globe here on the River Islands guest line. So overall, watching Curry, Durant, and LeBron, because we started our show today, Wash, talking about those three players. And yes, they're getting older. This is probably their last Olympic run. But it really made me appreciate what these guys have done over the course of their career. LeBron's playing at an unbelievable level. KD, you mentioned him yesterday, doing what he did. And then you got Steph still in the show at the end there with the three and looking back at the bench and not even watching the ball go through the hoop. How fun has it been to watch those three guys play together?
Well, yeah, it's a rare thing, Bonte. I mean, like this, we're never going to see this again. I mean, Steph and LeBron and KD as teammates, like, this ain't happening no more. So we better treasure this. And I think it was cool that, finally Team USA and Steph were able to kind of come together and have him on the team. And then LeBron kind of coming back after 12 years, and then KD kind of doing his swan song. So that's some of the things, too, when you talk about minutes. Like, your top minute getter is 139, the other's about to be 36, and the other's 36. So that's kind of unexpected. Those guys of that age generally don't play in the Olympics anymore. They're generally done. So that's also a factor into minutes. But I think we should treasure these times, especially to get to see LeBron and Steph play. Two rivals, obviously, face each other in the finals 4 times, 4 years in a row, and just have had their issues on the floor, but then coming together and playing for Team USA.
So, how are they being perceived in the arena and in the city right now? These are mega stars. There's a lot of what I would call like under the radar stars in other sports. Like I was watching, horse, was it Equestrian?
Equestrian, yes. Yeah, watching Equestrian.
I didn't know who any of those people were. And I know Simone Biles is very popular, but are these I know we're in the basketball world, so we're probably more jaded, but how are Steph and LeBron and Kevin Durant, how are they being perceived amongst the other athletes that are there in the Olympic Village? How are they being perceived by the fans in those arenas and just, amongst all the other athletes out there? Because LeBron's like name recognition, it's LeBron. You know what I mean? Like, I just wonder how they're being viewed.
Well, it's a big The only person that they don't like in France is Embiid because he turned down the opportunity to play for France and play for Team USA. So every time he got the ball, they booed. So everybody else here is a hero. Now we'll see what happens if they face up with France in the knockout round, how that goes. But there are a lot of in the crowd yesterday, a lot of LeBron jerseys, a lot of Steph jerseys, a huge roar when LeBron made a play or Steph hit a three. The whole anti-American thing, that doesn't really resonate with the NBA. These guys are heroes throughout the world. And I just think the one thing, guys, like when you get NBA players out here and they're all multimillionaires, they ain't going to stay in the Olympic Village, right? You're not putting these guys in the Olympic Village. You're putting them in a 5-star hotel, or in some years in Rio, they all stayed on a boat together. Yep. You're going to give them first-class 5-star accommodations here, and that's to get them here. So, you're not going to see LeBron strolling around at the Olympic Village eating a turkey sandwich in the cafeteria. I just, like you would if you're on the track team or you're on the equestrian team or, you're on the field hockey team. That's the thing that's unfortunately the disconnect between the basketball team and other athletes for Team USA is probably the only time they get to see these guys is at the opening ceremony because they're not They're staying at another hotel. They're staying in Lille, which is about an hour and a half, 2 hours north of Paris. So they're not close to like the guys from the boxing team or guys that you would think would be walking around. Hey, that's taking selfies. I think they're complimentary of those guys, but that interaction just unfortunately because of how it goes with getting these guys to come here. They ain't going to stay in no dorm room.
Yeah, you imagine that. Bunk beds with KD and LeBron. Tatum and Steph in bunk beds in the dorm room.
Where would Steph put his golf clubs?
Yeah, right? A little 5x5. G-Wash here on the River Islands guest line. What else do you do? Are you taking in the other events? Are you going? Well, I guess you're so far away from Paris that you can't probably get to all the events that's happening in Paris. But what's your itinerary?
Yeah.
What's your schedule like when you're not covering basketball, G-Wash?
Well, honestly, I'm just getting to know this. Like, we didn't know much about Lille. Like, I had never heard of it, and even how to pronounce it. I was Lille. We were all over the place. But it's Lille, and it's a really cool city. It is a really neat suburb of Paris. It's lively. I mean, you're just you're walking in France, and you're seeing like stereotypically like these outdoor bars and French music playing, and you're like, wow, like, is this like a movie or something? Like, this is really like it is, how it is out here. And so Lille's a really cool town, and the people are very nice. It's very modern. So, like, I'm just enjoying being here. I don't get to Paris till next week for the knockout round, so I haven't been, usually in my Olympic assignments, I'm able to do maybe some other sports. And, hey, man, I'm going to go watch, like, breakdancing or something, And first of all, Bonte, like, don't we got to win that? Like, don't we got to win breakdancing, man? Isn't that
people still breakdance? I mean, G-Wash, this ain't the 80s, man. I know when you was rocking a flat top with the line in your head. I mean, it was just about 30 years ago.
That, right? Aren't we the favorites?
Exactly.
I ain't called Vegas or nothing, but we got to be favorites to win the breakdancing gold.
I didn't even know that. I'm going to watch that. What is that? I'm actually going to watch that. They got the 3-on-3.
Coming up. Like breakdancing or skateboarding. So, like, we got to win one gold in one of them joints. But
yeah, I agree.
It's awesome to be in an atmosphere, Olympic atmosphere, where every day and dreams are being fulfilled. And with some of these athletes, some of these countries, it's just a dream for them to be here. And I just think that's what we take. We're so into LeBron and Steph and the USA and getting gold. We kind of take for granted these players and athletes from countries that are small, that work so hard to get here and will only run in one heat.
Yeah.
But, hey, they broke, like, their national record, or they got to the, like today, Nigerian women won their first basketball game in 20 years. They beat Australia, like, to me, or even the South Sudan story, guys. But yesterday, them winning, like, those are some of the special parts of being here.
Well, hey, our YouTube chat right now, Gary, is telling us that France takes breakdancing very seriously. So U.S. may have their work cut out for them, man. Paris, enjoy it, man. Paris is a great city. I hope you have a lot of fun. Cover all the events. We're so jealous back here in the States. But you're having the time of your life, obviously, covering Team USA and its Olympic team. It's a lot of fun there. I know, and by the way, I'm sure all the Boston Celtic fans are not big fans of Steve Kerr, right? Because we were there in the finals a couple years ago.
Not right now.
Yeah, never, right? They don't like Steve Kerr.
Celtics play the Warriors. That might be an interesting game with Jalen and having some beef with Team USA, and then, now Jason's on that list. So we'll see what happens there.
Yeah, hopefully it's not like it was in Boston this past season when they lost by 50, Shasky. Remember that on Sunday?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, we don't want to remember that one. Gary, enjoy Paris, man. Thanks so much for spending some time with us overseas, man. Enjoy it. You deserve it, man. We're following your work over there overseas. Good stuff, man.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Anytime. Gary Washburn, man. So cool. River Islands guest line for the Boston Globe. But started off with Tatum, and he said he saw the body language. I saw the body language. Can't tell me a 3-time first-team All-NBA member is happy about not playing a single second. And I get it. There's so many ballers on this team. But it's Jason Tatum. We consider him one of the 10 best players in the league today.
Yeah, but who's sitting? Like, maybe. That's how you have to play this out.
Yeah, well, Booker's sitting a little bit. Derek White's playing a little bit.
Well, I think Booker, the thought was that I've heard Kerr talk, and we can argue whether he's right or wrong, but his thought was, I like Booker as an off-ball shooter and as a defender at the 2 more than I like Tatum.
Tatum at that spot. Yeah, I get it. It's a tough job. Maybe you go small.
Booker on this team.
You're not a big Booker fan, huh?
I just don't. I think that I expected him to take a bigger leap forward, and he's just kind of like, he's a very good player.
Well, they had him playing out of position last season without a natural point guard. He's not a natural point guard.
But I think Jaylen Brown, if we were looking to build the best team, like, I think you could have put Jaylen Brown on the team, and maybe you don't need a Drew Holiday, maybe like something like that. I'm just saying, and I think he would be a logistical number 2 alongside Curry. I don't love him as a catch and shoot player, but defensively,
Derek White's a ball. I'm so impressed with Derek White. When we saw him in the 2022 NBA Finals, and he had a rough the final 5 games of that series, it was just like, oh, he doesn't belong on the floor.
He knows what he is.
He knows what he is, and he's gotten better at what he does.
Yeah.
He's gotten better as a three-point shooter. He's gotten better as a defender. So I think he helped flip that game along. As KD was going through that scoring barrage in the second quarter, I thought Derek White's defense on the ball, point of attack, he was deflecting passes. He was coming up with steals. He was active all 92 feet, because it's 92 feet in FIBA, not 94. I was blown away. It is weird, but I like the FIBA rules.
What of the FIBA rules do you like?
I like the fact that the three-point line is a little closer. I like the fact that they don't buy the flopping. They don't buy the flopping in FIBA.
A guy like literally checked KD in the open floor, and Spoelstra and Kerr were like, "Are you kidding me? That's not a flagrant."
Yeah, no, they was
he
like
gave
play
him the
ball.
Dante Whitner.
Yeah, they were like play ball. Kyle Draper somewhere was kicking the TV saying, "Oh man, this isn't the basketball we signed up for."
There's obviously the lane change in terms of the size. There's a lot of different. I think that they've added these unnecessary quirks to the FIBA game in terms of the dimensions that I just like. Everyone get on the same page. The dimensions are almost the same. Can we just all get on the same page? Like, really, a foot makes a big difference. And then the other thing that I keep coming back to is like Anthony Davis is so good. He's so good. I know he's hurt.
You're like street clothes now, huh?
Well, when he's healthy, he is one of the great specimens that the NBA has ever seen. I mean, Bonte, the guy can move, he can defend, he's got hands, he can shoot the mid-range, he's dynamic, he's way stronger than you think he is. His athleticism, he sees the floor. He's freaking awesome. I know he's always hurt. I know he's a Laker. He's freaking awesome.
I told you, the one guy I want on the Lakers is not LeBron, it's Anthony Davis.
Well,
so, because Anthony Davis does a little bit of everything. Because he's got an underrated jumper, but he's a natural defender. How about this? We brought up Steve Kerr, Gary Washburn, and a lot of Warrior fans say, see, this is what we go through all the time. I saw some tweets, hey, Jason Tatum's getting Moses Moodied out there and blah, blah, blah. Why are everybody so hard on Steve Kerr in the rotations? Like, seriously, the guy can coach. We act like he's a bum as a coach. Like, the way people talk about Steve Kerr is like, oh, anybody can coach that team. Really, anybody could coach those Golden State Warriors with Draymond Green, Kevin Durant, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson? Stop.
Well, I think there is an argument that, Spoelstra, if we're talking about like maximizing and being like, clenched fist, like Spoelstra in terms of, squeezing the lemon for every drop as good as they come. But with these superstars and the way they want to play with LeBron and Curry and KD, the, read and react, the ball movement, it's perfect.
Yeah.
But here's the problem. Certain guys don't fit that system.
Exactly.
And so when I watch Embiid, and I know you're like, oh, you're only 11 minutes. Yeah, like 11 too many. And I'm not trying to be a hater. I'm being real here. Like, I would play Tatum at the 4, like a stretch 4, the way that they did with the Boston Celtics in the playoffs, where they had him guarding some of the bigs. Yeah. And I would go with more Anthony Davis. Problem is, you can't wear down Anthony Davis.
No, you can't.
Right?
You can't. You don't want to play. You don't want to wear these guys out in the summer.
But like, I mean, come on, dude. That's why I know KD works in every system because he's just amazing.
Right.
But the Steve Kerr system for him with Curry and LeBron as a passer.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
Oh my God.
It's unbelievable.
Oh my God.
It's unbelievable. Now, Embiid is struggling a little bit. There's no doubt about it. He should probably come off the bench. But, 11 minutes. He may be hurt. Who knows? He had a serious injury in the playoffs.
I'm kind of glad there's no Kawhi either because, and I like Kawhi a lot, but he's more of an ISO guy too.
Yeah, I'm not mad at that.
I don't think he fits.
I'm not mad at that.
I don't love Book. I know other people do. I don't love Book on this team.
I tell you what I do love is Drew Holiday.
Oh, yeah.
I love Drew Holiday on this team.
How many times did he jump into the passing lane and just intercept the ball coming down, finish with the left, finish with the right?
Milwaukee should be getting more heat. Well, they probably already do.
You and I argued on we were on the same page, but like, I know Dame's the sexy headliner, but in terms of winning games.
Well, remember we tried to flip it. We said, well, we trade CP3 for Drew Holiday if he's available.
In a heartbeat.
And everybody was like, yeah, go get Drew.
In a heartbeat.
Go get Drew. So I've always been a fan of Drew Holiday.
He's a winner.
He is a winner.
He's a winner.
He's a problem. He's that backcourt with Boston, man. Derek White and Drew Holiday alongside Jaylen Brown. They're going to stuff out teams left and right.
You know who he reminds me of? A buddy had texted me. He's got the Joe Dumars vibes in the sense that he's so underrated that like when he plays with an edge and he elevates others around him because his defensive intensity is so good. He's smart. He makes so many winning plays. He could score 20. I could score 5. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, if he had to be a facilitator, he could do that. Like, he's just a winner, man. I love watching him play.
He finishes in the paint. He gets to the paint. He's big body, physical. I love Drew Holiday. I do love him. And then I love watching Steph Curry running around with these great superstars, smiling from ear to ear, hitting threes left and right.
Watching LeBron?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I've always been a LeBron fan. I tried to tell you. LeBron was my guy. There's a picture floating on Twitter of me in another studio with a LeBron James jersey on from Cleveland Cavaliers.
I now see what Joe Lacob, and which I envisioned as well, and Steve Kerr and Steph Curry were thinking about when they were working out a LeBron James trade. Watching LeBron and Steph has been
LeBron's
pretty cool.
great. You make it seem like I'm a LeBron hater. I just don't want to do it. Look, one, he became a rival. He became a petty rival. We beat his ass in these finals, 3-1. If you want to talk about 3-1 2016, I'm going to go 3-1 NBA Finals. That's what we did to you. We beat you 3 out of 4 in the NBA Finals for the Larry O'Brien. So take your 3-1 in 2016. I'm going to take my 3-1 from 2015 to 2018. Talk about that. And then number 2, the whole Rich Paul and clutch sports and undermining teammates and undermining coaches. I don't like dealing with that. I'm good. As a media member covering that every day, that would be exhausting.
Like covering Draymond?
It's pretty enlightening covering Draymond Green. You see the latest on Draymond?
Yeah, I sent it to the thread.
Yeah, so Draymond Green said Jalen Brunson pulled a Draymond. Speaking of Draymond Green, Bill Simmons had a tweet too, where Bill Simmons complained about podcasts like, we have player pods where people get to say whatever they want. Nobody challenges them. Bill Simmons, that's been your entire career. That's been your entire career. Bill Simmons. And I like Bill Simmons. But Draymond Green, where's this at?
Every day there's something.
Every day there's something with Draymond. I got to find it. Where is it at? Gosh, it was on Warriors NBC Sports Bay Area. Here it is. Draymond Green believes Jalen Brunson
too much for me.
Followed his lead by taking a discount in his new contract. And so Draymond on the Club 520 podcast with Jeff Teague and company, Draymond said, he did the Draymond Green. I signed that. $400 million. If I waited, I could have gotten 4 for 180.
Whoa.
But I needed to lock my money in. I'd rather lock that $100 million in to know that I have $100 million. Chasing that extra 60 to 80, and then I don't get it. I just wasn't willing to take that risk.
He went from 80 to could have been 60 or 80.
You know what? I'm here for it. He said he left 80 million. Said he could have waited and got 4 for 180.
And that inspired Jalen Brunson to take less.
Thank you, Draymond.
Do you think he followed his lead and drove over to James Dolan's house too to get the deal done? Since we're following Draymond's lead.
He took the subway over to Dolan's studio apartment, house.
Dude, I mean, you telling me the Warriors are going to pay Draymond $45 million a year? That's $45 million a year.
Draymond his fan fiction of his autobiography is just insane.
So Jalen may not be willing to take that risk, but he's different. You're the number 1 option on the New York Knicks. Not only are you the number 1 option on the New York Knicks, and that's cool, but the city of New York loves you. You're going to get that $250 million. It's the New York Knicks. They can afford it. You ain't got to take no discount. My situation is different because Steph is making $270 and Clay is $180. All right, something had to give. Cool, I will take less, but he's the top guy. Let Josh Hart or somebody else take less.
He was going to make $46 million a year.
Absolutely incredible.
Steph Curry didn't take a penny less, and neither did Klay Thompson take a penny less. If it's going to work, somebody will do it. I wasn't expecting him to take less. I don't know what he's doing. Talk about Brunson. Some of these extensions I've been looking at, like Jalen Brown signed a 4-year contract, do they not realize that there is TV money coming up? The deals are about to get bigger. So we took 4 for 154 in a year and a half. He's going to be making mid-level.
I mean, dude, I can't even. Draymond. I mean, when he started complaining about his $100,000 fines, it's like this guy he just doesn't get it. There's two people I don't want to hear about money, like at least them break down money: Eric Armstead and Draymond Green.
Oh man, we pocket watching. Steph didn't take a penny less.
I love talking about everyone in the league's contract.
It's unbelievable, man.
I mean, basically, you're getting paid minimum money after the new TV deal.
Oh my God!
But I could have made an extra $80 million.
I left $80 million, but I couldn't. I had to lock in 100. I had to lock in 100 over dinner. Oh,
like 5 years from now, I was like, I should have taken that 80 extra million.
Oh my God! Let's go to Robinson Bruno. Robinson Bruno.
You think he believes what he's saying, or is he just saying? Because there are times where one sec, Rob. There are times where I give so many opinions. Some of them I don't have a chance to fully vet in my own dome, and they just come out, right? You think Draymond's just like, you think he truly believes everything he's saying in the moment?
I don't know. We got to ask him. Let's go to Robinson Bruno.
Man, delusional Draymond. I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna leave that alone, man. That downfall comment, I erase that for you. That's for the Golden State Warriors. It's crazy. But anyways, I want to comment on Steve Kerr. Now look at first of all, Jason Tatum. He needs to be playing. He's on the Boston Celtics. He's one of the best franchises in NBA history. He just won the championship. And you putting Derek right out there, like, stop it, bro. Steve Kerr makes basketball so hard to play. Like, bro, it's not that hard. And just look how he's treating Tatum. Now, Will Tatum had to deal with this for the last 3 or 4 years. Now I know why Clay was pouting and doing all that. We got to deal with it. Like, come on, man. You don't put Derek White over Tatum. Tatum is the number one dude on the franchise. Probably the second best franchise in NBA history. You're not going to play this dude for the world to see. Playing Derek White, get out of here with that. Steve Kerr, he to me, he thinks basketball is like rocket science. It's not that serious, bro. Put your best players out there and play. Acting as if Tatum can't do what Derek White can do. Oh, he's a great Euro player. Get out of here with that nonsense. Kerr, he's embarrassing himself right now.
All right, Rob. Draymond, that's laughing at.
80 million less, not 8 million less. 80.
The pocket watch.
And then
going over all these contracts.
It's basically a mid-level, on the new TV deal.
Well, you're in New York, so is Josh Hart going to take less? Like, dude, he's got something against the Knicks.
Well, yeah. The producer of his podcast is a Knicks fan.
Oh my God!
Occasionally, he'll do like a mailbag, and that guy will talk on the podcast. So yeah.
Oh man. Oh, man, I needed that laugh. You're listening to 95.7 Game, KGMZ, FM Nation, what's up? Let's go down to Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. All right, before we get to Purdy, I don't even know if we're going to get to Purdy today because the Niners were patched today for the first time. No update on Trent Williams. No update. He's still where? East Texas, West Texas, where the hell he's at. Brother Ayuk's still walking around on the practice field, although Mark Schlereth had a problem with that. Mark Schlereth with the old man get off my lawn take.
I like Schlereth, though.
Yeah, I like Stink, but he's we'll get to that in a second. The Giants. Back to the Giants. And no, you don't need to change the colors on YouTube, Lubman. Stay away. Just leave it blue.
People are going to know we're talking Giants, though.
No, but if you change it to orange, 100 people are going to log off.
I think people want Giants talk today, though.
Just leave the colors alone.
You guys doing
just leave the colors alone, please.
Leave the colors alone.
It's like just leave the colors alone, please.
It's about the presentation, Bob.
No, just leave it alone. I promise you. Just leave it alone. It's not going to hurt nobody. You're driving the boss man crazy with that stuff. You guys, oh my God, they're talking Niners for 5 seconds. Red. We're talking Giants for 2 seconds. Go orange. It's a lot. It's a lot going on.
People like color coding.
Yeah, when they're 5. My daughter likes it.
I mean, I still kind of like it.
Explains
I don't know if that helps my case, but.
Explains a lot. Sorry.
Probably some 6-year-olds that like it too.
You're buying or selling? Buying or selling?
Talking about the Giants?
Yeah, we're talking about the Giants. Oh, I don't even know. We're talking color codes now.
I don't know. I thought you were going Brock Purdy contract. I had a take on that.
You want to go red? You want to go red? You want to go orange? You still want to talk contracts?
What is this, the Matrix?
Yeah. Jordan Love to sign for what, 220? Tua signed for 212?
Well, can I ask you a question? Because I was looking at the contracts. Why is it, and I'm asking sincerely, why is it that now in the football world, everyone's got to break the bank and get the highest, even though they're not even like remotely the best player at their position. Why does everything have to reset the market? Back when, I'm just using two players. I remember the Niners were going after Peyton Manning, and then there was Alex Smith, right? And I'm looking at the career earnings, and obviously Peyton had the big neck injury, all right, coming into 2011, basically. He got $26 million that year, okay? $26 million. You know what Alex Smith made? Made $9 million, okay? $9 million. Why is it that Tua, who is closer to Alex Smith to, let's just say Mahomes is, Peyton Manning, why does he have to make $52 million? It doesn't make sense to me.
Tua's a lot better than Alex Smith. A lot better.
You see the comparisons where I'm going.
I hear you, but he's a lot better.
But we don't do this in anything else. A house I'm just using, hypotheticals. A house in Pacific Heights isn't the same as a house in Folsom. Right? Like they're just different. Well, I don't understand why every quarterback feels that they have to break the bank again. If Tua was on the open market, sincerely, do you really think the Raiders would give him $52 million a year? I'm just using them as an example.
I think they would get close to that, yes.
52?
Yeah, I think they would.
Really? Yeah, I don't think so.
It's market rate, buddy.
Derek Carr didn't get that when he went to the New Orleans Saints.
Derek Carr got paid by the Raiders, and Derek Carr, by the time he got to the Saints, by the time he got to the Saints, that value was down. He is who he is. Nobody was going to pay Derek Carr that type of money.
Tua's played one playoff game.
No, that's fine. That's fine. But he got them to another playoff. He didn't play because he was hurt.
I don't know. I find the two, I think Tua is a very good player, but I find this is an example to me of this is an overcorrection on the market or an overspend on the market.
It's market rate. Money's going up.
But he's not a market rate player. If I were ranking quarterbacks in the AFC alone, how many names before I get to Tua?
Mahomes, Burrow, Allen,
Lamar.
Mm-hmm.
Herbert.
I'm not going Herbert over Tua.
I'll take Herbert over Tua.
I'm not going Herbert over Tua.
An easy one for me.
I'm not going Herbert over Tua.
Okay,
I watched Tua kick his ass twice head to head.
All right.
So Tua, I'm taking Tua over Herbert. Who else? Trevor Lawrence. You got to take Trevor Lawrence over Tua?
No, and I thought the Trevor Lawrence deal was bad. Right. I think they're very comparable.
It's market rate. You're so fixated on the money. It's market rate.
I'm just waiting for one of these teams to say no.
All right, well, say no,
for one.
and you're going to cripple your franchise.
I feel like Tua was an interesting litmus test.
Everybody needs quarterbacks.
No, of course
everybody needs above average quarterbacks. You can't just. It's obvious when Tua gets hurt, the Dolphins are not the same team. Not even close. When Tua plays, Tyreek Hill's breaking records. Jalen Waddle's scoring touchdowns from 80 yards out. Like when Tua plays, they are arguably the most explosive offense in all of football. When Tua plays.
Does anyone take them serious as a playoff contender?
Nah, that's up to you. You know what I'm saying? That's up to you.
I'm not saying that I wouldn't pay him money. I'm saying $52 million is too much. And that's where I'm saying to myself, I don't understand why 40 wasn't on the table.
So is 52 going to be too much for Brock Purdy?
Well, Brock, I think, is more accomplished than Tua, and I think that Brock has way more playoff victories and has done it at a higher level. He's had less years in the NFL, but his less years have been comprehensively better. I don't think it's a question. Like, I wouldn't take Tua on the Niners. No.
Tua led the league in passing yards last year.
Doesn't matter anything.
That doesn't matter.
And no, because I saw him in a playoff game. Literally not 0 degrees.
It was 0 degrees. So, and the same fan base cried about Brock Purdy playing in the rain against Green Bay.
He had a
we complained about Brock Purdy
victory where he threw the team behind without one of their top weapons.
We complained about Brock Purdy throwing in the rain, but
you would take Tua over Brock. I would not.
If Tua was in the Niners offense, I don't think there's no drop-off.
I
don't think so.
I think
Tua's right there.
Yeah, I disagree.
Tua's right there. He threw 29 touchdown passes last year. Led the league in passing yards.
Fine.
It's fine.
Their offense is so different than the Niners.
Their offense may be more explosive than the Niners.
I'm not taking them over. And Purdy's been healthier than Tua.
They may be more explosive than the Niners, their offense.
Tua's one hit away from, he's got serious concussion issues.
Purdy's got nicked up a little bit.
Not like this.
He's small. Tua, man.
There were people last summer telling Tua that he should consider retirement.
They always do that because everybody's worrying about football players. They know what they sign up for. He had a concussion. Oh, my God, he shouldn't play. Oh, my God. The guy's a grown-ass man. He can play if he want to play. And we don't even compute the value he may have in South Florida, Miami. They love Tua down there. They love Tua. Tagovailoa.
That's an interesting component that I didn't factor
when you think about the culture and the jersey sales and being down there in South Beach, Miami, and that vibe that he has with that market, That's another factor
But if
here.
you
But
pay
like, we
this-
can't diminish with Tua. Tua was special last year.
It was a great year. It was a great year. It was
Yeah,
a great
back-to-back
year.
really good seasons.
Okay, it was a great year, but I would say I'm cool off of him in the sense that I don't think in AFC, where I know I'm going to have to go to Kansas City in the cold. I know that I have to play in the AFC East, where New York's going to be cold in December, Buffalo's going to be cold, New England's going to be cold, even though New England stinks. Like, those are cold weather. Can Tua perform against those quarterbacks in those elements? Like, I'm
But
fading
you're not
him.
performing against those quarterbacks. You're performing against those defenses. And with the brain like Mike McDaniel and the weapons that they have, Raheem Mostert, Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, they've got weapons. They could score with anybody.
But when you pay a guy $52 million, this goes back to the Purdy thing. They've already said goodbye to Christian Watkins.
Right, that's Wilkins. That's fine.
Who's
They said bye
best
to him.
defensive player last year.
Still got Jalen Ramsey at a corner.
Ramsey's a shell of what he used to be.
He was pretty damn good last year.
Jalen Phillips
Come on,
tore
did
his
you watch-
Achilles.
I mean,
don't know.
Jalen Ramsey's pretty good. They still got Bradley Chubb.
Okay.
Didn't they just draft another pass rusher too? Who they draft? Who they draft? That's a really good pass rusher. I got to look at the Dolphins depth chart here. They just drafted somebody.
So
really,
you saw
really
that
good.
deal and you were like, yep.
Oh, they got Calais Campbell, Jalen Phillips,
Old as hell.
David Long Jr.
Phillips come back
Who
from
else?
the Achilles.
Who else? Who the hell did they draft? Oh, Chop Robinson, Penn State.
So
Chop Robinson, pretty damn good.
You saw that deal and you were like, yep, he's worth every penny.
I said, boy, that's market value. That's the market. We knew this was happening. Why are you surprised?
Because I don't think that Tua, I think he's a good player, not a great player, and I think this is a big overpay.
Well,
and I think it's going to make it very difficult for them to field the team around him. I find this to be a very interesting case study for moving forward. And the same can be said for Trevor Lawrence. Now, I think Tua's got way more weapons offensively than what Trevor Lawrence has. I don't know if McDaniels is better than Doug. Doug got the championship, so
it doesn't mean
we'll see.
It doesn't mean nothing that division you mentioned, the Jets, the Dolphins, the Bills, the Patriots, cold weather cities, and then playing in the AFC. He led the freaking league in passing yards.
Yeah, but he's played one December in the last 3 years.
All right, so he's played 13 games, and then 17.
I mean,
all right, he missed a few games. We act like Jimmy Garoppolo didn't miss a lot of games,
that's why
and
Jimmy's not
Jimmy
getting
missed a lot of
$50 million a year,
Jimmy was getting paid. So the Dolphins. All right, let's do this exercise before we break.
Yeah,
we always talk about league pass teams in the NBA.
Yeah.
Sunday NFL ticket.
Yeah,
what are the top 5 teams you're watching? Just from an offensive standpoint in fantasy football.
Well, that's a different question than is this guy a winner and all that stuff.
He wins games.
They're a team that you're gonna have conceivably 2 receivers. Who knows about the tight end, right? I think Gesicki left. I don't even think he's still there. You got Tua. I don't know if their defense is gonna get acquired. That's a fun team. I don't think it's a top 5 team.
I don't know.
I think the Niners are a top 5 team.
The Niners are a top 5
most
team.
people.
They are a top 5 team, but Miami, pretty damn good. All right, we'll break. We'll continue this conversation on the other side. Brought to you by Safeway.
What up, what up? This is Big Pun from South City. You are now listening to the morning motherfucking roast with my boys Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
What up, Big Pun? What up, Big Pun? Download the free Odyssey app and listen to 95.7 The Game wherever you go. You catch all the live games on the app along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. Catch amazing interviews you missed, too. Also listen to podcasts like Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys. What's that?
It's our Giants podcast that Shasky and I do every week, all season long. Best damn Giants talk in the Bay Area. We got some good stuff we're going to talk about this week, too.
Well, we got a podcast coming today or tomorrow?
Probably tomorrow.
Deadline day?
Deadline day, do a deadline reaction, talk about the new bat the Giants have in the lineup.
So love it. Your team buy or team sell? Be truthful. Right. Be truthful.
I'm going to be honest. It's a team that they can't even get back to 500. They're 2-10 with a chance to get to 500. They've had maybe one good week this year, that Pittsburgh, New York week, and even that took some kind of good fortune to make happen. When your strategy is built around, well, who knows what might happen, I don't think you have much of a strategy.
What I'm saying.
I think you got to, right now, I think you got to sell unless you could find something big to swing like that Vlad Jr. trade. But again, that feels like you're getting into the whole hoping for the best argument there. So,
see, what's funny is like, would I want Vladimir Guerrero Jr.? Of course, right? But if we're talking about like this team's needs, like a normal playoff team, we would identify very specifically what they need, right? We would be like, they need another starter, right? A back end of the rotation starter. Oh, they need another bullpen arm, specifically a left-handed high leverage guy, right?
I like their rotation right now. I don't know if they need a starter. I like their rotation.
So the rotation is, just want to make sure we're clear here. Robbie Ray, Blake Snell, Hayden Birdsong, Kyle Harrison, and who?
Logan Webb.
Okay.
That's 5, right?
Yeah, that's 5.
Alex
But they're going 6.
4, 5, 6.
They're going 6 right now because of all the injuries. Okay. And, one guy's coming off of Tommy John. The other guy's coming off of multiple groin injuries. The other 2 youngsters have to be paced because they have to get to the finish line.
So you said who? Alex Cobb? What's his deal? Because he got a setback.
He is supposed to make his debut against the Reds
Cincinnati
this
Reds.
Weekend. Yeah.
So
he had a blister that developed on his hand that popped in his last rehab start, so that kind of derailed his ability to come back in NCAAs.
Right. So you got that as your rotation.
But you're going to shut down one, if not both youngsters.
Can I just shift the youngsters to the bullpen?
Well, okay. Again, once they hit their limits,
I hear that.
They're probably going to be done for the year.
So their limits is, did they put out a limit for Harrison?
No, but it's most people are saying it's somewhere in the 130, 140 range. And right now he's at 100 already, right? So you're probably looking at one more month of starts. Same thing can be said for Birdsong. He's a little behind Harrison. He's at about 80, 85 total innings if you combine his minor league and his major league stuff. And so I think that they're going to have to, if they want to finish them out the year, skip a day and go, every 6 or every 7 days, which I would do to be able to say, hey, at the end of the year, these guys went 140. And so the year after they can go 160 or 170 because you're trying to build up that arm strength. And so to me, I think I need another bullpen arm. I need another starter in the rotation. And I personally believe they need a left-handed power outfield bat, corner outfield in particular. I would love to have Vladdy Jr., but like first base power on this team, outfield is where it's really like they need pop in the outfield.
Well, our first baseman got 7 home runs?
Well, it's not great, but the on-base percentage is significantly better at first base than any other position.
I love the supporting argument. On-base percentage. You know what Vlad's is? Vlad's is pretty good, too. He gets on base.
Vlad's awesome.
He walks. So it's not just Vlad Guerrero. It's about doing something. Now I'm looking at Harrison right now. He's at 97 innings, 97 2/3. If his limit is 150.
It's not 150.
What is it?
That's why I said from all estimations, it's somewhere in the 130s. They're hoping to get them up to 140. But that's, we will see.
I don't think anybody said anything about it. Is it 150, 140, 130?
We're going off
what have you heard? You go to the ballpark every game.
I mean, to be honest, I haven't heard any like specific kind of like innings cap they're going to go on. They're probably going to be like, hey, paraphrasing here, but like a little bit of, how's your arm feeling? It's feeling good. Good. Get back out there. But as far as like actual, like they're going to cap it at like a certain number, I haven't heard anything about that.
He went 115 last year, I believe, total minors and majors.
So is that 97 now? You can't give me 150?
I mean, 150 would mean he's finishing the season out.
Yeah, give me 150. Let's go. Can I get 150? 140? What about?
I mean, 140. That's about 6, 7, 8 more starts. Assume if
which is what I think they're going to kind of end up.
That's
going
to get you pretty close to the end of the year.
Yeah, why not? And then you get days off
through September.
And then you get some days off.
September, the first week of September.
You get some days off. We're gonna rest that arm. Let's put you in the playoffs, buddy. Let's go.
Would you guys all admit if he goes 140, that would be aggressive for them?
It depends how it looks. Depends how it looks. Got to build that arm up, right?
I mean,
what about
is Hicks someone that they value?
Hayden Birdsong.
Is Hicks someone they value?
It's on the record. He's never been a starter, number one.
But he's on 100 and they just done.
Kyle Harrison has always been a starter. Jordan Hicks has never been a starter. He hit his limit a month and a half ago. Yeah, but we already saw this coming with Jordan Hicks. It's a different conversation with Jordan Hicks.
It's not though, because one guy was in the minors not getting stretched out. He was going 3 innings and 4 innings at a time.
But he was starting the game, right?
What?
He was starting the games, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying the overall innings. When I look at overall innings and the amount of pitches you've thrown.
And Kyle Harrison is younger. Jordan Hicks is what?
He's 27.
Been in the big leagues for 7 years already.
I know, but you have to go to the body of work. And the body of work for Harrison, they have not. They just don't extend him like that. That's not what they've done with him. You don't go from 115 to 140. At least most young arms
25 more innings? Can't give you 25 more innings.
On this team, that's another 5 starts.
Good Lord. Hicks has been in the league forever, and he's never pitched. He's never been a starter, so we knew his arm was going to fall off.
I think you're going to be disappointed then when the season gets to the end.
I don't know. I'm going to be disappointed if they sell tomorrow. That's why I'm going to be disappointed. Because then I'm saying, okay, they're selling, and now we're developing, which means they're not really trying to win. They're just trying to develop, and now we're not playing winning baseball. They're not playing winning baseball. Now I hear you. You're 2 games under 500, but damn, you're 3.5 back. You're 4 back of the Padres and the Diamondbacks. And you play the Diamondbacks 6 more times. You've got the Padres for 3. Why not? So how many innings did Birdsong pitch in the minors this year? Right now, he's at
probably
30.
40 or 50.
So he's at 30 in the majors.
Yeah, he's at about 80 or 85. What do you have, 40 or 50? It was one of those 2 numbers.
So whatever he did,
57 innings in the minors this year.
So he's at 87.
So
and what's his limit? About 142?
Well, he threw 100 last year.
He threw 100 last year.
3 levels of the minors.
All right. So maybe go 130, 140? Because now I'm looking at it on the flip side. Okay, if they got a limit and you sell at the deadline, why not just shut them down now?
Well, because you want them to get past this number so we don't have the same conversation next year.
So then we go to September and it's Logan Webb and a bunch of who's in the starting rotation.
Well, that's what it's been
that doesn't sound like that.
But that's what it's been all year.
And that hasn't been fun. We finally got a rotation together and we're going to just blow it up and not go for this thing? What
do you think the likelihood is of Blake Snell staying with you?
Oh, I don't think the chances are great. Doesn't mean I have to like it. Doesn't mean I have to be on board with it.
So if you're going to lose this guy for nothing, which you've done, how many deadlines in a row you've done that with starting pitchers on 1-year deals?
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I'm not.
I'm okay with that.
Because I look at all those deals of the guys that have walked, and you lost Gausman for nothing. You lost Rodon for nothing.
But everybody wanted Gausman to leave by the end of that season. People were over. I remember you being, he was like, Gausman can go. I'm not paying him.
Well, they told me they're not giving out 5-year deals to pitchers.
But everybody was okay with Gausman leaving in Toronto, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, we should have signed Gausman. Well, I remember the conversation being completely different 3 years ago. I remember Gausman was limping to the finish line that season.
Well, it was specifically the starts against the Dodgers that alarmed
the
everyone.
second half of the season, it was like, boy, this guy's
against
struggling.
The Dodgers.
But it was a lot of other starts too. He was struggling the second half of the season.
I mean, Rodon was dynamic down the stretch, and I was reluctant to get rid of him, but I knew he was leaving, and it was like, okay, you lost him for nothing.
Well,
for literally nothing.
I was happy. Well, he hasn't been great with the Yankees.
Yeah. What?
You did get a comp pick for Rodon.
Which, again, you've lost picks signing Snell and Chapman. So that's why you have to recoup some of that. You didn't have a pick for 3 rounds.
So,
well, you're not going to get, if Snell leaves, you won't get a pick for him because he got the qualifying offer last year.
No, that's why I'm selling.
I see.
That's why I'm selling.
So you don't think that, though, in the next 2 months they can convince Snell to stick around?
He's already frustrated with his whole rehab process. I have a hard time thinking a guy...
That's all in the past. Now, if you have 2 months, again, hypothetically, they do add a bat. You have 2 months with offensive support. You don't think that'll change the attitude a little bit?
So you finish 8th in the NL, okay? 8th, and you just miss out on the wild card, and all of a sudden Snell's like, yep, this is the... You have to give him a 5-year deal with $200 million.
I'm just looking at Gausman, and I think they made the right decision in real time. Gausman that second half of the season, I'm looking back at the game logs because I remember this. I was like, well, he can't get anything going. I mean, he got rocked by the Pirates.
The
He didn't
splitter
last
was not
4
splitting
innings.
in that second
It was
half.
not. He got rocked by the Astros. He was getting rocked by the Diamondbacks.
I don't know why you're hell-bent on Gosman, though.
No, I'm
they
just
were
saying.
in the middle of a 2021 season where they won 107
Because you brought up
games.
Gosman and said, man, they just let Gosman walk. And
Well,
I remember
they
in real
didn't have any
time.
pitching,
But I
though.
remember in real time,
But they
everybody
didn't-
was
no, but
okay
Bonzi,
with
but
that.
Bonzi, this is why people
Everybody
wanted him,
agreed in
'cause they
real time.
didn't have pitching.
No, in real time, nobody wanted to give him a 5-year deal, Kevin Gosman. It was like 80-20. That people are like, yeah, just let Gosman walk because of that
4
second half
days
of the
ago,
season.
you said that everyone should be fired and you should
they
sell everything.
It's stale. It's stale. I said it was stale. But
Which
if
it
you're in
is.
this race,
so you beat the Rockies and all of a sudden
that
opinions
doesn't
change?
mean. Yeah, absolutely. I want them to buy. I'm tired of them being stale. Part of my rant was I'm tired of them being stale and losing games. Don't you get it? I'm tired of sitting here in 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025, and it's the same damn thing. Meaningless baseball, platooning all over the damn place. I said it. It was stale, and I'm sick of it.
They're not
I'm
platooning.
sick of it.
They're not platooning when the young players have come
Finally.
up. Well, because the young players that you've kept, that you came up, are really saving the season.
They are platooning Matos.
No,
Matos
Matos
ain't
is
playing every
gone.
day.
He's not even here.
playing. Yeah, I know.
He's
He
not
was
even here.
platooning.
Why?
They sent his
Because
ass back.
Conforto's playing, right? They're playing Conforto, and they're playing this other guy because Ramos.
Derek
We
Hill.
played him yesterday in center
Derek
because
Hill.
Ramos' thumb's all messed up. But like Ramos
Derek
has
Hill.
stuck and stayed in center
Derek Hill.
field.
So
Ramos
I know what I
is
said.
your center fielder.
I know what I said, and yes, my opinion has not changed. I think if he doesn't do anything, Farhan Zaidi, they should all be gone. You should be fired. Absolutely. But you can't sit here in this situation.
Just fire everybody.
Yeah, fire everybody. Fire everybody. But with the deadline looming tomorrow, and I'm looking at this league, weird things can happen. We didn't think the Diamondbacks were going to make a run last year, and I'm looking at this rotation. Yes, it changes because Birdsong is dealing. All right? Now, let me see Harrison outside of the Colorado Rockies.
Fine.
Blake Snell's back. Yeah, so who saw that coming? And you got Robbie Ray back, who looked dynamic in those 5 innings and didn't give up a hit. Wow. That was special.
The reason why you sell is because Blake Snell's value will literally never be higher, and there are not one team. There are an argument for 6 or 7 teams that will give you an actual haul for a premium left-handed starting
Are they going to give you a haul?
Under team control.
Are we going to get a haul for these guys?
Yeah,
if
you will.
If these other teams know that Robbie Ray and Blake Snell could opt out, why would they give up a top prospect?
Because it's a
if
rental.
A guy's gonna,
it's a rental.
You're going to give up a top prospect for a rental? The Cubs didn't even give up a top prospect for Chris Bryant, and he was at the height of his powers.
When the Giants bought on Chris Bryant, there weren't this many buyers. There are the Orioles, the Yankees. You can make an argument the Red Sox should be buying pitching. There's an argument in the National League. Philly will be buying. New York Mets will be buying. I don't think the Cubs are going to buy. I don't think the Pirates are going to buy. I think Arizona's going to try to buy. San Diego is always trying to buy. Dodgers are going to try to buy. And there are 8 teams in baseball who will pay for a closer, a third baseman, and starting rotation
Those 3
guys.
teams, the Mets, the Diamondbacks, and Padres, are 4 up on the Giants.
Yeah.
4 up. That's it. 4 games. And we're acting like it's a massive gap. Like, oh my God, they're buying, so we should sell. No, I don't subscribe to that.
The Giants
I don't
just swept the Rockies and gained no ground on the Padres.
So what? They're 4 back in the Padres. They could make ground up in the next 2 months. We got 2 months of baseball left. They can't make up 4 games in 2 months.
You really think this team's going to go on a 3-week run, 4-week run?
If you buy and you got this rotation, anything could happen.
You keep saying buy. What are you buying?
I told you what I was buying.
What?
Vlad Jr. I want to buy Vlad Jr. I want to buy Vlad. I want to buy another hitter. I want to buy another hitter. I don't care about Goldschmidt. I don't think St. Louis is trading Goldschmidt because St. Louis is thinking like the Giants. St. Louis is 1 game behind the Mets and the Padres. Here's the problem with the 3rd wild card, Chasky. Everybody's in it.
Everybody
has
you
hope.
should sell because there's an argument there are more teams bidding for the services. Right now is a seller's market. You are in a prime position to actually get something of significance. And you're not going to be in this situation, hopefully, this time next year or the year after that.
Who are teams selling?
What?
What prospects are we getting back for these guys?
Well, that's what the Farhan's job is. His job, that's why he was brought here, is to identify prospects. And every year
how's
at the
that
deadline,
worked out for 6
every year
years?
at the deadline, they haven't been able to buy much because their farm isn't viewed the same way these other ones are.
How's that worked out for Farhan in 6 years?
Well, right now they have their first ever outfield all-star in 35 years.
I know. Wow. I know.
Well, so right now you have 2 young pitchers that I felt as good about in a decade? Like, we haven't had 2 young pitchers like this in a long time.
So you feel good about Harrison now?
I feel pretty good about I like the nucleus.
Right.
Do I like the nucleus to make a run this year? No. I like the nucleus to make a run over the next 2 or 3 years after we get outside of this year.
They could blow an elbow next year, and it's all back to
that's
ground
obvious.
zero. So I want to buy. We're not Pittsburgh, man. We're not Cincinnati. Are we a big boy market or what?
I mean,
are we a big boy market or what?
You've actually been closer to Cincinnati and Pittsburgh these last few years.
Yeah, but that's the problem. And that's the problem. I need to separate myself from them. So I need to be out there and be aggressive and active. And I'm working under the mindset of this. This is my mindset. My mindset is, and I'm Farhan Zaidi right now. The way I'm thinking is Farhan Zaidi's thought process. When I hear Pavlovich from NBC Sports Bay Area, Alex Pavlovich, when he says there's certain members of this front office who have to make the playoffs. And again, we go back to Farhan and Greg Johnson, to all these guys talking playoffs. That means jobs are on the line.
Yeah, but
that means jobs are on the line. And I don't think Farhan can survive by selling and not making the playoffs and finishing at 4th place in the NL West. His job's on the line. So if my job's on the line, you go one or two ways. You know your job's on the line, you either say, well, I'm going to get fired anyway, so I'm going to mail it in. Or like me, I'm going to say, you know what? They're trying to get rid of me. Let me show them the best I got. Let me show them why they brought me to San Francisco. Let me show them why I'm here in San Francisco. I got to go all in.
Did you watch Hard Knocks?
Farhan Zaidi may never get this opportunity ever again.
You act like he's running the team and he has no one that he talks to, that he has to approve deals. You watch Hard Knocks. Do you think that the GM is just making moves willy-nilly, or he has to present to ownership?
Mara sits there, but Mara didn't like the Saquon Barkley move, but he accepted it after a while, right? He was like, yeah, I'd like to draft now.
I don't think that Farhan's sitting in a room. This is just my opinion.
You think Greg Johnson has that much cachet as Mara with the New York Giants?
No, I think that Farhan's sitting in a room, and I don't think he's like, I got to save my job. I'm not going to tell Buster and whoever is a part of the brain trust, I'm just going to do all these moves. All those have to get run by ownership. That's my belief. And I could be, look, if he's allowed to do whatever he wants, whenever he wants, I would be shocked.
So with that in mind, you don't think ownership wants to win? You think ownership wants to see him sell and watch this fan base say, you know what, we're not renewing our season tickets because you haven't won anything, and we saw 2 prospects after 3 years of hearing about all these prospects. Great, we got one pop. I'm so glad that Montel's popped, because for the last 3 years, we've talked about how many prospects? How many different prospects have we talked about the last 3 years?
Harrison, Bailey, Bart's gone.
Hunter Bishop.
Ramos, we talked about before.
Bishop. Carson Wisenhunt.
Yeah, Wisenhunt we barely talked about.
Who else did we talk about?
Bednar, we haven't
talked about a million guys.
10 times in 3 years.
Luciano
a lot. Luciano a lot.
Between
absolutely.
You two guys, I've heard a lot about prospects.
Well, but you know what? Luciano hasn't hit.
Finally, we got one to pop. Finally, we got an all-star.
Yeah, I just don't think rich people who like dividends are sitting here saying, go all in even more. And they know what their business model is, and they know what's hitting and what's not. They're at the games every day. They see this, and they see the big picture. And I don't think that they're sitting here saying.
You think they see the big picture, Greg Johnson and Farhan Zaidi? You think they haven't seen the big picture?
That's why everyone's kind of disappointed.
Their big picture from 2021 has been a big disappointment. It ain't a big picture.
Sure.
Picture's faded like a Kodak, like a Polaroid from a Kodak camera. The thing is terrible.
But trading whatever prospects that you have for a run now, I don't think that ownership is sitting here saying that's the move.
So what's the plan with Luciano then?
See, now Luciano's an interesting one. I think they have made a decision one way or the other. Either they're keeping him and he's going to switch positions or whatever, or he could be a guy that they're stapling with one of these other guys to go get them the shortstop of the future, or the left fielder of the future, or a first baseman of the future. That I do believe is something that's being considered.
I don't know, man.
I think Doval, Snell, Conforto's going to be a tiny deal. There are a lot of these deals. Wilmer Flores, who's hurt right now, had a plate injection into his knee. I don't know if a team wants him. I doubt it.
Maybe not.
Estrada, I heard, has been on the block for quite some time. If we don't see Luciano in September, I feel like he's gone in the offseason.
That would be disappointing.
Probably.
That would be, this whole thing is a disappointment. How do you turn a season of disappointments into a season of memories, good memories?
Well, I would say this, I'm not that disappointed, though.
I think you're not disappointed with the Giants this year.
No, because honestly, I didn't see Ramos coming out of left field. Ramos has been...
So that's been the saving grace for you? That's why you're not disappointed?
Lining. I call it a silver lining.
A silver lining because one player popped?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
That's how low the bar's been.
Oh, my God. So
they have a young, everyday player in the outfield who I know can play right field or center field for the next 5 years.
The bar's been set low. We need to raise the bar back up. The hell with setting the bar low. We need to raise it back up.
I didn't have one guy. guy.
We got to raise it back up.
This time a year ago, I didn't have one guy I liked. And then I look at the rotation.
Oh, you liked the guy. Oh, you liked Casey Smith last year. That was
for like a week. I mean, this time a year ago, I didn't know if Harrison was going to stick. I didn't know if Birdsong, I didn't even know who Birdsong was a year ago. So, like, as bleak as it's been, the silver lining is like, wow, we actually have a legit freaking young center fielder who's pretty fun and exciting. Wow, we got two guys at the top of the rotation.
I'm not ready to call.
Win it every year.
I'm not ready to call Montos legit yet. I want to see a little more, although I'm impressed.
That's fine.
I'm very impressed. I want to wait on that a little bit. I want to see this guy come through the league. Let me see him finish this season first before we start crowning him as a center fielder of the future. I just want to see the next 2 months. I think that's fair. We got some calls. We got about 10 minutes left. Let's go to Eric in Sacramento. Eric, what's happening?
Guys, you guys are talking, but that's okay. I understand you need to say what you need to say. First of all, in your opinions, what do the Giants need to do to make a genuine playoff run, for the trade deadline? That's the first question. Second, do you think Steph Curry is going to be okay because he tweaked his ankle yesterday against Serbia?
Yeah, I think Curry's going to be fine.
What do the Giants need to do? They need to hit continuously like they've been with runners in scoring position like they did over the weekend. And they need to play the defense that they've been playing the last couple of days. And they need this starting pitching to absolutely carry them.
What do you make of the players saying that, hey, we could make a run? Our best baseball still ahead of us.
What's Sean Jelly going to say? Sean Jelly's selling.
I'm not talking about Sean Jelly. Forget Sean Jelly. I'm talking about Matt Chapman.
Saturday night and he was talking with the boys and he's like, look, something special's brewing. It's like, Sean, you've been on 1.5 teams at the big league level. What do you know what special is?
Well, I mean, wow.
I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just being real.
What if he does feel like something special's brewing? What if they do feel like these guys are athletes.
Players
and they're competitors.
Don't dictate the moves of the organization.
They are competitors, man.
Of course.
They don't want
what are they
to give
supposed
up.
to say?
They don't want to give
Michael
up.
Conforto's like, you got to stick with us. Mike, you're part of the reason why we're where we're at.
I'm not listening to Mike.
Well, but
I'm not listening to Mike. I'm listening to Matt Chapman. I'm listening to Blake Snell. I'm listening to Robbie Ray. I'm listening to the big boys on this team.
Did
not
you
Michael
think that
Conforto.
they were going to be a contender before this season started?
The way they spent money, I was hoping they was a contender.
Well, I was hoping they'd be in the playoffs.
I want playoffs. It's still there.
But now that the season's played itself out.
Yeah, the playoffs are still there. It's still there, attainable. The goals that we have for before the season are still there a day before the deadline. After all the flipping and flopping we've done on the show, but the goals before the season was, we got to get to the playoffs. We may have a team. I'm excited about this team.
What was the other goal?
A lot of money.
What was the other goal? Find some young players. And they have.
They have. So now find me another big boy, which they failed on getting. I want a big boy.
This is why I want the cupboard full. I want to trade Snell. I want to get something back. I want to trade Doval. I want to trade Chapman.
I want to keep those guys, and I want to go get a big boy. I want to get a big boy without trading these guys. This rotation, if you went into a series with Ray, Webb, and Snell, with Birdsong and Harrison, who knows if they'll be shut down by then. You got 3 legit starters for a playoff series. That is nasty. That you could boast of having the best trio of pitchers in a starting rotation out of any playoff rotation there is. I'll take it against Rodon, Garrett Cole, and anybody the Yankees are trying now. Well, I'm just saying. You're not going against the Yankees. I'm saying Philadelphia, Zach Wheeler, Aaron Nola. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, it's
whatever. The Braves rotation right now.
Well, it's stinky, but Chris Sale's been awesome.
Rex Fried's on the IL right now. Strider's gone.
Awesome. But that's another reason why these teams want your pitchers.
Yeah, I want to keep my pitchers because I got to beat these teams.
They've gone around the rotation one time.
So let me see it twice. Let me see it 3 times.
We've seen one start from Robbie Ray.
Yeah, that's fine. And it's been, wow.
It's one.
Didn't it blow you away?
It's one.
Didn't it blow you away?
Yeah, it blew me away. And I was like, what could we get for him?
Oh, wow. See, that's a losing mentality. I don't have that mentality.
I think it's more like I'm tired of it's 1 year at a time.
You're not tired of losing to being mediocre?
I want to build for something.
You're not tired of not competing in September and August?
It's been a decade. I can wait another 6 months.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? And then next season's not guaranteed, and then they're going to fell on every other free agent. All right, come on.
I want to build a homegrown team that can have some sustainability for multiple years. And I don't think that going for a playoff run with this team does anything for anyone other than retain Farhan.
So you're telling me it wouldn't mean anything to you if they advanced to the NLCS?
And they did, and then Chapman opted out, and then Snell opted out, and then Robbie Ray.
That wouldn't mean anything to you if this team didn't go to the NLCS. You're telling me that right now.
If they did, I would be here for it. I'd be having
you'd be
fun.
at the games. Oh, you'd be at the games with New Jersey. I'll say, this team, don't you believe, Bonte?
How does that help them be better next year?
I'm not worried about next year. I'm worried about the now.
When you're running a team, you have to look beyond just 1 year.
We've done that for the last 3 years, and that's fell flat on his face. I had to sit here and wait as you and Lemon talked to me 2 hours blue. Oh, my God, it annoyed me so much. I said, don't spend a dime on Giants. For 2022 and 2023, you guys tell me 2024 is a year. 2024 is a year.
So then
Just
why are you
wait on
so
it, Bonte.
optimistic?
No, it's not about being optimistic. I'm sitting here in Farhan's ID seat saying, you know what? His job's on the line, for crying out loud. In my opinion, if Pavlovich is coming out saying, hey, some members of the front office have to make the playoffs. Well, who's he talking about?
Yeah, but if your guy's job's on the line, you're not going to let him just wheel and deal any guy in your entire organization
I'm saying, you know
to
what?
salvage himself.
Farhan, you pick the groceries. Let me see what you cook up. Let me see what you cook up.
Yeah,
I want to go to the playoffs, man. I want to be able to watch baseball in September knowing my team's got a shot to make some noise.
If you think you're going to go on a divorce,
that's all I wanted is a shot.
I hear you, but if you're going on a divorce, I'm not giving the credit card to whoever I'm divorcing and saying, "Hey, go spend and get whatever you want."
Well, this is different. This ain't a marriage.
Well, it is.
This is pro sports. This is pro sports. And we'll see what happens with Farhan. I'm telling him, here's a black card. I've already given you the black card in the offseason. Our payroll's already north of $200 million. We got these pitchers finally. Farhan, go do what you do. And then, what are you telling the season ticket holders? Because it's just bigger than us. What about the season ticket holders?
What about them?
You're trying to get them to renew.
Okay.
Is it a good business model to say, you know what, we're selling, and I know we sucked the last 3 years, but hey, I want you to buy in with this and get new season tickets and renew season tickets. No. It's not going to happen. With jerseys being sold.
People who
merchandise.
If I'm gonna renew my tickets, I don't pick up the phone and go, "Hey, Chapman's opting out, but we're going on a run." They're gonna say this. We've got our first All-Star in 30-something years in the outfield. We've got 2 young players who are going to be able to go deep into September next year. We've got a catcher that we think is the future, and we've got a plethora of other young guys that are coming through. Not that we're going to be the Orioles or we're going to be the Astros, but you can see it's about having a wave of prospects.
Are the prices dropping?
No, prices don't drop anywhere.
So, yeah, I'm hanging up the phone on your ass because that ain't convincing enough.
All right. I mean, if you
what
really
I tell the
think
salesman?
you bought season tickets to go see Michael Conforto and Lamont Wade Jr. like that, I find that funny.
No, you went to go see winning baseball is what you did. You can't. Let's see, here you go again. Here you go again. You talk up like Lamont Wade Jr. Now you're saying we're not buying tickets for Lamont Wade Jr.
That's a different
That's what it is.
conversation.
That's why I won a first baseman. Because you're talking about Lamont Wade Jr. and his 4 home runs this season. Gosh. Can I get a power back? Can I get something? I'm hanging up the phone if you come with that pitch to me. Yeah, I'll wait on these young guys. I'll buy when these guys are bona fide major leaguers. Let's go to the lines. Mike in Santa Clara. Mike, what's happening?
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you doing?
Good.
Yeah, awesome. Hey, so it was kind of one thing beforehand. It was kind of funny. I went to the game yesterday with the wife, and I was actually surprised. We were actually able to keep the bill less than $100, and we still got our crab sandwiches and all that. So, yeah, I know. I'm actually shocked. I don't know if they lowered prices. I doubt it. But anyway, anyway, guys, I actually, Monte, I agree with you, but Shasky, I also agree with you. It's a buy and sell kind of thing. I actually, for one thing, I think that if we're able to I would love to get Vladdy. That would give you Vladdy, Ramos, and then if we keep Chapman, I would make a run with those guys as our power bats for sure. The only concern I have is that what you're going to sell to get that in that case, the prospects that are going to be involved, because it's going to be a heavy price. I'm actually curious what you guys would think the prospects would be that would have to be given. Obviously, oh man, I love Birdsong, but I don't know if that would have to be in the package or what, or who else. Luciano, I'm okay with. Matos, I'd be okay with as well.
Wow.
I'm just curious what potential pitching prospects. Yeah, I know.
No,
but if it gets Vladdy on the team, you know.
I'm with you, man. I mean, look, I'm probably not trading Matos. And when it comes to prospects to me, they're just names. I mean, how many times do we see prospects get traded and never pan out? That's why these big boy teams trade these prospects. You know what I'm saying? Oh, sorry, I didn't know you were still on the line.
All the best teams, though, just before you finish, like all the current best teams have a wave of it's not about a singular prospect. It's about having a collection of them.
I hear that.
You let's say you have 6 that are highly coveted. One will hit, right? You know, like that's how it works.
Shasky,
and then you use the other ones to trade for people.
I've been waiting on the wave of prospects for 6 years under
now
Farhan.
You're starting to see the fruit.
For what, Ramos?
Birdsong, Harrison, Bailey.
Birdsong had, Harrison just had 2 great starts against the Rockies. Before that, everybody was talking like me, saying send him to the bullpen.
He took a little time off, and it feels like that did him pretty well.
2 starts against the Rockies, all of a sudden we're believing in Kyle Harrison again?
But I can make that same argument about the organization as a whole. You win 4 games against the Rockies, and now we're in bye mode.
It's not just that. I'm just, 3.5 back of the Diamondbacks and the Padres. What are we playing for? What are we playing for?
We're playing for 2025, and it sucks to say that.
See, 2 years ago, we were playing for 2024, and I can't handle that anymore. I can't, we're playing for 2025. And then when they're young and they're behind a year, they're scuffling, and then it's, 2026 is even better because Reggie Jackson's going to be up. And I'm tired of prospect talk. Oh, my God.
You asked me about who could be on the way out the door.
In a package. Listen to that.
In a package for Vladdy.
You're talking like that. Well, we'll just wait until 2025 now.
You also have to be realistic with where you're at.
The Dodgers are vulnerable right now. Vulnerable.
And you're still 12 games back.
Yeah, I know, but if I get them in a short series, maybe I take them to 5 like I did in 2021.
Well, you have to get in.
Right?
And then you have to win the wild card game to qualify for a series.
Get in. That's why I want to get in.
Who could be in on a deal? It's some combination of these names: Reggie Crawford, Luciano, Grant McCrary, Will Bednar, Carson Whisenhunt, Luis Matos. Like, those are the kind. And I believe there's going to have to probably be a decision on one of your big boys, like whether it is a Ramos, whether it is a Harrison. Like, they're going to ask for a haul. He's got a year and a half left on his deal, right?
I'm fine with
that's
that.
going to cost you a lot.
I'm fine with that because. But
who's he going to play with?
I'm fine with that because with those prospects, I don't give a damn about. I don't care about those prospects.
Okay.
I don't care. Get rid of all of them. I don't care.
Well, you're not going to get rid
I need
of
a bona fide major league big boy. Can we have one of those in our lineup one time instead of just waiting on these guys? Been hearing about Winston Hunt for 3 years now. Where's he at? Josh in San Francisco.
Hey, fellas, how's it going? So I wanted to talk again about selling. I really think we should, because in order to get to playoffs, it looks like we're going to have to play probably 600 ball. And our bullpen is drawn out because of all these bullpen games that we're playing. We lack the middle order. Why is Chapman hitting cleanup, right? It should be hitting around 7 in a solid lineup. And, if we don't sell Snell, I just don't understand, again, like, how we're going to replenish the team.
I'm with him on this one. And look, you could sell Snell and get something that doesn't ever even help you. But you could also get Snell and get something that either you use in a package to go get this middle of the order guy, or you, identify the right candidate to receive back in a trade that actually helps you out.
Richie's gone? All right. Fast 5. Alex Cobb.
My final thought is this. I know everybody's angry and they want to go for the playoffs, and I understand that, and I get wanting to win. It's been a long, sucky ride for the last decade. It really has. Like, the 2016 feels like a lifetime ago, losing to the Cubs. I actually feel good organizationally about where they're at. And I'm telling you, for the long-term Giants, if you care about having a real run and actually building something special, you have to sell Blake Snell. You have to sell it. You've got to do it to yourself. He is as high as he'll be. There are 5 or 6 teams that are going to overpay for him, and you just have to make the right trade.
My final thought is buy. The hell with that losing mentality. Buy. Fans want to win. Fans want a winner. We'll worry about the future in the future. Damn it, we may not be alive, like Shanahan said on Sunday. Buy. If I want to renew season tickets, if I want to get my daughter to a game, if I want to get young fans invested into the Giants, buy, and show them you're serious. Show them that you're going for it. And you may fall flat on your face, but you know what? I applaud the effort. This ain't a losing town. This ain't a losing market. This is a big boy market. Stop operating like the Pittsburgh Pirates and act like a damn big boy and go out there and buy some players and make a damn run at this thing. The hell with this losing mentality. F them picks. These picks. Send them, get these kids. Hell with the kids. These picks.
So the Giants are not going to be part of my final thought, actually. I was watching some Olympic action over the weekend, guys, and I got really into this one gold medal fencing bout on Saturday. That's what I love about the Olympics. You get to see all these sports that you don't usually see or care about most of the time. I'm watching this USA-China volleyball match going on right now. It's really intense, but
fencing looks difficult.
Fencing, it's kind of interesting. Like, it's fun watching. I mean, the announcers, they get so into it too, which kind of like adds to it. But I watched this chick in from France, this other woman from China going back and forth. The woman from China, she was down 7-1, rallies back, ties it. And then they're like getting all these, like, they're hitting each other at the same time points. So it goes like 10-10, 11-11, 12-12. And there's like this intense standoff. And eventually the one from China, Kong Man Wei Vivian.
That's a hell of an effort.
Yeah, I tried. She ended up taking the gold there over Malo Brenton Orion. That's 0-for-2 there on names. But, yeah, I was just, like, really locked into this fencing bout there, and that's kind of what I like about the Olympics. You get locked in on sports that you would just never really ever care about.
Promise me.
Like equestrian.
Exactly. I got into the horse thing.
Yeah,
Promise me, the three of us, no Giants game tonight. We're going to watch, I think, what time's the women's game, the basketball women's game? Isn't it today?
I forget.
Yeah, but we're going to watch that. Can we watch a little of the Pete Rose doc?
Maybe. I may be playing NCAA football.
All right. Do we have another person in that room with you?
Yeah, Joe, Big Joe. Say something, Joe.
Joe,
You
you
want to say something?
He's locked into his own
All right,
thing
Joe's locked in. Joe's locked in. Maybe Trent Williams will come to camp today. Maybe Ayuk will sign. Maybe not. Niners weren't pass today. They'll hit the practice field in about 20 minutes.
Is Ricky Pearsall supposed to be suiting up today?
Oh, he's not.
They said they're hopeful he'll come back this week, though.
Yeah, we'll see. No
I'm
Pearsall
very
this
interested to hear about the padded practice.
Yeah.
Very interested.
Can't wait for that. And we'll get to Brock Purdy, who Michael Silver, the Chronicle, wrote a great article about how he says he wants to dominate. He wants to be Brady.
Anything about Trent?
Huh? Nothing about Trent. I just said.
No, I'm saying, but have we heard anything?
No, nothing.
Oh,
nothing.
boy.
And you know what? I want to have a conversation, not about Brock Purdy's money, because I'm fatigued about that. He's going to get his money. But how can Brock Purdy get better?
Ooh.
He had a career year. And we're out here talking like he hit his peak. I think there's more to come for Brock Purdy. It's Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Evan Giddings in from Matt Steinmetz. And Daryl the Guru Johnson coming up from 10 to 2. Oh, I missed that slot. 10 to 2, boy. We were just that's coming up on 95.7 The Game. Alex Cobb.
All right, what is going on, Bay Area? Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson. Goo, I'm recharged, I'm revamped, I'm a little jet lagged. I'm feeling kind of all over the place, to be quite honest with you, because, a lot happened while I was gone. But first things first, I'm just glad to see your face. I'm glad to see Carter Chickering's face. I'm glad to see Sam Loveman's face, the boss, Bonte, Butch, Lucas, everybody. I'm glad to be back in the saddle, man. What's happening?
That familiar. Yeah, family, lick it goo. But we missed you, Evan. Hope you had a great time. And the people want to know about the great time. So I'll pepper you with some questions about your beautiful vacation in Sweden.
Well, we can get to that maybe a little bit later in the show. We'll try and space it out, all right? We got 5 days, you and I, so I'm looking forward to that. We can have some lessons from abroad. How about that? But we'll keep it later in the show.
And when I saw you last, it was slow time. Evan, we got whatever you want. Basketball, football, we got it all.
Well, yes. I mean, gosh, I left Tyler Fitzgerald in Sacramento. I came back. He's Babe Ruth.
This is incredible.
The political landscape changed quite a bit while I was gone as well. And then apparently we're trying to figure out.
Go ahead. My bad. That's all I'm supposed to go on, Carter. Give me a tab.
Even my nieces and nephews knew what was going on. Oh, my God.
Oh, boy.
But, there's action with the 49ers in training camp. We got hold-ins. We got holdouts. And we're going to talk about the hold-in with Mark Schlereth of
he
Odyssey.
had some comments about how you sold
Yes, he did. We're going to talk with him at 12:30 later on today. But where we got to start is the San Francisco Giants. I think it's the topic that everyone is wondering, which direction are they going to go? Are they going to be sellers? Are they going to be buyers? They don't play until the deadline is over tomorrow at 3 o'clock Pacific Standard when they take on the A's in the last Bay Bird series here in San Francisco. But which direction are they going to go, Goo?
I'll tell you what, and while you were gone, I know you tuned in that one day. Remember, we shouted you out, so I hope that gave you some love and sweet Dan. But I'm a lover. I'm a baseball romantic, a sports romantic, so all I do is follow the standings, and the Giants. Hey, look, I'm not going to tell anybody that this has not been, up until this point, a disappointing season. But when you tell me after the 4-game sweep of the Rockies, who are terrible, by the way, Evan, that you're only 3.5 back of your goal, and that's to qualify for the party, i.e. the Arizona Diamondbacks that used that and went to the World Series last year. How the hell can any Giant fan from afar say you want to see this team sail? And if you sail, to me, you're waving the white flag, Evan, but I'm going Jim Carrey. You're saying there's a chance. So to me, if I don't believe Farhan's in any trouble, a lot of people do. I'm not in the know, but if I'm Farhan and I am actually fighting for my life, shout out Mark Jackson, I'm buying by tomorrow come the deadline, because we're only, after this weekend, 3.5 back.
Yeah, it's like from afar, I think a lot of people are looking at the Giants and you would wonder why they would buy, right? Because they're 2 games below 500. Sure, they just swept the Rockies in 4 games, but the Rockies are, what was it they said in Moneyball? There's the top teams, there's 50 pile of crap, 50 feet of crap, and then there's the Colorado Rockies. So they're not a very good team. But from afar, Han, you do have to look at this roster and say, basically, how are we going to salvage this season? I think that's the question they're trying to figure out, and that's going to determine whether they sell or whether they buy. To me, Goo, I don't know how much they can buy. All I know is that I don't want to see this team sell. And that may sound ridiculous. Yeah. That may sound stupid and idiotic. And I've been watching some baseball from afar, so I've kind of just been viewing it as a fan. This team is not great. This team is not bad. This team is somewhere stuck in the middle. It's probably symbolic of where they've been for what seems like the last 5 or 6 years with Farhan Zaidi. They are officially 2/3 of the way through the season, and they have been above 500 for 4 days.
Damn.
That is the definition of mediocrity.
Man.
That is below average. That's where they've sat. But I still can't sit up in here, and we can get into all the reasons why, but I do not feel like this is a team that wants to sell. I do not think this is a front office that wants to sell. And though a lot of fans believe that's the route to go, I think it's just because they're fed up and they're done with this front office.
Wow. I hear you, Evan, and nobody can tell us that this season up until this juncture has not been a disappointment. Guys have been underperforming all across the roster. So to try to find a positive, what if you get hot, Evan? What if you talked about Fitzgerald? He's in his Ramos zone right now. Ramos used the first half, come back to earth, but he used the first half to parlay that into an all-star berth. So I'm betting on things to get better and guys to play better. But damn it, Evan, you saw Robbie Ray, who pitches tomorrow against the A's. If you're telling me you could actually qualify and pick between Webb, Snell, or Robbie Ray, the good Robbie Ray, for a one-game wild card, I'll take that all day. And then if you were able to get in, shout out Too Short, if you could get in, Evan, and you got Snell, you got Ray, and you got Webb, I'll take that over a lot of rotation. So I know it sounds like I'm dreaming, but from that standpoint, damn it, I'm adding or I'm not selling, because if I sell, I got over a $200 million payroll. I went shopping. You admit error there. But I heard Shasky and Bonte. Great show. Bonte's pro, buy, paraphrasing for Shasky, sell. But if you sell and redo it, are you so confident that you got the right guys to bring you back? So to me, Evan, I'm going all in, man. I'm poker term, all in, baby.
Well, that is the one thing that I don't think the Giants will be, because they, under Farhan Zaidi, have never been an all-in team. Like, if you just look at the previous 5 deadlines, let's just go through them,
Okay.
right? 2019, first year of Farhan Zaidi, last year Bruce Bochy. They were sellers. They moved off Melanson and I think Sam Dyson to somewhat of an extent, but they weren't a team. They didn't move off of Bumgarner, right, when they could have. Yeah. They chose to keep him. And then the next few years, in 2020, they were 17 and 19 at the deadline, pandemic-shortened season. They did neither. They didn't sell. They didn't buy. In 2021, they bought, but at a price that was right for them. The miracle season, right? They got Chris Bryant. 2022,
man,
they were 500 at the deadline, 51 all. They did neither. They didn't move in one direction or the other. And then, of course, last season, I know that they technically were buyers. They added players, but in my opinion, adding A.J. Pollock is not a move that moves the needle for me one way or the other.
I hear that.
So this is a front office that generally has stood pat at the deadline. They do not do either. They do not sell. They do not buy. And that's why I think that that's the most likely outcome right now. But to me, the one thing they cannot do, and again, there's a lot of evidence that suggests that they should be the ones to sell. They can't do it.
Yeah. Wow.
I do not believe that this team can sell. Because the question you need to ask yourself if you're a Giants fan is, yes, there's been 5 years you're pissed off. Are they going to do this? Are they going to do that? I'm not even looking at the rest of the schedule. They got 54 games left. It's the easiest schedule in baseball, whatever. That doesn't matter. The question to me is, Goo, do you think that you're good enough to get the final wild card spot in the National League?
Wonderful question, Evan. We kind of threw it out there last week, Stoney and I put something in the cap. We were talking about bad takes and good takes that we hit on and missed. And mine was, I believe the Giants are going to win a playoff series. Now, they got to go out there and handle their business. But that premise is based on, when you look at this roster, now the rotation, Snell's got his groove back. Evan, I think they are. But about what you just laid out, the past deadlines, would you allow me to, introduce this to the jury? Farhan had he had confidence that he was going nowhere. What about if there is some lemon booty, pressure involved? If he is really under the gun, maybe he'll do something different because his job is on the line. Do you buy that?
100%.
Okay. But I don't think his job is on the line. I think the Johnsons don't care. You fired Gabe Kapler. He was the scapegoat. But look at what you've done since he's gone, and you gave him a new contract. So to me, I don't think there's any – I hate it. I thought he should have been out with Kapler. But what if I tell you I don't feel like Farhan's fighting for his job?
I think he is. Yeah, and that's why I do think that this deadline is extremely important. Because whatever direction they choose to go, I think also determines the future of Farhan Zaidi in one way or another. If they choose to sell, there is a possibility that they just tank the rest of this season. They move off from him at the end. But I don't know about you, Goo. I get the feeling that if this Giants team sell, which is what the fans appear to want.
A majority of
that's
Twitter
the consensus.
Twitter X. Yeah.
Get rid of everybody you can. Sell Snell. Move off of Chapman. Sell, trade whoever you can to recoup some prospects and kind of start this thing anew. I almost believe that if they're sellers at the deadline, it indicates that Farhan Zaidi believes that he's got some job security.
Wow.
That he doesn't feel like he's on the hot seat, because otherwise, why would you sell?
Yeah.
Like, if you really think that you're out the door at the end of the season and the only thing that can save your job is to make the playoffs, then why the hell would you sell?
Well, maybe because your boss knows what time it is, and we brought this up Friday, Evan. I didn't agree with it, but Steiny was saying maybe the ownership, I'm paraphrasing, takes the keys from Farhan and says, hey, you want to go buy that? No, we know where we're at. We're realistic. We're not going to allow you to do that. But Evan, again, I keep looking at the standings. The Giants are not a 53 and 55 team. They've played that way. They've earned their record. I think they're better, and I would stand pat and try to add something that was, that made sense. But if guys can get hot, we're seeing Fitzgerald come out of nowhere, and I know it's a short sample size, but what if that was infectious and guys put their best foot forward for these last 54 games? I just that Arizona Diamondback run last year to me is the reason I would not sell. But if you sell, Evan, then what are we talking about next year and the year after? It's just like this bad era of Giant baseball continues. Evan, they haven't won a playoff series since 2014.
That's a long time.
That's a decade, bro.
That's a long-ass time.
Man.
And they've been in the playoffs since 2014 twice.
Wow, that's even worse.
Exactly, yeah. 2 times in the last 10 years, right?
Cubs and Dodgers.
2016 and then 2021. And that's what they're looking at right now between both regimes. This ain't just Farhan, too. The 4 years before that were under, what was it, Bobby Evans.
Yeah.
So right now the Giants, they're not looked at nationally like a team that is just going to come out of nowhere, but that's almost why, Goop, again, I'm reading the tea leaves of this front office, and I do not think that this is a group, unless, to Steiny's point, they are demanded to sell by ownership.
And we'll never know until it's all said and done, right?
But I don't think an ownership that green lights you spending $200+ million this offseason is going to turn their head less than a full season into that direction.
Yeah, I'm with you.
They got 54 games left. They are 2/3 of the way through the season. They got 1/3 of the season left. And that third of the season, to me, is going to dictate which direction this franchise goes.
Yeah, Evan, I'm older than you, so I can remember where there was just 4 divisions. And if you, the guru computer, if you were 9 back going into September, I felt like you had action, or 8. But good God, 54 games left. You're 3.5 out. Like you said, they haven't won 5 games in a row all year. They've done it 3 times, the third time being this weekend. I do wonder, Evan, how are the powers to be, let's just say Farhan's bosses, are they looking at this weekend like it was just the Rockies, who we lost 2 or 3 out the break, that just really had people down? But Evan, I'm with you, pal. I just don't see a scenario to where, okay, hey, our goal, it's in the I'm not selling. Why would I, when my pitching is the best component of our team? And if guys can get hot at the dish, anything can happen. And the Diamondbacks, I'm going to say that all day. They used the wild card to get to the World Series last year, and nobody saw that coming.
What direction do you want the Giants to go in? 888-957-9570. Evan Ginnings in for Matt Stein, Matt Sterl, the Guru Johnson. Got a piece of news, Goo.
Uh-oh.
From the pitch.
Okay.
Well, at least that's what they call it overseas. From the gridiron. American football.
I was like, damn, the pitch.
No, the amount of times I had to switch between football and soccer, they were just calling me an ugly American.
Tell us about it.
10 days in a row. This is from Adam Schefter of ESPN. The 49ers have announced that they've activated wide receiver Ricky Pearsall from the active/non-football injury list. So Pearsall is going to be active for practice. Brandon Ayuk, it appears, will not be.
Wow. And again, Evan, that's good news for the Niners, because I'm a worrywart. I was thinking, man, is this dude, did he pop his hammy? I mean, this is bad, but it looks like he'll be back. And I just wonder if we're talking about Brandon Ayuk's replacement, who, again, since you left and nobody's shocked, he's holding in. Just real quick here, Evan, do you think this thing gets worked out in regard to Ayuk getting his money? And I know we got Mark Schlereth coming on at 12:30. He has some strong comments, but do you think it's going to get? Do you think this is going to work for Brandon?
I think it is, and I think it's going to more importantly work for the 49ers either way. I'm not sure. I don't see Ayuk getting traded right now. And the date to kind of circle in my mind, and again, we can talk about this at 12:30 with Mark Schlereth coming up on the River Islands text line, or the River Islands guest line, pardon me. But I think that it has to do with August 1st. That's the date that Deebo Samuel inked his contract with the 49ers.
All right.
So a lot of people have been putting that out there as well. That's kind of the due date essentially for Ayuk because he's not resetting the market. It's not a Bosa situation. And he's kind of in the same spot that Debo was. But now it appears like that Ricky Pearsall is out active. He's got some less leverage.
Yeah.
So everything is going to be monitored in terms of 49er land down in Santa Clara. What's going on there? What's going on with Trent Williams? I know we got a victory left to take a little bit later in the show. But what do you want? And I'm asking the people, what do you want the Giants to do in less or a little bit more than 24 hours? 3 o'clock is the deadline tomorrow, Tuesday, and they don't play until then. So all you have to judge the Giants on is what you've seen for the first 108 games of this season. And on paper, it hasn't looked very good. Like, again, they've spent 4 days above 500 as a team.
That's a problem.
That's not that's not very inspiring, right? But I just feel like with where they are, and I'm talking about the front office, I don't think that they're going to give in. And I wouldn't necessarily suggest that they give in because selling in other sports generally involves a tank, right? You're trying to aim for draft position. Maybe you're trying to aim to, improve your roster for down the line. In baseball, that's not as easy of a task. You do have to thread the needle a bit, which is what they've done again over the last 5 trade deadlines. They've tried to thread needles. It's worked once in 2021, although they didn't win a playoff series. That's the only time in which they've been, in my opinion, aggressive. The only time that Farhan Zaidi has sold, has been an official seller, was his very first season as president of baseball operations.
Man.
That's the only time. So I don't see that changing 5 years later, 6 years later.
And life comes at you fast. You say that was his first year, and we thought a lot of people did. He was building something. By the time the 5th year would come around, we wouldn't even be talking about wild card. Maybe the Giants would be battling the Dodgers for a division, but that's not going to happen this year. But I do feel like there's pressure. There's pressure on Farhan, but what will he do? And what's interesting and what I like about the deadline this year, Evan, is by the time they take on the Oakland A's, the deadline will have come and gone. What do they do? And again, they have not played their best baseball. 54 games is a lot to me in baseball for people to kind of change their direction. Look at Snell. He was horrible. You got another victory lap because when they announced Snell was coming here, you said, hey, everybody slow down. He's notoriously a slow starter, which he was, and it was kind of ugly. ERA over 10 in the low 9s by the break. And now he looks like Sandy Koufax. And Robbie Ray looked great. And then, the old Mr. Reliable, Logan Webb. So, Evan, why would I just run away from that and not roll the dice hoping guys with the bat can get hot and take it from there? And the 415 on the text line, are the Giants good enough to do something with the third wild card? I don't have that answer, but I damn sure would like to find out. And if I were to pose that question in Arizona last year about the Diamondbacks, people probably would have laughed and scoffed at it, and look what they did. So it's not about me giving you a concrete answer because I can't predict the future, but damn, Evan, give me a series, give me a playoff wild card game, especially when I spend $200 million in the offseason.
Yes, exactly. Like, that's the whole beginning of this, right? Is spending that much money to make the playoffs. So I do think that to me, you talk about being all in at the deadline. That was their all in.
That's it.
That was going all in on this season. I don't think you can pull the plug on the season if you've spent that much money. Beautiful. You cannot do it. And this is from the 415. And I think it's a good point. Stop talking about buying and selling. I mean, those are just generic terms. Yeah. These are trades. Buying is done during free agency. That's when the Giants bought. They bought a lot of players. You have to look at these trades and consider what is on the other side of the trade, what the Giants receiving. This is a great opportunity to take advantage of teams who are desperate to make the playoffs and pick up great prospects to build future teams. That's from the 415. I'm imagining the only guy that is going to fetch you a big or a set of prospects is Blake Snell.
Yeah.
I don't think Matt Chapman is a guy that is going to get you a bevy of bullets in your farm system. So let's talk about it. Blake Snell's the guy. Do you sell Snell? Because that to me is the one name that every team right now is going to want. That's the only guy on this Giants team, as far as a rental is concerned, is the guy that I want.
Yeah, but Evan, if I'm as thirsty as we talked about as a Giant fan, and we haven't won in forever, to the 415, appreciate the text, But damn, why can't you look yourself in the mirror as one of those teams trying to make the playoffs? You're 3.5 back. Snell, to me, is going nowhere. I'm riding this bad boy out until we are officially eliminated, Evan. I'm sorry. I'm not pulling the plug on something I spent a lot of money on. So just from that standpoint, Snell is going to be our pitcher. And if he continues to be dominant or pitch the way he has, you got to feel like every time you go out on the bump, and Carter talked about it in the green room, if maybe the Giants aren't this team under 500, playing the schedule game like we play the Nats and the Reds. Well, guess what? You've been those teams all year long, but I just feel like all it takes is they've won 4. I don't care who it's against, but Evan, if they could win 8 of the next 9, 10 of the next 13, then what are we talking about? That's why your boy is now pulling the plug.
Well, and that's why it's almost funny. Like each time they've been at 6 games below 500 this year, they've quote unquote saved the season. Like, so when they've had their backs up against the wall, the team responds. Mm-hmm. The issue is that they can't get over the 500 hurdle.
Sustain.
Every time we think that they've turned a corner, they revert back to what we know them to be, which is a mediocre baseball club. For example, they were 19-25 on May 14th.
Ooh.
They responded by going 10-2. That was during the Pirates road trip.
The Mets.
A lot of magic for the Giants on that trip, right?
Yeah.
On June 23rd, they were 36-42, 6 games below 500. They responded by going 8-3 on a trip that involved being on the road. I think they took 2 or 3 from the Braves. They were looking like they're starting to turn the corner, playing some baseball. And then the Dodgers came in. Then they fell back to whatever. Right now, they're in the midst of potentially saving the season again, which is why it's interesting that the 4-game sweep of the Colorado Rockies comes right after they look lackluster out of the All-Star game, and they're 6 games below 500, and now they're taking that shovel and they're digging themselves out of a hole again. So which Giants team do you expect? Do you expect this team to continue to roll, that they finally got some pitching on their side, that they finally look like they know what they're doing at the plate with a couple of these dudes? Or are they the team that once they get back to around or near 500, then they're going to soften up again?
Yeah, and that's what the Oakland A's mean to me when we watch this 2-game set starting tomorrow night. Like, let's see it. And I'll read this to you, Evan. You tell me what you think. Adrian Gutierrez on the YouTube chat. This team has responded beating bad teams. That's very valid, but at some point or juncture, that has to change, and it starts with the A's tomorrow. And if they go out and lose to the A's at home, who have more power and play hard, shout out the Oakland Athletics. Evan, I'll be disappointed, but good God, Danker here on the chat. We need a bopper. Soler has been a dud. You're right. My 30 home run bet with Steiny, I might as well just send him the Cash App right now, right? Because that ain't going to happen unless he gets super hot. Thank you, Carter.
He's got 54 games, hit 18 home runs.
But, I mean, you're not going to get a bopper, Evan. But you know how many teams are really good? What you need, if I were to ask you what do the Giants need, they need offense, but Soler is your bopper. He's got to get out of whatever he's in. And it's been a season-long slump from a bopper standpoint, Danker. So you are right, but the reality of by tomorrow they go get a bat, your bat is Soler.
Well, and your bat, if you want to go get one, is going to cost you. So what are you willing to give up?
Pay me.
This isn't just about a name. I know that the morning show is throwing around Vladimir Guerrero Jr., if he's available potentially.
Toronto's acting like they're not getting off of him. And
I wouldn't.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
I wouldn't trade Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
And who's the shortstop I love?
For a king's ransom.
Yeah.
Bo Bichette.
Oh, yeah, Bichette. Like, they're not going anywhere, those two.
Well,
allegedly.
Bichette might actually be going somewhere because they're probably going to have to choose which one they want to pay. And they could pay both of them, but they got a lot of money wrapped up for a team that has not looked like they can make, or I guess they made the playoffs 2 years ago, but in the AL East, it's really difficult to compete. So who do you want to pay? Bichette might be somebody that's available. You know, a team like the Chicago White Sox looking to sell parts. I mean, if you're talking about aiming high, if you're talking about swinging for the fences, something that the Giants have not been able to do that often this season.
Well, good one.
Luis Robert is the guy that I want.
I'd go to the airport and get him.
Luis Robert is the position player that I would want if you're looking for a bopper. If you're looking for a big bat, that's who you want. But the bigger question that the Giants have to answer before they go out and trade for a position player, maybe add a little bit to the bullpen, is what do you do with Blake Snell? I mean, we're right now on MLB Network. The question just popped across the ticker, MLB Central. Will the Giants trade Blake Snell? And I want to know what fans think at 888-957-9570. Do you trade Blake Snell? Do you do it after striking out 15 batters over the weekend?
Give us that Rocky stat just about how good they are. How many times did they strike out in 6 innings?
Oh
you blew my mind, Evan, if you remember off top. But
well,
they
he
were
pitched
whiffing.
6 innings.
Okay.
That means he got 18 outs.
Yeah.
15 of them were via strikeout.
That is just good God.
Wow, dude.
That's really hard to do. That's really hard to do.
Evan, tell me if this is invalid or valid, real quick, and I'm glad to have you back. If they move Snell, that means they're trying to that is Operation Rebuild for the net. That to me signals you are about to do another rebuild. And how the hell can Farhan be the overseer of basically 2 rebuilds?
We'll ask and answer that question on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. Which direction do you want to see the Giants go in? I think it has to do with the big domino that is Blake Snell. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. That's Gerald DeGuber Johnson. What's coming up in the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I'm still feeling pretty jet lagged, Goo.
Yeah.
Not going to lie to you.
Yeah, but nobody could tell because you're in your bag.
Well, 6 cups of coffee, that'll have something to do with it. Maybe a little porridge. It is interesting, though, like looking at the city of San Francisco through the prism.
One of the most beautiful ones in the world, man.
Of a European architecture. It's interesting. Like, you notice subtle differences in buildings. You notice differences in how the streets look and how they're paved and whatnot. And you just notice also, like, just how people are.
What? Nicer or?
No, actually quite not. No, everyone in the city is very much locked in. But it's also interesting listening to how Swedish people view their own in comparison to like how we view Americans.
Well,
I think they're very nice, but they think that the city slickers in Stockholm are actually quite rude.
Well, there's a lot. Let's just get down to the crux of it all. A lot of baseball watching out there. They big into baseball or kind of not? A lot of soccer?
No, a lot of, European football.
Okay.
Yeah. So
football.
Football. Yeah. And I do have a little bit of a football.
Carter.
I do have a little bit of a story to tell. Shout out Biggie.
Yeah, that's a 4.
Later on in the show about getting out to a European football match. It was quite fun.
Were you ready to come home?
No.
Wow,
No.
Evan. Okay, so
No,
you
not gonna
enjoyed
lie.
yourself.
Although it was fun listening to you guys overseas.
I shouted my boy out.
I did hear that. There was a particular individual named Carolina who was very happy to hear her name mentioned on the show as well. And
look at my guy.
But it was cool, like walking back at 1 a.m., 2 a.m., listening to you guys during your thing, especially during the mashup week last week, brought to you by Jack's Bar and Restaurant.
I love the 2 to 6, Evan.
You did?
Getting it in, pumping iron before, getting the juice.
Dude, you're looking slim.
Well, I'll take it. Shasky said the same thing. I'll take it. Well, we got some breaking news later about 3-on-3 tournament, allegedly, Team 957.
Later in the week, I think. Yeah, we're getting, well, it's TBD.
Yeah.
But thank you. Yeah, for everyone who's welcomed me back. I'm excited to be back. I'm excited to be around my people. I'm excited to be talking sports, especially with everything that's been going on.
There's
right?
a lot, Evan.
There is, and I feel like I had to play catch up yesterday.
Shout out Hines.
Reading all these articles. Listening to a couple of the shows from last week especially, and just trying to get back in the saddle at 10 to 2. And I'm also excited because we get to do it all week together with Steiny. We basically flip-flop.
Yeah.
So he's out in London.
He's really missing you. We went to Sam's Friday, his last
I heard there was
day.
some action.
Yeah, but we were talking about you, and he's like, I'm going to miss Evan. I'm like, you'll be back in the week, bud. You'll be all right.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like we're not leaving forever here.
Let me throw this to you.
I thought about not coming back.
Let me throw this to you. Carter just put up a poll in regard to our conversation about the Giants, buy or sell. 62% are saying sell. Does that mean they're just done and out on this team? And the romantic that I am is anything can happen when you get to the offs. And the fact that you've done it twice in the last 10 years, why the hell would you not want to get that wild card game, or which could lead to a series with the staff that's coming into focus like Minolta right now? Why would anybody want to do something different and, we'll rebuild? Well, the guy you brought in to rebuild he's pretty much at a D-, hanging, fighting for his life. Why would you trust him? Or maybe they blow him out and then you want to hit restart with a new Farhan. If I were a Giant fan, that wouldn't excite me. Let's capitalize, man. This rotation could be a problem if they earn a berth to the offs.
Well, and that rotation is the reason why they're in this predicament. Like the reason why the Giants are not very good or haven't been very good. They haven't scored a ton of runs, and maybe their position players aren't very sexy and productive at all times. They're not consistent, but it's because they haven't pitched very well. Like the strength of this team is their starting pitching. The starting pitching has not carried the weight that they put on their shoulders at the beginning of the season. That's why they're not very good. But now you actually do look at a rotation, and it sucks in a way that it's all come down to today because you have nothing else to base off of. You only have the data from the previous 108 games to go off of whether you're not going to move Blake Snell, whether you're going to lean all in on this rotation, whether you're going to go out and try and attract a big name or go out and trade for a bopper. You haven't seen the rotation at full strength. You haven't seen it. And even at this point, it's still not at full strength because Alex Cobb was envisioned being a part of that.
Yeah.
I'm willing to wait to see. I'm willing to wait and see if Blake Snell, Logan Webb, Kyle Harrison, or Hayden Birdsong, along with Robbie Ray, Alex Cobb, and if you want to throw Jordan Hicks in the mix, you can do that as well. I'm willing to wait and see if that starting rotation or mix of 6 or 7 guys can help prop this team up to where they're supposed to be, which is threatening for a postseason position. They're 3.5 back with 54 games left.
And that's lightweight a blessing to be 3.5 back.
Yes.
That thing was, before you got back, Evan, that was at 5.5. It was looking like, boy, this is going the wrong way.
Well, and this is from the 415. What's the point in making the playoffs when the Dodgers are just going to sweep and humiliate the Giants on a national stage?
You don't know that.
I would also point to the fact that the Dodgers have not won a World Series outside of a 60-game season.
And their rotation is in shambles.
Look at what the Padres did 2 years ago. I know that they're in a decent position this year. Last year they flamed out.
How are they better without Soto? But go ahead.
That's
incredible.
We can definitely get into that. Well, 2 years ago, they traded for Juan Soto. Remember, that's part of why the Giants in 2022 didn't do anything at the deadline, because they were quote-unquote all in on Soto. But then remember, Farhan came out after the deadline and said, well, they had better offers the Nationals did. They chose those because the Giants didn't have a C.J. Abrams. They didn't have a Mackenzie Gore. They didn't have a James Wood, who just made his debut for the Nationals a couple weeks ago. Yep. They didn't have these prospects to go out and get a name like Juan Soto. But the Padres did. And what did they do? They weren't a team that was threatening to win the division. Like, they were never going to catch the Dodgers, but they beat the Dodgers in the postseason.
That's amazing.
They got to the NLCS 2 years ago with the manager the Giants currently employ, Bob Melvin. So there are examples of teams that have been aggressive at the deadline, not just because they think that they're a piece or two away, but because there's an opportunity. There's an opportunity to court and get and trade for talent that, combined with the group that is beginning to get healthier, your starting pitching staff, you can envision that being a team that can make a run. And I don't think the Giants have a choice but to try and make a run because, and I'll just say it, if the Giants sell Snell, Farhan nails his own coffin.
Man.
If they sell Snell, Farhan is putting the nail in his own coffin, and he's essentially saying, either because ownership wants him out or because he doesn't believe in this team, that he is done. And I think that's why people want them to sell more than anything, because they believe that is the quickest path to relieving themselves as fans of having to root for a team that's run by Farhan Zaidi.
Evan, speaking of nails, I think you just nailed it, and maybe that's why the poll Carter put up is it looks the way it does now, with over 60% of fans saying they would rather sell. But I'll give you a sales term, ROI. I need my return on investment. And if I say night to Snell, why would I do that with 54 games left in a season? Evan, in baseball, that's a long-ass time. A lot can happen, and 3.5 games is nothing when you look at it through that prism. But also, too, I think of the great Theo Epstein. You guys that get the job done, you got to have a gut feeling like Bruce Bochy. I used to look at him, and I still do, is he's a guy that trusts his gut and his instinct. Farhan has to look at his own team, Evan, and feel like, you know what? Everything that you just said in the last segment about the reason, or the most of the reason that we're not where we're supposed to be as a starting staff and health, you got to know that. So now the trust is, are you going to trust that and go all in? But about nailing his coffin, Evan, I don't even think there's a coffin, because he should have been fired with Gabe Kapler, who he handpicked. Okay, he didn't. He got re-upped in a year that was not conducive to winning at all. He survived that, and he got re-upped. So to me, that's a turnoff. But the bottom line is, the Luciano debacle. All I heard about during the Farhan tenure was Luciano and what they were going to do. But to butcher that, shout out Shasky, to where we now, I don't even hear his name come up to where he's attractive to other teams, or you could dangle him. We don't even know what his position is. And you mentioned that series on the road earlier this season in the first half where he was just booting routine ground balls. To me, his position and how he's been handled, that's a failure in itself. But man, if you can't dangle or use him, if Fitzgerald, if you believe in him with how he's gotten hot these last 11 games, it's just a cluster. I can't say the word because I need to pay my bills. Like that alone should say night to Farhan. But what's amazing to me is people are so down on Farhan, just the word and the man himself, his lack of personality, that Evan, they would rather go the Joe Shasky route and have this team not make it and retool. But what I break out hearing that baseball hives is, you never know when that rebuild is that retool is going to get you back. So that's which way you want to go?
I'm not optimistic.
Man.
Well, again, you've made the postseason
BPA.
2 times in the last 10 years. You haven't won a postseason series in 10 years.
And you're the Giants.
Well, exactly. That's
3-5.
But that's what the Giants have become. That's what the Giants are. That's what the Giants are known for.
Woo.
Being a team on the West Coast that is a premier brand and historic organization that is not really that historic anymore. That is kind of a part of the past.
You can't get guys.
And so I would ask, if you do sell, how does that help you? Like, how does that retool your how does that get you closer to not being the team that's known as a group that has not won a postseason series in a decade? How does that help? Is it selling Snell for a prospect that might come up in a couple of years? Because that didn't help you next year. Like, if you fire Farhan, let's say best case scenario for a lot of these fans, right? You tank the season, you go out and get a prospect or two, you fall flat on your face, you fire Farhan, all that happens. Yay! Everybody's laughing and heralding the Giants.
That's what I needed. My man.
Thank you. Shout out Steiny.
Yeah, I text him, did he made it? He didn't even text back. But go ahead.
That's classic Steiny too. All that happens. That doesn't get you any closer to your goal.
Man.
Because in 2025, no one's going to be excited about the Giants. And no one's been excited about them the past 5 years, it appears, outside of one miracle season. But I just don't see how that helps you.
It's Monday. Yesterday was Sunday, but my friend, you are back and you are preaching and you're teaching. And I'll say this might be too strong for some, Evan, but I still think you have the blood of Bruce Bochy on your hands, Farhan. I wasn't born yesterday, and I do believe he could have stayed, but you got off of him, and guess what he did? Went to the Lone Star State and won a World Series. So I'm the type of guy that doesn't forget about that. You fired your handpicked guy. So, yeah, if Farhan thinks he's got that much cachet or clout, boy, he got the deluxe package because, Evan, I thought he should have went out with Gabe Kapler. He didn't, but there's just no way, my friend, by tomorrow you sell when you got Snell doing his thing and the other guys that look like in the rotation starting to come into form. Why would you not try to get that playoff berth?
It's a great question. Let's ask it. 888-957-9570. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Gerald the Guru Johnson. We got Mark Schlereth coming up at 12:30 to discuss, I think, some pretty flame comments, some pretty hot comments about Brandon Ayuk and his hold in. Again, we got the news earlier from Adam Schefter that Ricky Pearsall is removed from the injury list, or the injury list so he is practicing today for the first time in training camp. We'll keep an eye on that as well, along with everything coming out from training camp throughout the week here on 95.7 The Game. But that's going to be at 12:30 again via the River Islands guest line. But let's get out to our phone lines and talk to Sean in Berkeley, East Bay Cat, my guy. What's up, Sean? What's going on, man? How are you on this Monday? Oh, guess we lost him. Sorry. Call back, Sean. 888-957-9570 is the number. This is from the 510. The rebuild that will never end. From the 650, the Giants have been boring to watch. Well, again, I don't know why they wouldn't be boring next year if you sell. I don't know why they wouldn't be boring in the next couple of years if you sell. I think the only choice that this franchise have, both if you're Farhan and you want to save your job, but also if you're legitimately in a position to get, I don't know, close enough to the play. Like, making the playoffs is better than not making the playoffs. But that's where the front office has resigned the fan base to, is that they would rather not make the playoffs if it means moving off of this guy and just starting from ground zero. And that's, I don't think that this team right now is at ground zero. They were at ground zero when Farhan took over. Like, they didn't have much outside of what was left of the past in Posey, Crawford, Belt, but Bochy was on his way out. This was a team that was stuck in terrible seasons. I don't remember fans being too happy about that. I don't remember them being excited about winning 60-plus games, about winning 70-plus games. That's where the future is if you do choose to, quote-unquote, sell everything.
Yeah, but Evan, that was, I hear you. I don't disagree, but that was a regime that could say, hey, at least we won 3 and 5. At least we've shown you we can get to the mountaintops and climb the highest of mountains. And they did it 3 times from the wild card spot a few times during that run. So, again, I just don't think they got the necessary pieces on the chessboard to say, or the guy running the chessboard, to where we can get right back. I'm a swindler. I know how to get over. So if his job is really on the line and I'm wrong, there is no way the Giants are going to give up one of their best player right now on the Giants, with the most value, which is Snell to me. There's just no way, Evan.
You don't think that they're going to give
up. They're not going to even entertain moving them. You got to go. What did you say? The trading deadline was actually the offseason for the Giants, where they went spending and did everything, splurged. So you got to see this thing out. And if I'm Farhan, that's the last thing I'm doing is pulling the plug and admitting failure when I got 54 effing games left to hope this team gets hot.
I mean, and this is also an interesting point, about this from the 650. Farhan was here to rebuild the farm system. Sell Snell. He can walk at the end of the year anyway and at least get something back. That's why I also, and maybe I'm just, I don't know, kind of reading the body language of Zaidi here, but the other reason I don't think that they're going to sell Blake Snell is because of that very reason, because of his opt-out. And what that means is another team that's acquiring his services are also going to be a bit hesitant on Blake Snell because either he's going to be a rental, and this is the entire thing. If Snell pitches his ass off the last couple of months, whether it's for the Giants or whether it's for I don't know, the Baltimore Orioles, who are a team that's been interested
in. Or the Yankees.
The Kansas City Royals, who were on there up until they traded for Michael Lorenzen earlier today. The New York Yankees. Any team that goes out and acquires Blake Snell, if he pitches well, he's going to become a free agent this offseason anyways.
Yeah.
So the Giants, I think in a way, would be better off by keeping him because the haul that he's going to bring in to me is not going to be worth the type of talent that he actually is because, one, he hasn't had a very good season. He's pitched well in his last couple of starts, but he's got a 5.7 ERA.
The last year's Cy Young now. He's showing us.
But that's why I think teams are going to try and buy low on him because he's got an entire season right now that says he's a 5.7 pitcher. That's his earned run average.
Yeah.
They're not just going to say, and the Giants are going to say, well, he's coming around. He just struck out 15. That's one shy of the franchise record, right? This is a guy that's beginning to find himself. So we're going to demand a big pile of prospects. I don't think there's a team out there that is going to give up what the Giants want for Blake Snell. And that's another reason I don't see it. I don't think that they can find a haul, and you're not going to just, again, give up a guy for nothing, even if it's for a couple players. Sure, would I love if the Baltimore Orioles offered Jackson Holiday or, if they gave up Kjerstad, who's another first-round pick. Like, I would love to have that all come back for the Giants. If I'm the Baltimore Orioles, there's no way in hell I'm giving up a haul for Blake Snell because just like people are talking about here in the Bay, he might walk at the end of the season.
Yeah, but what if and I know the Dodgers and Giants, I don't want to say unrealistic, anything could pop off, but what if the Dodgers, with that, when they're healthy, one of the best lineups to ever do it, Evan, one of the best lineups in baseball. What if they thought and looked at a guy like, we'll roll the dice with Snell. He can put us over the top or get us back to compete. What if they were to give you a package that just blew your socks off? Would Farhan then do it, or would it be, we're not helping the Dodgers at all? But if I'm a contender like the Yankees and Orioles, Evan, I'll deal with that after the season. But if Snell is this version of him right now, he can put you over the top, I believe. And I think some teams would be so thirsty, Yankees one of them, to where they might be willing to get off some top-tier prospects, and we would be shocked at the return. But again, that would be Farhan nailing his own coffin. I hadn't heard that term, but that's what he's staring at. I just 3.5 back to me doesn't mean you're 9 back. So realistically, you could kind of get in if you continue to play good baseball. So I wouldn't move him. That's just me.
If I'm going to put my GM hat on, the reason why what I would sell Snell for would be similar to like the Soto package. So
what did that consist of?
So you asked me last segment why the Padres are so much better this year than last year, even though they don't have Juan Soto. Well, it's because they got a bunch of pro-ready players. Like, I think that's what I heard when Dave Fleming last week with, I believe, the Morning Roast was talking about how selling doesn't mean tanking. If you're selling Snell, I actually don't think that the Giants would take a bunch of, long off top prospects that are 3 or 4 years away. Because again, that doesn't help you. How I would view the deadline is buying towards 2025 or selling towards 2025. Because I want to try and give it a go this year, see if they can make the postseason, but more importantly, make sure that next year is not a repeat of the last couple seasons, which has just been gross. It's just been icky. It's just been like a team that you don't know who's going to get hot. It could be Tyler Fitzgerald, but he could fall off the cliff next week. Is Heliot Ramos going to be an all-star again next season? I'm not so sure. Is Matos going to be ready? Is Luciano? Like, there's so many questions that surround the Giants roster right now that you're going to try and make the playoffs this year, but I think you also have to view 2025 as a season that is important and not one that you're basically selling off for or buying all in for.
Well, you know what? I'll say to what you just spoke about, Evan, is Farhan the guy, has he earned that right to oversee 2025 if we want to do that? Because I'm not the future guy at all, but that's basically the right on the table brought to you by ATCO. Is he how many chances is he going to get at the plate to kind of turn this thing around and to do what he did and shock the world with Jung-Hoo Lee, Snell, Chapman, and Soler? I saluted him because I was like, man, okay, you did something. But if this is what the stew tastes like, yuck. You just said it, gross. I want a do-over, but is he the chef? Is he going to be the guy overseeing the next meal, all depending on what they do tomorrow?
I think it's a good question. Let's ask Patrick and Sam Bruno. 888-957-9570. Evan in for Steiny with Guru. Patrick, what's going on, man? What do you think the Giants should do?
Guys, how you doing today?
Fantastic.
I wanted to, at first, I have a couple points to make, but first of all, let's look at this philosophically from the big picture, okay? You have an ownership group that I really feel, and I think a lot of Giants fans feel this way, that are content just because they're the fourth largest money earner in the league. So for them looking at it, like, you know what? If we put a semi-competitive team on the field, towards the end of the season, if we're still in that kind of wild card mix, we got the fans content, we're not giving long-term contracts to players. To them, that's paradise, right? So maybe, and I can't stand Farhan at all. I agree with you guys. But also, I believe it's an ownership problem. So what I think they should do is they should try to go in all in this season. They've made that commitment. For them not to do it now would be a humiliation, I think. Number two, why in the world would you trade Snell when, they tried to get him back early when he wasn't healthy? He even said that. But now that he's healthy, let's see what he can do. And if he's a great pitcher, and we need a left, it's hard to find left-hand starting pitchers that can pitch like that. Let's try and get him signed for 2 or 3 years. The problem is a lot of these big-time hitters, like they've had chances to trade for Pete Alonso and a lot of other hitters, right, big-time hitters. The problem is these guys don't want to come and be platooned. Number two, we already at a disadvantage because they don't like the ballpark. It's not a hitter's ballpark. So you got to try everything you can do to get a big-time power hitter in. Vladimir Guerrero's available, for example. But you can't. These guys want long-term contracts. You're not going to sign the type of hitter that they need without giving them a nice commitment. Would Barry Bonds have come here if he had got a 2-year deal? So I think that's where we're at. It's a very bad mixture of a bad general manager who no one wants to play for with his metrics, and an ownership group that's just content staying competitive, not necessarily winning, but just staying competitive. So I wanted to see what you guys thought about that.
I think it's interesting and something we can also continue on the other side. This is in from Jeff Passan. Again, the MLB trade deadline is a little over 24 hours away. Tomorrow, 3 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. From ESPN's Jeff Passan, the Cardinals, White Sox, and Dodgers are in an agreement on a 3-way deal that will include right-hander Eric Fetty, who comes from Chicago. He's going to St. Louis, and then the infielder Tommy Edman will go from the Cardinals to the Dodgers. So the Dodgers get a utility infielder, and the St. Louis Cardinals get a starting pitcher. White Sox are getting a haul of prospects in return. That's per Ken Rosenthal, actually, who had it first. So movement's beginning to happen. We saw Michael Lorenzen get moved. We saw Randy Arozarena get moved, who is another prospect. Yeah. Jazz Chisholm, who I think was a favorite of a few guys at the station last week. He's on the Yankees and made his debut on Sunday Night Baseball last night.
Roberts is still on the White Sox.
He is, and Vladimir Guerrero is still on the Blue Jays, and that's somebody that Patrick, I think, was high on. But the question is now, who do you give up? And that's a question I can also throw out to the people at 888-957-9570. If you are in the camp, Goo, of buying, and both you and I are, you're all in.
Yeah, stand pat and buy.
I think the one thing they can't do is sell.
Oh, there you go.
I would rather buy than sell. I do not think that selling is an option right now for everything that they've done. But who are you willing to give up? Who are you willing to move on from? Because there was something that they did not do 2 years ago that could have vastly improved the roster. They might have an opportunity to undo that this offseason. Again, the number is 888-957-9570. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. That segment was brought to you by Safeway Northern California Division.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson, rocking with you all week. Sun's starting to come out finally. I don't know if it's necessarily shining on Oracle Park, but that's what we're trying to figure out. If the sun is going to shine on the Giants or if it's going to be just, another 60-degree foggy day like it's been for the first 2/3 of this season.
I felt like water was on my face walking in. I'm like, is that mist, fog? What is going on? But I'll say this, Evan, if I could make up a T-shirt for Giant fans right now, and I've been banging this drum all last week, for the Giants, the math is still there. That's all. It's 3.5 out with 54
Well, they're not
left.
technically eliminated yet. I think the only team that's eliminated is the Chicago
you're
White
right
Sox.
there, Evan. Get hot.
Speaking of the Chicago White Sox and the NL West, not involving the Giants, they haven't made a trade, but the Dodgers continue to wheel and deal.
Shocker.
They got Tommy Edman right before the break from the St. Louis Cardinals, and they just acquired Michael Kopech, right-throwing flamethrower.
White Sox.
Starting pitcher at the beginning of the year, moved back to the bullpen. So they added their relieving core. I feel like those are, honestly, if I'm trying to wrap my mind around a move that Farhan would make, a move like that would probably be it. Like a guy that isn't necessarily a big name. I don't know how many people know about Michael Kopech. He's a former first-round pick, but he's a guy that can kind of add depth to your bullpen. Tommy Edman is a utility player.
Yeah.
So he's someone that can help them during their, they've sustained a lot of injuries. He can play tons of positions. I don't know if he'll necessarily be involved come October, but he can help you get there. And he might be able to help you if someone is also hurt, a la a Max Muncy or Mookie Betts, who's on the shelf right now for them, if he doesn't come back or has a setback. So, I think the Giants, if they're looking at buying, which I believe that they should do as opposed to sell, they're probably looking at players that are going to just marginally add to the team. I don't think that they're going to go out and try and swing big, but a lot of people want them to go.
Yeah, and on this next road trip, they're going to face the Reds, who are currently 5 out of the wild card, and the Nationals 6.5, Evan. But I'm looking at, to me, only the Marlins, Rockies, Angels, A's, and White Sox, who have been willing and dealing. That's what you got to choose from, unless you're one of those teams that are, 5 out, but they feel like they have no chance. But what if I laid this on you and Giant fans? Good God, wake me up when Cobb comes back, but couldn't that be an addition? Obviously, he's been on your team. You got nothing from him. But if that day does ever come to where he could hit the rotation, you think that would bolster your starting rotation? Like, just that alone.
It also bolsters your bullpen because you can put Jordan Hicks into the bullpen, or you could move another starting pitcher back to your bullpen, because right now at full strength, they have 6 or 7 guys basically. Now, someone like Birdsong might get sent down to AAA. He's kind of on the outside looking in of that rotation, but you look at Snell, Ray, Webb, Cobb, and of course, forgetting the name. I don't say Harrison. Kyle Harrison?
Yeah. No,
and then Hicks. And then Hicks, sorry. Yeah, but you could move one of those guys. You could move Jordan Hicks to the bullpen. That means that you have, ideally, 2 back-end flamethrowers in Doval and Hicks. Hicks could potentially even become the closer because Doval has been struggling a lot this season. So
almost gave it up yesterday.
The health is not just about the rotation itself, but it's also about helping the bullpen. And again, the pitching of this team should be the strength. Now, they're not hitting at a historic rate.
That's what my problem.
And that's where I think that they could, if you're going to swing big, the 2 names out there to me are Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and Luis Robert. Now, I think they could use more help in the outfield, but maybe they have, more bodies out there. I don't know if they don't want to move Conforto, Yaz. I think those are also the 2 players that they could potentially sell because they're on the last year of their deal. So what do you do about the outfield? Ramos is your center fielder. You got 2 guys out there. Does Robert coming in means that Yaz gets bounced? You could flip Conforto. If you bring in Vlad, does that move Lamont Wade back to the DH? But then what do you do with Soler? Like, there are parts that they'd have to move around no matter what they do.
But those would be good questions to, you know what I mean? If you were telling me you insert Vlad into this offense, oh my God, Evan, the rest will take care of itself. And I just said I'm a romantic, I'm a dreamer. But, man, I just don't see Toronto saying night-night to Vlad. But too many times this year, even when the Giants have collectively a good offensive day, it never is infectious. You know what I mean, Evan? It's just It's just one guy will get hot like we saw Ramos do it for the whole first half. Now we're seeing Fitzgerald, who, man, looks like Derek Jeter right now. I mean, he just looks great. But it never can be all of us catch fire. Now, I went third person. There's 54 games left. It could happen. But guess what, Evan? You're not going to play the Rockies every day. And what did you tell me? What was it? 10-3 against what's their record against the Rockies this year, the Giants?
Yeah, 10-3.
Yeah, 10-3.
So I was having a conversation after I got back yesterday with my roommate, Mark Grandy, who's also hosting from 2 to 6, along with FP Santangelo and Dan Dibley.
Oh, 3-man.
And we're on a 3-man weave.
The big three.
Just like our 3-on-3. We'll have more on that later in the week. So I was talking to him because he was kind of, filling me in on what the day-by-day was for the Giants, right? They come out of the All-Star break, and then they lose 2 of 3 to the right.
Nasty.
It just looks flat.
Yeah.
Like, this team stinks, and they're gross, and they're horrible, and I can't believe that they would ever not choose to sell, right? Or I'm just kind of surmising.
But they were down, Evan. That was pathetic. Go ahead.
They were down bad.
Yeah.
But then I started to look at their whole season. I was like, wait a minute. After they beat the Rockies and swept them 4 straight, they're 10-3 against them this year. If I told you at the beginning of the year they went 10-3 against the Rockies, you'd probably take that.
Oh, no doubt.
But it's because they didn't go 11-2.
There you go.
Or 12-1.
Mm-hmm.
10-3 is a damn good record against a bottom feeder, no matter how bad they are. Remember, a big reason in 2021 that they were able to win 107 games is because they murdered the bottom of the NL West, right? They
took their business.
Like 80% of games from the Diamondbacks and the Rockies or something like that. So, yes, that series in the moment felt like crap.
It was over. I thought it was a wrap.
But you're done with your season series with the Rockies, and you're actually sitting pretty.
Yeah, because of you handled business with those 4, the Brett Favre against the Rockies. But Evan, that last, and I know this is not, it is revisionist history, but that last getaway game against the Dodgers where you came back, tied it up, and then Nick Ahmed, of all effing people, comes up to plate and hits the go-ahead home run. I mean, I was like, wow. So I do got to give them some credit for not letting that taste affect them these last 4 games against the Rockies. But the A's, I've said this, are entertaining. They play hard. They got power. It's not going to be easy. And Evan, when you're 2 games under 500 after 108 games, who the hell are you to point your finger at who's easy or not? But that's been the theme of the Giants all season long. The game that'll get them to 500. It's been elusive to them more times than not, regardless of the opponent. So something's going to have to change. I don't expect them to sell, but if if we got that news, that breaking news, and Lubman hit the sounder, that Snell was going to be in another uniform, that, my friend, would be the death and the end of the Farhan era. It should here in San Francisco.
Oh, and there's another position player that's off the board. This is from John Heyman, reporting from Robert Murray that Tommy Pham is going to the St. Louis Cardinals. So,
what up, Pham? He'll be back. That's just, he was with St. Louis.
Yeah, he's been there before. So, again, and St. Louis, now they just sold, technically, Tommy Edman, but was a guy that hadn't really helped them this year. He'd been injured quite a bit. But the St. Louis Cardinals are
1 game back.
2.5 ahead of the Giants right now in the NL wildcard race. They're not in the 3rd and final spot, but they just went on and added a bat that can help them. The Chicago Cubs are beneath the San Francisco Giants.
Yeah, they went
and traded for Isaac Paredes, former All-Star with the Tampa Bay Rays. Now they moved off of Christopher Morel, who hadn't really been helping them so much this season, but they didn't go into sell mode. I don't think the Giants should or will go into sell mode. And that's really what we're trying to get to the bottom of, is what even sell mode would look like. Is it just all about Blake Snell? Are you moving Conforto? Are you moving Yaz?
I think Conforto would be like the Pirates. A team like that, Conforto he would be attracted to them. But what could you get for him? But then also, if you're not getting a bat back, how do you replace Conforto, who he hasn't had the best season by any stretch, but he's got what I love. A show on Stars on hiatus right now. He's got power. Yeah, so when he's on, thank you, Lubman. When he's on, I like him. But at the end of the day, I do wonder if he's expendable, but you got to get something back for you to even take that chance.
And that's the thing. I don't think you'd be getting much back for him in general. You'd be getting cash considerations, and you would save, $6 million of the rest of his deal the rest of the season. Now, maybe, Tommy Pham is a better hitter than Michael Conforto, but maybe as a left-handed bat, Conforto's considered more of a premium by people. I just know that he hasn't been able to hit a baseball or hit water if he fell out of a boat the moment he came back from the IL.
Yeah.
So is he actually that value? I don't think the Giants should move him. The one position that is interesting, because I think they could use an outfield upgrade, and that's why, to bring it back to Luis Robert, you're going to have to give up something for him. If you are of the mindset that you want a Vladimir Guerrero Jr., you are going to have to give up something to get him. Now, you're also going to have to probably pay Vlad. You don't have to pay Luis Robert. So someone like Luis Robert is going to be very expensive. That's a player that's going to cost you probably 2 or 3 top prospects. So to pay off the tease that we had coming into this segment, 2 years ago, a lot of people I heard were not willing to move Marco Luciano to, say, get Juan Soto. They were not willing to move these top prospects. I think Harrison was also another at the time. They were not willing to move both of those guys to go out and get arguably the best young hitter of his generation. Now, Vlad's not the best hitter of his generation, and neither is Luis Robert, but they're going to cost you a lot. Would you be willing to move off of Marco Luciano right now, having seen what you saw so far this season? Are you willing to move off of Luis Matos? Are you willing to move Kyle Harrison or Hayden Birdsong? These are players that are young, that are up and coming, that have a little bit of service time, but haven't shown you a ton. Are you willing to move those players? Because that's probably what it's going to take.
Well, I mean, 2020, Luis Roberts hit 47. He's had 38 homers last year. So that's like Soler. That's on his resume, and you could be like, man, can he tap into that? But Evan, it's just 12 on the year this year, batting .210, 24 RBIs. But I think as far as Luciano, if I could get Roberts Jr., I would do that, because I think what transpired this season with him mentally, and how we don't know what he is as far as position-wise, and now Fitzgerald, I'm not saying I'm sold on him, but dog, it looks like right now shortstop could be his. Evan, I would say yes to that deal. I would include Harrison too for Robert Jr. I would do that. But his year right now is like you got a bunch of guys doing that on the Giants, OGs, 210, 12 homers at 24 RBIs. But if he can be that guy that knocked 38 home runs out of the park last year and tap into that and be in a better lineup than he is in Chicago, I would entertain that.
I would as well. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about what the Giants do at the deadline. Again, it's coming up tomorrow at 3 o'clock, so it'll be after our show. But the Giants don't play until tomorrow night, so they got to make the choice. Are they going to be sellers? Are they going to be buyers? Are they going to stand pat? What do you want to see from them? In a perfect world, what happens between now and 3 o'clock tomorrow for the San Francisco Giants? Because we've seen the Dodgers make a couple of trades. We've seen the Yankees make trades. We've seen even the Chicago Cubs, who are beneath the Giants, make trades. We've seen the Cardinals wheel and deal. 888-957-9570. What do you want to see happen? Evan in for Steiny with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Let's go to Chico. Talk to our guy, Big Al, who's got a trade idea for the Giants. What's up, Big Al? How are you?
Hey, what's up, guys? Great show, by the way.
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
I got a great trade that the Giants could do. How about this one? Trade Camilo Doval, Conforto, Luciano, Mason Black, and Yaz for Vlade Jr.
That's almost like a Herschel Walker trade, but...
You think it gets it done, Big Al?
Nah.
I mean, they're getting a lot of pieces. I mean, they're getting Luciano, Black, not to mention Yaz and Conforto and Doval. I mean, if I was Jays, I would really consider this. I would. But I don't know. I mean, that's my take, guys.
I got you, Big Al. No, look, I think Vladdy's the guy in the crosshairs for a lot of people. I know that's Bonte's guy, right? He wants Vladdy Jr.
But would Toronto say yes to that? That's a lot of names, but I think Toronto would be like, I need a little more.
Well, and this is why you kind of have to read the rooms of teams. So, yeah, I think all those players combined are, pretty serviceable. They're decent players. But what is the point of Toronto trading away Vladdy Jr.? It's to set themselves back. Yeah. Like, they're not going to get better if they trade away their best position player. And
so it's a reset.
One of the best home run hitters in the American League.
Man.
So the only prospect that I heard in that deal, and Big Al, I think that is a haul. But the only prospect in that deal is Luciano. So in a way, if I was the Blue Jays, I would rather trade you Bo Bichette for someone like Luciano, because at least I know I'm getting a position player in the middle infield back. Someone like Toronto, if you want Vladdy Jr., you are going to have to give up prospects. If you want to get Luis Robert, you're going to have to give up prospects or young players. Again, that's why the name Hayden Birdsong is going to be in those conversations. Yeah. Kyle Harrison. Let's just take a look at the Giants 25 and unders. Which players would you be willing to move to get rid of those guys? Because Patrick Bailey is also under 25. I would not move Patrick Bailey because I think he's very good and a piece you could build around. But I'm thinking about the outfield. I'll just say it. If I could trade for Luis Robert, I would trade Heliot Ramos.
What about Eldridge?
Today.
Would you give up on his future?
Eldridge is an interesting one. I would involve Eldridge in a deal for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. because he's also a first baseman. So I don't have to think about that position. Even if Eldridge turns into, the next Josh Bell, who people might forget was very good.
Might be moved here.
Well, I think he actually just got DFA'd. But
good Lord.
Yeah, night. But that's the kind of decision making you have to think about. The positions, the haul. To get Luis Robert, who's under team control through 2027 and could be a player that could hit you 36 home runs like he did last season, I would trade your young all-star. I would trade. That's the whole point to me of the farm system of these prospects. If you're trying to win now, you're trying to produce good young players that can help you either on the field and win some games or being involved in packages that can get you better players. I think someone like Luis Robert, and for that matter, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., would be enough for me to move. I would move Eldridge for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. I would move Ramos to go and get Robert.
Wow, Evan. I'm not mad at you, but man, outside of the 38 home runs for Roberts, he hasn't had 20. So, the power thing, I don't know if that was a fluke year, but that's a heavy price. I'm not saying you're wrong. I would definitely need to think about it. But as far as the immediate, I do wonder, Luciano, if they damaged, what they could get from him by having him come up and having – we can both agree that was a blunder, right? Do you still think he's a shortstop?
Luciano?
Do you still think teams look at him as a shortstop?
Probably not. But I also think it's just too young in his career to define him as one or the other. Like, I also don't think, just because he's not a good shortstop doesn't mean he'll all of a sudden be a great outfielder. Like, he's not.
Well, that's what concerns me. Like, we hadn't even heard of a position switch, or it's just like he's a nothing burger right now.
But it's not the same situation as someone like Tatis. Like, Tatis made too many errors at shortstop, so they put him in right field. He turned into a Gold Glover. Yeah. Like, that just doesn't happen. You got to be a really good defensive player, and so far, Luciano has not shown himself to be that. So what is his value? His value is his bat. And to me, his bat plays better if he is a middle infielder, because you can find corner outfielders to go out and mash. I mean, the Rockies have a couple of them, and they stink. The guy Toglia or whatever.
18 homer? How many he's had?
He's slugging.
Yep.
Like, he can play left field. So Luciano is a guy that I think teams were probably hotter on a couple of years ago. But that's, again.
And we had been waiting. When you heard that name, Evan, it was like, here we go. He's up. And Ramos is the one doing it. I mean, he made an all-star game, but still, he's kind of tailing off the second half. I'm not blaming him by any stretch, but he's still balling. But outside of that, man, what has Farhan really done?
He has made the playoffs once in his first 6 seasons, and he's trying to get back there this year. Look, he's trying to get back there.
And how many more cracks will he have?
That's the question. And I think, the last 54 games of this season are going to determine how many cracks, how many more at-bats Farhan Zaidi gets.
You know what, Evan? That should be it. And I agree, and I guess I'm getting lightweight irritated because I feel like the Giants have a faceless ownership. I feel like they have an ownership that doesn't care. Some could say, well, why would you say that? They let him go spend. But that was just to say face, because they struck out and they didn't have anybody to sell not only their team, their ballpark, but the city. We've heard all kind of stuff popping off, and Farhan was one of those. I know he walked it back, Evan, but I'm curious to see if somehow this Giant team doesn't get their goal and make the wild card, how a guy like himself with his track record could survive.
Only ownership And then at that point, it's not necessarily a judgment of Farhan. It's a judgment of ownership. That's really what you're talking about, because Farhan can't keep his own job. He can't hire himself. He also can't fire himself. Someone's got to do it for him. So I think that's what we'll find out also by the end of this season. This is from the 650. Evan, so you'd rather have Roberts and Soler in the same lineup. How about trading Soler in a package? Well, I'm not inclined to give up on Soler, just like the reason why I would also want to acquire Luis Roberts' services is because they're both under contract. So you have control. It's not, I think a big reason why people want to sell Snell is because his future in San Francisco is TBD. That's a question mark.
He controls it.
Exactly. And if he pitches well down the stretch of the season, he's probably going to test free agency.
If they didn't make it, why wouldn't he, right?
But I think that's also why teams would be afraid to give up a ton for Blake Snell, because he might, unless they view him as the difference, as the thing that would get them to the World Series, which, I don't know, it could be the Yankees, it could be the Orioles. I don't know. Maybe I'm foolish. I don't see teams, especially prospect-laden teams like the Yankees and Orioles specifically that have good farm systems. I don't see them giving up a ton of big-name prospects for Blake Snell when they don't control his future.
But you know what, Evan?
Or, for example, the Yankees, because the Yankees have already tried to sign Blake Snell.
And that's what
turned
took
down
so
5
long.
years, $150 million from them this offseason. So why would he all of a sudden then sign there this offseason again?
Well, going through what he's going through, with the Giants and seeing where they may really be at. But the bottom line is, I mean, damn, Evan, if I'm the Yankees and I got those resources at my disposal and you could right the wrong of blowing it with Snell this offseason, he's got to look at the pinstripes as we got action every year, and I could be the ace of this staff along with Garrett Cole. Why wouldn't that be attractive to him? Like, I think it was botched, but to kind of rectify that and fix it, especially after what he's experienced here, if I'm the Yankees, I would feel confident in our front office is getting him as a rental, but also keeping him in pinstripes. But that's how I would go at it. Like, it would be worth that risk we messed it up, in the offseason, because that's where they said he wanted to go. And it didn't happen. But good God, Evan, if the Yankees can't get you or turn you around into staying, I don't know who can.
Well, I think it does take a particular kind of athlete to want to play in the Mecca, to play in New York, to be specifically a Yankee. And not that Snell wouldn't want to be, although he probably has some disdain for them from his time in the AL East with Tampa Bay. But I'm just saying he already turned down a massive contract offer from them this offseason.
You think he regrets that?
He probably regrets not being available for spring training, which whatever team he was going to sign for. I don't think he regrets not being a Yankee, because he also probably looks at the market this offseason and says, I can still go get 5 for 150.
I'll be the big fish.
And maybe it's in San Francisco, but that's a question for down the line. All right, Chris is in Santa Rosa, wants to talk about potential players that the Giants could move or should move. What's going on, Chris? You're on 95.7 The Game. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Hey.
Awesome.
Hey, right on, guys. Hey, with all due respect, your Helio Ramos for Luis Robert thing doesn't make a lot of sense to me personally. I think the Giants finally have a guy that they've spent a lot of time investing in that's producing. Luis Robert is injury prone. I would love to have him on the Giants, but I honestly think that Luciano is the guy to trade. The Giants don't have a spot for him. He clearly needs some defensive development. So why not ship him out for something? I don't think we're going to get anything for Soler. I don't know. That's just kind of my thought right now.
I got you, Chris. I want to dig into that more on the other side. Moving off of Luciano, but not Ramos. Who do you value right now on the Giants? Who do you want to keep? Who do you want to sell? Who would you like to buy for? We can dig into it more as we continue on the other side. Also, 1 hour away from Mark Schlereth, we're going to get into the 49ers and his comments specifically about Brandon Ayuk and him holding in. I'll just give you a little preview. He was not a fan. So we're going to have that conversation coming up in an hour on 95.7 The Game. Go ahead and download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for your first NorCal financing at the dealer. Evan in for Steiny, Guru, back after this, 95.7 The Game.
It's the Guru Steiny Steiny show. Let's go.
I missed you guys, man. I'm serious.
Yeah. I
missed
tell
you
by the
guys.
text message, but you said you couldn't. You didn't have action. I just had to throw that out there. Guru Analytics.
What do you
Evan,
I text you guys like 2 in the morning.
but we communicated IG. You and I.
Yes. Oh yeah. Well, that's what I told you. I was on a dude. Okay. First of all, I might be as technologically savvy as Steiny, and yes, that's an intentional shot. I didn't know how to download like an international eSIM card, so I literally was not able to text you guys unless I had Wi-Fi. But I was out and about doing so. I was only able to text you through IG the first like 3 days.
Okay, gotcha.
In
'Cause I know
Stockholm.
my boy out there moving and grooving. But
trying.
the shade and rocks you got hit with when you text the show. Bonte's like, is he striking out there? I'm like, the guy just showed support for a show, Bonte. Steiny was like, what's he do? Like, good God, the dude is not, what's my guy, Hugh Hefner? Jesus, let him live a little bit. Good Lord. Can he listen to the Odyssey app?
Yeah, I mean,
did you hear what happened Thursday, real quick?
No,
I got some food poisoning.
All right, so this is the other part of it
Spadoni
too.
was in for me.
Oh no!
Yeah, Thursday.
On Thursday?
Yeah, they went at
Goo.
me. Yeah, it's a little food poison. I won't say where I think I got it from, but I was out.
The goo flu?
Yeah, the goo flu.
You can't have that happen on a Thursday.
Yeah, they went at me.
Actually, I take that back. I did come back. You know, like every time I hopped on the Wi-Fi back at the house, I just get a flood of messages. One was from Steiny that says, "Goo's out." Quote, "It's Thursday."
Oh my! Now take the knife. He didn't tell me he did that. I said, did Evan find out? But yeah, I had to just.
No, I think he just felt bad because he tries. He does his best to keep the people off.
And he started the show. Him and Spadoni did a phenomenal job. He said, "Don't come at my guy," so I appreciated that.
Yeah, you know, I always enjoy being in, but it's not the same. We got to have the whole crew here. So Steiny and I kind of flip flopped. I was in Stockholm and around Sweden last week, and then Steiny is now in London dropping his daughters off, and we're probably going to be in different moods because I know he's got that going on. But yeah, like I missed you guys, man.
I missed you too.
It was fun listening to the show a couple times, but that was the first thing that Bonte said to me this morning was, "Dude, you listening to the show?"
Wow, man!
Like I can't tap in and see what's going on with my guys.
Yeah, I'm not in the you know what industry, bro. I'm living. I can turn off my phone. I defended you.
Well, I also, you know, may or may not have used the show to meet some friends and meet some people. Yeah, you know, the Europeans are not as focused as we are on sports. Like they're not tapped into their, for example, like the local team, Djurgården, their football club. Djurgården. Okay, well, is not like. They're not as locked into that team as they say, I don't know, you know, maybe like another European football club. Like it's the local team, they support the team, but they might as much be into that as the Swedes are into another very Swedish thing. Like they're very prideful culture. Okay. So there's this golfer, his first name I think is Ludwig, but he's like the number 4 golfer in the world. So they know more about that and that specific athlete than maybe the left center back on Djurgården. They just support the team because it's a part of Sweden.
Gotcha.
But the athletes themselves don't really mean that much.
Ludwig, not Ludmin.
Ludwig.
Okay.
Ludwig.
Like Summer of Love.
Summer of Love.
Now, Evan, I got a quick question for you. We're talking about Farhan and the Giants. If we remove the Giants, and I just said to you, I'm older than you and Loveman, I've seen a lot in sports. I've seen teams where there were no wild card division leaders in September blow a 9-game lead. Okay, I've seen that squandered. I've seen the Patriots come back on the Atlanta Falcons 25 points in the Super Bowl. Okay, so remove the Giants name. And I just say said baseball team is 3.5 games out of the playoff spot with 54 left. That's not Mount St. Helen. Like that's something that's in my world kind of, I can see that happening easy.
Yeah, well, I don't know about easy, but to your point, you're not scaling K2. You know, like you're not going up Everest. You're trying to climb a hill that has kind of treated like Sisyphus most of the season, which is you get close to the top and then you roll back down.
But you've been the biggest reason. Your heirs have led to why you haven't been able to do it. You got the tools, but you've been messing up.
Well, I think they've had the tools most of the season, but either players have been non-productive or they've been hurt. And, you know, they still have guys on the shelf, but it does look like, again, the most important part of their team, the pitching staff, is beginning to get fully healthy. And that's why, in my opinion, if you want me to just kind of boil it down, the reason why I'm not selling Snell is because I'm not giving up on this rotation. I'm not giving up on the sole reason that I felt confident that the Giants were not necessarily going to be a 90-win team, but could make the postseason. It's because of their starting pitching. And that the head of the snake is Blake Snell. And I do not want to remove him from that equation, because then I do think that means that your season is going nowhere.
Okay, let me add an S to that, because my fear is, Evan, you had no business at Nordstrom's if you didn't think that you could, he was going to use that option and be back next year for the future. This was supposed to be somewhat of a successful season that culminated in a playoff berth, which still can, and Snell was going to be here for the foreseeable future. And Willard, our last Friday, I remember this, Evan, he said he had heard through the grapevine that last Dodger game, pregame, one of the Dodger coaches said to a Giant coach, boy, nobody wants to see you guys in a short series, talking about their pitching of Webb, Ray, and I know he throws tomorrow, Robbie Ray, and Snell. And I get that, but why can't that? Children are our future. Why pitchers are our future? Why can't that be the mantra for the Giants? It still can, but a lot of things are going to have to turn around, but I would never wave the white flag after I went to Nordstrom's. That's why I brought that up, thinking I might get off of this or pull the plug on this experiment with 54 left. That is just maddening to me.
Well, yeah, you have a third of your season left. Literally, 2/3 of the season have gone by. It should be. Now, I don't think it's enough to pull the plug based on what you did. Again, the tone-setting moves this offseason was that it was playoffs or bust. I believe if you sell at the deadline, you move yourself automatically into the bust category. And that's a place that I can't put myself. Number one, I mean, it just as a fan of the team, maybe people, I don't know, like, are there people out there that do not want to see them try to make the playoffs?
I think Joe Shasky, one of the biggest Giant fans, him and Bonte, and I respect him. I disagree, but it's like, because you never know how close it'll be. You could go on a Sacramento Kings or a Warrior non-playoff run, Shasky, to where it's 15 years. You know what I mean? Like, tomorrow is not promised. So I know he's not fond of what he's seeing now, but Evan,
I am rooting against the Giants.
That is like,
well, I guess
he's not by himself.
I hadn't heard that, Sam.
Yeah, but good God, let us know how you feel, Evan. I can't throw that away. You never know. And I will.
You don't, but
I gotta get something off my chest when you're done.
But you can also make an educated guess. Like, all right, so we're both advocating for them not to sell. You want them to buy more. I would rather see them try and acquire a player or two that helps them both this season, but mainly keep it together, see how it goes, and maybe a guy that could help you, down the line. Because you're also going to have to replace some players.
Right.
Yaz, Conforto, maybe they're on their way out, maybe they're not. I'm not sure, but there are players on this team that will not be on the team next year. I mean, I can't strip this thing down to bare parts right now, because that doesn't. And Dave Fleming said selling doesn't mean tanking. But to me, selling Snell does mean tanking. Selling a couple of pieces, selling a little bit of this team.
Your top tier players, to me, is
your best guys.
That's it.
Matt Chapman, I know he hasn't been swinging the bat super impressively this season. He's almost a 5-win player. Like, Matt Chapman, with what he does defensively and what he's able to, help you with the gravy on top of the plate, he's your best position player. Heliot Ramos is the player that I would look at and say, well, he's the reason why you kind of are successful offensively. But I don't know. Like, yeah, you're right, Goo. I'm not willing to give up on this season. And I think that maybe it's because also part of this too is the Shaskys and the fans that are just fed up.
They are fed. This team
done.
Is boring. They wouldn't even order pizza for that said playoff, the wild card game, because the team is not sexy to them, Evan. And I kind of get that, but my point is, I'm just telling you, be careful what you wish for. You're single, I'm spoken for, but when I was single, Evan, I'm being real. This bad analogy, Goo, on a Monday. Okay. There was nothing like when I was dating, the young lady was beautiful. I would bite my knuckle on the way to pick her up for our date, because you knew when you laid eyes on her, it's like, that is beauty. And that's how I believe some Giant fans are looking at this team, and right now they're ugly. And they don't want that date of the wild card game because it's not sexy. But I want to tell you, no, it's company. it's something to do that day. It's going to be the Giants versus whomever. Why would you want to kick that to the curb, not knowing what the future holds?
Well, if we're going to go down the road,
horrible,
no. I want to use this.
Right.
I want to use this analogy because I want to go down this road. The issue is that it's not like you're picking the girl up for the first date. You're not biting your knuckle because you're seeing her for the second or third time, and you got butterflies, right? It's rabbit season for those that get that reference. It's because you've been seeing the same girl for or man, whatever you choose.
Okay,
you've been seeing them for a long period of time, and nothing really seems to change. And so you're not even thinking about seeing them. You're thinking about, well, this is kind of going to be the same. We're going to go for a walk down in Chrissy Field, and it's going to be foggy, and it's going to be a little cold, and we're going to talk about the same things that we've been talking about for the last 5 years because we've really only had one exciting part of our relationship, and the rest of it's been a bit of a dud. Like, I think that's where a lot of people are coming from in the relationship analogy. There's nothing that has, spruced the relationship between the fans and Farhan. There's nothing that is. Thank you.
That would love you, Carter. But I hear you, E.
But I would also like to bring in our two producers if possible, Sam and Carter. And Sam, I'll start with you because you're a fan. You obviously cover the Giants. You were there this weekend.
Garlic fries and guys.
Garlic fries and baseball guys. Shout out Odyssey. Download wherever you get your podcast. But Sam, where do you fall on this? Do you want them to buy? Do you want them to sell? I mean, what do you want for the rest of this season?
I mean, I'm at this point where it's year 6 under Farhan Zaidi. And I'm tired of waiting around. I'm tired of just being mediocre. So I'm going to kind of answer this question backwards in a sense. The last thing I want to see happen is stand pat. If you stand pat, that just shows no direction. Farhan's absolutely gone.
Oh, boy.
I think depending on what kind of offers you get for Blake Snell, I think you have to kind of consider that. I kind of want to see this team try and at least make a run and make some sort of a push for the postseason. So I would like to see a buy, but it's going to have to be a big swing. If you make an around the margins move to improve, that's not enough. I think you got to make that big Vladimir Guerrero Jr. type swing. I would be on board with that. And I say that knowing that the odds that are very, very low. If the Giants do decide to sell, Guru, I agree with you. That's the final nail in the coffin for Farhan Zaidi. So to answer the question, I would like to see them swing big or just sell off.
Carter, before you go, let me just double back and ask you this. Can you compartmentalize your disdain for Farhan and not take it out on this team with a third of the season left trying to accomplish their goals? Because I feel like a lot of Giant fans are so mad at this dude, they almost want to see the team fail.
No, I can't.
Okay.
To be honest, I'm pretty much in the same boat as Lubman. Yeah. I'm more in Shasky's boat. This needs to end.
Wow, man.
This needs to be over. This has been 6 years now. I've seen enough. We went from the Barry Bonds era, then to winning 3 championships. I expect greatness from the Giants, and we have not gotten greatness under this guy. He's mediocre.
You're talking about Farhan? Yes.
Correct.
Okay. So, but I think that's an interesting dynamic to this too.
Wow, man.
Because, and maybe I'm parsing a bit too much Carter, but one of the reasons why you don't want to see the Giants make a run is because it means that guy's going to stick around.
Correct.
That is deep, man. Wow.
And that's where it's gotten to the point of this swirling cycle, this carousel of mediocrity that diehard fans, and Carter's 17th generation San Franciscan, is.
Rumor has it he'll be on a 3-3 team. Yeah. Well, you got to get a permission slip.
News is coming out later in the week. Quit giving the teases.
A goo bomb.
48 hours. Shout out Eddie Murphy.
No pressure, Carter. Go ahead.
But he would rather have them lose than have to think about, well, they're going to win, even if they make the playoffs.
Wow.
Like me, it's Operation Postseason.
Man.
I want to see him try and get in, and I would be happy if that happened. But there is a segment of the fan base that is just so fed up with the paltry results of what Farhan has produced on the field that they would rather them just lose the rest of the year if it means Zaidi's gone.
Wow.
They've gotten to that point.
And you know what, Evan? Guys, I do talk to myself. And right now, I just slap myself like Rick James. Listen, I do this with Dallas. I want them to lose so McCarthy and Dak will be gone. So how dare I come down Carter's and the Shaskys of the world?
You don't mean that, though.
No, I do. I want it over. And you know this. So how can I just check myself of, I understand that. I've had that feeling. So, wow. And that's heavy. It's sad. But I'll tell you what it doesn't do, Evan. It does not have any damn bearing on what the Giants are going to do. The players starting tomorrow at Oracle against the A's, the Nationals, and wherever they go after, they control their own destiny as far as trying to make up 3.5 games with 54 left.
No, but I do think that, and maybe this is a little naive of me, but again, we kind of started the show by going through the 5 previous deadlines of the Giants, which is why I actually don't think, you guys behind the glass want them to either sell it all or go all in. History says they're not going to do either of that. And in fact, they're probably going to sit where Sam is going to be really pissed off because they're probably going to stand pat.
I believe that.
And they're not going to do much because in 2019, they sold Mark Melancon. That was the biggest trade that they made, but they kept Madison Bumgarner. That didn't work out, flamed out spectacularly. Bochy was gone a year later. 2020, they were 2 games below 500 at the deadline, which they currently are, and they didn't sell. In fact, they did nothing. The next year they bought, they got Chris Bryant, helped him to the postseason, but they didn't really need him. He didn't produce enough against the Dodgers to win a series. And the last 2 off seasons, or the last 2 trade deadlines, they have done neither. They haven't moved in one direction or the other. They have continuously tried to thread this needle of building for now and for later, and in reality, they've really done neither. They've done neither of those 2 things. They haven't built for later, and they haven't been able to improve themselves now. What I would look at, though, however, are the pieces that they should not get off of. And actually, the 2020 trade deadline is the one that I look at as an example of, granted, best case scenario, but it could come to fruition, which was, in 2020, they were 17-19.
Okay.
They chose to not trade Kevin Gausman and Evan Longoria, along with a host of other players. Those 2 players were instrumental in their start to the 2021 season and their offense throughout that year, which they won 107 games. So if they had traded those players, you might not have gotten 2021. You might be sitting here without a single postseason berth in the Zaidi era if they had sold at the same place they are right now, which is 2 games below 500. I would rather keep some players that could help you next year as opposed to going full-fledged, just flame it all, burn the house down to the ground. I would rather keep some of that foundation.
No, I understand that.
Actually, I'd rather keep most of it.
I'm going to use something from the late great Prince, the sign of the times. Those years, Farhan, he was the man. He could do no wrong. He knew he wasn't going anywhere. And according to who you believe, Evan, this dude's under pressure. So there are 2 scoreboards in my estimation. And if I'm fighting for my job and I know it behind closed doors, but that still means that I still have the keys in my hand, Evan, we're going to see an addition or a trade by the San Francisco Giants in regard to adding. But if I've been neutered and stripped of that, then that'll speak for itself, and it'll be what Sam was talking about. He would be upset if they stand pat. But I just feel like we can't look at the past track record. We can't, Evan. He's never been in this situation, I don't believe. Farhan knowing that he's hearing it, they're writing about it. Alex Pavs last week, did the great job on the post game show, and he didn't say Farhan, but he didn't have to. Like some guys are fighting and managing and coaching for their job. Like that, something has to come of this season. So Farhan's no dummy. I do believe that pressure will get to him to make him facilitate a trade, knowing this is my last ditch effort at saving my ass.
Like he's almost just been treading water for so long, he's either got to make a final push to get to land or he's going to sink.
Yeah, and why wouldn't you even try? You know what I mean? Go out guns blazing.
Well, because it's not really his style. Farhan Zaidi doesn't strike me as a cowboy that's going to go out.
Well, you better do something now or you're going to
kick the door down and go 12 in the chamber.
Work, allegedly, which I still don't think is the case. But I don't think this dude's under any pressure, man.
Farhan?
Yeah, I really don't. That 2-year extension was a slap in the face to Giant fans.
Well, perhaps, but I do think he feels pressure. It seems like we've heard more from Farhan this season than in past seasons regarding both his future and the state of the franchise. Now, he's been able to talk from a bird's eye view before, like we've heard him, but I don't think he has ever been this critical of his own creation, if you know what I mean. Like he literally said before the deadline, right?
That the players need to do it.
The players are going to tell us where we're going to go.
Wow.
And
don't put it on me.
They responded against Colorado. That doesn't tell me much, but in one sense, you do have to win those games. Like, if they had split with Colorado and right now they sit 4 games below 500, then I think we might feel a lot differently. If they weren't 3.5 back of the wild card, if they didn't, and this is, again, why I think they do have a chance to make the postseason, is the 4 teams in front of them are not all that impressive to me.
Man.
Especially the Giants could add someone. Now, this is from the 213, or pardon me, the 415. That ain't happening. I think he's talking about, or she's talking about making a big deal. That ain't happening, dude. They don't have any big pieces, the Giants don't, that any other team wants. I would rebuke that statement. And I would say that the Giants have pieces that other teams want. The question is, do the Giants want to give up those pieces? Because they're finally, and this is the other dynamic too, that some people hypothesize could save Zaidi's job, which is we're finally starting to reap the benefits of our young players. We're finally starting to see production from Ramos. I know Matos hasn't been great, but he does have a player of the week under his belt.
Been incredible.
Fitzgerald, he's a little bit older, but I'm talking about like the 25 and younger.
Gotcha.
You know, Bailey looks like he's a cemented piece. Birdsong looks like he can deal a little bit. Kyle Harrison had some nice outings this season.
But Evan, when you say those names, if that's your metric, so 2028, 2029 is when you're telling Giant fans to get excited? Because that's what it sounds like, you know, when we just focus on the young.
The young?
Yeah, when we focus on the young players, like when can you realistically look yourself in the mirror and say, okay, get excited. We're about to knock down that playoff door. Here we come. When I just hear those names back to back, I just keep, you know, kicking the can down the road as far as success and the playoffs year after year after year, and that gets me to 2028, 2027.
But you're already looking, like, if you sell everything, if you go scorched earth and you fire Farhan and you sell everything you had to sell during this deadline, you are looking at 2027, 2028. Wow. Like I'm serious. Why would you even think about competing in 2025?
Well, exactly. Okay.
Or 2026 for that matter.
But that's what the $200 million payroll signaled to me when he went and spent on 4 or 5 players, thinking, okay, they got action. But now you're right. Snell this year might end up with no playoffs, and he said night, so you lose him. But it's just like, I'm not even worried about Chappie, but the bottom line, Evan, in my experience, how many times have we seen a team that's 2 games under 500 before the deadline, a day before the deadline, really look themselves in the mirror and say, we got action? That's what scares me about this, too, as far as if a Giant fan is in the camp of how many under 500 teams have said, yeah, we took it all in, Evan. Snell was bad, got off to a late start. We've been hurt. Soler kind of sleepwalking. You know what? We're going to add because we think 108 games is really not indicative of who we are.
Well, that's why I think the 2 position players that kind of fit the bill of someone that helps you this year to make a push to the postseason, but can also be a future piece of your franchise. Those 2 players are Guerrero Jr. and Luis Robert.
Man,
I believe that Luis Robert is more of the player that Zaidi would want and perhaps be willing to pay for, because he's not only under team control, but he's also relatively cheap. Now, I think he gets a pay bump up to, it's either 15 or 20 million for the remainder of his time, and he's going to be arbitration eligible and all the rest. Vladimir Guerrero Jr., you're going to have to pay. And that's, I think, the only reason that Toronto would trade him in the first place, is they don't want to pay him a massive sum of money in the near future.
And why would the Giants, if they feel like they're not closer, they got to hit the reset button?
That's why I think the guy that threads the needle for me is Luis Robert. And I would be willing to give up Elliot Ramos to get him. Because I also think, and we've seen this, so the full trade that came in a couple segments ago, the Dodgers got Tommy Edman and Michael Kopech from the White Sox and the Cardinals. The White Sox received 3 of the Dodgers prospects in that deal. Miguel Vargas, who's kind of a guy. Alexander Albertus, who is a 19-year-old corner infielder. He's a top 20 prospect in the Dodger system.
Yeah.
And then Gerald Perez, who's more of the centerpiece of that. He's a futures game participant. He's a top 15 prospect. He's only, I think, 20 or 21 years of age. He's a hitter, and he's a middle infielder. Those are the kinds of guys that the Dodgers can use to go out and get someone that helps them now. The Giants, meanwhile, are a team that's in a place where they have to find someone that can help them this year, but also next season, because they don't have a ton of prospects. If you're going to use them, you got to use them on a guy that you're going to envision being around. And that's why Luis Robert, to me, is perfect He's the perfect position for the Giants to go in for, who can help you make a push to October this year, who's under team control, and if he's healthy, is going to hit 30 home runs or more per year, and he's only 27 years of age. So he checks all three boxes for me of what I want in a trade deal. That to me would be buying. That to me would be going all in, is creating a package centering around Heliot Ramos to going and getting Luis Robert. But how do fans feel about that?
Because I got an answer for you. I wouldn't do it. On the other side,
on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was brought to you by LifeSource Water Systems.
It's the Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny show. Let's go.
And I wonder, go on and just tell something to me, Evan. Sorry,
Some people who are themselves not great can create greatness. Or not great anymore.
It's just sad what's happened to him. That is, if I would come out for a prize fight, that'd be the song.
Well, the people on YouTube and Twitch can't hear it, so who are you referring to?
Oh, are you kidding me? So when I did the freestyle years ago, that's why I didn't hit. They couldn't hear the beat.
I don't know if I was around for that.
I did.
The freestyle.
Remember you go, goo, I said, Evan, can you clip that? And you're like, they couldn't hear the music. I'll never do it again.
I heard you freestyle in the caddy like every Friday.
Well, there's music there, yeah.
Freestyle Fridays. Maybe we can break that out.
Evan is back.
Yes, back from Sweden, back from Stockholm. Steiny and I traded places across the pond. He's out in London, though. I don't know if he's going to be swimming in the English Channel. Did he?
Yeah. Asking if the Giants have 2 back-to-back off days. No, they got 2 in a week.
Come on, Steiny. You don't get 2 days off in baseball unless it's a deadline or unless it's an All-Star break.
Part of me that will never die.
I'm like, dude, return the personal text, bruh.
Oh, that maybe that's what it was. He was texting me one-on-one.
Oh, okay, that's it.
He didn't want you to be a part of it.
Yeah.
The Super Bowl squad. We got to change the name of that Vine, by the way.
We were in Vegas, though.
Yes, we were.
What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Were the Niners.
Man.
And they also, unfortunately, their win stayed in Vegas, and the Chiefs took it. We are going to talk about the Niners in a little less than half an hour. 12:30. Mark Schlereth is going to join us because he had a couple of choice comments about Brandon Ayuk's holding in situation. He also touched on Trent Williams, which might be more concerning for fans and him holding out right now. But again, I think everything kind of centers around August 1st. That's the date that Deebo Samuel inked his deal in 2022. Ayuk hasn't gotten there yet, but it's getting close. And we'll discuss that coming up in about 10 minutes. But I do want to clean up the conversation about the Giants and the deadline, which again is tomorrow, Goo, at 3 o'clock. So by the time the Giants take the mound against the Oakland A's in the final Babe Ruth series in San Francisco, by the way, they will know whether their team is the same, whether it's different, and basically what direction I think they are signaling the rest of the season to go in.
Yeah, and I'm going to go with Sam Lubman. I think they're going to stand pat, and I understand it right now. You feel like, forget who it was against the Rockies, but Evan, you won 4 in a row for the 3rd time this year. Hopefully, this is the start that can get you back into contention, but I do expect them to stand pat.
Yeah, I think that's probably the place that they'll be. But, okay, let me ask you this then. Do you think it's because they want to stand pat or because there just isn't an offer out there?
There just isn't an offer, and I'm looking at the standings without knowing all the general managers or having their number on my iPhone. Evan, I just don't believe what you need is readily available. So now Roberts Jr., maybe he could be had, but Evan, I do like him, and he had a monster 20. I just wouldn't give up on Ramos as easy as it sounds like you would. Now, you didn't say that across the board, but for Roberts, you would be like, you know what? I think Ramos is – I'm not telling you he's the next Kevin Mitchell or Willie Mays, but what's not to like right now? And I want to see more of him. Now, I don't want to say he's scuffling, but he's come back to earth a tad bit. But, Evan – you put him in a lineup with some other guys like himself, maybe you'll get a better version of him. But him being homegrown at this point, I got to feel like right now he's off limits.
See, I don't think anybody should be off limits for the Giants. I mean, seriously.
Wow.
If they were that untouchable, where would the Giants be right now? I think they'd be in a better position. I don't think there's anybody on the Giants that is untouchable outside of maybe Logan Webb.
Wow.
Because you have him under control, and he's proven himself to be a great and a piece you can pencil in. Nobody else has proven much of anything to me, quite frankly, in this roster.
That is deep. I understand. Let me throw this at you real quick. What if this is a Kuminga or Moody type of thing to where maybe if Ramos had got the opportunity sooner and guys were on their job, and I'll just throw Luciano not being able to field is what are you guys doing down there? But my point being, what if we could have saw this from Ramos if he would have, not a scholarship, been given the opportunity earlier? You do scratch your head as to, at least I do, Evan, where would he be now? How more seasoned would he be? Just a thought. Rather than yanking his chain up and down, get on Amtrak, come back, get on Amtrak, at the corridor. Like, where would he be had you afforded him that luxury?
It is an expensive Uber. I guess this is where we see things differently. When a player finally produces at the level that Ramos is, and again, I wouldn't suggest trading him because he's had a bad couple weeks.
Made the All-Star team. I know.
Yeah, no. I completely agree with you. He's got 15 home runs. He's driven in 53 runs this year. He's got an OPS near 900. Like, he's been a damn good player this season. But I just look at the development track as being, if he's doing this right now and he's 24 years old, like, isn't that a sign that they probably did something right with him? If not to say if they brought him up earlier that they would have completely destroyed his career arc, but I don't look at the 70 games that I've seen from Ramos this year and say, wow, what if he came up and played 60 games last year? Because honestly, the first 36 games that he played in the show, his last two seasons, he failed.
Yeah.
Like, he wasn't very good. So the fact that he's gotten there now, to me, is impressive, but that's a win for Farhan. I'm sorry.
But and I get you, and you got me with that one, but wouldn't that put him under what you kind of just went against, untouchable? Wouldn't you be so excited about his growth and what you just talked about that, you know what? You're going to be a fixture, or you're going to have the opportunity to be a fixture here. What I don't like about what I'm hearing about the Giants real quick, Evan, is just because you got one, you can't have two. Like, that's how you build a team and you get good, is you have multiple. But it just feels like they're in such a bind or a pinch, or the baseball, the president of baseball operations is under the gun. Like, I'm hearing too many solutions to the said problem is whatever's good, it can't be, you can't add to it. And it's kind of frustrating.
No, but if you're going to add the way that you want to get a big name player, you're going to have to give up something. And I think if you're looking at the Giants right now and you're a team that's a seller, right? You're a bottom feeder. You don't want Chapman. You don't even want.
And I get that. I get him.
You don't even want Snell. Like, why would the White Sox want Blake Snell?
Yeah, right.
They're going to want some of your young players, and you have to be willing to give some of them up. That's why a couple years ago, this is why the word untouchable to me does not apply to Heliot Ramos.
Wow. That's interesting, man.
Because a couple years ago, you said that Marco Luciano was untouchable. You said that Kyle Harrison was untouchable. Well, okay, then you're not getting Juan Soto. You're not getting Vlad Jr. You're not getting Luis Robert. You're not getting any of these players that can legitimately elevate your lineup and that are established, proven, productive players.
So how deep is what you were supposed to fertilize, Farhan? Okay, let's just say you're right, Evan, but there should be some more names, the Eldridges of the world, to where that would be sexy enough to get another team bite where you could keep a Ramos and still add that big bat. It feels like, the list is dwindling in regard to what's to be excited about. Because all I've heard these last 5 years was Luciano, Ramos, and Matos. And now we're kind of in Harrison. And Harrison hasn't been bad, but Evan, I'm no scout. He looked like he's just going to be okay. And he may go above and beyond that and be a perennial all-star. But right now, he just seems like a guy. So where's that depth, Farhan, if we're just speaking on the farm? Why does it just have to stop in Ramos to where he's got to be included? I'm not throwing that at you. I'm just looking at everything. Maybe this is why this dude should have been ran already.
No, I think that's a fair question, though. And the 925 is chiming in with the same sentiment, which is Ramos is your best hitter and you'd trade him. Yes, I would, because I think that I could get a better hitter for him that is also going to be around for a while. So unless you believe that Ramos can be a 30 to 35 per year home run hitter, which Luis Robert, when he's healthy, is, I mean, that's the risk that I would be willing to take. And I'm sorry, like I don't think Heliot Ramos is going to be the next Eric Davis.
Right.
I don't think he's turning into Brady Anderson. So if I can go get a player that is established and that is controllable, I would be willing to do that. Maybe I'm smoking pixie dust, and across the pond they got some different things. But that's what I would be willing to do. Yeah. And I think in order to get better, if you are to buy, which some people at the station believe is the way to go. Other people believe that selling and moving off of everybody is also the direction.
I think we got more of those people here. I don't want to speak for anybody.
Selling?
Yeah, selling.
That's fair, because I also think that Farhan has not really inspired a lot of people to, even if they go out and buy. Like, for example, they spent $200 million this offseason.
Oh, my goodness.
They're throwing praises left and right and praise Farhan, and Zaidi's the man, and he got this guy and that guy. And how did he get Blake Snell? He got the back-to-back Cy Young winners. He got another Cy Young winner, Robbie Ray, and kaput. Like, they're 2 games below 500.
Wow, Evan.
So the crowd that says it doesn't matter what Farhan touches, he's the opposite of Midas. It's not turning to gold, it's turning to dust.
That's a 4.
That's valid too. I'm inclined to believe that there's still some meat on the bone left in this season. And I would like to add to it as opposed to take away from it.
I'm with you. And if my job is remotely on the line and I've been a failure pretty much my whole tenure, Evan, I'd be a fool to go pull that plug with a third of the season left. And my team, again, after yesterday's win, that's the most we've won for the third time. Like, now you got the A's, and you talked about the schedule. And Carter was saying if the Giants are in any position to point the finger, like, what if this is the start of 12 out of the next 15? Who knows where this thing goes?
Yeah, and I think, look, there are also fair questions about what other prospects could you get? Could you give up Matos or maybe Wisenhunt or Eldridge for a guy like Robert? I just think that it would take a Ramos-esque talent to court someone like that and bring him back. And the reason why Ramos would work to me is because you're kind of replacing the same fit. You would get a center fielder back who at his best can hit 35 home runs and can be maybe not a Gold Glover, but a pretty damn good outfielder.
Some balls while you were over in the pond, some balls have been
I think he's a better defender than Ramos.
Some balls have been falling, man.
But
yeah,
he's also, that's what people want. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. That's Daryl the Guru Johnson. Let's talk to one of our favorites. Rich is out in Fremont. Rich,
man.
What's going on, man? How are you?
I'm out here trying to make sure you guys don't have any bugs or any rodents, and y'all know we do that through ACO. That's what we do.
Man. You get that paper, baby.
Yep. So anyway, Durant's on the table about this whole thing, and I know everybody wants to see a better, ball club out there, and so do I. But the reality of the matter is this: they went and spent that money. They went and got these guys. They DFA'd Nick Ahmed, okay, and that was not a good look because he came back with the Dodgers and knocked one out the park. So I think if they give up anybody right now, it's probably going to end up being the same, where it's going to go wrong. I say you keep everybody. You don't sell. You keep everybody. The pitching is going to pick up. It will. It will pick up. This is going to be a different team in the next 10 games. Mark my words. Thanks, fellas.
I love the optimism, Rich. I sure hope so.
Yeah.
And they got a lot of beatable teams coming up as well.
And that's a big part of this, too.
Yeah, I mean, they got, a bottom 10 strength of schedule left? I mean,
you would
hope that they'd be able to make a nice run over the next 10 games. That's why when you were gone
and they come out the break losing 2 or 3,
oh my God,
that's to the Rockies, that's unacceptable. But then you look at the totality of the season. There you go.
10-3
here, Goo.
10-3.
Yeah.
Are there any other trade pieces out there for the San Francisco Giants that you would use if you are of the mindset of buying? If you're selling, well, what do you want back? Like, is it a prospect? Is it a win now player? Is it a position player? Is it more pitching? What would you want to replace now? What would you want out there? Let's talk to Josh in San Francisco. Wants to focus in on Kyle Harrison.
How's it going?
What's up, Josh?
Hey.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I think Kyle Harrison would be quite a piece. His velo dropped 2 miles an hour since last year. Went from 95 to 93 on his fastball. Doesn't have as much, pitch selection as Birdsong would. So I think it'd be a good piece to move for a position player.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And we appreciated Evan. I'll never forget. It was like his 3rd start. Nobody cares. I text Shasky like he was built up to me like he was Randy Johnson.
Like it's Carlos Rodon.
Yeah, that's not his fault. And, Shasky, to his credit, gave me always, like he does, his honest assessment. Not saying he was bad, but Evan, he wasn't that guy. He's not a Randy Johnson-esque type of pitcher, but he's been okay. But I do wonder now, after, I don't want to say a million starts, but, people know what he can do, and I'm not robbing him of his future, but Harrison just seems to be a guy to me.
Yeah, but guys are valuable.
Yeah.
Like, not everybody's going to be Paul Skeens. Not everybody's going to come up and be even Tarek Skubal, who wasn't a number 1 prospect up until his later parts in the minors. I'm talking about this Tigers pitcher is probably going to win AL Cy Young.
Yes, sir.
And he's also available at the deadline. I just don't think the
Giants may face him because they play the Tigers.
Yeah, and you probably hope that he gets traded by then. I don't think they'll move him because he's that good. But not everybody's supposed to be the young, up and coming fireballer that's just going to blow away lineups.
I guess the question then, Evan, is what could you really? Because I brought up Conforto, two different players. One's older, younger. But what kind of haul do you think Harrison could fetch you?
By himself?
Or who would you put a Conforto in there? I don't know.
Well, let me put it this way. I don't think that if you do want a big upgrade, I don't think that because you would only involve Kyle Harrison in a deal that fetches you something big, in my opinion. And I don't think that at this point, with what he's shown, he would be the centerpiece of a deal.
And I agree with you. And let me just,
his stock has fallen a little bit.
Yeah. This is random, but Evan, to the people that think the Giants are boring or don't want to, their brand of baseball right now, they're not feeling it. They're still rooting. This is no shade at the list I'm about to run down real quick to you.
Okay.
Yaz, Lamont Wade Jr., what's my guy, Estrada, and Flores.
Oh, Flores.
And Conforto. Like, I'm kind of over watching that era of Giant baseball. And those dudes are bringing something to the table. But can you understand, like, this far down the road in Farhan's tenure, I thought we'd be past that.
I mean, I think Lamont's pretty good. He's proven himself.
Pops would get mad at me because he's a big Lamont Wade Jr., but, like, he's not the future, Evan.
No, but again, baseball is a 24, 25-man roster. So you can't just, if you're going to strip it down to bare parts, you're going to have a lot of holes that you have to fill. You're going to need to replace a lot of players. So, sure, together, Lamont, Yaz, Flores, Conforto, and Estrada.
Yeah,
those five guys.
Yeah. Estrada just
maybe not all of them are a part of your future, but you probably need a couple of them.
Yeah. And I'm not saying you don't, but when I hear those names, I kind of feel like when people say they're boring, those guys more than others kind of go with that. But you could be like, "Ooh, you're being unfair," especially to Wade Jr.
Yeah, but I think that's why someone like a Robert or a Guerrero is so valuable to an order. The reason why, to our caller a couple calls ago, brought up the fact that I think it was Rich said, we got rid of Nick Ahmed. He's going to come and kill us with the Dodgers. Well, the reason why he's going to kill you with the Dodgers is because he's not hitting around Yastrzemski, Conforto, Estrada, and Wade.
Wow.
He's hitting around Ohtani, Freeman when he returns, Betts, and Teoscar Hernandez.
Just incredible. If you don't think that matters, then you don't know ball.
Yeah, and also Nick Ahmed is not going to be on the team for very long because they just traded for a better utility infielder named Tommy Edman, who also has a Gold Glove. So he's just a stopgap, and that's what he was for the Giants. The issue was he had to be a stopgap at shortstop for 50 games.
Man.
That's almost a third of the season. That's far too long for a player, in my opinion, that is past his prime, though. I do want to switch gears just for a moment, Goo, because
you've been gone, man. You've been gone.
I've been tapping in. I've been reading, been listening to you guys a little bit.
We haven't heard from you. That's all. That's why I was excited. I know we come out with the Giants, and rightfully so, but there's so much in the Evan chamber I want to hear about.
And we'll kind of spread it out throughout the week. Got some lessons from across the pond, learned a lot, gained some perspective, and I'm just happy to be back with you guys because also a big topic right now is 49ers training camp. And in 10 minutes, we're going to talk to Mark Schlereth, who works out in Denver, but he had some interesting comments about Brandon Ayuk and his hold in, because the day that I left, actually, Goo, was the day that Ayuk requested a trade.
Okay, I remember.
And I don't know if people believe still that he's going to be traded, that he's not going to be traded. I don't know. But Schlereth was asked on his podcast, the Stinkin' Truth podcast, and we're going to talk to him about it again in 10 minutes, what he thought about it. What he thinks about Ayuk's situation. What he thinks about Ayuk as a wide receiver. So let's just kind of go through it.
All right.
And whether or not we'll start with Schlereth, if he thinks Ayuk deserves to be paid.
I'm here, but I'm not fully participating. Yeah, I think it's chicken. Maybe drop a set of and don't show up, or show up. And if you're going to show up and you're going to be around your teammates and you're going to be in the locker room and you're going to do that, don't let them go out and do all the work and you just sit around. Either have the to sit out or come to camp and participate. I think the sit-in stuff is, I think it's, I don't know, it feels like it's toothless to me.
Wow.
All right, so that was, I apologize. That was the wrong cut, but you get the gist.
Oh, puberty and everything. He came up with that one. But I guess, Evan, I got to ask you, when did the hold in start? Because it sounds like he's from the old school where you know that fine money pod up. But I got to believe his teammate, and I'm going to ask him, I don't believe his teammates feel as strongly as or at all. I thought it was about if Evan's trying to get his chicken, I'd be quiet and let that. I don't even comment on it. But he thought it was chicken. You know what? Well, like, the players know what time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's also commenting from a player's perspective, and that's why I want to get into it with him because, you know, he comes from a different generation, a different time.
It was hold out, no hold in.
Well, yeah, but he also played in a time where there was no social media. You know, you couldn't like scrub your social when you're mad at a team, and also what he would feel like if, say, I don't know. You know, John Lynch, who he was teammates with the Broncos, if John Lynch held in, like, how would he feel about that?
Wow.
You know, would he say something to him, or would it just be a part of the game? Because he also had something to say about if Ayuk is sitting out, then he should just kind of sit out.
I totally respect you wanting a new deal and you having outperformed the deal you're currently under and you sitting out. I as a player, I completely respect that, and that is your right. And I'm 100% on board with you. But have the yarbles to sit out. But don't come and just lollygag around. Hey, be careful out there, boys. It's really dangerous. You're like, you know what? If you're going to show up, then show up. I think the sit-in thing is just hokey.
The sit-out thing is hokey.
Yeah.
Just
the sit-in thing.
No, the sit-in thing, yeah. Just sit out.
Because that's new. That's for him. You know, we thought he's a former player, but man, so it looks like Brandon Ayuk is not the author or the inventor, no Kurt Flood of the hold in, but it sounds like Mark is more upset with the hold in thing than Brandon Ayuk, who's utilizing it. Would you know?
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
No, and I think it also has to do with the fact that he doesn't believe that Ayuk is worth top 10 wide receiver money.
We'll get into it.
But, you know, if I'm Ayuk, I think holding in is probably the only piece of leverage you have left.
But if it's not working, is it even leverage?
No, but you're not just going to give up because the team says, well, it doesn't matter. We're just going to.
Well, what Mark's talking about is the caveman era. He said toothless, be at home, and then miss game check. I know we got to go and miss game checks. Like, come on, Mark.
Missing game checks.
Money cost.
I think it's 50 G's.
Yeah, boy.
That's a pretty penny, and I don't know if Ayuk has that unless he gets paid. So we'll talk to Mark Schlereth about that on the other side coming up on 95.7 The Game, presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Evan Giddings, Daryl the Goober Johnson coming up next on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Mark Schlereth, Stink, 3-time Super Bowl champ. Going to talk about Brandon Ayuk and the San Francisco 49ers on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Gerald the Guru Johnson. Pleased to be joined now by Mark Schlereth, NFL Fox, also works in Denver, and of course joins us courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop, also a host on the Stinkin' Truth podcast, an Odyssey original. Mark, thank you so much for joining us. How are you?
Yeah, hey, man, I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Fantastic. Well, I was just listening to the Stinkin' Truth podcast this weekend, and of course, a lot of 49ers fans were as well. Your comments specifically about Brandon Ayuk, Trent Williams, kind of the direction of this offseason. And so I kind of wanted to start first with Ayuk and, this idea of holding in as opposed to holding out, because Trent is holding out, Ayuk is holding in. This seems like a very recent development or strategy that players are using. And you, as someone that's been in those locker rooms, I guess my first question would be, how would you look at a teammate if they had 1 foot in, 1 foot out in regards to Brandon Ayuk?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I just feel like if you're going to hold out, hold out. But I get it. You're trying to ultimately not get fined or whatever. I don't know. I mean, you're there. Like you said, 1 foot in, 1 foot out. I just am more a believer if you're going to send a message, send a message, drop a set and send a message. Don't show up. But ultimately, I don't know that it really matters that much either way. Obviously he wants a new deal and he's asked for a trade. And I guess the one thing I don't want is I don't want a bunch of negative energy at camp. I would just like when a guy comes in, he's ready to work. He's ready to be a part of the team. I don't want that negative energy. And I'm not saying that he is giving negative energy. It just feels, that would be a potential of a disgruntled employee, sitting around and not actually participating, that it would be an opportunity to create some negative energy and to put that around some of your young players. And I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of that type of atmosphere. I just know how hard it is to win championships. I know how close they've been in San Francisco. I know the kind of, sacrifice and the kind of teammate you have to be to have those things happen for you. And that just feels like it creates negative energy to me.
Mark, let me take you, you helped me out. Let me take you back to draft night when the Niners took Pearsall. I was shocked because I was like, man, the Niners got 2 of the most unique wide receivers in Debo and Ayuk. And now Ayuk wants to get paid like a Tyreek Hill or Jaden Waddle or Justin Jefferson. But I still haven't computed in my mind why they needed Pearsall. I'm not Kyle. Now they don't want to pay Ayuk. My question to you, Mark, is, what group do you have Ayuk in? Like, how good of a receiver? Is he in that group with the top-tier receivers to you? How good is he?
Well, I would tell you this. I've done enough 49er games over the last couple of years that when you talk to the opponent and their defensive coordinator, their priority isn't Ayuk. We got to figure out a way to shut down Ayuk. The philosophy is, hey, man, if Ayuk beats us, then so be it. The philosophy is we got to shut down the 49ers' unique running game. We got to shut down Christian McCaffrey. We got to shut down the dual threat of Deebo Samuel, not only running the ball, but catching the ball and his yards after catch. We've got, and the next guy might be George Kittle. So you're talking about, when you look at how stacked they are and how good they are schematically and the players that they have. Hey, listen, this is no offense to Brandon Ayuk. I know people get offended, but he really is the third option, maybe the fourth in that offense. And I know that he's got more catches than everybody else. I get that. But there are coordinators that are trying to force the ball to him over getting it to McCaffrey and everybody else. So again, where would I put him? Do I think he's in the same conversation as, do I think if he lined up at the X receiver where they're rolling coverage to him and they're jamming him with the safety over the top and they're doing all the, do I think he would line up with Justin Jefferson or A.J. Brown or Devontae Adams or some of those top tier guys? And the answer for me is at this particular point in time, no. But until he gets into a system like that, I guess we'll never know. But, I look at it like, do I think he's elite? Do I think he's one of those elite matchup guys that make you shake in your boots as a defensive coordinator? No, I don't.
Mark Schlereth joining us on the River Islands guest line. You can check out his Odyssey original podcast, The Stinkin' Truth, and discussing a bevy of subjects really over the weekend concerning the 49ers. And I imagine that one of the reasons why people are pocket watching, whether it's Ayuk or Trent Williams wanting guaranteed money, it's kind of there's this looming contract of Brock Purdy, which he is eligible for in March of 2025 next season. And look, Tua Tagovailoa just got 53 per year. Trevor Lawrence is getting 55 per year. Jordan Love. All of those quarterbacks are a little less, at least on paper, less accomplished than Brock Purdy. I'm not asking you to necessarily rank them, Stink, but I'm curious, when you are looking ahead at what you are going to probably have to pay him, doesn't that also factor into Ayuk's place in the present? Because Brock Purdy at this point might be a $60 million quarterback next year.
Yeah, and it's crazy when you start thinking about all the different guys they're going to have to pay, and and who's on the books, who comes off the books, how you manage the books. One thing about the cap is that it's fungible. I mean, you can manipulate it any way you want to manipulate it, and you can always come back to guys and renegotiate, and lower their cap value, and create space and all that. But yeah, Brock Purdy is a guy that, obviously, last year, right up into that Baltimore game, I mean, he was the leading candidate for MVP. He played that well throughout the entirety of the season, and I don't think that that's going to change. I think he is outstanding, and he plays with a bit of a chip on his shoulder. And I personally, I love it. I love the way he approaches the game, and the fact that that he was Mr. Irrelevant, and that dude's got some competitiveness to him. So, yeah, you're trying to manage that. You're trying to manage, which direction you're going to go in and how much you're going to have to pay Brock Purdy and then developing younger players along the way also. So, yeah, there's a lot of juggling going on there with San Francisco. But, again, like, Brandon Ayuk is a fine player. He's a really good player, and he's incredibly productive. But, again, when you're game planning the 49ers, he's maybe third on that list of guys you got to take away. So do you pay that guy? I mean, I would ask you guys, do you pay the guy who's the third option, top receiver money? Part of this, but before you answer that, part of this is my belief that a receiver in a game where everybody's dependent on one another to produce, the most dependent position in football is receiver. So, I mean, I'm not one of those, we're just one wide receiver away from winning a championship. I think the next time that happens will be the first time it happens. But I would just sit here and ask you guys, do you think he's worth top 10 money?
Wow, Mark, that's the $1 million question. I'll say this. I think Brandon Ayuk is a top 12 receiver in the league. I do wonder what happened on the Super Bowl. In the Super Bowl, 6 targets, 3 catches. Was that because of the offense or what was around him? I don't know. But what bothers me, Mark, and why I keep bringing this up is I'm leaning towards no, because why would Kyle and John draft another receiver? They had, am I wrong to think maybe they thought about life without Ayuk?
Yeah, no, I don't think I think they're making choices. And I think that's part of, how the game is played in the salary cap era is you sit there and say, okay, like who of all our guys that, handle the football and all our guys that are kind of quote unquote weapons, which guys can we not live without and which guys are we willing to move on from? And every team has to make those decisions. And I think we've all seen it over the course of the years where a number 2 receiver, a guy that's, a secondary target, a guy that's like a really good player, leaves and gets a chance to be number 1. And then you're always like, well, what happened to that guy? Like you got to understand kind of what you are too. And listen, man, he's been great. And where he started, because he was in the doghouse with Kyle Shanahan early in his career on several different occasions. And what he's become the last couple of years is remarkable. Good for him. But again, I still don't look at him like I'm going to pay him to be a top 10 receiver. Part of that, understand that part of that is the way I feel about receivers. I think they're a little bit on the overrated side to me.
Mark Schler is joining us via the River Islands guest line here on 95.7 The Game. And Mark, well, in that case, let's go into the trenches, a place you're very familiar with, because the other part of this is Trent Williams, he's not 1 foot in, 1 foot out. He is both feet out. He is officially holding out, and it's because he doesn't have any guaranteed money left on his deal, despite, I think, 2 or 3 years left. First, kind of what's your read on that situation, but also then as a teammate, for example, if I think that Trent Williams is far more of a priority, not just for me, but also for the 49ers, than getting Brandon Ayuk's deal done. He is more important to what they do. He protects arguably the most important position in sports, and he paves the way for Christian McCaffrey, which is who the offense runs through anyways. But as a teammate, if someone like Trent Williams and that contract costs you a potential Brandon Ayuk, do you look at Trent as a guy that he's trying to get every penny, but it might cost you a teammate? Like, how do you juggle that dynamic in the locker room when someone is trying to get paid?
Well, I think one of the things, they always talk about, and in any locker room, is you don't talk about anybody else's money. You just keep that to yourself. But Trent Williams that dude's a legend. I saw him. I was doing the Washington game last year in Washington. I saw him in the lobby. I'd never really met Trent Williams before, and I totally fangirled on him. I completely left my producer and my director and ran over like a super fan. And the dude is legit one of the top players in the last quarter century. The guy he just absolutely dispenses justice, and he is a guy that guys on the team will stop and watch him practice. Like, stop what you're doing. Oh, Trent's doing one-on-ones, and we're not doing anything. Let's stop and watch him. Like, he's that legendary a player. And so, and based upon the way they run the ball and all the different things they do, that's a guy that you have to sign. So, I think everybody has such respect for what he's done over a 14-year career, and the fact that he doesn't look like he's slowed down at all, that if it costs you, Ayuk, so be it. But that dude deserves every penny, and he deserves guaranteed money. And I don't have any qualms with the way he's going about his business.
Gotcha.
Mark, you got 3 Super Bowl rings with Kyle's pops, so you know what it is to win the big game. You do radio. We talk to fans all over, and fan is short for fanatic. We got a saying on the show, right on the table, that's basically elephant in the room. And I believe Kyle should have, and the Niners, 2 Super Bowl victories over the Chiefs. They don't, Mark. And my question to you is there a monkey on Kyle's back? Because I've called him a genius when it comes to offense. They've been to multiple championship games where they could have got back to the Super Bowl. He owns it. But Mark Schler, why hasn't Kyle won the big game, and how much pressure is on him?
Yeah, no, I think a ton of pressure is on Kyle, and they have had, arguably the best roster in football the last couple of years, and haven't been able to come away with a victory, and that's a shame because I've known Kyle since he was 14 years old or 12 years old, and I'm a big Kyle Shanahan fan. There's some quarterback missteps that happened the first Super Bowl against Kansas City where, Jimmy Garoppolo missed a couple throws late in that game that would have sealed the victory for them. And you end up turning the ball back over and giving Mahomes an opportunity to end. And then last year, inexplicable when you decide to take the ball and give Patrick Mahomes a situation where even if you pinned him inside the 5-yard line on kick cover, he's in 4-down territory. Like that was just to me, a coaching gaffe. And so those things you've got to hold them accountable for, no question about it. But he's done that, where everybody else is spending all this money on quarterbacks. He's done that with Jimmy Garoppolo, and he's done it with Brock Purdy. And I think that year, the year before last, where they lost the NFC Championship to Philadelphia, when Purdy hurt his elbow, I think they'd have been at that one too. So because I think they would have beat Philadelphia. So anyhow, it just is one of those. It's one of those unfortunate situations, but it's been a kind of a confluence of several different issues. Some of them coaching, mistakes or gaps. Player execution. Yeah, I mean, I know one thing: if Chris Jones is on the line of scrimmage, and I'm playing, that dude is getting blocked. We're not gonna bust the protection and go to somebody on the second level and bypass Chris Jones, and that's probably a touchdown. So that's a player gap. That Jimmy Garoppolo misses a through route to George Kittle that gets them inside the 15-yard line, and throws a little now route to the outside receiver at the time on 3rd down and 5, and they stop them. Like those are things like that was a predetermined mistake by Jimmy Garoppolo, who didn't read out the progression the way it's supposed to be read out. So things like that have happened to them in those critical moments, and so there's plenty of blame to go around. But Kyle has to own that. He's got to have his players prepared and ready to go, and they can't make those gaps in those critical moments.
Stink, we'll get you out of here on this. And again, Mark Schler is joining us on the River Islands guest line here on 95.7 The Game. I know that you've won all the big games that you've been in, but you've had 6 postseason chances. You're familiar with the playoffs. What is the most difficult part of getting into training camp the next summer after the year where you didn't win at all, where you thought you had a team that was capable of doing it?
Yeah, just the depth of the season, how long you play. You play an extra 3 or 4 games, it beats you up a little bit, less time to recover, and then by the time you get back into the gym, sometimes it's I've got to go instead of I want to go, and so I think that happens to you to a degree. Distractions, can you manage the distractions of celebrity and fame and opportunity and all those things? So there's a lot of little things. Guys want their money. Guys, feel like I'm slighted. I need a new contract. I need this money. I need that. So there's a lot of little things, but when the season, training camp opens, man, you got to set all that stuff aside when you walk in. That's why I'm just like, I would rather you not walk in and handle your business. Like, hey, sit out, handle your business, get your contract agreed to, and then come back, than to come hang around and not have your business done, not have your contract done, and be there but not participating. So, the difference between the way Trent's handling, his discrepancy or his, wants, and the way Ayuk is handling his.
Yeah. Do you believe in a Super Bowl window, Mark? And if so, do you think the Niners are close to the end of theirs?
Well, I mean, the Patriots were in a Super Bowl window for 20 years. So,
that's true.
I mean, it depends on, how good your quarterback is and how good you are at retooling and revamping. And then, listen, when you get different players, and this is where Kyle is just awesome offensively, is when you have a different strength or different player strengths, how do you adjust what you're doing? And you don't change what you're doing, but you just adjust and manipulate what you're doing to benefit those players, to put those players in the best, position to win. And, I always talk about it, or like my career here in Denver with Mike Shanahan. For the end of my career, it was just, I was brutal as far as a puller is concerned. My knees were bad, and I didn't run well. And that was stuff that I just couldn't really do. I did do effectively. So, that was one of those situations where Mike Shanahan was just like, okay, we're not going to run that. Because, I could run. I was really good run zone blocking and all that kind of stuff. So it was like, hey, man, let's not worry about X, Y, and Z. Let's just run A, B, and C. So if we want to run power or counter, we only ran it to the left. Right guard is the only guy who pulled on our offense. I didn't pull, ever. So there are ways, depending upon the strengths of the players that you get as you kind of revamp your football team, you got to go, okay, what are my player strengths? I think the biggest thing from a game planning standpoint is not attacking somebody's weakness. Everybody's got some weaknesses. It's not the biggest strength of an offense is not just your ability to attack somebody's weakness, but a bigger strength than that is to mitigate your own weaknesses. So to really be honest with yourself when it comes to what we are and what we aren't, and where we need to protect ourselves. And those things, I think, are, that to me is coaching.
Gotcha, Mark. And again, you can get a lot more of this great breakdown on Odyssey Original podcast, The Stinkin' Truth with Mark Schlereth. Mark, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
You got it, guys. Take care. Bye.
All right. And of course, you can also catch him on Sundays on Fox. But
I just appreciate the honesty, man. There is pressure on Kyle. That window.
And Mark Schlereth, by the way, joins us on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop?
Real quick, Evan, the window stays. His comp was New England about the window, and I love that question. But the window stays open when you win one. We're talking about when Buffalo, it didn't stay open. You had chances, you couldn't get it. So that's what scares me for the Niners is you need everything to go, health and all that. But Evan, it stays open for the Patriots because they won, and you're able to push it open. You know what I mean?
That's true, but I think when we talk about a Super Bowl window, it's can you contend? Can you get to the big game? Can you be one of the last two teams standing, and can you give yourself a chance to win it all? And the Niners have checked that box,
man,
but they haven't hoisted the Lombardi Trophy. So that's why I was curious because Schlereth has been to 3 Super Bowls. He's won them all.
Yeah.
He's been a part of 3 winning teams, but there are 3 other postseason teams that he was a part of, both 2 in Washington, and then 1 with Denver, which they didn't win. And I'm sure, he's playing for Joe Gibbs, he's playing for Mike Shanahan.
Yeah.
Like you think you're going to win the Super Bowl, but you don't. So how do you kind of, I don't know if it's trick yourself or convince yourself that you are still at that level year after year when you know what it takes to get to the top of the mountain, but not see what's on the other side.
That's deep. And a lot of people on the text line, he's got a lot of get off my lawn vibes, but he's old school. He don't like to hold in. But I'll tell you what, Evan, you tell me if I'm wrong. He doesn't think Ayuk is a guy. Pretty good, but not a guy. And the $1 million question that I have to you and Niner fans is one, we won't have the answer until it rears its head. How is this thing going to end? And also, how good are the Niners without Brandon Ayuk?
I mean, I don't think they operate at an optimal offensive level, but okay, so the reason why he brought up New England is I think, okay, one, the window's open because you have an all-time head coach and an all-time quarterback.
Yeah.
Like that's really why. I mean, Belichick was able to get the best out of a defense no matter what parts you had coming through, and then Brady was able to operate and
throw
get
the
you
ball
where
to
you needed.
anybody.
Whoever.
Yeah.
Randy Moss or
Edelman.
Chris Hogan. I don't know. A lacrosse player. So it didn't matter. The Niners, I think, have a damn good one of, I don't know, however you slice it, he's a top 3 head coach in Kyle Shanahan, in my opinion.
I agree.
The question is, do you have the quarterback? And Brock Purdy hasn't given us anything so far to believe that he isn't. And if that's the case, then your window's probably open longer than just this year. But a lot of people have doubts about whether or not the roster around him is good enough to keep that going, to keep him at the level that he's been playing at. There's also some Giants news on the other side that pertains to Blake Snell that we got to get into per John Heyman. I think it actually is very interesting in regards to the Giants trade market and what they're going to do between now and 3 o'clock tomorrow before they face the Oakland A's tomorrow night, because that's what they got to decide. There's also something that Stink said about Trent Williams and Brandon Ayuk, the comparison between the two.
Let's get to it. I'm with you.
I want to dig into that too a little bit on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. Also the number for the Xfinity mobile text line. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Gerald the Guru Johnson. We are back after this on 95.7 The Game. And a reminder to download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low rate auto loan. Doing my Steiny impression here. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Ooh, coming in with the heat right after Stink.
Yeah, I'm upset.
What? Wait, I thought we just had a great conversation.
No, we did, and we got some clips from it, too.
We also got some news to get
Carter.
to. But...
You do that first.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Or you want to tell the people why you're mad?
I'm mad. So I asked Stink a question. It's a conversation. Guru with the 8-minute question. Now, why are you laughing?
Because
why am I the only one that seems to get time?
I saw it on the
listen
chat.
to this station. I'm a P1, and I love my comrades. There are longer questions than the goo, but and that wasn't even a long one.
I feel like it's one of those
8
where
minutes.
No, probably like 45 seconds, but it's long.
You go long too because you're smart.
Well, but I don't know. I get wrapped up in trying to ask a question that just gets like diluted by how complicated, and I don't even know where I'm going by the end of it. But what you do is you make it more conversational.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm not. I say it as a compliment. I apologize if it came
I'm looking at Carter like, okay, he'll let me know.
No, because the whole point, I think, is to extend whatever we're talking about with the guest. So we brought him on because he said that Brandon Ayuk sitting in was chicken bleep, right? And that he's not a top 10 wide receiver. And Trent Williams is, in his words, the player of the quarter century, all-timer, yada, yada. You do a good job at bringing him into our conversation.
That's all.
I'm just like, oh, here, ABC. Here, why do you think of this stick?
Yeah, but he also had some stuff. We'll get to the Giant news real quick. Some stuff about Kyle.
Yes, he did. And I want to dig into that. But before we do, a reminder, of course, to check us out on the Odyssey app. And you can also, while you're there, listen to the Stinkin' Truth podcast, which is hosted by Mark Schlereth, that we just talked to on the River Islands guest line. But this is from John Heyman. Oh, well, actually, sorry, I got blown up by a different notification. Justin Turner, formerly, I think, of the Red Sox, is going to the Mariners.
No, he was on the Blue Jays.
Blue Jays,
Where's
sorry.
he at now? Seattle.
Yeah, he's going to the Mariners, which, they just moved off of somebody. Regardless, we'll get that information in a minute. But the Giants, San Francisco Giants, this is from John Heyman. The Giants are suggesting for now that they are unwilling to pay down Blake Snell's deal, which includes a $30 million 2025 player option. Snell is in great form, and he's got some stats to back it up. But if they maintain this stance, the Giants, that will limit the field. So what that means is that the Giants are unwilling, because in a trade, you can send money out.
Gotcha.
Like if you wanted to pay for a deal, you could send money with it. Like, for example, I think that in order to get Corbin Burns and get the Baltimore Orioles took some money from the Milwaukee Brewers. So the Brewers basically sent money with Corbin Burns in order to get more prospects.
Gotcha.
Because if you're paying all that, if you're footing $30 million the remainder of this year, but then next season, you're a little less inclined to give away a bunch of stuff, is what I was talking about earlier. Why I don't think that Blake Snell is actually going to fetch you as much as people think. Because that option and that $30 million next year is a lot of money.
Yeah, it is.
And so, or you don't get him at all because he's a rental and he hits free agency. So what this means is the Giants are unwilling to pay any money to pay any of his contract, which means that they're probably not going to get as much for him if they do indeed deal him.
And on the Guru computer, that reads to me, Evan, they still want to hang on to him.
I think so.
Wink, wink, if you get my drift.
No, I completely agree.
I get it. 3.5 back, 54 to play.
Yeah, essentially Farhan Zaidi and the Giants are not footing the bill.
There you go.
They're not paying any more money than they've already paid because they made their investment.
Exactly.
That's
now,
why
if
I think
they were
they're
10
all
and a
in.
half out and it was all bad, but it's not that. You're saying there's a chance.
Well, there's always a chance, but we could find out in, again, 12 games below 500 teams they're playing. We could find out that they're actually just not very good. But I don't. They're at the point to me where they're back. Both Farhan and the Giants' backs are up against the wall so much. I just don't think you can turn in the direction of selling.
Yeah, there's no doubt, Evan. And like you said, they paid the bill for this season and the payroll. Let's ride it out. That's what I would do. I'm riding it out. And if this thing is a failure, we're going to find out the last week of the season until you can tell me when my team is mathematically eliminated.
Yes, sir. And so kind of back to the Schlereth conversation, because you and the boss are both hot on this. I didn't catch it in the moment, but the question that you had for him about Shanahan, I thought he was pretty blunt.
Wow, brutally honest. I thought it was going to be
more so than a lot of people watch that Super Bowl.
13 and he's doing a great job. You know, a lot of what Steiny will do when he steps back and because he's not invested emotionally. I thought he was going to. No, he came with it, Evan. He said, "No, hell no, there's pressure."
Well, and which part specifically was the quote coaching gaffe in the Super Bowl?
I think we got that sound, Carter. Let me know when we have it. The boss was working on it, but yeah, that was like, wow. You know, he questioned that, but I'm not sitting here telling you and Carter and the listeners that Kyle's not, you know, one of the guys. He is. You said top 3. I agree, but Evan, you talk about that window, man. Just when will they actually cash in that chip?
And a lot of people think it might have to be this year. Because the question that the Niners are going to have to answer is, do they want to keep Brock Purdy and not have maybe as much of a surrounding cast?
All right.
Or do they do something which I believe is completely unthinkable, but it is an option, which is what you could prioritize the cast and try and find a cheaper alternative at quarterback. Now, that's something that not many people have discussed because it's really not worth discussing with how, like, has Brock Purdy done anything his first few seasons to make you believe that he's not going to be as productive, if not more productive, next season?
Not at all. But while you were gone Friday, Steiny brought up the other point of that. The flip side of that, Evan, is Kyle's so finicky, or so we think, that he might not say he wants to invest $60 or $65 million in the quarterback position, which will hinder, their opportunity to go get, things other places. So he basically was saying he could go find something and it would be sufficient enough. I said, no. When you fall in love, Evan, or you got a guy that's proven he can take you there, why would you get off of that?
Well, the only reason apparently he was ready to get off of it was if Tom Brady said he wanted to play for the 49ers.
Facts.
That's what he told Tim Kawakami in the TK show, also an Odyssey original. But that's the only guy that he was willing to move off of Purdy for, and he had a torn UCL.
Yeah.
So I don't see the Niners, like, in a hypothetical world, if they decided to take Steiny's route,
okay,
and Brock Purdy is just another guy.
I can go find somebody at the mall.
That's a dangerous game.
That's what I feel, Evan.
That's a real dangerous game. You've already found out that you can't just go out and get another dude like Brock Purdy because Jimmy Garoppolo wasn't him. You traded 3 first-round picks for Trey Lance, who wasn't him.
You preaching.
And we also know that, at least from what I've been reading and watching in the few clips that I've been able to view overseas, someone that's backing him up like Josh Dobbs isn't him.
Now, right. And if I went into a lab, Evan, and I was to create what a quarterback looked like, Justin Herbert, run down. All these other quarterbacks run, Trevor Lawrence, run down. But it doesn't work that way. And over the weekend, Jordan Love was made the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. I'm not hating on Jay Love, but the bottom line is when it comes to results, hold my beer. Purdy's ran through Dak. He's ran through Goff. He's ran through Love. Like, why? What's wrong with paying the quarterback that's getting the job done or almost getting the job done? Because I won't blame Purdy for them not winning the Super Bowl yet, Evan. So if 60 or 65 happens to be the going rate and Purdy turns in a season, let's just say like last year, they get to the NFC Championship game, I'm just pulling my hair out, Evan, as to why somebody would say, we don't want to pay Evan. We want to start over and go find something to be cheaper or frugal. Green Bay just showed you they're willing to go out on a limb and make a guy that has one playoff win the highest paid QB. Why would the Niners do anything different?
They wouldn't. I don't think they would. And if they do, they're bluntly just idiotic.
There you go.
Like, that would be the dumbest decision that they could make. I know people believe in Shanahan, and he can turn water into wine when it comes to quarterbacks. He's got a history of turning pretty good quarterbacks into statistically great ones. You don't give up on that,
but there's some errors in there. Trey Lance, the big error.
Well, there are. But look, if you're telling me if John Lynch's choice is between Purdy or playmakers, because it's kind of the last year of both, right? You're going to have to choose.
Right.
Because Purdy's going to have to get paid. Quarterback's always the choice. Always the choice. If there's an example of a quarterback out there that has even close to the resume of Brock Purdy, and the team has chose to move off of them, well, Well, then I need to see it.
Right, because I don't know what you're doing then at that point.
The closest example of that I can remember in recent memory was for very different reasons, not having to do with football, would be Deshaun Watson. That's that's the only example of a quarterback that is in his prime that a team has basically shipped off.
Right.
And it wasn't because of what he did on the field.
Right, there you go.
So unless Brock Purdy's got some other extracurriculars I'm unaware of, he ain't going nowhere.
And for the people saying 60 or 65 is too, I mean, look at everything in our world. It's not Brock's fault. It's not Jordan Love's. But if that's the going rate, Evan, or in a crazy world, real quick here, Purdy could come in here and say, you know what? I don't want to reset the market. We got the owner on record months back saying they understand that when it's time to, push comes to shove with Brock, he may reset the market.
I think he is going to reset the market.
Yeah.
Because the other part of it, too, is I'd have to double check who else in Purdy's class is worthy of resetting the market. Like of his quarterback class. Seriously.
Damn.
Just looking at the other guys in 2022 in which he was drafted, the quarterbacks are kind of nowhere to be found. That was a particularly weak quarterback class.
Give me some names.
Well, I'm just trying to find some because there weren't apparently any in the top 10.
Wow.
But right
Mr.
now,
Irrelevant.
Yeah, exactly. If you're looking at Purdy, all right, here we go. Oh my God, Kenny Pickett, number 20 overall.
Wow.
Desmond Ridder, number 74 overall.
Shout out Raymond.
Yeah, he go. Malik Willis, 86th overall, replaced.
Malik.
The closest one is Sam Howell, to be honest. And he had a really good season in Washington. And what do? They just went and drafted a quarterback.
Yeah.
There is nobody else in Brock Purdy's draft class that is worthy of getting paid, which means he doesn't have to wait for the market to set itself. He gets to set the market. So if you're Tua, you're also checking out what Jordan Love is getting, or vice versa. They're probably also checking out what Trevor Lawrence was getting, or vice versa. There's nobody in that class that Brock Purdy's going to have to compete against.
Man.
So he can say, give me whatever I want. And to be honest, the Niners kind of have to give it to him because they've been taking advantage of a guy who's not got, by the end of his third year, he will not even have made $3 million.
But it wasn't even, that's the contract, but it wasn't by design. No, I don't think the Niners even thought, Evan, he was going to do what he did, obviously. That's why you did what you did for Trey Lance to bring him in. But the bottom line is, what would be the option? And a lot can happen. 24 hours, long time in a day. But at the end, Evan, why would you go away from something and a guy that's gotten you to a Super Bowl and almost Super Bowl before he got knocked out? That is the part. Like, I'm willing, you got to pay for something in life. I'm willing to pay my quarterback if he's shown me early and we have I'm being proactive. If they have a good season this year and he looks like what he did last year, he's getting that money. Like Jordan Love should be the high. Again, he should not be the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. Not his fault, but that's how life works.
No, but up until this year, Justin Jefferson wasn't the highest paid, wide receiver. I mean, that's just kind of how it goes, right? Every time you're ready to get your bag and you're able to do it, you do. There's 8 $50 million quarterbacks right now in the league.
Right, but when I look at Justin Jefferson getting that bag, Evan, I think he's the best receiver in the game to me. He's up there. But Jordan Love, he looks great, and I would bet on his future, but you haven't done everything for you to justify you being the highest paid quarterback. But that's how the system works.
And this is where we're also going to find out a lot about Brock Purdy. I don't think he's taken anything less than he can get.
We brought that up. Like he's going to go in there, I'll take 40. I'm Mr. Irrelevant. I want to leave some for everybody. I want to do, who's the guy to the Knicks? Oh, Brunson. Yeah. Left a lot of chicken on the table.
Well,
Carmelo killed him.
Kind of. I mean,
you got to read the contract.
Yeah, I don't want to jump through the hurdles there, but he didn't leave as much money on the table as they were reporting.
Yeah.
But it's from the 925. He'll shave off 10% for Jesus Christ, given he's a Christian, man. I'm sorry. We're going to find out he ain't as Christian as you think. Because if I'm Brock Purdy and I have done everything that I've done, and probably will do by the end of next season, even if it doesn't culminate in a Super Bowl,
come on, Evan.
I'm not leaving a single penny on the table.
Yeah, no doubt. I've done more than Dak. I've done more. He might get his money somewhere else. I've done more than Lamar. Damn it, Burrow's the only one that's been to a Super Bowl. But other than that, Goff, I beat him. What do I got to do not to get that money? That's what I know. It sounds crazy, but I'm into, Evan, the market and the going rate. And Brock's at a great time. If he handles his business, which is this season, I expect him to shatter that.
The going rate is going up too.
And wow.
I mean, the cap is increasing by 10% every single year. So tack on whatever Love and Tua just got, and just keep going. Like that's how it looks.
Let me throw this at you, and it's random. Who cares? Let's say Dallas doesn't give Dak his money. Would the Raiders not throw money at Dak?
I think they would.
Man,
I think
me
they'd be
too.
stupid not to.
He might. So it's just incredible.
He's an upgraded quarterback.
But Brock has won is what he's knocked off these quarterbacks on his way, and should have knocked off Mahomes. Didn't.
No, and does that mean that I think that Brock Purdy is the best quarterback in football because he's going to reset the market? Or I think that he will reset the market? No. But I also don't think that Trevor Lawrence is
there you go.
A top 5 quarterback.
Exhibit A right there.
I don't think that Tua's probably a little bit better than him. I think that Jordan Love has the potential to be better than him, but Jordan Love got paid $220 million off of one season.
No, man.
This is his first year as a starter. And you'd assume he's going to get better.
Oh, no doubt.
But he's also going to have to deal with the ramifications of his contract, just like Purdy eventually will, which is your team is not going to be as good. Or you're going to have to figure out ways to get and replenish talent. And that's also something that Mark Schlereth was talking about when we had him on. And you can use the Odyssey app to rewind. Go check that out. Also check out the Stinkin' Truth podcast and Odyssey Original. But Mark Schlereth was discussing that you're going to have to get creative. That's what teams have to do more so than ever in this salary cap era, where players are getting paid unbelievable sums of money. And that's why there might not be enough in the coffer for someone like Brandon Ayuk.
But Evan,
or as much as he wants.
No doubt. Well said. But what stinks about, shout out Slayer, what stinks about this is, had they cashed in that Super Bowl chip in 19, I don't want to say they were Smokey Robinson. They were cruising before they had these difficult, if you want to call it difficult situations, because I'm sure they don't want to lose Ayuk, but just think about it. They could be sitting with 2 Super Bowl rings or victories before what they're facing now, which is natural, but now you're facing it, and if you pay Brock up until this point without having that trophy, I just feel like there's a different mindset when you win or you got it done. So they're chasing. They've been close, but imagine how they cashed in. And don't let me forget, Evan, if they would have closed the deal when they were up 10 against the Rams in the NFC Championship. That's why when you were gone, I don't know if you got it last week, they were talking. I love Kyle for this. He's not running from the pressure. And he said, we shouldn't have just won 2.
I heard that.
We should have been in 3. That's when I call the dogs off. Like, that's all I'm asking to hear. When a coach says that about himself, that's looking yourself in the mirror, Evan. That's what I appreciate.
By the way, sorry, as an aside.
Go ahead.
Was that your Steve Harvey? I remember I gave you a 5 for that.
Put it on the board.
I thought it was pretty good. I'm sorry, Coach. I thought it was pretty good. So did Carolina. But the thing about it is, like, when you're talking about, a quarterback or a head coach and all the rest, it's like,
it's out of control.
But which quarterbacks under a rookie deal have been paid after winning a Super Bowl? In recent memory, seriously. Mahomes and
Russell Wilson. Oh, yeah, okay, Russell. Oh, Russ.
Okay, so both of those guys are, Mahomes certainly is a Hall of Fame quarterback. Russell Wilson's probably a Hall of Fame quarterback. So but those are the guys that, right. Yeah, of course I feel great paying them money, but there's 100 other quarterbacks between then and now that maybe, we got to decide, or maybe it's this, or maybe it's that. I mean, Jalen Hurts got paid.
Yes, he did.
He's a runner-up in the Super Bowl.
Then they just had a failure. They fell off last year collectively.
They did.
He's got problems in the locker room, allegedly.
They still doubled down because they paid arguably their biggest diva, A.J. Brown, a whole heck of a lot of money. 888-957-9570 is the number. I also want to get to Stink's comments about Kyle Shanahan and the Super Bowl, because that's about as damning of a comment as I've heard of someone who is that close to winning a Super Bowl. But that in a moment after we talk to Daniel in Modesto, who's got a thought on the Purdy contract. Daniel, how are you, man? What's up?
Doing good. How about yourself?
Hey.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so the contract's not that crazy. Like, you guys are talking about Love's contract, and you look at the cap numbers, he doesn't go over, like, top 10 cap hit until 2027. But by then he's getting a new deal, and it's not even a big hit, right? But you look at Purdy, if you do the Love deal next year, you're looking at 59 probably to 62 million with the cap changes, right? But it's never going to be 62 million or 59 million on the cap. It's worth every penny for Purdy because you're talking he's going to be sitting at the 20th to 25th cap hit for the first 3-4 years. If he gets the 5th year total contract, if he's successful, it's never going to happen. And I think Love's contract for someone that you have questions about is the perfect contract because really, if you look at it all, you got Devontae Adams, Justin Jefferson. They all have bigger cap hits than Love the first 3 years. It's like, come on, just give Purdy the money. It's not a big deal. Like I'm not a Niners fan, but like Purdy, he's efficient. He's an ultimate processor. People want to say he can't throw the deep ball. He has the best deep. It's a joke if you're a 49er fan and you're questioning his deep ball. It's a lack of understanding of football because you're not looking at advanced statistics.
Yeah. Appreciate the call.
Thanks, Daniel. Well, I'll take it a step further. Yeah. I think it's a joke if you're a 49ers fan and you aren't convinced that they should pay Brock Purdy.
I'm right there with you.
Like, seriously.
Evan, I still feel like I need to see this year, but right now I would go to the counter like I told Stoney and make that bet smiling that he's going to reset the market because that's predicated on him having another follow-up good third year.
But, I mean, God forbid, but let's say Purdy gets hurt, misses the season.
Now we might have to talk.
Really?
Is it that same elbow that he, the
That's
one that was
stupid. Don't say that again.
Fits.
Yes.
You know what I mean? It would all depend on what it is, Evan. That's all.
I'm just playing devil's advocate.
Yeah.
No, like if he had a season-ending injury, apologies, I still think that I would feel comfortable paying him.
Man,
I think the Niners would too.
That one I would. I'm TBD. I'd have to find out. Would it be that same elbow, Evan? Because I'd be more concerned if it were
an ACL.
Okay, that'd be interesting. Because then it would give Kyle the license to go find the new Brock Purdy, and if he feels like he can do it for less, who knows? Because Kyle can walk into any room, Evan, except the Super Bowl winning coach room, but he can also say, "Hold my beer." Brock Purdy, I took to a Super Bowl, Mr. Irrelevant, and Jimmy Garoppolo, I took to a Super Bowl. I know I don't have a ring, but damn, pour me a drink. Like, imagine that, Evan. Those could arguably two of the most obscure names to have went to a Super Bowl with. And he's done that and should have won the games.
Well, and the reason why he may not have won the game was explained by Mark Schlereth.
Wow.
And if we have that cut, Carter, could we please play Schlereth's response to your question about basically how much fault Kyle Shanahan has in not winning those Super Bowls?
Coaching gap. Accountable for, no question about it.
Wow. Calves.
A coaching gaffe.
Man, he said it. And I thought because they knew him in the history of it, he'd, take it easy. He spoke his truth.
The coaching gaffe was basically setting up Mahomes and with a 4-down situation.
No doubt about it.
With the ball.
And not even the fear of them second guessing themselves on that 4th down. You gave it to where we got to go. We made it easy for them.
No, taking the ball because, again, of the new rules of there always being a response in the Super Bowl and overtime.
Man.
So by taking the ball, even if you go down and score, you set Mahomes up with 4 downs to play with instead of 3, as opposed to kicking it to him, and that's the difference in strategy. Now, I think you could also probably put on the umbrella of a coaching gaffe is your players not knowing the rules.
Yeah, Juszczyk said it. The world heard it.
You know, he's a Harvard graduate, didn't know the rules. So I think, and we can get into that on the other side, and we can play it again too. The coaching gaffe that Kyle Shanahan had in the Super Bowl, how much blame lies at his feet for that gaffe? Is that the reason why they haven't won? 888-957-9570 is the number. Short segment coming up on the other side. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. What's coming up next in the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're back after this.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
About 60 millies. That's what's coming Brock Purdy's way next season. You can book that.
That's a 4, baby. Book it.
You can book it. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. We got Mark Grandy, FB Santangelo, and Dan Dibley.
The big 3.
Coming up for the crossover in about 10 minutes. It'll take it from 2 to 6. So looking forward to that also. But again, what we're talking about before we got into it with Mark Schlerethku, Blake Snell, just a piece of news. The Giants are suggesting that they are now unwilling to pay down Blake Snell's deal, which includes a $30 million player option. So basically, they're not sending any money out with Blake Snell. You have to take him. You can give us back whatever you want. We're not adding any money to that deal. Makes his value a little bit less so. So that's the Blake Snell update. Again, we'll keep you posted here on 95.7 The Game.
Want to keep him?
I think they do. I also think they're hoping that he will re-sign for next season. But right before the break, we got into the gaffe, according to Mark Schlereth, from the Super Bowl this past season from Kyle Shanahan. Carter, do we have that sound? And here it is.
Yeah, no, I think a ton of pressure's on Kyle, and they have had, arguably the best roster in football the last couple of years, and haven't been able to come away with a victory. And that's a shame because I've known Kyle since he was 14 years old or 12 years old, and I'm a big Kyle Shanahan fan. There's some quarterback missteps that happened the first Super Bowl against Kansas City where, Jimmy Garoppolo missed a couple throws late night game that would have sealed the victory for them. And, you end up turning the ball back over and giving Mahomes an opportunity to end. And then last year, inexplicable when you decide to take the ball and give Patrick Mahomes a situation where even if you pinned him inside the 5-yard line on kick cover, he's in 4-down territory. Like that was just to me, a coaching gaffe. And so those things you've got to hold them accountable for, no question about it.
And that might have been the difference between winning the Super Bowl last year and not.
Well, I'm going to, Lori Matthews, with the queen of the show, she says your defense was gas, guys needed oxygen. You were lucky just to hold them, from getting a touchdown, Evan, to win the game in regulation. So that went into that. You say what to that for the sector of people that think, the defense was gassed?
Yeah, but the defense had also been maybe the best part of your team in the game, right? People were worried heading into the Super Bowl, whether Steve Wilkes' defense that got gashed by Detroit, that put you down 17, that was getting torn up a little bit by Jordan Love and the Packers.
And the run game.
In the rain.
Yeah.
And the running game. How would they play against the Chiefs, who had Pacheco and could pound the rock? And Mahomes hadn't actually been that prolific through the air through the playoffs. And the defense was really good.
Threw a pick Mahomes did right after half.
Yeah. No, the defense was not the reason they lost the Super Bowl. I don't think so.
Yeah.
And again, I just think it's significant because, people, and especially in the market, put blame at Shanahan's feet. But I don't think I've really heard too many national folks use that sort of energy. And again, this is Mark Schlereth, who is
friend of the family.
Yeah, literally friends of the Shanahans. That's his dad that he won 2 Super Bowls with. So I think that's pretty alerting.
Yeah, and I'll go to your question too. You talked about the window. You asked him about the window, Evan. There is, Brock. Not that he hasn't. There's 17 more games and some for him to earn that possible 60 to 65 or resetting the market, whatever it is. But, Evan, we need to see more. Everybody knows that, and we will. But at the end of the day, if you're going to tell me now the Niners are at this phase of this great run to where you got to lose guys because you got to pay guys, that wasn't the title of the jam at the beginning had you cashed it in 19. You'd have been able to just sit back, relax, and keep moving. Now, all of a sudden, you got to make those decisions, but you're doing it going uphill, trying to get that ring that you've been so close to getting to. So that's why I just say, hey, anything that can happen to anybody, right? That's across the board. We saw that with Dallas. Sam Williams, defensive end, went down yesterday, out for the year. Anything can happen in training camp and during the season. But if McCaffrey were to get hurt, Evan, or we saw something, lo and behold, happen to Brock Purdy, things change. So that's why when people are, wait, Niners are going to go to the Super Bowl, you don't know that because we don't know how healthy they are. But now the disease in me's kicked in. You got to pay guys, and now you might lose guys because you got to pay guys. That's not what it used to be a couple years ago. You know, guys held out, but they got their money. But now it's real in the field.
No, but for example, if they'd won the Super Bowl last year, I don't know that these decisions about Ayuk and Trent would be resolved by now. Because Ayuk is haggling over money. And
respect. I think it's respect with him, too.
For sure. Yeah, he's trying to figure out if he can get, top 5 wide receiver money. I think that would still happen if he was a part of a Super Bowl winning team. In fact, if they'd won the Super Bowl, he might have more leverage to get that money. Trent Williams to me is the guy you have to pay. You got to give him what he wants.
We haven't taken our lap together. If
Let's
you
do it.
Stoney was in his last vacation, and we said it. Goo, you said it to me. Trent has no more guaranteed money. He could play that card. And I said, Evan, I would tell Ayuk, hold my beer. And that's what Stoney was kind of saying it like, how bad would that look if you're Hey, Stoney, this is the big boy league. Ayuk, unfortunately, but we're pulling rank here. And Trent's going to get his bread. Nobody cares how it looks. He is a mandate. For whatever you're set to do this season is predicated on your boy, oh, by the way, 36 years old, still doing his LeBron James all-pro. Like, you can't take that from him. He is your O-line, Evan.
And no, you're right. He literally is. Okay, so, and not just because of what we've seen without him, the record or whatever the Niners have had without Trent Williams. And, to be fair, he hasn't played, I think, a full season, like 100% season since 2013. So he's missed a few games here and there, and we know what happens when he's not there. But you look down the roster, and if you look at the wide receiver room, Ricky Pearsall is available today for practice. We're going to see him and saw him in pads. And you have Deebo Samuel, or you have other pass catchers you can kind of mix in. You look at the left tackle roster, you look at the depth chart at the O-line, like you're really going to trot out Jalen Moore week 1? Or you want Jalen Moore at all at left tackle throughout this season? That's something that I don't want.
No, to protect your possible investment in Mr. I'm about to cash in. Let's just say that. I'll quit with the 60-65. Let me read this to you, Evan. Guru, what are you talking about? Jimmy G was the highest paid quarterback in the NFL, not Mr. Irrelevant. I understand that, but he had 7 touchdowns to 5 interceptions. He played 5 games of non-meaningful football, but it was meaningful for the Niners, and they made him the highest paid. My point is he returned the glass slippers. I appreciate the toughness of Jimmy G, but smartass, what I'm saying to you is we all now have seen Jimmy Garoppolo not with Kyle Shanahan, and that's nothing to write home about. Watch the receiver doc on Netflix and watch about the mental toll that Jimmy is putting Devontae Adams and his family through, and you could see the real Jimmy G. That's my point. Kyle taking Jimmy to the heights that he got him to is incredible. I love me some Jimmy G, but I know he wasn't the guy. He was the guy under the tutelage of Kyle, which unfortunately didn't culminate in a chip. It should have, but that's some of Kyle's greatest work is getting Jimmy to multiple championship games and minutes away from the Super Bowl, Evan.
Well, that's why I thought it was interesting. We got a couple minutes left before we got to get to the crossover with Grand EFP and Dibs. But when I was listening to the conversation between Shanahan and Kawakami, Kyle wasn't willing to go out and get Brady in 2019, but he was willing to go out and get Brady in 2023. So 4 years later,
he fired the wrong. Yeah.
He wanted Brady at age 44, but he wasn't willing to fire him at age 39. Wow. Now I know that,
but he said because he thought Jimmy still could do it.
Yeah, Jimmy was a young cornerback, and he didn't want to mess with him. But I just find it ironic that in a single year, Brock has proved that he is a superior, in less than a full year, to be honest, that he's a superior quarterback to Jimmy Garoppolo. But Garoppolo was afforded the benefit of the doubt, whereas Brock, and again, it was only for Brady. Yeah. That was the only guy that he would move off him for. But that was the one dude who wasn't willing to go. Yeah. Well, we can discuss it on the other side. Also know that I'm sure FP, Granny, and Dibs have some hot Giants takes, especially surrounding Blake Snell, because that seems to be the domino to decide what direction they're going to go in at the trade deadline. 1/3 of a season left. The Niners season almost underway. Can't wait for football season. We got a lot to get into on the other side. The crossover on 95.7 The Game. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz from Taylor Guru Johnson. We're back after this.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Gerald the Guru Johnson. This is the crossover. Mark Grandy, Dan Dibley, FB Santangelo. What's happening, fellas?
A lot of smiles in the room.
We got a starting five.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's up?
How we doing?
Too many guards, unfortunately.
Too many guards.
Goo, you're going to have to work on the glass.
Okay, that's what I'll do.
Five,
call me Looney.
We need boards.
Or call me LeBron. What he's doing is incredible.
6'2", I think, so.
A sneaky. Well,
yeah.
Grandy, we need you for the 3-on-3 team here.
I'm in,
We haven't announced that yet, Goo.
But I'm too excited now. Carter chickened out. He had to get a permission slip, but he said he's going to
out.
he said he's going to the Giants game, so he can't play.
Dang.
I should have called you.
Can you ball
be
FP?
working,
What do you
FP.
got? I don't know what you're talking about.
3-on-3 hoop tournament outside the Chase.
Oh, no.
Is that the Warriors
I
one?
don't know.
Yeah,
No, just a different one. Warriors are throwing.
If you have
8-foot
rims, I'm in.
Totally.
I'll dunk all over you.
Look at him.
Let's all talk at once. Ready? 1, 2, 3, go.
I mean, it's frowned upon in the crossover or the handoff thingy, as you call it.
There's a lot of it.
It does feel like what's been happening, or I should say not happening today with the San Francisco Giants is being frowned upon. Like a lot of people just kind of want them to pull an extreme, sell or buy or go one way or the other. I kind of feel like they're stuck. I mean, they're just stuck between, I don't know, the place where they've been all year, which is 6 games below and 500. They can't, I mean, they're 2/3 of the way through the season and they've been above 500 for 4 days. So
It's not great.
That hasn't given you much to believe in. But at the same time, I don't really see this team selling. I don't know if you guys disagree, but.
No, I agree. And I do think that they should do exactly what they've done so far, which is absolutely nothing. Because you have the pieces that you wanted. You finally have them. And really, what are you going to try to sell, and what are you going to try to acquire, and will it make you that much better? And I heard you earlier talking about Vlad Jr. and you get rid of Elliot Ramos to get Vlad Jr. in, and well, it's risky because if Elliot Ramos is going to become this player at 24, that's pretty good, and he's homegrown, and he's a guy who would be on pace to hit 30 homers this year if he would have played a full year. So I think you're in a spot where you just ride it out, and I don't think that Farhan Zaidi has the gravitas, as I use a Low Neal word from years ago. I don't know if he has the gravitas to really make bold moves. So a card laid is a card played, and you did what you did, and here you are. Just ride it out.
Yeah. No, I mean, they spent so much money this offseason. I feel like you kind of owe it to the team at least to see if they can pull it together.
I think of the Shaskys, the Grandies. I tackled you as soon as you came in here. Called me Ray Lewis. Like, are you still not excited about the possibility of this team trying to get an invitation to the playoffs and pull off a Diamondbacks of last year? As they get hot and dips, we can take our victory lap because we both said we don't know if they're going to do it, but the math is there. 3.5 out now, Grandy, with the staff looking like it's coming into form. You got to be a little more excited than when I saw you Friday.
Can't lie about the staff.
Okay.
I mean, what Snell did, what Harrison did, what Birdsong did. That's exciting. Ray as well against the Dodgers, and Ray will pitch tomorrow against the A's. Like, the staff looks good, but let's also not forget that the offense couldn't get Snell a win. And they could have lost a couple of those games against the Rockies because the offense couldn't do anything. If it wasn't for Tyler Fitzgerald hitting home runs every single game, I mean, they could have lost 2 of those
FP,
games.
you played. Aren't they past? Could have lost. They won. So shouldn't you tap into they won? It's 4 in a row. You got the A's. You got a couple, you would think, layups on the schedule. Maybe Buffalo Springfield. I'll tell you the 100th time. Yeah. Something's happening here. Yeah.
I think it's pretty cool.
But what it is, Goo, is not clear.
Wow.
I think it's pretty cool, and we have to thank the Rockies for playing blindfolded for 4 days.
That's what happens.
I mean, 61 swings and misses yesterday. You got to try really hard. That's a major league record.
Pretty impressive.
I mean, somebody choke up over there in Colorado.
Just yesterday,
I was told today that by somebody in the organization they do not believe in a 2-strike approach. I said that's obvious.
Effie called him out this morning.
I mean, goodness.
Wow.
Most strikeouts in a 4-game series, right?
Yeah, and most swings and misses in one game ever yesterday.
I heard they were using broomsticks. Yeah,
it looked like it.
I mean,
was it 61?
61
You're not making that
swings
up.
and misses, yes. It's a major league record for one game.
I mean, that's almost
I didn't notice.
And that was a
hard to
bullpen
do.
game.
Yeah, it's
I didn't
really
notice
hard to do.
How could you notice after what happened the first 3 games? It's just
More
like,
of the same.
More of the same. These
And they
guys
were in
don't
the game.
care. Swing hard in case you hit it, but they weren't even. I think they had their eyes closed. Here's
Here's the thing, and I've been around it for a long time, and I've seen teams get jump-started by beating bad teams. And everybody says it's the Rockies, whatever. When you get that feeling as a club and you come back into the clubhouse and you're playing the music and the fogger's going off and everybody's dancing around, you're having a good time, now all of a sudden you have confidence, you're playing relaxed, you're playing loose, and you're playing good baseball. And then the last 4 games, they played good baseball. So you get that feeling like I'm driving to the ballpark, I'm relaxed. I got 2 hits last night. We've won 3 in a row. You don't care if it's against the Yankees or the Rockies. You just know that the clubhouse is fun all of a sudden. And you don't have that tightness and that pressure that maybe you had on the last road trip when they didn't play well. So you can use this momentum and this confidence level and this relaxation to get the best out of your ability and to just go out there and have fun playing baseball. And maybe you forgot how fun the game is. And all of a sudden you win 4 in a row. You play good baseball. Blake Snell looks like Cy Young. And now we're having fun again. I don't know what they're going to do with the trade deadline. I don't believe in buying or selling. I'm so sick of hearing people say, are they going to buy? Are they going to sell? You gather value as a ball club. If you're a president of baseball operations for whatever team, you want to gather value for your organization for the end of this year and moving forward. And however you get that value, however you make your team better for a little run here, are they as good as the Phillies? I think no. I mean, if we're talking about today, can they beat the Phillies in a 7-game series? Probably not. I don't think that's being negative. I think that's just being realistic. But if you're gathering value for your organization and you're putting pieces of the puzzle together for this year and to get better this year, and that helps you get better next year and the next year, that's what you do in the trade deadlines. And if it means getting rid of this guy because you like this guy better and you think he fits better here, you do it. And if you trade this guy, the most important, I'm shooting all my bullets right now. The most important thing, the most important thing at the trade deadline is self-scouting. And that means knowing your own personnel better than anybody. So if I'm going to trade Guru and I'm going to trade Dibs, I know all about Goo and I know all about Dibs. I know if Goo's a happy guy in his locker after a loss and he's smiling 5 minutes after he lost, he's a team guy, he's a selfish guy. I know if Dibs is in the training room all the time and he's got a different injury every day. I know if Dibs is a gamer and it's all he cares about is winning or losing. So there's so many different levels that go into, am I going to trade this guy other than his batting average, other than his speed to first? That's what the scouts see in the stands. Anybody can evaluate talent and physical ability. But if I'm going to trade somebody, I got to know my own guys. Does Blake, do you want to stay here? Do you want to be a Giant next year? Like, look me in the eye right now and tell me, do you want to be a Giant? Because if you don't, hey, no hard feelings.
So those conversations, those questions are had.
Yeah, and if you don't, then okay. Or is Blake Snell a pain in the ass? I don't know these things, but I'm just saying. Or is he a team guy? Is he rah-rah on the bench in between starts? Is he picking guys up? Is he adding value to my organization besides striking out 15 guys? Does he want to be a Giant? There's so many things that goes into this. And I've been behind the scenes during the trade deadline with a front office and the stuff that's being reported by the big boys like Heyman and Buster Olney and Ken Rosenthal. Nowhere near what's going on behind the scenes.
Well, and that's why sometimes it's also about who you keep. So I was just kind of going through Farhan's deadlines. To me, the one that would give you the most optimism would be 2020. They were 2 games below 500 during the 60-game season, and they didn't do anything. But the guys that were available that they felt like people nationally felt like they should have sold were Kevin Gausman and Evan Longoria. They chose to keep those players for a season that didn't go anywhere. They didn't make the playoffs. The next year, however, both of those players were instrumental in them getting off to a very hot start and eventually riding it to a 107-win season. Do I think next year is going to be 107 wins? Probably not. But moving off of players just to appear like you are rebuilding or selling, that's not the route that I would take. And I don't think that there are players right now on the team that would fetch a massive haul, partially because it doesn't sound like the Giants will attach any money to a guy like Blake Snell, that would, to me, be worth moving off of somebody who's now finally starting to turn the corner and can help you actually realize the picture that you wanted all season, which was a 5-man rotation that might be the best in baseball.
Well, the other aspect of this, too, is you have to consider what Farhan Zaidi's future is, and does he have any motivation to sell anything anyway? Because is he in a situation where you got to make the postseason or he's done? And if that's the case, then why would he ever consider trading Blake Snell, who's pitching like the best pitcher in baseball over the last month? Like, that's part of this as well. And if that is a real conversation that's been had, why would he ever entertain anything that isn't getting you the best player back in return for your team right now?
I agree.
But you got to understand, like, if a team's going to give up somebody for Blake Snell, they're not going to give up you if you're like a gamer and you want to win and you're tough as nails. They know everything about their own players.
So just don't ever make a trade then, or what?
I mean, with Blake Snell, you have to ask yourself, does he want to be here next year? And how soon is it before his skills deteriorate as a pitcher? Like, is he a guy that's going to be here in 2 or 3 years pitching effectively? Or do you just catch lightning in a bottle the last 4 starts, and that's the guy you're going to get for 2 or 3 years? That's why self-scouting and self-evaluation is far more important than us talking about who they might get. You got to know your own players inside and out better than anybody knows them before you pull the trigger on any deal.
But that's why the one that I think is the most interesting right now would be the Cubs going to get Isaac Paredes, who is pretty good corner infielder, but they gave away one of their own, and Morel, who's younger, but is probably more tools than
and they're
actual
like 6
production.
back of the walk.
Yeah, they're further back than the Giants. So that's a move that is, I don't know, a little neutral, but you probably got immediately better at third base. But Morel's also a younger player. Why do the Rays want him?
So, you also have to wonder out loud, and this is fair, I think, in an analytically driven organization, if all the things I just mentioned even matter. Like, does that matter? Or is it just X squared plus Y squared equals Z squared?
Well, that's what the Rays are doing.
Well, but they also traded away Randy Arozarena. So, who is analytically a good player.
And they got back 9 or 14 prospects in the 6 trades that they've made, and 9 of those 14 are immediately in their top 30 prospect list. They got back an incredible haul for a handful of players that were on a team that's above 500. The Rays are above 500 and are closer to the playoffs.
But not all of those guys are going to turn into dudes.
How do you know it's an incredible haul? You don't know if a trade's a good trade for 2 or 3 years.
But the possibility of it happening is better than not having nothing.
They're prospects because they're prospects. Right. You don't know if those guys are going to be all-stars. You don't know if they're going to be everyday major leaguers. You don't know if they're going to be bench players at the major league level.
But they're hope.
I don't want hope. I want parades, dude. I want rings and parades. I don't want hope. I don't want prospects that I'm sitting around wondering if they're going to be big leaguers.
Well, you got
want
me
guys
wondering
that can play right now.
When they decided Farhan to bring in Snell, shouldn't they have had the answers to the questions you pose, which are valid about is he going to be here? Or when's he going to tear? Shouldn't they already know that?
That's part of being a leader. That's part of leadership, and that's part of communication at the highest level. You have to look a guy in the eye and ask him hard questions. Kyle Shanahan's talking about that last week. You have to be able to tell people things they don't want to hear. You have to look them in the eye and tell them the truth. Goo, do you want to be here?
No, I
need an answer.
Stuff.
Do you want to be here?
Yes.
Do you want to be a Giant next year? Do you want to be a Giant for the next 3 years? And how much is it going to cost for you to be a Giant? And if you don't, that's fine. If you don't like it here and it's too cold, or
so do you
don't
think
like
Kyle
how the parking is and the players, whatever it is.
You think Kyle and Ayuk have had that conversation?
Yes, absolutely. I don't know that Farhan and Blake Snell have. I don't know. Maybe they have. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here on how I think it should work.
By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live in the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. The other part of that, which plays into it, is, I think, Melvin. I don't think that they go out and sign Blake Snell necessarily. I mean, they might have tried to court him, I don't know. But I have to imagine, FP, the conversation, it might not be eye to eye with Farhan and Snell. Farhan doesn't really strike me as a guy like that who just sits someone down and talks to them. I could be wrong. But I imagine that Farhan has enough confidence in the manager to trust him when he thinks that someone is worth bringing in. No?
Yes. You do your due diligence. I mean, you lift up every rug and you find out dirt about everybody. You ask teammates, you call teammates, what's Dibs like? What's he like when we win? What's he like when we lose? Is he a good guy? Is he a family guy? Is he a partier? You get all the background, the intangibles. And then to me, the biggest question is, do they want to win? There's a lot of guys that like to get paid. There's a lot of guys that like their numbers. There's a lot of guys that want to get in the Hall of Fame. But is he a winning player? Does he want to win? Does he want a ring? And if he does, and all these things check out, and he wants to be in your uniform and he wants to wear the orange and black, then I think that those are all things that I'm sure go on behind the scenes.
Yeah, but a guy could love to wear the jersey if he's making $30 million.
32.
With the power to make the same amount next year.
Exactly. And, it might be a situation where you don't know if he loves it here until he actually pitches here. And so now if you're Farhan Zaidi and you have the conversation with Blake Snell, maybe it's different than the conversation you had back when you signed him in March. And, maybe now he's realizing, geez, I don't think that we can win like we want to win. Or maybe he's happy, going out there and throwing his 6 innings and not getting wins and having an offense that doesn't produce. You never know until you talk to the player.
I mean, there was also coming back from his second groin strain, and the Giants wanted him back earlier, and there was a little bit of friction there.
That's true.
And he was like, they're trying to rush me back. I'm not ready to be back yet. And I mean, who knows what it would have looked like if he came back when the Giants wanted him back, but he was a little delayed, and now he looks great as a result. Maybe there's a little bit of distrust between Snell and the way that the team is being run. Who knows? But if you have an inkling, in my opinion, that Blake Snell is going to opt out and he doesn't want to re-sign with you next year, I mean, he's a valuable piece.
Man.
You got to get something back in return. Even if you think
do, though. You get $30 million off your books.
Yeah, that's not going to sit well with this fan base. I don't know how much PR
It's actually
comes
not
into
a
play.
full $30 million because of the way his contract is structured. It's
$15 million this year and $17 in a bonus.
Right,
So it's a Giants version of a deferred contract.
Yeah, because it was a lot of signing bonus money, so you don't get the full 32 coming off. But I think that it does go a little ways toward getting you under the tax, and if that's your motivation, then so be it. Then you trade Conforto as well, a guy who I think is making 5 or 6 the rest of the way, so that would be a saving. But I do think that after this weekend, and you swept Colorado, and FP's right, winning is winning. I mean, I don't think the Giants are looking at that 4-game sweep thinking, well, of course we did.
But the math is improved.
The math is improved, and if you're in that clubhouse and it's 4 straight days of smoke machine and celebration,
come on,
you're feeling like, okay, maybe we could do another one of those, and we got the A's up here, and you win both of those, and then you get into down the stretch, you feel like you still have a shot.
This is going to be so random. I'm telling you about my childhood, but it's coming back to the Giants. 1986, Dennis Eckersley was pitching for the Cubs. First time I was introduced to him, watching the Pirates. We got WGN in Union City. He was a wreck. And then he went to the A's, turned his career around, and I watched that man relieve games to where guys couldn't even foul tip the ball. That's just how filthy Eck was. This is not as drastic, but I have the same feeling. What the hell has happened to Doval? I would love for you guys to tell me what you think has happened. Even yesterday, you come out there and things happen, you're going to give up runs, but this has been going on for a while. What has happened to Doval?
For me, it looks like it's a self-confidence thing. And, when you have no great control, and his control last year was far better than this year, and when you start to lose your control, and you start to rely on your secondary pitch, and that's what I see. And FP, you're the baseball guy, but I see a guy who throws 102 not wanting to throw his fastball. It's a lot of the slider over and over because I think that he feels like that's the pitch he has the most control over, but that's not the pitch that makes people fear you.
And he's not throwing it for strikes here lately either.
Yeah.
I mean, the data shows that his stuff isn't as electric as it used to be. I mean, his slider's kind of rolling in there. His fastball isn't cutting with the ferocity that it used to, and it's 97. And guys have seen him, and you faced him before, and he's not throwing strikes. You don't have to be aggressive. You can get into a count.
Well, I think that's probably the biggest part that I've noticed is, and he didn't necessarily always throw a ton of strikes, but it's not like, like your stuff can dip if you have swing and miss stuff, but when he misses middle a lot. And it's not like, I don't know, I think the best closer in the game is probably like Emmanuel Clase. But if you notice, like he never misses in the middle of the plate. If he misses, he's off. And then of course it's like a 100-mile-an-hour cutter. But like the direction of it is similar to Doval, but to your point, Dibs, I think for him it's just a feel. And it's a field that seems to change.
Confidence.
Well, it's a field that seems to change, most importantly. Like some days he has the cutter and he throws it. Other days, maybe it doesn't. It's not in the bullpen. He's just not throwing it for strikes. And so he's coming out and he's 80% sliders.
And now it's snowballing, and you can kind of sense it.
No,
I think we all have those experiences in our life, right? Like things are going wrong, and then 3-ball count to the first batter you're facing. Here we go again. Like you just can't get back on track. Whether it's in golf, you got the yips or whatever. We go through those things as humans all the time, and it feels like Doval is going through that kind of personal experience on the mound every single time he takes the mound. I wasn't thinking about that at all.
Not the man you were 5 years ago.
But Dibs, as these games get more important, you're going to need them. It's cool right now. Nobody's talking about it. We all see it. But if these games get more important, man, and they start winning, he's got to get his groove back.
He does, and we talked last week, Mark and I, about him maybe being a trade candidate, somebody who, you want to move, and if you're a team that thinks that you can get him right, then you got 3 years of team control. So, and I don't know who you go to as far as closer goes. Maybe you go with Rodriguez. He doesn't seem to be ready, and now he's been, relegated to the second inning, and he's kind of out of that spot. So,
Hicks?
Yeah, I don't know what you do. Yeah, I mean, Hicks maybe.
Ryan Walker?
Right? Walker's been great.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I don't know. I think moving Hicks to I know it was unintentional yesterday, but.
He was supposed to start originally,
yesterday,
and then they pulled him off.
Oh, sorry. He was supposed to start, but then he didn't. Yeah, but I feel like moving him to the bullpen, I mean.
He's in the bullpen now.
Yeah, and that was intentional because he's over 100 innings, which is way more than he's ever pitched before.
Well, but if you're telling me you have Doval and him in the bullpen, that's a pretty good 8-9, or even Walker 7-8-9.
Or maybe just Hicks in the bullpen.
Or maybe just Hicks.
You guys have on Jelly? No Jelly?
Maybe use trade Doval.
That's what I'm saying.
Nobody mentioned Jelly.
No, Jelly's your long man. I think Jelly's your swing guy. Like somebody gets in trouble, Jelly can get you 3 or 4 innings. And, same thing as Spencer Bivens, a guy who you can throw in there and have him go long. So there's a lot of things you could do, a lot of options. And I'm just fascinated what the Cobb angle will do to any of this. If Cobb turns out to be, healthy and ready to go, then you have 6 starters for 5 spots.
Is there a possibility, FP, he doesn't come back?
He just got a blister. He'll be fine.
All right.
Apparently he was dealing before that blister.
All right.
So he got a blister on his finger in San Jose. 1 for 3 career off Eck, by the way.
Well, look at him.
I just had to check.
Eck from Fremont, right?
A single?
Yeah, Eck was
It was at the end. He was throwing pus when I faced him.
Was it a single or you get an extra base hit?
A line drive right by his head. I promise. St. Louis. He wasn't Oakland.
Okay, got you.
He's the best
filthy,
too.
man.
He's a good dude.
That dude was untouchable.
Had the mustache though.
Yeah.
Who's the best player, the best pitcher you ever faced that you have ownage over?
None.
I mean,
there's an answer to that question.
None.
Like there's
modest.
some random either Hall of Famer or really good pitcher, and you were 3 for 4.
Greg Maddox,
Make
13 for 2.
Yeah, there's gotta be one.
Kevin Brown, 5 for 16, 313.
That's
and
not
there
bad.
you go.
Tom Glavine, 261. And
That's pretty good.
I'll take the Glavine.
6 for 23.
Man.
Okay.
I mean,
That's pretty good.
Whatever. The rest are just.
No, and it's more my bit to look whenever I have.
I've never looked at this. I swear to God. Because he said Eckersley. This is the first
my
time
kind
I've
of thing.
I'm
where
kind of having fun.
Up my alley.
Just let me dig myself over here in the corner. You
And
guys
what
talk.
I would do, Goo, back in my day would be find a pitcher who he was 0-11 against and book him on the show.
Like you did all the time. And you found the guy to beat Low in wrestling, the one guy.
That wouldn't
and
be
you
hard to
guys
find.
found him.
That wouldn't be hard to find. at
Low
all.
Neal, legendary football player, we know
State
that,
champ.
but also state champion wrestler, NCAA wrestler. And I found the kid from San Ramon.
Go to hell, dude.
Who
that's
he
a 4.
took Low to the mat. He
That's great. Called in the show.
Yes, he did.
Oh,
I booked him.
man.
Low still's mad at me for that. That's
pretty funny.
Who else dominates UFP? Don't make me look it up.
Just 2 pitchers.
How'd you doing against Pedro?
Righties and lefties. I don't know. I'm looking.
It went that well, huh? No, I mean, I think
You know how smart Pedro is? I used to joke with him on the bus all the time in the plane, dude, you're a thumber that throws 100 miles an hour. If I ever face you, I'm sitting change up. It's all you do is throw change ups. You throw 100 miles an hour. You're just soft, dude. It's all you do is throw everybody change up. Oh, Pedro throws hard. I got to gear up. He remembered that, and I faced him as a Red Sox. He threw me all fastballs. And I think he struck me out 3 times. I sat on the changeup, but he remembered that conversation. And he's just here it is. I remember that conversation. And he was bowing up to me. I remember that. We were tight. That was my boy. We did everything together. He used my bats, and I used his bats for 3 years in Montreal. And he was just the best teammate ever. And so I could rag on him like that. And he remembered that conversation. Didn't see one change up in 3
That's so funny.
That is great, man.
And you were just late.
Late. Well, I'd have been late even if I was sitting fastball.
All right, boys. Well, I look forward
We'll
to
be listening.
a lot more of those stories and conversations coming
Trade
up.
deadline in 25 hours. Let's
25.
go.
There's going to be a lot of action, I've heard. Where? On 95.7 The Game.
Good word. Happy Monday. 25 hours away from the trade deadline. Welcome into Willard and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game. You might be able to tell, though. Mark Willard out for the week. He's in Hawaii enjoying a vacation. So FP Santangelo, Mark Randy in for Mark Willard alongside, as always, Dan Dibley. Guys, welcome in. Hope you had a good weekend. The Giants had a good weekend in terms of wins and losses. We'll see if they parlay that into some trade deadline moves. But 4-0 over the Colorado Rockies. A historic start for Blake Snell on Saturday. Kyle Harrison was really good on Friday. Hated Birdsong was good on Saturday as well. You got a bullpen game win yesterday to close out that 4-game sweep of the Colorado Rockies. And now you're off today, so you don't have another game until tomorrow's trade deadline, which commences at 3 o'clock Pacific, so a little less than 25 hours from now. The question is, guys, what do the Giants do? And as you were laying out earlier, FP, it's not quite as simple as going into the deadline with a plan to buy or to sell. Maybe you take every phone call as its own separate entity and you try to do what's best for the team on any given day. But it is pretty obvious the 4-game sweep of the Colorado Rockies at least kind of muddies the water a little bit because you have a little bit of hope. Hey, with this pitching staff, you never know what might happen. Maybe you get hot. Maybe you make a run. Maybe you could sneak into October.
Yeah, and I think that the waters were already muddy based on the situation in the front office because you don't know if Farhan Zaidi would even be given the green light to make bold, sweeping moves. If I'm looking at it from the outside, which is what I'm doing, if you allow Farhan Zaidi to make bold, sweeping moves, that tells me that you believe that he's not going to lose his job is not in jeopardy. If you are handcuffing him and not allowing him to make bold moves, maybe there's a couple of moves out there that he wants to make that would involve prospects and it would involve, buying assets and giving up. And I know FP hates the buy and the sell, but you're going to acquire assets and you're going to expend younger assets. If you don't think that Farhan Zaidi is long for this job, then you won't give him that green light. So I'm almost as interested in that part of it as I am exactly what they might do.
I just think there's so many layers that go into a trade. It's not just we have this fantasy football mentality where we see the guy's average, we see his numbers, we see his OPS, we see his velo.
I really need a running back. I really need a running back here.
There's so many layers that go into it. It's like the money against the tax threshold, acquiring a guy. Is it a rent-a-player? So if you do acquire Blake Snell and you're going to give me 3 or 4 prospects for him, you have to sign Blake Snell. He's a rent-a-player. So that devalues him a little bit for me. So if the Orioles get him and then the Giants get 3 or 4 prospects back from the Orioles, then the Orioles have to be confident that if they're giving up that for Blake Snell, that he's going to sign with them. And there's no guarantee. So you're taking a risk, even though his value is as high as it's ever been based on how he's performed his last 4 starts with the 0.75 ERA, and he's been untouchable, his 35.7% strikeout rate. Like, what if you're the other team? Like, he's not controllable, so it's a rent-a-player. And there's so many other factors that go into it. Like, you have to trust the Giants' decision makers. It's not even handcuffs or not, Dibs. It's not even given far. It's if I'm ownership, do you trust them and your scouts to evaluate who you're getting back? Because like you can pull the trigger on a deal and you can be all excited about a deal, but if you trade a Blake Snell at the highest time or the highest value that he has, and you get 3 prospects back that fail, like this is big, man. You have to trust your evaluators, like with your life at this point. And if you're Farhan, with your Giants career at this point, if you're going to pull the trigger, like, do you have confidence in Farhan? Do you have confidence in your scouting and your development and your minor league guys to develop these guys into championship winning players at the highest level? So there's a million things that go into it besides, we're trading for Dibs and he's hitting 340 in AA with 16 home runs. Well, what kind of a teammate is he? What kind of is he? Like the things we talked about in the handoff thingy. It's like, is he a winning player? Is he going to win you games? Or is he selfish? Is he tough? Like, does he have a football background? Buck Showalter always asks if the guy played football in high school. He wants to know if that guy's tough because he says, when I have football players on my roster, they tend to play through injuries more and they're not always in the training room. And I need availability. So when he goes after a free agent or a trade, the first thing he used to ask is, did he play high school football? Did he play college football? So like, when we just sit there and we go like, buy or sell, this guy looks cool, this guy's great. there's so many layers and levels.
How do any trades ever get done then? Because by that logic,
people make bad decisions.
So you're just banking on some other team out there to mess up and you reap the benefits?
Because I saw Trey Turner get traded to the Nationals from San Diego with Joe Ross, and they gave up nothing for a future Hall of Famer probably.
So just whoever was in charge at that time in San Diego just made the biggest bonehead decision in that franchise in quite a while.
The greatest trade in the history of baseball has a huge backstory to it, and it all came from A-ball and scouting an A-ball player. In West Palm Beach, in the Florida State League, there used to be a team called the Miami Miracle. They had no affiliation. Everybody in the Florida State League has an affiliation. Like Dunedin was the Blue Jays, the Expos are West Palm Beach. You got drafted out of college to the Miami Miracle. So you got drafted to a team that didn't even have a AA team or a AAA team or a big league affiliate.
How does that work?
It was just a thing back in the... So the Expos scouted this player from the Miami Miracle, and they signed him. His name was Mike Lansing. So Mike Lansing is in AA, and he's going off in AA, second baseman. Now, it's around the trade deadline, and they have an all-star second baseman named Delino DeShields.
Delino DeShields, yep.
And Delino DeShields is, I mean, he can pick it. He's a leadoff hitter. He can steal a base. He's got a little pop. Great teammate. Everybody loved him. But because of scouting Mike Lansing, and Felipe Alou was an A-ball manager, and he recommended this. Scouts came to watch him. They signed him. He was going off in AA at the time, so a minor leaguer. They traded Delino DeShields to the Los Angeles Dodgers for Pedro Martinez. So it was Pedro Martinez for Delino DeShields. And you traded a second baseman who was pretty good for a kid that didn't know where it was going, that threw 100 miles an hour in Los Angeles, little kid, undersized. How long is he going to last? He's 5'9", 150 pounds. He goes to the Expos, wins a Cy Young, goes to the Red Sox, wins a couple more, and now he's a Hall of Famer.
One of the best pitchers of that generation.
For trusting your scouts and your eyes on the ground, boots on the ground in the minor leagues, like this Lansing kid can play. They called Lansing up. He had a tremendous big league career as a second baseman for the Montreal Expos.
But that's more about being willing to get rid of a guy you have as opposed to the guy you're going out and getting. That's just trusting you have someone to fill in for Delino DeShields at second base. You didn't know what the hell Pedro was going to be.
That's when you trust your scouts again.
Exactly.
They watched him pitch. And at that time, he was Ramon's little brother. Remember Ramon Martinez, 6'4", threw 98 miles an hour. He was Ramon's little brother that didn't know where it was going. Undersized, but he had a good arm. And then, so that's how these things go. Like, back to my point, it's a long-winded point, but we got 4 hours. Is
3 days.
Keep them coming.
Yeah,
is the fact that you have to trust your people, and you have to know that your people are going to evaluate your own people first and foremost. I can't stress that enough. Self-scouting, self-evaluation with your own people and your own players. Trusting those people, trusting that you know your own players to go out and get other players.
And I wonder where this organization is with that right now, because it's always felt like the Farhan Zaidi team has been less about scouting and more about the numbers and the analytics. And so are they out there like scouting their own team and scouting their own minor leaguers? And I'm sure they are, but how are they doing that? And are they doing that well enough to where they're going to be able to make the right move? And, you know, the one piece that I think about from a minor league standpoint is Marco Luciano, a guy who I don't think that they've actually managed the correct way. They had him at shortstop exclusively up until this year, and then he came up to the big club, and he showed pretty quickly that he's not a major league shortstop. And so now he goes back down to Sacramento, and now you have him playing second base for the first time in his life. He's playing something other than shortstop. So I wonder just how skilled this scouting group is and how much they're going to be able to figure out who they can trade and what they'll get for them.
I don't know. I think that's a fair question. I think there's been some. I think you talk to people in the clubhouse that felt that Tyler Fitzgerald had the best skill set of anybody in the organization all year when he wasn't in the major leagues, and then you see how things have been handled over the last couple of years. And I think that's a fair thing to ask. I really do. I think track record is a real thing. And when you look at how somebody handles the trade deadline, or you look at how somebody handles the roster, and then if it's winning and you're in my mind, and what do I know? Like I could be wrong here, but I think with all the injuries and everything the Giants have been through with this roster, they should be over 500 right now. And I was told by somebody high up the other day that the players are going to decide what we do on Tuesday. The players are going to decide that.
Well, the players are done doing things until the deadline.
I think. Well, then if you go by that statement, then they have decided what they're going to do, and we'll see. I just don't. Here's the thing, too, you guys. Like, there's who's out there.
Well,
who are you going to go get?
I don't think
is there difference makers?
If I were to guess, I don't think the Giants know what they're going to do by the time 3 o'clock comes around.
Is
tomorrow.
Vlad Jr. going to get you to the playoffs?
If they get blown away by some offer for Blake Snell, the Orioles get super desperate because the Yankees go and acquire Jack Flaherty or whatever the case is, and they got to keep up in an arms race in the AL East. They get desperate. They want Blake Snell. They're willing to give you more than anybody else. The Mets are maybe desperate for a starting pitcher. They're willing to offer more for Blake Snell than anybody else. You get into kind of a bidding war for one of your guys, and maybe they get a package that they would have never dreamed of, and they're willing to pull the trigger. But if they don't get that offer, all right, we'll stay. Like, this might not even be in the Giants' hands. Ultimately, it's what is someone else going to offer, and if they don't offer something that you can't say no to, you're not even going to entertain it. And it could just be up in the air and up to everybody else around Major League Baseball.
Yes, but you should know by now, like FP was saying before, the conversation with Blake Snell, you should know whether or not he's interested in opting in or not. You should have that idea going into the deadline tomorrow. And if Blake Snell is 50-50 about whether or not he wants to opt in, well, then it does you a lot more good to trade him than sitting on your hands and having him walk in October for nothing.
But then the team that gets him, Dibs, to your point, great point. Fantastic point, very fair. The team that gets him has to ask that same thing.
Right.
So you're gambling on giving up like 2 of your best prospects and a big leaguer for Blake Snell, and he's going to be there for 2 months as a rent-a-player.
Perhaps, or you would hope that you would find that out before you actually made the deal.
Yankees have to clear the deck for Juan Soto.
And Snell turned down a 5-year contract from the Yankees this offseason.
So are the Yankees...
The most money he got offered was the Yankees, and he turned him down.
The Yankees got to pay Juan Soto or go after Juan Soto. So if they get Blake Snell, is there enough there for Blake Snell? Or is that just a rent-a-player? Now you're giving up good players for 2 months at a maybe shot that... So it just depends on who's desperate. Who wants to pull the trigger? And I mean, this is the highest stakes poker game ever. You need somebody that's a stone cold killer that's running your organization. That's not afraid to make a big decision.
Well, and I think that's what it comes down to ultimately, and something you were talking about earlier, trusting your organization's process and your ability to scout your own players and all of that. You ask the Giants fans, do you trust this front office and this team, this organization, to do that well? I think most fans would probably say no. And it's why there's a big core of Giants fans. I think, the fans that you guys interact with, we all interact with on an everyday basis, whether it's here on the show at the radio station or online or whatever it is. And I know ultimately that's a small portion of fans. But you ask them what they want out of it, and they want to sell because they feel like that's the quickest way to get Farhan out of here and kind of restart the whole thing. That is the other side to this that fans are rooting for, aside from a wins and losses standpoint and making the playoff standpoint. It's just let's flush things and start all over. And the way to do that is by having the bottom fall out this year.
Yeah, and if you do start all over again, that means new POBO, president of baseball ops, probably a new GM, new scouting department. I mean, what are you going to do? If you're really going to start over and you're going to bring in a new president of baseball ops, he's going to want his own people in there. The manager might survive for a year. Who knows? But what does that do for your recovery timeline? That's got to set you back at least a year or more if you do that, FP.
The absolute worst thing, the very worst thing that Farhan Zaidi can do right now is make moves to appease the fan base. To do something to quiet the fans.
Yeah.
That's the absolute worst thing.
Do whatever is best for the team and the organization.
Acquire value for the organization for the rest of this year and moving forward. To make your team better. Don't make moves to appease the fan base or to, air quote, save your job if it's indeed in jeopardy. So very worst thing he could do.
Yeah. I agree. All right, we got to hit a break here on Willard and Dibs. It's Mark Willard out. He's off vacationing in Hawaii. So FP Santangelo, Mark Randy in alongside Dan Dibley as always. More Willard and Dibs coming up on the other side. What should the Giants do? Do you want them to trade Blake Snell? What about Camilo Doval? What about Yastrzemski, Conforto, Chapman, Robbie Ray? There's so many names that we got to run through. You can give us a call, shoot us a text, 888-957-9570. More Willard and Dibs coming up next here on 95.7 The Game.
And so many tough decisions.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What is your favorite or the best play on words using your last name that you've heard?
That ball got Schmidt on.
On 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Casey Schmidt went yard this weekend. That was yesterday, right? First inning, left field, gave the Giants the lead. Ultimately, they win that game to finish off the sweep. Casey Schmidt, that was him from Willard and Dibs earlier this season, had some funny moments. So welcome back to Willard and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game. Mark Willard off. It's Dan Dibley, FP Santangelo, Mark Randy with you until 6 o'clock, talking Giants at the trade deadline. 888-957-9570. Blake Snell seems to be the biggest domino that the Giants have. There's a lot riding in the starting pitching market that might ultimately just be waiting on a Blake Snell decision one way or another to be made. And there are a lot of starting pitcher needy and hungry teams out there that I'm sure are on the phone and have been on the phone with Farhan Zaidi and the Giants throughout the last handful of days, and I'm sure will continue into tomorrow as well. That's a big question, but the Giants, I think, guys, for the first time in a number of years, the Giants legitimately have a number of really attractive players on the trade market. Like you were talking about last year, what should they have done? Should they have bought? Should they have sold? Whatever the case was, if you were going to sell, like your highest value player might have been someone like Wilmer Flores, or Evan brought up 2020. You maybe could have sold Evan Longoria. Like, okay, maybe that gets you a single A prospect who isn't expected to do much, but you could legitimately get, who knows if they're going to turn out to be a good player, but you could get a decent return for someone like Blake Snell, you would think, maybe Robbie Ray, Matt Chapman. Now, ultimately, you'll see how it all plays out. But, guys, really for the first time in a while, the Giants have players that other teams kind of are desperate to try to get their hands on if possible.
Yes, but at the same time, you have players that you should be desperate to try to keep, especially when you're in a window where now you're just 3.5 games out and you legitimately have a chance to make the playoffs. And if you make the playoffs with this rotation, you can make some noise, right?
Do you believe that? I mean, I know you were having some fun at Mark Willard's expense last week talking about
what I do.
That's what you do, and you do a very good job of it. Talking about how the math is still there, Mark. The math is still there.
Yeah.
I know you were kind of doing it tongue-in-cheek.
A little bit, but the math was still there. And now
is it less tongue-in-cheek now? Do you believe that this team could make noise?
For sure. I mean, if you have this level of pitching, and Logan Webb has been a little shaky the last few outings, but he's still very, very good. Snell's been unhittable. Robbie Ray was near perfect. Hayden Birdsong has been just spectacular. And FP, something that you talk a lot about and something that I think about when I hear you say it, just having seen a guy. They haven't seen Hayden Birdsong. Most of these teams haven't seen him. So
the Rockies did.
Right. And
back-to-back outings against the Rockies.
Exactly.
And Birdsong dominated.
Dude, he threw a curveball yesterday, and they zoomed in on him for the one shot, and it struck somebody out, and he goes, that was effing nasty. Like to himself. I love that.
I love his self-talk because he talks to himself.
Yeah, he was complimenting himself. Like he was feeling it. Like, woo, that was nasty, bro. You could read his lips. I'm like, I love it. You hear the little perspective for you guys right now.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I don't want to be a buzzkill, but like a little perspective. On August 3rd last year, the Giants were 61-49, 12 games over 500. They went out this offseason and they signed Jung-Hoo to 6 years, 113. Blake Snell to 2 years, 62. Matt Chapman to 3 years, 54. Jordan Hicks to 4 years, 44. Jorge Soler, slow down, 3 years to 42. Tom Murphy, 2 years, 8.25. And so their total spending in the offseason was $324 million.
Behind only the Dodgers, and they were ahead
six
because
games
of
under 500 right now.
Yeah.
And we're saying how last year was such a failure, and they stunk, and they fired the manager, and they went out and signed these guys. So when you talk to people that say this is up to the players, it's up to the players. And I know they're missing Jung-Hoo big time. Nobody talks about that. This guy's a baseball player. And he was really, really good in center field. He gave you great at-bats. He put the ball in play. He didn't strike out. All things that I think should be valued way more in the game today.
Some speed.
He had some speed and some athleticism. But like $324 million they spent, and they're 6 games under 500. And we're sitting here wondering, like, are they going to make a run? Are they going to make the playoffs? They were 12 over at this time, pretty much this time, close to this time last year, a couple days away. And the manager got fired. And they just took a nosedive in September. And they're 6 games under right now. Like, I don't think people listening right now realize that they were 12 games over last year, right around this time.
Well, they're 2 games under right now. They were 6 under before this sweep.
2 games under.
Yeah,
Thank you.
53 and 55, 3.5 back of the third wild card spot. I don't. The way I feel, and I mean, we were talking about that. What you just laid out off air, and my first reaction to you was, and that team last year was so much worse than this team is, just talent wise.
Right.
You just look at the roster and the pitching staff and the lineup. That team, nowhere near as talented as this one is. But for whatever reason, whether it's injury or just not fitting well, or I don't know, you blame Bob Melvin or you blame Farhan or whatever it is, the team hasn't put together wins. And at a certain point, and maybe, you know, my experience just as a fan, not being a player in a clubhouse, FP, maybe this is, you know, why I feel this way. I'm in a position where I feel like if I'm in a position to make decisions, if I'm the Farhan or whoever in the front office trying to decide if I need to go out and make a move to help this team and get more talent on this roster, I need the team to show me that they deserve it. That they're worth it. You know what I mean? And up to this point, although it is, you know, because of the injuries to Snell and to Ray and to Cobb,
Everybody's got injuries, dude. Everybody's got it. I don't want to hear it.
What has the team done to prove that they deserve that kind of move? I mean, the team last year proved more, and all you got was A.J. Pollock picked off a scrap heap. You didn't get anything last year. So if you didn't get anything last year, how has this team done enough to prove that they deserve you to go out there and help this roster, supplement this roster with someone of decent value from outside the organization?
Yeah, last year, as you said, I mean, 61 and 49, and then you promptly lost 21 of the next 30, and so you slid from there. And this team is in a much worse spot, and yet everybody wants to, you know, talk about what they can add. This team is better than last year's team, yet at this point in the season, they're in a worse spot. So if I'm Farhan and the rest of the front office, I'm standing pat. I'm looking at the fact that this team is better than last year. And I know last year's team, 61 and 49, I'm looking at it right now, and you proceeded to lose 2 straight to the A's. And then you lost, I think, 7 straight series. You couldn't win any series for the better part of a month. Maybe this team can do the reverse of that and then go on a little bit of a run.
Win 7 straight series?
Maybe.
They're going for their first ever 5-game win streak of the year tomorrow.
Yep.
They've won 4 in a row 3 different times. Kind of oddly enough, 2 of their first 3 4-game win streaks, including this current one, came because they swept the Colorado Rockies. Without the Colorado Rockies, the Giants have 1 4-game win streak this year, and it was the magic that happened against the Pirates and the Mets. If you remember that crazy road trip where they came back from like down by 4 runs in the 8th and 9th inning, time and time again, that's their only 4-game win streak this year that didn't include sweeping the lowly Colorado Rockies. So, again, I think the question that I have for you, FP, is I don't know what the Giants have done that, you know, prove that this team is worth going out and making a move. And maybe it is the standings. Maybe it is that they're within striking distance. But it's also from the 925 on the Xfinity Mobile text line right now. They sweep the worst team in the National League, and now you guys have turned a 180. You are so reactionary. I'm not so sure that we've turned a 180, 925. Appreciate the text. But you cleaned up against the Rockies. You've been like 10 games below 500 against everybody else. That's not necessarily inspiring confidence that this team's 4-game win streak right now is real.
Let me explain something to you. It doesn't matter who you beat at the highest level. It's just winning games. It's hard to win at the highest level no matter who you're playing. So all of a sudden you win 4 games against the team you're supposed to beat. You're coming into the clubhouse. The smoke machine's going. The music's playing. And now you're having fun playing baseball again, and you're remembering that feeling as a group of what it's like to win. And it's kind of Pavlovian in a sense that when you're out there, you want the music to play. You want to have fun in the clubhouse. You want to get on the bus to the airport and screw around and not have to worry about what anybody's thinking. You want to be on the plane and play the music and play cards. Winning at the highest levels is the greatest thing ever, and it's got to start somewhere. I was with a team in 2019 that won the World Series. They were 19 and 31 to start the year. They swept the Marlins 4 games who were worse than the Rockies. And that catapulted them to that feeling I'm talking about. In a day and age in baseball where we have so many things that are measurable and quantifiable, these things about guys that are winning players and winning and the feeling of winning and the relaxation that provides, that I can just go out there and play to my highest athletic ability, that I'm not tight. I'm not trying to go 5 for 4. I just go 1 for 4 with a walk and score a run. We're going to play the music. Maybe I make a backhanded play, throw it across, get a guy, save a run. Now all of a sudden we're playing as a group. We're playing together. We're playing as a unit. And we love to win. And we got that feeling back. Can I sit here and tell you That's it. That's positively the turnaround of the season. I don't know that. I just know that when you win 4 games in a row and you sweep any team at the big leagues, I don't care what their record is, they're not going around going, oh, we swept the Rockies. They would know they won 4 in a row and they swept the series, and they're feeling pretty damn good about themselves for the first time in a long time. It doesn't matter who. The negative fan out there will say, well, they beat the Rockies. If you've been in clubhouses and you've been around sports and you know the inner workings and the dynamics of the confidence level and the relaxation that provides, now you want to win every night. Now guys are screwing around. Now I'm getting on you, bro, and I'm saying things I couldn't say a week ago. I'm getting on you, and you're getting on me, and we're ragging on each other. Or maybe we were all on our phones checking out Instagram, and it was super quiet. But now there's just a different feel and a different vibe. Does this translate into the Giants get to the playoffs and they make great moves or they sweep the A's? I don't know. But I know it's got to start somewhere. And it doesn't matter who it starts against.
Yeah, and you've got 12 games now coming up against teams that are probably not having that same good feeling that you're having because they're below 500. And Oakland, it's been a scuffle all year, and Cincinnati's been up and down, and right now they're down. And Washington, you know Washington better than most. And
I don't know them anymore. I couldn't tell you 3 guys on the team.
They're in a bad spot. And you got 4 against Washington, and then you've got Detroit, a team that's struggling as well. So I know that all these teams are paid professionals, and it's never as easy as, well, we're better than you, so we're going to win all these games. But you can feel a little bit like you can go on some sort of a roll over these next 12 against teams that aren't that great.
Yeah, this is from Jeff Young. Good follow if you're a Giants fan. Next 4 series, 12 games, as Dib just said, against teams with losing records. In fact, 17 of the next 21 games are against teams who have losing records. So if they're going to take advantage of the schedule, the time is now.
I think you could easily make the case for either side of this. And I know, FP, it's not as, binary as, either selling or buying, and it's usually a little bit of both, and it's just figuring out what's the best value play and how do you add value to the organization. And if you get a great offer for someone, you do it. But if you're not getting that offer, then you hold on to them almost regardless of what the situation is. If you know something about a player that you have that you don't quite like and you're eager to get rid of him, okay, maybe you consider that when they're still a good player, whatever the situation is. But I mean, you could legitimately, there's a very easy case to be made on both sides of this argument. And I think it's why the fan base is pretty split right now. And you can give us a call and let us know what you think the Giants should do. If we are choosing 2 distinct paths, is it buy or is it sell? If it is buying, or at the very least, as you're laying out, Dibs, not waving the white flag and just standing pat and treating Robbie Ray and Alex Cobb as your deadline acquisitions because they're getting healthy. Ray's made 1 start. Cobb is now slated to start over the weekend against the Cincinnati Reds. You treat that as an acquisition. And the reason why you would consider doing that is everything you guys are just laying out. They're finally healthy. This pitching staff looks great. I mean, over the weekend, there are 3 starting pitchers, ignoring the game yesterday because that was a bullpen game, just talking about Harrison, Snell, and Birdsong. 17 2/3 innings pitched, 6 hits, 1 earned run, 34 strikeouts, and 7 walks.
It sounds pretty good.
That's pretty darn good. Yeah. And you pair that with a relatively weak schedule moving forward. You pair that with the fact that the NL, the National League, is relatively top-heavy, very top-heavy. With the Dodgers and the Phillies, who have kind of distanced themselves. Everybody else is a little better than mediocre at the very best. The Braves, they are falling on hard times because of all their injuries. The NL is gettable in terms of the wild card race. And that's the case to buy, or at least to stand pat and not wave the white flag, not to trade Blake Snell, not to trade Matt Chapman, not to get rid of all these players, but just be patient, let it play out, and maybe you catch lightning in the bottle. Not that different from what happened in 2010. Not that different from what happened in 2014. Not that different from what happened with the Nationals when they won the World Series. Not that different with what happened with the Arizona Diamondbacks just last year in the National League, and they went all the way to the World Series. Meanwhile, the flip side is the team's 2 games under 500. They can hardly hit their way out of a paper bag. Jorge Soler has hit 12 home runs so far this year, and Matt Chapman struggling to hit 240. And Jung-Hoo Lee missed the entire season from early May, and all these different things. And Logan Webb struggles a little bit lately, and you can easily make the case why this team should maybe sell. And then you also consider what the rest of the league is doing, and there are so many starting pitcher hungry teams out there, and there's so few starting pitchers on the market. I can easily make the case for both sides, and honestly, last week I was kind of dead set on believing this team wasn't really going to be able to do anything, but I can legitimately see the case for both sides, and I think think it's why in that front office right now, as Farhan's answering calls from other GMs, he's not exactly sure which way this is all going to turn out come almost 24 hours exactly from now.
I just don't see the thought process on selling when you are this close to the playoffs. You're 3.5 back, and you fancy yourself as a big market team, and you're a team that always wants to be in the mix, and you are now finally in the mix. So
Grandy, you said something. Sorry, Dibs.
No, go ahead.
Grandy, you said something earlier about do they deserve? Like I don't know about that. But based on the way the rest of the league is playing and how many doors are open right now, I know there's 3 teams in front of you for that third wild card spot.
You have to jump 4 teams to get into a playoff spot.
You can do that with another good week. I'm not worried about that. And you talk about trade acquisitions. The biggest question mark to me and the thing I wanted most in the trade was a shortstop. And maybe you got one now in Tyler Fitzgerald, and maybe that's an acquisition.
Guy we never expected.
So check that box. Like, you don't need to go out and get Bo Bichette because, I don't know, they're trading him, or just name another shortstop. You have one now, at least for the rest of this year. It's still a small sample size. I don't know if he's this good. I do know that his skill set's off the charts.
He's not 8 home run in 10 game good. We can agree on that.
And he's going good right now, and I think he's going to go good to the rest of the season. I want to see how he reacts to maybe going 1 for 15. And we're going to have Ned Coletti on at 3 o'clock in about 10 minutes, former assistant GM of the Giants and former GM of the Dodgers, who's forgot more about trade deadline acquisitions than you and I and Dibs will ever know.
Especially me and Dibs, that's for sure. But yeah, Ned Coletti coming up in 10 minutes. It's going to be interesting to pick his brain about how this whole thing works out. Yeah, I generally come from a spot where going into every season, unless you're some crazy juggernaut like you're the Dodgers or you're the Yankees or maybe even the Orioles, I kind of want my team to enter the trade deadline with the idea, kind of the baseline of selling, or at the very least not going out there and buying. But if my team plays well enough, or I see the picture coming together and I realize and understand that they're a piece away, a couple of pieces away from being a true contender, then I'll be willing to go out there and maybe give up a top flight prospect to go out and get another proven guy on right now. But I need my team to prove that they deserve that move. And I think most Giants fans will say this team hasn't proven that just yet.
And what's the move? That's, for me, that is what FP was kind of talking about. Like, we all were saying shortstop before, but now the shortstop you have, you may want to hit him third because he's probably your best hitter.
Hit third yesterday.
Right. He might be the best hitter in the National League. He's on a course to maybe be National League Player of the Month, for crying out loud. So shortstop's not it. And what, you want to find another first baseman, a right-hand hitting first baseman, somebody who can be there instead of Wilmer?
Well, if you're going out and making a big move, at least, and you guys can disagree with me, I think like it's got to be something, not just, maybe it's less about this season, honestly, and it's more about 2025 and 2026. Like, you're going out and you're trying to get Vladdy. I know that's going to cost you like Eldridge and Wisenhunt or whatever it would.
I'm not trading Eldridge. That guy can hit. That guy can flat out rake.
But like,
I'd call him up right now and let him play first. Like, he can hit.
He's still in single A, right?
Yeah, who cares? Let's go. I'm going to teach you guys, just promise me, I want you guys to learn something the next 2 days I'm here. Like, try to forget the buy or sell mentality and try to like wrap your head around making your team better. And whatever that is, to make your team better. It could be you trade some guys here to get a guy there. It could be you do this or do that. But to me, it's not buy or sell. It's what value am I going to add to my team this year to make a run and to make me better for 2025?
Well, it
doesn't have to be buy or sell. Like,
I get that. And I
does that make sense, or does that sound
stupid? It makes perfect sense. And I think that as we look at this year in particular, like, how can you get this team to be better? What piece are you looking for to make this team better? Forget what you'd have to give up, but like, what are you missing for this team? You could probably use another arm in the bullpen who couldn't. I do think you could use a right-hand hitting first baseman.
You need some hitters, man.
Yeah, you need some hitters.
I want some hitters.
Right.
But who's out there?
Exactly. And, you're seeing a lot of hitters, go off the market, guys who are mediocre.
Luis Robert and Vladdy. Those are the two big ones, right? I don't know. But that's going to cost you everything you can to go and get them. And who knows if that's going to be worth it. I'm not so sure. All right, 888-957-9570. Ned Coletti coming up in just a little bit. Former assistant GM of the Giants, former GM of the Dodgers, currently a scout for the San Jose Sharks, by the way, Ned Coletti. But let's go back to the phone lines here. 888-957-9570. Gil in San Francisco wants to join the conversation. Gil, what's up? You're on Willard and Dibs. It's FP, Dibs, and Grandy with you. How you doing, Gil?
Hey, I'm doing good. How you guys doing?
Doing good, Gil. What's up?
Hey, so, okay, you guys are talking about with the buy or sell. Okay, I understand that last year the team was at a better spot with lesser guys than this year. But, okay, we all know that we've had all kinds of, injuries and this and that and players getting together. They finally got their groove on. Every once in a while, they start hitting. Soler, for some reason, is hitting great at the top of the lineup. Just leave him alone there. He's fine. Okay, the group of pitchers we have, if we get in to the, even if it's the last playoff, man, we have the most fearsome starting pitching that anybody has. I say go buy. Who do I buy? Is the Mets' Pete Alonso still available? I'm not talking about a rental. I'm talking about you go to the Mets, you talk to Boris, you say we do a sign and trade. Let's say Alonso's going to make 30, 35. Let's say $40 million probably on the open market. Offer him $50 million, 10 years, $50 million, Boris, right now. You know your boy's not going to get that. Lock him down for 10 years. We'll have him till he's 40. Okay, big deal. 39. That's the way to go. Get a power first baseman.
You realize the Mets are in the playoffs as we speak.
Yeah, they are buyers, heavy buyers now.
They're not going to trade Pete Alonso.
Also, Scott Boras has no. He's not deciding what the Mets do. He's just the agent of the player. It's going to be Steve Cohen, who's in charge of everything Mets right now, is going to figure out what they're going to do. They might be in the market for Blake Snell. They're probably on the phone with Farhan. They've been on the phone with Farhan today, I would imagine, about Blake Snell. But yeah, they're not trading away Pete Alonso. You might be able to get him as a free agent, although we've been down that road before as Giants fans. But the Mets are suddenly buyers because they've been the hottest team in baseball over the last month and a half.
I'm not trading with anybody that I can catch. Why would you trade? Why would you make a team better that you're trying to catch?
Yeah, and the Mets are right there, right above you.
Padres have interest in Blake Snell. Oh, great. I'm going to make the Padres better in my own division. Well, if you're going to make the Mets better, I'm trying to catch them.
If you're trading Blake Snell, you're kind of giving up on the year. Whether or not you think that's the right thing or the wrong thing. Blake Snell has been the best pitcher in baseball for the last month. If you're getting rid of him, I don't think you're necessarily counting on yourself to make a run right now. You can think it's the wrong decision, but if you do that, you're kind of giving up, aren't you? I guess give up is never a word uttered in between those halls, but
gather value for the end of this season and next season. However you have to.
Yeah, gather value does not feel like you're making a push for the playoffs. Gather value feels like it's a punt.
Make yourself better.
You can use whatever terminology you want.
Yeah, you talking about
take your best pitcher and you trade him to another team, you're giving up.
Yeah, gathering value for 2025 and beyond is selling for 2024.
Look at MLB Network right now. They got Blake Snell as the backdrop of their set, and they
best
just keep
fit for Blake Snell.
Yeah, they keep changing jerseys on him. Look at there's a Cubs jersey.
They had him in a Padres
They got him
jersey.
in a Cubs jersey right now.
They didn't need to.
They had him in a Padres jersey. He doesn't look very happy in the picture that he's taken right behind John Heyman, who's just making stuff up as we speak. Just I don't know. I think the Cubs want him. I don't know. Oh, he's got a Mets jersey on now.
Steve Cohen needs to get a starter. He would love Blake Snell.
Tremendous production value by the MLB Network. Oh, there he's in a Yankees uniform. Blake Snell's in a Yankees uniform.
We'll see how it all plays out. The trade deadline. The trade deadline, 24 hours, 2 minutes, and 30 seconds away. We're getting close to the trade deadline, and we'll be on the air tomorrow for it. We're on the air with you for 3 more hours. Today, it's Willard and Dibs. Willard's out, so it's Dibs, FP, and Grandy with you on the other side. Former assistant GM of the Giants, former GM of the Dodgers, Ned Coletti will join us to talk us through everything going on a Major League front office during this time of the year. That's coming up on the other side as Willard and Dibs continues on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs
Absolute pleasure. Willard and Dibs, y'all take it easy. Have a good one. Enjoy the game tonight.
on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Willard and Dibs continues. No Mark Willard today or this week. It's FP Santangelo, Dan Dibley, Mark Randy with you here on 95.7 The Game. We are presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. And now we go out to our River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? And FP, we got a good friend of yours on the line, huh?
Yeah, Northern Illinois University's finest, former GM of the Dodgers, former assistant GM of your San Francisco Giants, and more importantly than all those, a friend of mine, Ned Coletti, joins us right now to talk a little trade deadline. Ned, how you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing great. Thanks for the introduction. Haven't been introduced as an NIU guy in quite a while.
Yeah, Northern Illinois University. Now you're a professor at Pepperdine, so I don't even know who you are anymore. Sports administration professor. You're so smart. You're smarter than all. Hey, well, how do you feel about this time of year? Do you miss it? Does your blood start to pump a little bit? Do you miss the trade deadline, or did you not like it at all when you were a general manager?
Oh, gosh, it was the best time. It was the absolute best. Most of the teams that I worked with the last 25 years were competing, had a chance to win. And so this is where you have a chance to make a difference. And this is where, as you know, FP as a player, when somebody walks in that room on August 1st after a 31st deadline or whatever the deadline is, makes a big difference. So having a chance to show your team that you've been paying attention to their hard work and what they've put forth for 2/3 of the season, this was the best 2 or 3 days of the season besides the postseason.
Is it tougher now than ever for GMs? Because with the third wild card in each league, it feels like more teams are still in it than ever before.
No doubt. It has changed the dynamic to it. You know, there's always going to be a give and take when you change who enters the postseason. I think it's great for the game that there's more teams involved and more fans think their team has got a chance. And for some cities that haven't been to the postseason for a long time, you know, it's a big deal. But it does limit the market, and it does make those who do have quality players that they can move. It puts them in a really, really good spot, a better spot than when you had fewer teams making the postseason. So while you have fewer choices sometimes, those teams that do have the flexibility to make a move, they can make a haul, especially if they've got some talent.
With that in mind, Ned, you have a team like the Giants in the current situation. They're 3.5 back of a wild card spot, but they just won 4 games in a row. How do you determine when there are so many teams that qualify for the playoffs and so many teams that are still alive like the Giants? How do you determine if the team is good enough or worthy of a big move to go out there and help the team? Because I would imagine, you know, back in the days when there were only a handful of teams that would make the playoffs from every league, a team that's 2 games under 500 like the Giants, you might consider them easy sellers. Now it's hard to see them selling because they're only 3.5 games out. So how do you determine if a team deserves the GM and the front office to go out there and take a big swing?
Well, I think the most important thing for a club at this stage is to be honest with where you're at. You can't wish for something. You can't hope. You've watched your team play close to probably 110 games at this point in time for every team. You know how good they are. You know if they've underachieved. I'm not talking about the Giants. I'm just talking in general. You know if they've underachieved. You know if they've been banged up all year, and now they're starting to get healthy. You know where your team is at, and you got to be honest with it. If you don't think your team can make it, you can't really do much adding. You know, if you're the Cubs, what the Cubs have done the last couple of days, pretty interesting. They're kind of playing it midway this year, but they're really looking more towards 25 and beyond, which is I think where they're at, and they're farther back than San Francisco. They're, I think, a game and a half behind San Fran. It's a wise way to do it. I think the Giants are in a tough spot, but they know who they are, and so as long as they're honest with who they believe they are from an ownership front office standpoint, you know, they'll make the right decision, whatever that is. You know, they are 3.5 back, but they're also behind Pittsburgh. They're behind St. Louis. They're behind Arizona. The who are also trying to get in. Those teams aren't even in yet. So while you're 3.5 back, I think a game and a half back of Pittsburgh. To me, you're 3.5 back, but then you're a game and a half back too. So you're 5 back. I think the Cardinals are 2.5 behind the Cardinals. So you're like 7.5 back. And then you're 3 behind Arizona. So now you're getting like 10 back. Now, you can pick up, that's a weird way of looking at how far behind you are, but those are the teams you're going to have to catch to do it. Now, on a given day, you can pick up 2 or 3 games in that way of mathematically looking at it. But the most important thing, you got to be realistic with how good your team is. Giants had some pitching coming back. They've been waiting all year for some guys to come back. They may feel that they've got a chance. You also know the health of your club better than any other club knows the health of your club, better than the media knows the health of your club. You know where guys are at. You know if pitchers are starting to get a little bit finicky, may start to lose some stuff, may pull back a little bit, or are just starting to getting in their groove. So you got to know all those things to make these types of decisions, because you can't do it in a vacuum. But you got to know really how good your team is. And is it worth it? Is it worth it to add if you may get in, but you may only be in for a few games. So you got to measure that too. So a lot of different things you got to be thinking about.
He was the GM of the Dodgers from 2006 to 2014, assistant GM under Brian Sabian for our San Francisco Giants. Ned Colletti, nice enough to join us today. You just answered my first question. I got 2 for you. What does making it mean? You said if you're going to make it, does it make it to the playoffs? Can you beat the Phillies? Like, what if you're a National League GM right now on the outside looking in? What is your opinion of making it?
Well, making the playoffs. Can you get in? You have a legitimate chance to get in if you make a move, or you kind of stand pat and just hope your team plays better. Making it for me is getting in the playoffs. But as I said, getting in is one thing. Being realistic to your chances to compete with the teams that are at the top of it, that's a different story. If you go back, and this goes back a long time now, the big trade that Say's made with the White Sox in '97. First year as a GM, picked up Roberto Hernandez and Wilson Alvarez and Danny Darwin. The White Sox were 3 games out when they did it. And Ron Shula, the GM of the Sox, was criticized for doing it. But he said, look, I don't think we may get in. We may end up catching Cleveland and getting in. But I don't know that we have enough to compete any further than just getting in. And so I've got a chance to pick up 5 prospects. Bobby Howry was in that deal, pitching the big leagues for a long time. Keith Folk helped win a World Series in Boston. And so they did what they did. So, but you got to be realistic. Can you get in? And if you do get in, can you make a run? And if you haven't been in for a while, then it's vital that you get in and you establish that and you tell your fans that, hey, we got in. But if you've been in a lot and you really need to refurbish your farm system and add a player or 2 that's going to help you really get in the next year or the year after, you got to measure that consequence too. And the Giants are sitting in a very interesting spot. They are behind 3 other teams just to get in, besides the teams that are already sitting in that spot. But they've also got Snell, who, if they decide to make him available in the next day, that's the best starting pitcher out there. How much can you get for him? Now, when I say that, I also know that just because you would make him available doesn't mean that he's going to do it, and it doesn't mean that you're going to be able to get enough from him, from another team, to make it worth your while of sacrificing where you're at. Again, there's so many different things that go through GM's minds this time of year. It gets complicated, and that's why it's exciting. You got a chance to make yourself better, but you've also got a risk that comes with the territory.
Ned, I've always wondered this as a player, and I've never been privy to this. Like, take us behind the scenes. Like, how does this all go down? And maybe you can give us an example of something where you talk to another GM and you guys are, do we pull the trigger? Does it come from ownership? Like, tell me how this, like, for all of us listening that have never been in a war room for a trade deadline, tell us how this whole thing goes down and how it works behind the scenes.
Well, it builds for a while. You get to you're always checking in with other teams throughout the spring, throughout the first 2-3 months of the season. You get to the All-Star break, and now things start to become more in focused. And so now your calls become a little bit more regular, but you know who's got who and who's thinking about moving a player, who will definitely move a player. You kind of know. And then you'll have a little bit of a rush like we've seen. And then typically when you get to this point, it gets quiet for a little while because the teams that are going to trade somebody, they don't have anything to lose right now. They're going to play it out until you get to 90 minutes before the deadline, 60 minutes, 30 minutes, 20 minutes, 10 minutes. You can bluff all the way to the end, as long as you don't lose the opportunity that you're trying to bluff your way to get a little bit more from a club. Ownership is always involved. They always know what you're thinking. They always know what it's going to cost payroll-wise, what it's going to cost prospect-wise. You're in touch with them constantly. We would always have, you got your inner circle. You've got a lot of people that work, but you're not going to bring in 100 people into a meeting for the trade deadline. You're going to be in contact with everybody, all your scouts, all your player development people. You need to know your system inside and out. You need to know who the real players are, who can help your team in the market you're in. Not everybody can be a Yankee. Not everybody can be a Red Sox. Not everybody can be a Philly. Not everybody can be a Dodger because of the expectation that sits with those franchises. So you may have a player with a pretty good ceiling, but they're just not made for that bright a spotlight. Those are guys that, hey, you may have a great market for that player as a prospect, or some service or some publication may rank somebody really high. In your heart of hearts, that's not the player. That's not how this player is going to be. He's not going to graduate to the level that a publication that has really no skin in the game is putting out there. But there may be somebody that reads that or has an appeal for that player. So you use the increased value on the outside to make the move. And you do that. But you got your inner circle. You got your people that inside out. You've scouted your scouts. You know your inner circle. You know how they think. You have hour upon hour of conversation in the week before this to really kind of fine-tune what are we doing, what are we looking for, who's available, who is really available, who is likely to be talked about but never become available, and where your seriousness lies. And I had 5 really good veteran guys that had great careers, not Hall of Fame careers, but were solid teammates. Billy Miller, Aaron Seeley, Mark Sweeney, Jose Vizcaíno, Juan Castro, Josh Bard. And their job was to go through our system. They were just out of the game. They needed to spend more time at home. They've been on the road for a long time. Needed more family time. But their job was to go out and see your 4 minor league teams, your AAA, AA, and the 2 high A, the high A and the low A, and know everybody on it. Not who can play, but really what is the character of the people? Who is a winning type of player? May not be the leading hitter, may not be the guy with the best stuff off the mound, but this guy competes. This guy can do it. Because those are the names I just listed to you guys. Some of them were Giants. Some of them inside out. FP. Some of them you probably played against. You know how they competed. And so I would trust them implicitly with who they thought could be a Dodger. Or in the Giant days, Sage would do who they thought could be a great Giant. And those are the people you push to the side and you don't let them out. You don't let those players go. But some of those guys that got high rankings on the outside, from the people you trust implicitly, hey, they may make it to the big leagues, but they're not going to help a team win a World Series. That's all Sabes and I ever did was try to get to the World Series and try and win it. And some teams being less than that is okay. It wasn't okay for us. So that's another thing that you do. And that group is always in your office on these type of days and the days leading up to it. And I'd ask my pitching guys about hitters. I ask my hitting guys about pitchers. Sometimes you ask the hitters about the hitters or the pitchers about the pitchers. But I wanted to know Aaron Seeley, what he thought of hitters we were chasing, what he thought, how he would approach them, and how he knew about our prospects, how if he thought that they could adjust to the part of their approach or whatever that was lacking, and vice versa. Billy Miller about pitching, Mark Sweeney about pitching, all these guys. So anyway, I'm getting long-winded here.
No, these are great names too, Ned. I mean, it's awesome. You're flashing me back. Yeah, it's so great. Ned Coletti here on 95.7 The Game, former GM. So I just want to ask you this, Ned, and if you get to this spot, and we are now 23 hours and 40 minutes away from the deadline, if you're in Farhan Zaidi's spot, do you know which way you're going to go? Does your opinion of what you're going to do at the deadline change based on wins and losses, or do you already have a plan charted by the time you get to this date?
I think everybody kind of knows what they're going to do. Now, does that change if you get a call you can't say no to? Absolutely, because there's teams that have made moves. There's been a lot of moves already, but there's teams that are bluffing. There's teams that are holding out for one more player, or the team that is chasing the ring. They're trying to give up one less guy. All the bluff comes off with an hour ago. 90 minutes, as I said, 90 minutes, 60 minutes, all that bluffing goes away. And you'll find out everybody shows their cards and everybody just tells you, okay, I'll do this, I won't do that. This is how I'll do it, A or B. And that still hasn't unfolded quite yet. Been a lot of movement, but a lot of the movement has been maybe teams trying to save payroll because guys make so much on a daily basis. You save a day, you save 2 days, you save 3 days. You might be paying for 3 scouts' salary. Who knows? But other than that, when you got big names and things like that, at this stage there's no reason to wait except to get a better offer back. And so you play that game, you play that cat and mouse. A lot of things can happen that haven't necessarily started yet until tomorrow morning.
Would you trade Blake Snell for the right haul?
If it was a phone call I couldn't hang up from, yeah.
What would that phone call look like? Like three of the best prospects your scouts have scouted them. They know they're winning players. They're good people. They're gamers.
It would take some. Yeah, it would take some that got your attention, and that you've done all your due diligence on as best you can, and you know that these players are going to help your team. One may help your team this year, and another one may help your team next year, and the third one may help your team 2 years from now. But you know they're definitively going to improve your club. Then you don't hang up and you do it. But again, it's easier to say that than to do that because you've got to have the other team that's got the interest in the player. And I think Blake may have a no movement clause. I'm not sure. But, the other team's got to have the interest player plus the capital of prospects to do that. And so, you're very limited as to where you would go with that idea. And it's probably a situation that I'm just guessing here. I don't have any insight into it. That maybe Farhan's not making calls on Snell. Maybe he's just willing to listen to what somebody's got in mind. Teams that are paying attention and they know where the Giants are sitting, kind of half in, half out. They may be calling and say, "Hey, would you move Snell?" And the answer would be, "Well, tell me what's your interest level? What are you thinking?" Or maybe right away the team doesn't have what you're going to need to make that move, and so you say, "You know what? I might, but I don't know that that you could entice me to do it."
Wow. Good stuff, Ned. Hey, before you go, I know you've been in baseball for a very long time, but you're currently a scout for the Sharks. Those of us here in the Bay Area, of course, very fired up about Macklin Celebrini. What can you tell us about the newest Shark?
Oh goodness, this team is turning the corner. He is a great young person. He is a difference maker almost immediately. He's 18 years old. There's still some physical growth to him. But he can flat out play, and he's been a champion throughout his career as a amateur. Played well for BU last year. We are so excited to have him and some of the other players that our scouts have found worldwide. I mean, it's starting to turn. Last year's draft with Will Smith, another great young player that's going to change the dynamics of the club. William Eklund from a couple of years before that. Same thing. So the team is getting younger. We've added some good veterans to it. Tyler Toffoli, who I've known for a long time from his LA days, and we see each other all the time in the South Bay down there. So it's getting better. It takes time. The NHL is different than Major League Baseball. The NHL's got that hard cap. It's not a high cap. It's not like the NBA has or the NFL. So when you go for it and you go all in, which the organization did for a long time with probably 20 great years, no cups, but 20 great years of having a chance, you trade off picks, you trade off prospects sometimes to add to what you have. And when you do that, and you see it in hockey all the time, teams go through that cycle. The Chicago Blackhawks won 3 out of 5, okay? And then they struggled mightily for the last few years, had the number 1 pick a year ago. Tampa is trying to straddle that line right now. The LA Kings went through it. So it's part of the cycle of the sport, but this organization is definitely on the upswing. It's going to be an exciting team. It's going to be a young team. And I can't wait for that season to get going and to get to camp, because it's going to be exciting watching him. He is a true difference maker. Outstanding person, ties to the Bay Area, and he's a great player. He's a difference-making franchise-type player.
Wow. Great to hear. We're getting excited about the Sharks season as well. Should be a ton of fun. Hey, Ned, thanks so much for coming on. We appreciate it, and we'll catch up with you later.
Always good, gentlemen. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, Ned.
Ned.
He's the best.
That was awesome. Good work, FP. Something that you said there towards the end, talking about what what it looks like. You asked, take us behind the scenes. How does this look? The day of the deadline. He says, quote, bluffing goes away with an hour to go. With an hour to go, you get 60 minutes up on that clock. You only have 60 minutes to make a move. Everyone gets down to business finally after, you're BSing each other for the weeks leading up to the deadline, I'm sure, and then it all gets real with 60 minutes left.
That's why I said earlier, you need a stone cold killer to make the move. Like, you can have all the information and all the data. You could have done all your homework. You got your guys in the room. But to actually pull the trigger with an hour left or 30 minutes left on a big deal that could alter the course of your franchise over the next 3, 4, 5 years.
Maybe beyond that. I mean, if it's a really good or really bad, you could change the direction of a franchise.
You got to be a badass dude to pull that trigger, man. I'm telling you.
And I just wonder about Farhan Zaidi, because most of the trades he's made are these like bottom of the roster micro style deals, but you're at this deadline. You're 3.5 back. You've got Blake Snell. You've got a monster piece. I mean, this would be the time when you need to have somebody make a big, bold move. If you're going to make a move involving Snell or Doval, Conforto or Chapman, these could be big franchise-altering moves, and it hasn't really been his MO so far here with the Giants.
Yeah, I agree.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, and we got some text coming in here on the Xfinity Mobile text line. Very complimentary of Ned. And I think, just, reading between the lines, they're not the biggest belief from Giants fans in Farhan, who's currently calling the shots for the Giants. All right, time for a break here on Willard and Dibs. It's FP, Grandy, and Dibs in for Mark Willard today here on 95.7 The Game. Time for a break, but when we come back, we'll get into a whole lot more relating to the Giants and the trade deadline. And remember, if you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. And while you're there, make sure to check out Mark Schlereth's conversation on Steiny and Guru earlier today. He had some fiery thoughts about Brandon Ayuk and his hold-in down in Santa Clara. We can get into that a little later on during the show as well. But Willard and Dibs, FP and Grandy and Dibs, more coming up on the other side here on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Willard and Dibs continues, but no Mark Willard this week. It's Dan Dibley, FP Santangelo, and Mark Randy with you on Willard and Dibs until 6 o'clock today as we inch closer to the trade deadline. Now, about 23 and a half hours away from the trade deadline. We'll be live on the air tomorrow when the deadline goes down. So all the news that happens, keep it locked here on 95.7 The Game. Whether you're in your car, listening on your radio, on the Odyssey app, you can also watch us live on Twitch and YouTube. Twitch.tv/957 The Game and YouTube.com/957 The Game. Subscribe to the channel for all of our content and make sure to hit that thumbs up button on YouTube if you like the show. We appreciate it. Everything we do there is powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You can also go back through the Odyssey app, the rewind feature. You can go backwards in our YouTube live stream, tab over to our videos page on YouTube. And you can check out a conversation we just had with former Giants assistant GM and former Dodgers GM Ned Colletti, a friend of FP's, who was, bringing back the curtain. What is it like as a GM, a person in the front office making all these decisions on deadline day and the days leading up to deadline day? What is Farhan going through right now? The Giants 2 games under 500, 3.5 out of a wild card spot. He was going through GM math. You're not really 3.5 out. Maybe you're more like 7, 8, or 9 games out because you got so many teams you got to jump. He's telling us that bluffing goes away with an hour to go. And I mean, I think we all came away with the same thing, and so many people on our Xfinity mobile text line texting in the same thing. You got to be a bad dude to pull off a big move that helps your team at the trade deadline. And I think there's a lot of Giants fans out there who just simply don't have the confidence that Farhan is the right guy to do that. And I don't know if you can blame him, considering what the trade deadline has been for the Giants during Farhan Zaidi's tenure. You got Chris Bryant, and that helped you win the division in 2021. But beyond that, you haven't really done anything. And I think for that reason, whether the Giants want to go into this, guys, as buyers or sellers, or if it's somewhere down the middle, I think there's a lot of Giants fans who just feel like whatever the move is, it's not going to be enough and it's not going to be worth it because it's him making the decisions.
I get that, and I also think that it's important that we don't look at it in terms of buying and selling, because really all you're trying to do is improve your roster, and you're trying to acquire assets.
You're learning. Good job.
I'm trying to
give you an A+ for that.
It's funny because by the time you're gone, and then Randy and I all week, and then
sell.
Willard next week, I'm going to be spitting all the Santangelo rhetoric that he missed because he's in Hawaii, and I doubt that he's streaming the show. I saw a picture that he posted. He's at the beach.
Earbuds in, listening to Willard and Dibs live on the beach.
Yeah,
he's got issues if he is.
No doubt. But I don't know if you look at what's available. Like, we don't even know what teams are going to part with. But when I look at the standings and I see of the 30 teams in baseball, literally 22 of them fancy themselves as in the race. So now you're looking at 8 teams that might be looking to part with assets. And so the competition for those assets would be very high. It would be tremendous. So the more I look at the Giants and what they might look to do to improve their roster, most of the improvements, I think, are already within. I don't know if there is a golden ticket out there or a player that they potentially could get, a player who might spring free from one of those 8 teams that could actually appreciably make them better.
Why don't I go devil's advocate real quick?
Go ahead.
And I did say this earlier, so if you're just joining us, repeating myself, that if you make a move to appease the fan base, as any president of baseball operations right now, it's the worst thing you could possibly do. But what if, just what if, you're feeling the heat for your job a little bit, and you're hearing the outside noise, and
that seems realistic for the situation.
You feel the pressure to pull off a big thing. You feel like you want to, and if like Ned said, if you just can't hang up the phone on a deal, what if, for whatever reason, and I hear the noise and I hear the fans, he shocks us all with a deal that you're just like, oh my God, that's awesome.
Like what? He gets Luis Robert in here.
I don't know. I don't know what that is. It's just one that we all go, wow, we did not see that coming. We did not think he had that in him based on what you just said, track record, which I think is fair. It's fair. That's a fair assessment.
Chris Bryant, 2021. Last year was just A.J. Pollock. 2019, his first deadline. They sold a couple of pieces. Haven't really done much around the margins.
So you're feeling the heat. You're not going to do it to appease the fan base, but maybe you're thinking, if we don't do something in October, I'm gone. And you're looking at it realistically that I got to pull something off here. And maybe at the last second, last hour, you're pulling the trigger on something you might not have before, just because.
As Ned told us, the bluffing goes away in the last hour. He stops bluffing, and he finally is willing to part with so-and-so prospect that he never brought up in the hours of phone calls they had earlier.
And then all of a sudden, they have, based on the schedule, the next 12 games, they make a run, they leapfrog a few teams, they're playing in October. Would that appease Giants fans just to get to the playoffs?
Well, what if it costs them Bryce Eldridge and Carson Wisenhunt to get Vladdy in here? I don't know. And then 5 years from now, Bryce Eldridge is an MVP for the Blue Jays.
Well, that's unfortunate. I mean,
unfortunate.
But it's the risk you run when you're trying to do these kind of things.
I want parades, man. I don't care about prospects until they get here and I can watch them play at Oracle Park. I really don't. I mean, I'll watch video on X or Twitter, whatever we call it now, of Eldridge and go, wow, it's a good swing. Or I'll watch Wisenhunt's changeup and go, okay, that's good. But until they're here, until they're helping the Giants win games, great. Just stockpile your minor league with prospects all you want, but until that translates into a championship or a division, I don't care.
Well, the guy about to take the bump, in fact, he's summiting the mount as we speak right now in Philadelphia, ready to take on the Yankees. Zach Wheeler, he was a deadline day deal for the Giants.
For rental.
Yeah, maybe it was the day before the deadline, right around the deadline, whenever it was, 2011, the year after the Giants won their first World Series. They got Carlos Beltran for a couple of months. He was decent as a Giant, but they missed the playoffs. And now Zach Wheeler is one of the best pitchers in baseball, and he's been that way for years now. And again, you only had Beltran for a couple of months. That's the risk you run.
It is the risk. And, I think that you look at this team, and, FP was talking about the seat. How hot is the seat for Farhan Zaidi? And would just making the playoffs change that? If you found your way into the third wild card and that was it, you lost in the wild card series and you didn't advance, would that make his seat less hot? I don't know. That's an internal conversation that I'm not privy to, but I look at what he did, what he was expected to do between last year and this year, and I think he mainly went out there and did it. They got a long-term deal with Jung-Hoo Lee, and he looks like he's going to be a good player when he gets healthy. You needed a slugger. You got Soler, and he hasn't been as good as you'd hoped, but you've got Matt Chapman. Your defense was improved. You brought in starting pitching, and the fans are showing up more often to Oracle Park, so I do think that for the most part, Farhan Zaidi did what was asked of him. He's got 2 more years under contract. I don't personally think, and again, this is me on the outside looking in, I don't look at his seat as, okay, you better do something between now and tomorrow at 3 o'clock or your job's in jeopardy.
I think if you're the Giants and you're Farhan and you are thinking about maybe trying to save your job, save your life as the Giants president of baseball operations, and you're maybe a little more eager or encouraged to go out there and try to make a move because you know what's waiting for you if you don't. And if you miss the playoffs, then you try to go out there and take a big swing. I think the worst thing that could happen, and maybe the quickest way for Farhan to catch the boot, is if he goes out and makes a move for a rental, gives away high prospects, and it doesn't work out and you miss the playoffs anyway, and suddenly now your cupboard is a little more bare than it already is, and you're not experiencing postseason baseball anyway. So if there is a big move for the Giants to make to add to the roster, not talking about trading current major leaguers away, trading Blake Snell away, trading Chapman away, you could do a little bit more on the margins, I suppose, with Conforto or Yaz or something like that, but not talking about Snell and Chapman right now. If you're trying to go out and bring someone else in, it would have to be for me to even be comfortable with it. And maybe it's because I'm in a position where I don't feel like this team has what it takes to go out and make a run deep into October. It has to be for someone that at the very least is under team control for next year too. You have to have them beyond this coming season. If Farhan and the Giants go out and go and acquire a rental, and even if it works out and you make the playoffs, but you fall short of winning a championship, that's dangerous in my opinion. It's got to be someone going out like Vladdy, who's under team control for another year. Luis Robert with the Chicago White Sox, who has 3 more years of team control. Bo Bichette is also a name from the Blue Jays, 1 more year under contract. I don't think the A's will ever trade with you, but Brent Rooker, who's got 3 more years of team control. He's a power hitter, not much of an outfielder, but he could DH for you, although you've already got Soler there, so maybe that's not a fit. But my point, guys, is if there is a little bit of pressure, as you were talking about, on Farhan to maybe make that big move, kind of similar to a Chris Bryant move from 2021, to make that big move to maybe try to save yourself, it's got to be positioned for more than just 2024. And maybe that's where what's best for the organization versus what's best for Farhan are kind of in conflict, because maybe at this point, all Farhan cares about is 2024.
You know what's more important than anything we've talked about today?
What?
Regardless of what happens at the trade deadline, is that ball club plays good baseball for the next 2 months. If with the roster as it's assembled, say nothing changes, if they play good baseball for the next 2 months, catch the ball, throw strikes, run the bases aggressively, intelligently, no stupid balls drop in the outfield, no weird stuff that we've seen all year. If they play fundamentally sound baseball, and I don't know if you flip a switch and can do that at this point, but they did against the Rockies. For the next 2 months, they'll make the playoffs, regardless of their makeup. Here's my theory in baseball. If you give me a bunch of guys that play the game right, and they control what they can control every night, which is going out there and having a good attitude and playing hard, and they do that on a nightly basis, you're going to win more games than you lose. Right now, the Mets are in it. They're 55-50, 5 games over 500. They're the third wild card. If the Giants play good baseball for 2 months like they played the last 4 days, they will be over 500, and they will be in the mix for the playoffs. Now, if you have a team with horses, like the Yankees and the Phillies, and you play good baseball, you can be 20 games over. You can be 25 games over because you got the pieces and you're playing good baseball. It's not about going out on a nightly basis and trying to win a baseball game. It's going out on a nightly basis and playing good freaking baseball, like fundamentally sound baseball. Don't do stupid stuff. Make all the plays. Turn the double plays. Catch the fly balls. Keep the double play in order. Go first to third. Tag up on a fly ball. Pick up every runner from third less than 2 outs. Throw strikes. Don't walk people. Don't hit people. Just play good baseball for 2 months. However many games are left, and they'll be in the right spot. So is there an urgency to make a big move for me? I don't think so. I think Judge just went deep, by the way.
Yeah, really deep. Off Wheeler, they didn't trade him soon enough.
Yeah, you can have Zach
good trade,
Wheeler.
Sabian.
Yeah, good trade. No, but do you understand what I'm saying? Like, I think it's fun to talk about, and the trade deadline is fun. Like Ned said, Ned Coletti joined us, and he said that like he misses this part. So it's
best time of the year.
It's fun for us. It's not fun for the players. It's not fun for the front office right now here. It's not fun for the coaches. But I think just to simplify everything, if this team plays good baseball, they'll be right there at the end of September.
Should be. And that, honestly, and that's something that Ned said as well, when you get to August 1st and you're able to exhale and breathe deep and you're still on the team and wherever you are, okay, you got 54 more games, 1/3 of the year. You've got 162 of them. That breaks into 54, 54, and 54. So now you've got 1/3 of the year still left to go. And you don't have to think about, well, if we go 30 and 24, we have a chance, or like you're saying, FP, just play baseball, play better baseball. And I think the last 4 games should give them a little bit of a shot in the arm because you pitched it well. For the most part, you fielded it well, and you ran well on the bases. And, you didn't hit it great, but that's okay. You didn't have to because your pitching is at a point where you really only need 4 runs. And I ran the numbers last week about when you score 4 runs, what your record is versus when you only score 3. I think they were 9 and 28 when they score 3 or fewer runs. So just get to 4, and with this pitching staff, you might be able to win with 3 a lot of times. As long as you don't make those sloppy mistakes, fly balls dropping in the outfield, the shortstop who can't field, and you're throwing the ball all over the place, and you're not running, you're not holding runners, all those things we've seen all year.
Holding runners.
Yeah.
Like attention to detail. Play the game the right way. Focus. Play fundamentally sound baseball. To me, and what do I know? I could be way off here, and people are like, what is he talking about? Is far more important than what happens tomorrow. It'll be fun for us to talk about if something big happens. We'll get excited if something big happens. We'll be pissed if nothing happens. But I don't think I'll be pissed if nothing happens, in the sense that this roster was constructed, and it is on the players. It's on them to play better. Like this isn't I don't know, rocket science. Just go out and play better. And I think when you start with 4 games against a bad team and they won and they did what they're supposed to do, that now you relax a little bit. And relaxation and confidence are huge. We don't talk about it. It's all launch angle, exit velocity, spin rate, OPS. Like, it's about relaxation and confidence. And if these guys can have confidence and swagger and play to their ability, where they're not trying to get 7 hits every night. They're not trying to win 3 games every night. They're just going out and playing good baseball. This thing might have, possibly have turned around in the last 4 days. I don't know if that's the case, but I've seen it happen before.
You make it sound so simple.
It
and
is.
When you say it, it makes it like, all right, yeah, they could do it. They could 54 games left. I mean, you break down the numbers.
It's not that hard.
The Mets right now, 55-50, a winning percentage of 0.524. They're the third and last wild card spot right now. So let's just consider that the benchmark, what you need to get to be a postseason team, to get the third wild card team. That would extrapolate it out to 162 games, mean you go 85-77. For the Giants to get to 85-77, they got to go 32-22 over their final 54. Doable, but at a certain point, you're talking about doing the simple things and playing the game the right way and not booting the ball around and holding runners on and maybe stealing a couple of bases yourself and making smart decisions and just playing the simple game the right way. You make it seem pretty easy, but we have 108 games of sample size where they haven't done it on a consistent basis. And at a certain point, you get to be like, you're Sisyphus rolling the boulder up the hill. And you're just doing the same thing over and over, and only for it to just fall all the way back down. Let's begin rolling it back up again. It's going to roll right back down again. And I get everything that you're saying, and maybe it was just a case of injuries, and now you get the pitching staff back. You pair that with a 4-game win streak, and suddenly you're feeling good, and it just switches immediately. But if I'm using the last 108 games as the judge, it seems a little bit foolish to just think they're immediately going to turn it around and that things are going to be great for the final 54 games.
It doesn't have to just completely turn around, but you look at what you have now that you didn't have most of the year, and you've got a rotation. You've got 5 good pitchers, maybe 6 if Cobb comes back. So that allows your bullpen that's been used more than any of the bullpen in baseball. You would hope that you can start to maximize the bullpen, and you got Jordan Hicks going down there, and that's a good arm to have in your bullpen. So you think that at least on the surface should be better than it's been all year.
Are you feeling okay?
I'm feeling great. Why?
You're so positive today.
I'm always positive.
I know. So I like it. I like the takes.
Well, I just, you look at it.
Pitching's everything. That's how we had 3 parades right down the street we're looking at here.
Right. And I think you look at the hitting, and if you don't add anybody, then your lineup is going to be basically what it is, right? You've got Tyler Fitzgerald, who is unbelievable. And other than that, you don't have a lot of real consistent hitters. You've got, Ramos has been really good since he's been back, and the rest of your team, pretty up and down. Lamont Wade's been solid when he's been healthy. He gets on base, but you're not going to all of a sudden be a team that scores 8 runs a game. So if you are looking to go on a run, and Mark's right, 32-22 would get you to 85, and 85, I think, gets it done for the third wild card. Well, how do you go about doing that? It's going to have to be your pitching.
Just go 1-0 every day, man.
Win 1-0. Yeah, just don't give up a run.
Just win a game.
You 1-0, of course.
We could look at it like 32-22, but players don't look at it that way. Coaches don't look at it that way. Maybe front offices do, but you're just trying to win one game. And then you come back to the ballpark tomorrow and you try to win one game.
Yeah.
I have the World Series ring that their motto was go 1-0 today. Yeah. It's engraved in the inside of the ring. I'll bring it and show it to you guys. I had nothing to do with it. I think I had a pretty good year talking. I talked well that year. So with
the Nationals?
I got a ring. Yeah.
Nice.
And I still have the Giants one for talking well that year. I never had one as a player, but I live by that. You can live by that motto. It doesn't have to be sports. Go 1-0. Like win the day.
Win the day.
Just win the day. Mm-hmm. And simplify it. If you're like, oh, I got to have all this stuff done by Friday or by next month, I want to be here, here, and here. Maybe that works for some people. I'm just all about being in the moment and trying to win the day.
I get it, but 108 games, they're 53-55. They're 3.5 back of a walk card. Like I can easily see both sides. I really can.
They didn't have Robbie Ray for 108 games. They didn't have Blake Snell that's pitching right now for 108 games. They didn't have Tyler Fitzgerald, who solidified a position that was a huge question mark for 108 games. So things are looking a little bit better. Am I saying they're going to beat the Phillies or the Yankees in the World Series? I don't know. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying after 4 games, it's against the Rockies. I hear everybody out there, but it's got to start somewhere, and it doesn't matter where it starts.
You're 10-3 versus the Rockies. You're 43-52 against everybody else.
Yeah, this team's been maddening. I'm not going to deny there's times when I'm just sitting at home or I'm in the booth calling that I'm just what is going on? This can't happen. Like the other day, I lost it on air when Camilo Duvall, the tying run was on first, and he took off like 5 seconds before he threw it. And I'm like, you have to pay attention to the tying run on first.
And that's happened
You
all
have
year.
to. And I couldn't help it.
So
It
why
just
is it
came
going
out.
to change now?
Well, it doesn't have to change now, but
I'm not saying it is.
I'm
just
go
holding out.
1-0 tomorrow.
Go
You got the A's and
A's can hit, by the way. That team can hit.
Lawrence Butler.
They can hit.
I mean, you've got a series of winnable opponents, beatable opponents coming up. The easiest schedule post All-Star break is yours. So just go out there and go 1-0 on Tuesday.
You got Robbie Ray going on Tuesday. You're going to get Alex Cobb back at some point, probably this weekend series against the Cincinnati Reds. I think one thing that is interesting that we haven't gotten into yet, and we got a couple of minutes left here in this segment, and Mark, I see you on hold. We'll get to you in a sec. The Giants are at a point where you're going to have to be a little bit maybe creative with your pitching staff. I don't know how you guys would feel about Hayden Birdsong and the rest of his regular season, because he has done nothing but impress everybody while being up here. Even with Hicks going back to the bullpen, you include Alex Cobb who's coming back, you include Hayden Birdsong, you got 6 starters. 6 starting pitchers. Maybe the presence and, Hayden Birdsong exploding onto the scene, maybe that encourages you to sell one of your pitchers at the deadline. Maybe that's a factor here that we're not really considering, whether or not you want to get rid of one guy or try to get a prospect haul for one of these players or not. Who knows? But maybe Hayden Birdsong's emergence wasn't something you were counting on, and that could be a reason why you're a little more open to trading away a starting pitcher, because you know that you got Birdsong, who's been nothing but awesome in his handful of starts.
Well, one of the most frustrating things for me that I've seen over the past 2 or 3 years as a fan is players not getting rewarded for performance. And to see a guy like Hayden Birdsong strike out 12, and I know you need a roster spot against the Dodgers. I understand that all, but there's something to be said for sitting on the top step at Dodger Stadium watching a series as a 22-year-old kid.
And just knowing that you're here to stay.
And just walking around with your like a peacock for 4 days at Dodger Stadium after you struck out 12 at Coors Field. There's something to be said with Spencer Bivens pitching some of the most important games of the year for the Giants, dealing, and he's well-liked in the clubhouse, like Dave Fleming said on your air, like to be a part of the team. And so I know that there's roster moves, and I know you're trying to manipulate things to make your team better, but there's human beings inside those uniforms, and I would love to see guys that perform be rewarded on a more regular basis.
Yeah, I think that's well said. Very well said. And I'll be interested how the Hayden Birdsong question is answered for the Giants moving forward. I think he was officially sent back down to single A after the doubleheader because this is the way the rules work. You needed to clear up that 27th, the extra man after that doubleheader. I would imagine he's going to be back at some point again, but where does it go once Alex Cobb is back in this rotation? Hayden Birdsong, he's certainly pitching good enough to stay. 888-957-9570. Mark, I see you on hold. We're coming to you on the other side. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. It's Willard and Dibbs, FP and Grandy in for Willard alongside Dibbs as always. We continue next here on 95.7 The Game.
95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. FP and Grandy in for Willard today alongside Dan Dibley, as always, here on 95.7 The Game with you until 6 o'clock. We are now 23 hours away from the trade deadline across Major League Baseball this year. We'll keep you up to date on all the news. A minor trade just came down while we were at break. The Cleveland Guardians are finalizing a deal to acquire outfielder Lane Thomas from the Washington Nationals for a prospect haul going back to Washington. But Lane Thomas, the Nationals outfielder, headed to the Cleveland Guardians. Cleveland certainly a contender. They're also a team that's been linked to starting pitchers. One of the biggest prizes of the starting pitcher market is Blake Snell. Who knows if he's really available or not? If you missed it an hour ago, we were catching up with Ned Colletti, former assistant GM of the Giants, former GM of the Dodgers. He was telling us that at this point of the whole deadline process, GMs across the league and president of baseball operations are just kind of bluffing, and who knows if someone's really available or if they're not, or if they're just gauging interest or whatever the case may be, and ultimately you'll find out an hour before the deadline comes. But Blake Snell is a name to watch across the league in terms of the starting pitching market. And guys, one of the reasons why, as a Giants fan, I would be so tempted to diving headfirst into, and I know, FP, you hate me using the phrase, into sell mode, is just because there's so few sellers out there. It is a truly a seller's market. And if you just threw out someone like Blake Snell out there, you might have 6, 7, 8 teams who are interested, and you might be able to get teams into a bit of a bidding war for them, and you might be able to capitalize off of that. I know it's not quite as simple as just deciding to buy or deciding to sell. But in a market that is very lacking starting pitchers, a team on the fringe to decide to include one of their starting pitchers in there, it might ultimately help you out in the long run. You never know.
I don't hate that take. I mean, if you can't hang up the phone, you trust your decision makers and you trust your scouts, and you can't hang up the phone on a deal for Blake Snell that makes you better for the next 3 or 4 years, that changes the dynamic and the course and the trajectory of your entire organization based on having him for another couple of months and flirting with the third wild card. I don't hate that idea. It would have to be something that was absolutely incredible, like Ned Colletti was talking about. But I don't hate that idea. I would never say Blake Snell's not tradable. Don't trade Blake Snell. His value's the highest right now, and we all knew how the real estate market was a couple of years ago. And if you ask over asking price for my house, and it's on the market for $1 million, and you give me 1.5 or 1.6, and there's a bidding war for my house, and maybe I wouldn't have sold it. I'm just throwing it on the market to see. And my friend's a realtor, and we're doing this whole song and dance thing, and I get a bidding war for my house. I'm selling my house. But you got to live somewhere, and so then you're going to end up trying to find another house. And right now, if you're the Giants and you have Blake Snell, and you trade Blake Snell for something that's not a good starting pitcher, well, then what are you doing? You got the rest of the year.
You got a lot of starting pitchers, though.
Yeah, but you don't have Birdsong.
You got Alex Cobb.
You guys are talking about it. Blake Snell is maybe the best pitcher in baseball right now, and you are 3.5 out.
For 4 starts. And I know he's got resume.
His resume, July, August, September, is that he's always this good, and he's been unbelievably filthy, and yet you're going to tell your fan base that has been waiting all year for you to go on some sort of a run, and you've won 4 in a row, and you feel like you're back in the race. Not that you ever fell out of it, but now you're climbing up the wild card race, and you're going to tell your fan base, yeah, just kidding, we're going to get rid of our best pitcher.
Well, it depends for who and with what team.
Right.
Like, at the risk of overexposing myself here and maybe sounding stupider than I normally sound, and I hate to play GM because I'm not. These guys live it. So it's easy to come on a radio show for 3 or 4 hours and talk about it. And living it and getting up in the morning and being on the phone all day is totally different. But if I were the president of baseball operations or a GM for the Giants, I would say everybody's available. Every player on my team, I don't have an untouchable. And let me see what you got. Pulling the trigger on it's a different story.
That's make an offer. I'll see if I like it or not.
I'm talking about everybody.
Yeah.
I'm talking about people you wouldn't think about. Everybody's on the table for the right offer.
You're talking about Logan Webb and Patrick Bailey and Elliot Ramos.
Absolutely. Everybody's on the table. And let me see what you got. If your need is this, what are you going to give me in return? Why wouldn't you entertain that?
I mean, technically, everybody has a price.
Everybody has
certain
a price. You want Webb? Let me see what you got. I'm not saying I would trade Logan Webb. I damn sure want to hear what you got for him. You want Patrick Bailey? Let me see what you got. I'm just throwing those out there, just anybody. And then I pull back. No, I'm not going to trade Bale. So, I like him. He's going to be an all-star someday. Or Webby's just going through a little funk in July, whatever that is. But I'm just saying, if I were a GM of any team that was in the wild card race, in the hunt, I'm not trading. I'm talking about the Phillies and the Yankees and, the teams, the upper echelon teams. No, I'm talking about if I'm chasing that, everybody's on the table, dude. Everybody. And let's just see where it goes.
I think to your point, though, Dibs, and I know, making a decision based on how the fan base reacts is one thing, but trading away Blake Snell, to me, signals that you're kind of done for this season because, as we've seen for the last month, Blake Snell has been absolutely incredible, although he still doesn't have a win, which is wild. In those games that he started and pitched incredibly well in, the offense has been nowhere to be found, but he's still been incredible. His most recent start, Game 1 of the doubleheader on Saturday, 6 innings, 2 hits, no runs, 15 strikeouts, and 2 walks. First pitcher in Major League history with 15 or more strikeouts in 6 or fewer innings. He got 18 outs. 15 of them were via the strikeout.
Because no other pitcher came out of the game after 6 innings with 15 strikeouts.
Normally they go.
Of course, that's going to be
7,
a record.
8, or 9.
I'm going for the record. I'm throwing 135 pitches and try to strike out 21.
Yeah, let me beat Kerry Wood's record. Let me go here for 20 plus. But Snell had 15 strikeouts in 6 innings. He was one shy of the Giants record, and he joined this group of Giants pitchers with 15 or more strikeouts in a single outing. Tim Lincecum, Jason Schmidt, Gaylord Perry, Carl Hubble, and Christy Mathewson. That's pretty good company.
That's great company. They did it in 9 innings. Though.
Yes. He did it in 6 innings.
At least go out there for the 7th, and if you get to 18 and maybe 12 or 15 or 17 or 20 pitches, now you're up to 123.
That's kind of how Snell is,
now you're at 18.
I mean, he rarely goes into the 7th.
You strike out the side in the 7th, you got to 18, and now you need 3 more in the 7th? You've been the 8th, you need 3 more for the record. Even you got 2 innings to get 3 strikeouts, and you go 140 pitches.
Even with
right before the deadline, exactly.
They trade him.
Blow out his arm and then trade him.
Trade him.
It just
there was a huge part of me that wanted him to keep going. I was just like, I know it's 100 pitches. I know he's ramping up. I know he's had injuries, but damn it. Those days don't come around very often.
Ever.
Obviously, these stats we're talking
What's
about.
it like being a fielder in a game like that when you're thinking...
It's hard.
You just get bored?
It's hard.
I mean, how do you stay sharp where
it's hard.
Three batters put the ball in play and got out? The other 15 didn't even put it in play.
I had
2 hits. So 5 players over 6 innings put the ball in play.
Right.
I played center field behind Pedro Martinez when he won his first Cy Young. And there was games when I would just looking around and just, and then crack.
Daydream.
Crack. Oh, I gotta go. Because he's striking out everybody. I would joke we don't even need our gloves tonight. It's a gloves optional start. Pedro's pitching. And then you're out there and it's hard. Because if you have Kurt Reeder, pitches to contact, you're getting action, you're in the infield, you're getting lots of ground balls. He works quick. Let's go. We're making plays. Boop, boop, boop. Strike 3, strike 3, strike 3, strike 3, strike 3, crack. Oh,
yeah.
You're ready, but you're not ready.
Were you ever on the field for a no-hitter or somebody who got close?
In college, never in the big leagues.
Yeah. And you start to really think about, oh God.
I was playing shortstop.
I better not mess this up.
Exactly.
Shortstop at University of Miami with a perfect game, Alex Fernandez. And a perfect game.
Wow.
A perfect game is a different story.
Right.
Because you can screw up the perfect game.
Yes.
For the guy on the mound.
If it's a no-hitter, I can make an error all I want.
Yeah,
Who cares?
Exactly, right? I can play it into an error to make sure it's still a no-hitter. Sit back on it and give it the Olay
dang it.
That one ate me up.
That one ate me up. Give me an error. But a perfect game, you got to be perfect too. And that was a whole new level. I mean, it was college, so it wasn't in the big leagues. I can't imagine. Even those routine ground balls for the 27th out on a perfect game, and you're just watching them going I love defense. That was my passion. And you're just wondering Would I have made that play? Like, I don't know.
The Joaquin Arias play from deep third in Matt Cain's perfect game.
When he slipped out, his back
God.
foot slipped out, and then he still had enough cannon to like flat-footed
And he made a
falling
perfect
backwards.
throw across the diamond.
I don't. That play boggles me. As soon as he slipped, I'm like, there goes a perfect game.
We remember the Gregor Blanco diving catch in Triples Alley, but we forget the final out, which is not an easy play.
It was a better play. Based on his footing, that was a better play. And the way he went for that ball, because he made sure, right? He didn't go backhand and gamble.
Well, and I'm sure, I don't remember exactly the starting lineup that day, but I'm sure that Pablo was the starting third baseman that day, and they brought Joaquin Arias in as a defensive replacement. So imagine you're coming cold off the bench into a perfect game. The only reason you're in is to preserve a perfect game. You're up like 12-0. The game's over. I'm sure the nerves are just incredible at a moment like that. But
I can't imagine.
Yeah. Blake Snell has been incredible the last month, and there are reports that a number of teams have checked in with the Giants on Blake Snell's availability. And according to Ken Rosenthal, there's like 10 teams that are interested in showing interest in starting pitchers. The Yankees, the Orioles, the Red Sox, the Guardians, the Astros, the Mets, the Braves, the Brewers, the Padres, and the Dodgers. Can you find a desperate team that's willing to give you quite a haul for Blake Snell? What's interesting and maybe a little frustrating for me, and you guys can tell me if I'm overreacting, and FP, you and I were talking about this off the air, John Heyman earlier today reported that the Giants, at least for now, are suggesting that they're unwilling to pay down Blake Snell's deal, which essentially means they're unwilling to include any money in a potential trade of Blake Snell, which kind of limits the number of teams that are able to acquire Blake Snell or financially would be willing to take on potentially a $30 million player option next year. And it kind of drives down his market a little bit. And if there's a team out there that's willing to do it, say the Mets, who are now going to be on the hook for the entire Blake Snell contract, they could go back to the bargaining table with Farhan and say, well, since we're paying for the whole deal, Farhan, we're not going to give you 3 prospects, we'll give you just 2. Or we're not going to give you our number 5 prospect, we'll give you our number 12 prospect, or whatever the case is. If this is true, guys, and maybe it's not, I know FP, you think, whatever all these reporters are reporting, we don't got to take it to be true. It might not be true. But if it is true, that to me is really frustrating as a Giants fan, because it's telling me that the Giants are interested in saving as much money as they possibly can and not in trying to get the most return back for a potential stud pitcher. And it's frustrating because it feels like the balance that we've been fighting as a Giants fan for a really long time, an organization that maybe is more interested in their bottom line than going out there and trying to either put the best team on the field or to get the most you can in return for one of your better players.
So he's only got $5 million left on his contract this year.
This is potentially if he opts into his deal for next year.
So that's $30 million next year. So you're going to pay $35 million for Blake Snell.
Yes.
For a year and a half.
Potentially.
I don't think that's a deal breaker. It's $15 million this year with $17 million in bonus. The bonus is you can't touch that. So he's got $17 million in his bonus. That's where the 32 comes in this year. So it was kind of deferred. The $17 million of bonus, he's getting paid $15. So a third of the season left, that's $5 million. And then $30 million next year. So you're getting Blake Snell for a year and 2 months for $35 million.
But if you're the Giants, isn't it worth it to say, all right, we'll help you foot some of the bill if it means you're getting us more back? It seems like they're more worried about saving a little bit of money as opposed to maximizing a potential return for Blake Snell.
I believe John Heyman's tweets as much as I believe. I don't even have a good analogy. So I don't know if that's true or not. And I'm not taking that guy.
That's an Odyssey Baseball Insider, John Heyman.
That's an arson judge, John Heyman.
Yeah. Well, accidents happen.
I like John. He's a nice guy, but you see some of these guys and what they tweet, and they hear one thing from an agent one place, and then they go fire it on Twitter, and then next thing you know, people are talking about it, and it shifts the market. I think you have to be super responsible and careful what you tweet around this time, but I don't think responsible and careful and Twitter have ever been mentioned in the same breath.
Well, and also when it comes to just general journalism, because you say something or you have something that gets reported and it gets picked up and aggregated, and next thing you know, it becomes, spread across the whole country, and people will take it as fact, even though it's not.
It just says San Francisco is suggesting for now, that doesn't mean if the right deal's on the table, that it is, quote, unwilling to take on some of Blake Snell's salary and deal ahead of 24. Who in San Francisco is suggesting? Like, give me a source. Like, who said that? You just can just say, like, Los Angeles, the whole city of San Francisco is suggesting for now that it's unwilling to take on. Like, who is it? Like, if you're going to come out with that, tell me who it is. Is it Farhan? Who said that? Was it the owner?
Probably some
Was it
other
Greg Johnson?
some other team is telling him their negotiations with the Giants is going this way. They're unwilling to pay any of Blake Snell's money.
And that other team can make that up in order to get leverage on the deal.
Potentially. Or the Giants, that could be honest and truthful, but maybe the Giants don't mean it, and it's all part of their process. If you missed the Ned Colletti interview from an hour and a half ago, just about, give it a listen on the free Odyssey app. Use the rewind feature. Visit our YouTube page, because it seems like all these GMs at this stage, guys, are just playing 4D chess, and they're trying to outmaneuver each other at this point. Of course. And then kind of all, you're going to make a call eventually. I call you. You got to show your cards, and that time comes 22 hours from now, when we'd be only 40 minutes away from the trade deadline, and that's when deals get done and the pressure is on, and you finally see what these guys are made of. But until then, you don't know which way is up, which way is down, which way is left, which way is right, because you got so many guys and misinformation spewing back and forth, and guys that are holding their cards close to their chest, and you don't know what is right and what is wrong. But it does seem, in my opinion, if that is true and the Giants are unwilling to pay any of Blake Snell's contract, they are just absolutely damaging the market for Blake Snell, because it makes it very difficult for any team, unless you're Steve Cohen, who is willing to pay exorbitant amounts to field a competent baseball team. There's few other teams out there that would be willing to sign up for that.
This is such a vague general statement, dude. It depends on the team you're dealing with. If it's the Yankees, $5 million is not going to sway the deal. If it's the Orioles, who are a smaller market team, it is. This is just a blanket statement. If you're dealing with big market teams that have a lot of money, the money doesn't matter. So that's why unwilling to pay down Snell's contract, and this is a headline right now, it depends. It's just a case-by-case basis who you're dealing with. Are you dealing with a rich dude? You're dealing with a poor dude? You're dealing with an in-between dude? Like, who are you dealing with right now? And then that determines on if the deal gets done, and what prospects and what players are coming back. And if the players are coming back and they're sick players that I want, and $5 million is holding up the deal or whatever it is, then yeah, who cares? Giants got money. Don't think they don't. The Giants have cash. They got a lot of money, even though they've spent a lot of money. So I don't think money's a factor with the San Francisco Giants. The one thing you can say about the Giants, well, there's a bunch of things you can say about them. The one thing you can't say is that they're cheap. They're not cheap. They spent $300 million this offseason. They went out and signed a bunch of players. Whether you agree with the players they signed, whether you agree with how they're performing, that's your prerogative as a fan. But this isn't a small market team. They're not trying to cut corners. So that's why this headline means nothing to me.
I mean, like you said, you don't know if it means anything until you confront a team and see exactly what they want to offer. And Grandy, you said it earlier that it might affect what you get back based on your willingness to pay down some of the deal or not. It might affect what you get in exchange for Blake Snell. I think about the philosophical approach of even talking about trading your best pitcher when you're a team that's won 4 in a row and you've got a National League wildcard race that looks pretty wide open. The Atlanta Braves are a team that is racked with injuries, and I don't think that they're a team that's that overwhelming. And I look at what the Giants have with their pitching, and I don't know why you would even consider trading Blake Snell, even if you want to get something for him. And you don't know if he wants to opt in for next year or not. My assumption would be that he would opt in, but if he pitches great the rest of the year, maybe he wants to opt out and go somewhere else and get a longer-term deal, and so that's the risk you'd have to take.
Yeah, maybe. Let's go back out to the phone lines here on Willard and Dibs. It's FP and Grandy in for Willard alongside Dibs, as always, on Willard and Dibs. 888-957-9570. Up next is Mark in Danville. Mark, what's up? You're on Willard and Dibs. How you doing, Mark?
I'm great. How are you guys? Hey, no offense, Dibs. This is more of a FP question, and if I need some tennis input, I might ask you. But FP, this was probably 2004. I don't know if you remember this. You came up to Tahoe with Adam Pyatt and someone else to play golf at Coyote Moon. Does that ring a bell?
Possibly for the All-Star break? I don't know.
Yeah. During the break, it was you and Pyatt and one other dude. I can't remember who it was.
It was Eric Burns.
Yes, Burnsy.
What are we doing?
Burnsy.
What are you talking about? Was it?
So I was in the pro shop, and I'm like, hey, I'm checking you in, and even Dibs can dig this. He's a golfer. And I'm like, hey, you guys are only 3. Can I join you? And I joined you, and we had the best time ever. And you borrowed my golf shoes. I'm like, okay, that's kind of weird, but okay. Anyways.
Did we play strip golf?
No, we did not.
If you lose the hole, you got to take off a piece of clothes. It's fun. You got to try it sometime.
But you, Burnsy and Pyatt were at each other's throats every single shot, and I loved it. Like I can't, it was some adult language there, but it was pretty funny and super enjoyable. And again, the point here was you were talking about, so my son, his name is Easton, of course, baseball player, and you had mentioned how a 92-mile fastball from a 95 was not just 3 miles an hour. It's like exponential from like an earthquake. Do you remember that?
Yeah, it's feet per second. So the difference between like 95 and 98 is incredible.
It's not just 3. Yeah. So I tell that story all the time because I coach as a league team, and I still remember that story. Like, it doesn't make sense, but in reality, when you talk about with earthquakes, it does, right? Like, it's an exponential reality.
Yeah, there was a 5-1, I think, in maybe Gilroy today or somewhere. No, not Gilroy. Southern California, they downgraded to a 4-9. So the difference between a 4-9 and a 5-1 is pretty big.
Thank you, Mark.
Thanks, Mark.
Fun memories playing golf up in Tahoe with Burnsy.
Yeah, that was great.
Technically, it's Truckee, but same ballpark. They got that par 3 that's about 160 feet downhill.
Dude, is there something great about golfing in Tahoe that it's just like you swing easier because of the elevation? And then you're hitting your 7-iron like 190 yards.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. We just went up to Truckee for a little tourney in Reno.
It makes you feel like a badass.
It does.
Yeah,
especially on those warm summer days when it's 90 degrees and the ball travels even further.
And there's something to be said for swinging easy, right? Like, I never overswing when I play in Tahoe. It's just nice and easy and the ball jumps. I've played in Denver a few times. Nice and easy. The ball jumps. It's great. It's like a 2-club difference, right?
Just about.
Yeah.
That's what made Hayden Birdsong, what he did in Coors, that much more impressive. How his curveball, were you at that series?
I was calling the game, and I was on the air saying, curveballs don't break here. Daryl Kyle signed a huge contract with the Rockies. And his curveball spun. Mike Hampton signed a huge contract with the Rockies. He had a nasty curveball left-hander, just spun.
Did not work in
Hayden
Coors.
Birdsong's 22 and just spinning the hell out of it.
He looks like he's 14.
And he's spinning the hell. He's got so much swagger and confidence. I love that dude. If he gets sent back to the minors, I'm going to be bummed.
I think Giants fans across the board will be there.
I was bummed last time, and I thought, this is just a technical move. But like, to go to San Jose after you strike out 12 at Coors Field and not get to go to Dodger Stadium and soak that in a little bit and just kind of revel in it. I mean, it worked out fine. He pitched great yesterday, but I hope he's here to stay. I really like the guy. I like everything about him.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about how he talks to himself on the mound, and it honestly reminds me, and it's not. Max Scherzer always would mutter to himself, and he maybe he's directing it towards the batter, and there's expletives all over the place. I feel like Birdsong is a little bit more to himself to kind of amp himself up, and that's what Max is doing as well. Max is more directed elsewhere, but it's just to himself and to get him going. But watching Birdsong talk to himself on the bump, it does kind of remind me of Mad Max.
He threw a curveball yesterday, and we already talked about it once, where he just said, "That was awesome," and he was like, "F yeah," and you could read his lips. He was digging himself. Scherzer was a psycho, man. Like 4 days he didn't pitch. Funnest guy ever. Like a goofy guy playing jokes. But he would put his headphones on his locker the day he pitched. And right when he put his headphones on, he would look to whoever was right or his left and he'd go, "See you on the other side." And he would just walk in, dude, and just be just a
maniac.
I'm going to kill people.
And then would go strike out 13 over 8 innings.
And then the other 4 days, greatest guy in the world. Yeah. See you on the other side.
That's
Max
so wild.
Scherzer. Oh, man. All right, time for a break here on Willard and Dibs. It's FP and Grandy in for Willard. Dibs here, as always, on 95.7 The Game. We are sponsored by Express Employment Professionals. More coming up on the other side. What should the Giants do at the deadline? 888-957-9570. Richie and Austin, we're coming to you on the other side, so hang out through the break. More Willard and Dibs coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
I tell you what, this was one of the most perfect ways to end this sunny, glorious day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan. You know what I'm saying? It was pretty cool.
On 95.7 The Game.
That was the great Sergio Romo talking with Mark Willard and Dan Dibley. Willard off this week, enjoying some vacation time with family in Hawaii. FP Santangelo in. I'm in. My name is Mark Grandy, along with Dan Dibley, of course, here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game, talking through MLB trade deadline. We're now, 22 and a half hours away from the trade deadline. Tomorrow at 3 o'clock Pacific time. We'll be on the air, of course, 2 to 6 every day here on 95.7 The Game. We'll be on the air when the trade deadline comes and goes. So keep it locked to 95.7 The Game for all your MLB trade deadline talks and drama and news. We've got it here for you on 95.7 The Game. And we will get back to Giants stuff, what they do at the deadline. Are they going to buy? Are they going to sell? Are they going to do some of both? Where's Blake Snell go? What about Matt Chapman? What about some relievers? Doval, Taylor Rogers is the name I've heard thrown around out there. What about your corner outfielders, Yastrzemski and Conforto? We can get to all of that, and we'll take your calls coming up here in just a second. 888-957-9570. But, guys, we have MLB Network on here in the studio, and during the break, you guys were watching a highlight package from the Baltimore Orioles win earlier today, and their catcher, James McCann, in his first at-bat of the game, was hit in the nose with like a 95-mile-an-hour fastball and stayed in the game. He stayed in the game, and he finished catching the rest of the game. And you look at him after the game, he's got a broken nose, it looks like. His nose and his eyes completely swollen up. He stayed in the game and caught a full 9 innings after getting hit in the nose with a fastball.
He's got double cotton swabs in both nostrils that are all bloody.
My God.
So, like,
It looks like he just got done fighting Mike Tyson or something.
I think I'm getting soft in my old age. Normally, what a badass move. But
It's pretty badass,
I'm thinking when you get hit in the face with 95 that there can be some like cerebral bleeding. And the fact that he stayed in the game, there's a lot of criticism online for him staying in the game. He's a badass. Baseball players don't get enough recognition for being tough. It's usually hockey players and football players, but most baseball players are tough. And that goes back to the whole Buck Showalter. I guarantee you James McCann played high school football. Player. I guarantee. We can look it up. He played high school football. But, man, he looks like Rocky in Rocky 1. Like, at the end where he's like, Mick, cut me. I can't see.
Cut me, Mick.
He looks like, I just watched that the other day. By the way, that's such a good movie. I haven't seen it in like 10 years.
Yeah, it stands up.
It's
really good.
It's good.
Beyond the boxing part of it, just a good character story. But from McCann, you take fastball in the face, and, if you're okay to play, keep playing, kid. Rub some dirt on it. And he did. And he stood up, and his nose was absolutely gushing, and he took his base.
If that were like Little League, high school, or maybe even college, somebody would lose their job.
For sure.
For him staying.
Oh, no doubt.
The parents on Facebook would go nuts. Like, what are you doing with my son? He got hit in the face. And there's something to that, man. I hope he's okay. It wasn't like he got grazed. There was some people saying he should have got up and pumped his fist 3 times and said, fight, 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 after he got hit in the face.
Oh, God.
Taking it to that level. But that is a badass move. I can't deny that, but I'm just wondering, like, you're catching with one eye, dude.
Yeah, I don't know how.
Catching with one eye, you're hitting with one eye. I don't know if there's internal bleeding there. Like,
hitting a baseball is hard enough with 2 eyes. Doing it with 1 eye and a broken nose seems incredibly difficult. And then, there could be broken bones, broken facial bones, broken skull. Like, you never know what could go on with a 95-mile-an-hour fastball hits you in that spot. You could have damage to your eye, like legitimate damage, more than just it's swelling up on you. You could be concussed. I'm sure they ran him through a couple of quick tests in the dugout between innings, but staying in and playing 9, there was the moment earlier in the season where Patrick Bailey took a foul ball off his face mask or whatever. He stayed in the game for another couple of innings. Then he started feeling the effects of the concussion. And you see that sometimes where a guy takes a blow and then stays in for an inning, then he gets pulled out later. He finished the game. 9 full innings he caught after getting hit in the nose.
Yeah, got a hit, too, later in the game. He wound up going 1 for 3. And he drove in a run with that pitch hit him in the face. Bases were loaded, part of the 4-run first.
It's the toughest RBI ever.
Really tough. But to be able to get back in the box and deliver with the hit, and Yeah, you're right, FP. I mean, forget just playing left field after that happens. You got to put the mask on. And, yeah, you're catching with, I'm sure you could see out of both his eyes, but the amount of pain that he was in, for sure.
There's concussion protocol. So I'm sure that was applied multiple times over multiple innings. There's certain questions that trainers ask the player, and if they answer them correctly or incorrectly, they're either in the game or out of the game.
Yeah, wild.
I'm sure he answered them all correctly because, boy, if you get a chance when you get home,
just look at the pictures of it.
Oof.
Yeah.
Oof. He looks like he got hit in the face with a 95-mile-an-hour fastball.
Yeah, it checks out.
It's a glancing blow.
Just got his
just
ear.
But a flesh wound.
Just got his ear.
Exactly.
All right, 888-957-9570. Tomorrow is the MLB trade deadline, and we're breaking down every angle of it here on Willard and Dibs. FP and Mark Randy in for Willard, along with Dan Dibley here on 95.7 The Game. Let's go back out to the phone lines. What should the Giants do? What should Farhan do? Is Farhan fighting for his life? Does that mean he's a little more willing, perhaps, to take a big swing and try to get a big fish in here? Or are the Giants going to do what they've done for the vast majority of their deadlines? Maybe a move or two on the margins, but they're relatively just going to stand pat. 888-957-9570. Up next is Richie in Queens. What's up, Richie? You're on 95.7 The Game. How you doing?
Hey, guys. How are you?
We're doing well, Richie. What should the Giants do tomorrow?
Well, I'll tell you, they're on the fence at this point. By the way, getting back to McCann, I think he played little hockey. That's what hockey players do. I mean, I'm shocked that they let him stay in. He's a catcher. His eyes are blackened. You don't know what I'm really amazed at that. I go watching for 70 years. I don't think I've ever seen something like that.
What if he took a foul tip off his face after that? Like, what if he got a straight foul back in his mask?
That would hurt.
Yeah. Yeah, they say how soft the baseball players are. Well, he just proved the point and said, hey, I got hit with a fastball 95 and I'm still in the game. God bless him. I hope he's okay. Hey, look, I tried to call this morning. I'm on the fence here and so is Farhan, because, his job's in jeopardy at this point. And when you look at their staff right now, potentially they have the best 5 starters in baseball. They really do. If Webb all of a sudden went from a 1 to a 3 if he's going to be behind these two guys, and Webb is taking a step back. But Harrison's playing great as a 5, and Birdsong looks like a real top pitcher. So you've got Robbie Ray and Snell and Webb. They're 4 games out. I guess maybe they were talking to guys this morning. We're talking about maybe getting Guerrero. Guerrero's got a contract, so I guess you'd have to give up some of your young guys. But I've learned through the years prospects are what they are. I know Kelnick was a guy, 5'2" player 5 years ago when the Mets gave him up, and he's turned out to be okay, nothing special. So I think they're going to stand pat. I really do. And they got Snell and they got Robbie Ray for 1 year, knowing that they could opt out. So at this point, to just start selling when 4 games with 58 to go, and in a week you could pick up 3 games, and all of a sudden you won out. I think they're going to stand pat at this point. I'd like to get another bat. I don't know how real Fitzgerald is. He's been a real find. And then to give up Bailey, all of a sudden you found that you've been looking for a catcher for Vince Posey, and now you're going to give him up. And next year you're going to do the same thing and go for 1 year contract. I think at this point, stick with it. I think them winning 4 games, if they had lost 3 out of 4 and they'd be 7 out, then there'd be no question. But the fact that they're right there 3.5 games out, I think they're going to stick with their guns, guys, and maybe pick up a first baseman, because they're getting nothing at first base at this point. I love Wade, but there's no power. So I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I think I'd stick with what I got.
Yeah, I like that call. I like everything about that call. It's well thought out. He's making some good points. Like I said, I'm not going to be upset if nothing is done.
I think
a lot of Giants fans would be, though. Yeah, I'm in the extreme minority here.
He might be reacting to you saying, I think if you're the GM of the Giants, you're making everybody available. You're taking calls on everybody. I don't think anyone in their right mind is considering trading Patrick Bailey. No. I don't think you have to worry about that, Richie. But if I were to ask you guys, what's more likely? The Giants go out and make a big move to bring someone big in. They trade one of their better players, make it Snell or Chapman, or they don't make a big move, they don't trade away one of those big guys, or they generally just stand pat. I think the most likely outcome is they stand pat, right?
Agreed, and I think the next most likely move would be to trade one of your bigger name guys, and your third most likely, I think, option would be to go out and acquire somebody, a big name guy. I just don't think that you're in a spot where you're looking to make that addition. And I also am kind of like Richie in that you're better off, in my opinion, of just standing pat. I think you have enough to make a push for that third wild card, and the assets that you do have are those ones that you want to keep.
So what if, you stand pat, generally speaking, maybe you make a move or two on the margins, but nothing crazy. You don't really change the roster all that much. So you keep Snell, you keep Ray, Cobb comes back, all this, Chapman, you keep him, all the guys that have options. You're not trading them away. You're keeping all these guys. And then say Snell opts out. First of all, let's say you missed the playoffs. Snell opts out, Chapman opts out. Ray, I would imagine Robbie Ray is probably the most likely to opt in. I'm not exactly sure what his market would be like, only making a handful of starts coming off of 16-month recovery off of Tommy John. I would imagine Ray likely opts in. So let's say he opts in and you have him back for next year as well. But you lose Snell, you lose Chapman, and you miss a postseason berth. We're going to be looking back on the trade deadline where you did not go out and make a move and get something back, recoup some value for those quality, valuable players, and you didn't get anything back from them and you missed the playoffs anyway. We're going to be looking back on this moment as a mistake. But again, that's just the risk you run when you're being a GM, I suppose. But
that's a crappy scenario.
If it doesn't work out,
let's
not pretend like it's that wild. I mean, you could easily miss the playoffs, and I think we're all expecting Snell to opt out, I would imagine, assuming that he pitches at least halfway decent the rest of the year.
Why?
Because he wants to make more money.
Why can't he make more money here?
Okay, well, maybe...
Why can't they sign him to a deal here?
Might be able to.
Why can't Matt Chapman stay here because he likes the manager so much? Snell likes the manager so much. What about that scenario? What if they do make the playoffs and they do stand pat?
Well, if they love it here so much, you should trade him away, getting something back for him, and then re-sign him afterward.
That's what everybody says, right? That never happens, ever. When Juan Soto got traded to the Padres, all the national fans were like, that's okay, we'll get him right back. Max Scherzer got traded, we'll get him right. That doesn't work that way.
Aroldis Chapman did that once with the Cubs?
Yeah.
Went to the Yankees or something? He did that once.
I can't keep track of
think.
His
He's
teams.
been everywhere. But.
This is Tommy Pham, by the way, just this ADD, 7th team in 4 years. This is his 7th team. He got traded
4 years.
In 4 years.
I mean,
that means he's valuable enough to get traded,
but not valuable enough to stay somewhere.
Well, guy who probably wears out his welcome.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anything about him other than he slapped Jock Peterson
and just plays on teams that aren't great and aren't trying to hold on to their veteran pieces on a team that's very, very bad, like the White Sox, who's willing to move any and every veteran that they have.
Like, I'm thinking of everybody in the big leagues right now, and he scares me more than anybody.
Tommy Pham?
Yeah, he's just scary. He's scary. Like that would be a dude I would not mess with on the other team. He just kind of seems like a badass. I mean, in a good way for his teammates, but like on the other side, I'm just like, okay, Mr. Pham, do your thing.
Yeah, good for his teammates.
I have changed. In my 30s, I would have tried to kick his ass. But like now, it's just like, I don't know. He just seems like he's scary, and probably a really good teammate. Who knows? He's a guy you want on your side, not against you, right? One of those guys?
Yeah, but he's the guy who's constantly on the move, and there's got to be a reason for that. And, traded again today. And like you said, 7 teams in 4 years. That seems like a guy who's, maybe wears out his welcome a little bit, at least with organizations, because teams don't seem to want to keep him around.
Brandon Marsh with a home run. I love that guy. He might be my sneaky favorite player in baseball. And I have this weird addiction to watching Philly games right now.
Well,
I watch every single one.
Your love for Jason Worth, you just must like guys that look like him, right? He got the long hair.
Did you hear him on Pardon My Take?
Jason Worth?
Yeah, he was on. He was on yesterday. Listen to it. It's one of the best listens you'll ever hear.
Brandon Marsh is a Jason Worth lookalike, and they're both in a Philly jersey.
And so is Trey Turner, and so is Bryce Harper. I think they're a perfect example of a team with horses that plays the game the right way. They're playing for each other. They play good, fundamentally sound baseball, and they got a lot of talent.
Okay, so to go back to something you were talking about earlier, discussing the Giants' plans at the deadline. You said it's not that crazy. This Giants team just plays baseball the right way. The final 54 games, they just play the right way. They quit the stupid mistakes. They don't let balls drop in the outfield. They hold runners on at first base. Maybe they are a little bit more aggressive on the base paths themselves. They swing at more strikes. They're better approaches at the plate. You just do the small things right, and this team, it wouldn't be shocking to see them make the postseason. So if you feel that way, then I mean, this team shouldn't really have to go out and do anything tomorrow to be able to achieve that. This is just all within their own power.
This is why I wouldn't be disappointed if nothing happens. Because I think that the way the roster is assembled, the way they're playing, and you said you had a really fair point about it hasn't happened in 108 games, but they didn't have Blake Snell like this for 108 games. They didn't have Robbie Ray. They didn't have Tyler Fitzgerald.
A lot of these things don't have anything to do with the pitchers, though. Everything else.
Yeah, they didn't. They weren't playing like this, and it was a different team than it is right now today as we speak for the first 108 games. Their biggest hole, their biggest weakness was shortstop. That's been shored up with Tyler Fitzgerald. Now you got a lefty that throws 98 that just came back, and after he got over the nerves in first inning, shoved against one of the best lineups in the National League. Now you got a guy that's looking like a Cy Young Award winner all of a sudden. And if you get Cobb back, and you got Birdsong, who wasn't here for the first 108 games, like this is a different team. You got Jordan Hicks in the bullpen. He wasn't a starter. He wanted to be a starter. They tried him out. It didn't work. He got tired. Now he can come in and blow it out and throw 97, 98 for an inning. He could be your setup guy. Like this is a different team the way it's constructed right now than it was the first 108 games. So you already have some acquisitions with Fitzgerald at shortstop, with Ray, with Cobb coming back, with Hicks going to the bullpen. This is a different ball club than it was the first 108 games. That's why I think if they just play good baseball, they're going to be flirting with that third spot in October, and I wouldn't be shocked if they make the playoffs.
Yeah, 85 wins, and I know you can only worry about tomorrow and try to go 1-0 tomorrow and all the rest of the FP-isms, but when you look at it from a bigger picture, you could see 32-22 if they do the things that you're talking about, just play better baseball. The team right now, the roster looks better than it did in April, and you've figured some things out. Shortstop is a great example where you've got a guy now who you can put out there, guy who's hitting a ton, and he can be your shortstop. You don't have to worry about that anymore.
I want that jolt, though, to walk into the room. I think that would be cool. They need a jolt.
So, yeah, okay.
That would be cool. I don't care how it happens, but like to Ned Coletti's point when he was on the show earlier, that does we were in the wild card in Montreal one year. We were one game back, and we thought we were going to do something at the trade deadline, and we didn't. And there was a lot of dejected faces in the clubhouse because we didn't. We just like, oh, we must not care. We're not trying. And if you don't do anything, that can leave a certain taste. So I think it would be cool. I think if they stand pat with the roster, they still have a chance. But it would be cool for the guys, not for us as fans, but for the guys to have somebody walk in that door that you're like, oh, we're trying. Okay, let's go. Giddy up.
I guess you could kind of interpret it in a couple of different ways, though, and maybe it's how the team feels about themselves in this moment. But if you don't go out and make a move, isn't that also kind of a vote of confidence? Like we believe in the guys we got right now, that you're good enough to go out and get us into the postseason?
Yeah, I think they're fine as is. You hear the quotes right now from Alex Cobb and Sean Jelly. And
Chapman yesterday, we're good enough.
We're good enough. They believe it. They wouldn't be saying that out loud, and they're not trying to speak it into existence. They literally believe that because they're seeing how they're playing. They're looking around the room, and they all know how valuable pitching is. And all of a sudden, they got pitching. They just got pitching. They had two lefties that throw 98. Like those don't grow on trees. They got number 1 in the Cy Young last year. They got a former Cy Young, and they got a guy that finished number 2 in the Cy Young last year. Those are their 3 starters in a 5-game series. So good luck. And then now you got a guy
plus Alex Cobb coming back, who was an all-star last year.
So, I mean,
Kyle Harrison, who's pitching really well.
It just depends on your perspective of things. I'm not trying to be a homer or paint some kind of picture that ain't there, but this isn't a bad team. This isn't right now as we speak. There were times this year I was like, oof, oof, oof.
Well, I mean, that's the Dodgers series just a week ago.
Oof. Even some things that were happening in Colorado, but not that they swept is great. That they have that relaxed, confident feeling now is great. But this is a different team. It's a different team. It's a different vibe. This starting rotation isn't an opener. It was yesterday because they moved Hicks to the bullpen, but that's not how it's going to be. You got some horses now. You're going to be in every game with horses, as long as you catch a ball behind them, which I don't think that's asking a lot.
They've won 4 games in a row before. This is their 3rd 4-game winning streak of the season. They haven't ever won 5 in a row. Do you think the vibe is better than it's been at any point this season?
They wouldn't be saying the things they're saying publicly if it wasn't. And, when you're in a clubhouse long enough, you know that it doesn't matter who you beat. It's just that you're celebrating. And it gets to be like an addictive thing. Where in Oakland, when we won 102 games, we had this song One More Time by Daft Punk that we played in the clubhouse after every game, and we wanted to hear that damn song. And we came through the line, and we'd come up the stairs in the Coliseum into the clubhouse and we were hearing Daft Punk, that was like reinforcing that we won, and we're drinking beers and we're laughing and there's music playing and we're cranking it. And so we wanted to hear that song. You'd be in the middle of the game thinking about, we want to hear that song when we go in the clubhouse. And we'd walk through the door and guys are like, play that effing song. And they'd turn it on. And then, so it becomes a thing where you get conditioned to win. It's the Pavlovian response. Like when the bell rings, the dog slobber. I mean, same thing. Like you go out in the game, it's the 7th inning, you flip the switch, we're going to win because we want to hear that song. We want to go out tonight. We want to party after the game. We don't have to tiptoe around the clubhouse. We don't have to worry about what we say on the bus or how we act on the plane. Anything goes when you win at the highest level. There's no rules. As long as you're winning, it's the funnest thing you've ever experienced. It's the best drug. If anybody's ever, I don't do drugs. If you do drugs, it's the best drug you can ever possibly take, is being at the highest level. There's nowhere else to get called up to, and you're winning baseball games. And we didn't care if we were beating the worst team in the league, the best team in the league. We just wanted to hear that song and keep winning.
We do have a little bit of news. There was a trade made for a starting pitcher just now. Let me pull it up. This is from Jeff Passan of ESPN. The Houston Astros have acquired left-handed pitcher Yusei Kikuchi from the Toronto Blue Jays, sources tell ESPN. So the Astros jumping in on the action at the trade deadline. They acquire a left-handed starting pitcher. That's important because he was on the tier below. There's a decent amount of starting pitchers who could potentially be available. I know there's some aces like Garrett Crochet of the White Sox, Tarek Skubal of the Tigers. I don't know why the Tigers would ever consider trading who's the guy who's maybe the best pitcher in all of baseball right now. Blake Snell is in that category. Jack Flaherty is also up there. But the Houston Astros have acquired Yusei Kikuchi from the Toronto Blue Jays, previously with the Mariners. Quality pitcher, but not in that top tier. But a little bit of movement in the pitching market as Kikuchi is now a Houston Astro, as the Astros are beefing up their chase for October. Of course, they've had a number of injuries to their starting pitchers all season long. They get a quality left-handed starter from the Toronto Blue Jays, and we'll see if this market continues to churn as we move forward. All right, time for a break here on Willard and Dibs. When we come back, we got a long segment for you. Coming up, we'll dive more into everything Giants related. Josh in San Francisco, I see you on hold. We're coming to you on the other side. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. More Willard and Dibs with FP and Grandy alongside Dibs here on 95.7 The Game.
But first, let me tell you a little secret here. It's a secret about weight loss and the fact that I've lost 25 pounds over the last couple of months, and I've done it thanks to the great program at Abundant Life Weight Loss. You can find out more at AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. The secret is how you lose up to a pound of fat every day, and you don't need to worry about injections or drugs. There's no surgery. There's no counting points or calories, no prepackaged meals either, and you don't even really need to exercise on this program. It's a doctor-supported plan that makes perfect sense. You give us a call for a free consultation. It's 925-854-5140. The call is free, and you'll get nice consultation, and you'll get to see the information that goes in to this wonderful diet. Many people lose between 20 and 30 pounds in the first month or two, and you can get up on board and be a part of this plan. Now is the time for you to change your body and change your life. 925-854-5140 or go online to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. No Mark Willard this week. FP Santangelo, Mark Randy, alongside Dan Dibley here on 95.7 The Game. One more hour to go as we wrap up this MLB trade deadline eve. Trade deadline, 3 o'clock tomorrow, the 30th of July. We'll be on the air, of course, beginning at 2. Trade deadline is at 3. So whatever happens right around the deadline, we got you covered tomorrow. We got you covered for the next hour here on 95.7 The Game as well. And by the way, if you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. And while you're there, go ahead and subscribe to Steiny and Guru as well. Evan in for Steiny. They caught up with Mark Schlereth, NFL football analyst. He had a couple of strong things to say about Brandon Ayuk, by the way. So you're not going to want to miss that conversation with Stink. Mark Schlereth on 95.7 The Game earlier today. That can be found on the Steiny and Guru podcast feed on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. But we're talking Giants and Farhan Zaidi and the trade deadline and what the Giants should do. Not sure if FP Santangelo is necessarily predicting the Giants to turn it around and pull off a 32-22 final 54 or something like that to finish in a postseason spot, but is just explaining how it is very possible if this team just plays a little bit smarter baseball moving forward. They haven't been able to do it on any consistent basis yet. They've had stretches like this in the past, guys, where they're kind of in danger of teetering off the deep end entirely. And, they're 6 games under, they're 7 games under. And you're like, oh, if you lose this series, it might be over. We're going to wave the white flag on this season. Then they roll off like 8-10, and they go 8-2 over a stretch. They had the stretch in Pittsburgh and New York where they did that, and they get right back to around 500, and it's happening right now, but they just haven't been able to dig out of the hole entirely. They make up the ground they lost. They get back to 500, but they can't get back over 500. They've played 108 games, and they've spent 4 days above 500 so far this season. But they've been right around 500 for the entire season. They just can't quite get over that hump just yet. And I think, you can look at it a couple of different ways. Maybe I'm more of the naturally pessimistic side, and if it hasn't happened yet, I don't know why it would. But if you're on the optimistic side, and I think both you guys are when it relates to this, you finally got your pitching staff healthy, and so many of our callers and texters earlier today talking about it. If this staff is healthy and stays healthy, it's pretty clearly one of the best rotations in baseball. Top 5 by easily, I would imagine. And if you get that group for the rest of the regular season, even if your offense isn't great, it's not difficult to imagine this team maybe putting together the best stretch of their season. That doesn't seem crazy.
It doesn't seem crazy, yet the way you described it is exactly what we've seen all year, which is, you get close to 500 and then you go on a losing streak. It was 2 months ago today, the last time they were above 500. They beat Philadelphia to get to 29-28. And since then, it's been get to 500, lose 4 out of 5, or you get close and you drop 3 out of 4, whatever the numbers have been. You haven't been able to sustain the momentum. But the reason why I'm more optimistic than I normally am is because where you are, I don't think you have a choice, because I really don't think that there is a player or 2 players out there that you could acquire that would be available that would come in and really impact you. So I look at what you have internally as their best way to go about doing what you're talking about, which is go on a little bit of a run, make a push for the 3rd wild card. And heck, you might even go higher than the 3rd wild card based on the teams that are ahead of you. Every team has either injuries or flaws or both. So there's a chance, there's a scenario where you pitching that you have is good enough to carry you through a great stretch the final third of the year.
Jason Worth on Pardon My Take today was talking about, or it was yesterday, but I listened to it today. By the way, it's a great listen. He owns Dornick and just won the Belmont, and then he just went to a Breeders' Cup thing, and then Dornick won again. But a lot of the talk was about his baseball career, obviously. And in 2007, he was with the Phillies with 17 games to play. They were down 7 to the Mets. And they came back with 17 games to play, and they won the division.
That's wild.
But he was talking about the mentality and the attitude that the team had in the clubhouse, how it was just like, we knew we were going to win every night. And they walked out the last night, and it was he said this last day, we played at 1:30, and the Mets were playing at 1:00, and they were down 7-0 to the Marlins. And we just knew we weren't going to lose. And as a team, you get that feeling. And that's an extreme, right? Down by 7 games with 17 left and coming back and winning the division.
Something similar happened for the Giants in 2010, chasing the Padres the whole year.
Yeah. I was here for that.
Yeah.
And I remember that. You get that feeling, that confidence in the clubhouse. You just know you're going to win every night. You don't know how. You don't know who's going to do it. It's just a next up mentality. I don't know that they're there yet, but I feel like this team has potential to be there. I really do. And it's based on one thing, the 2 lefties in the way they're pitching. Logan Webb will probably tell you he's got to step it up. Camilo Duvall will probably tell you he's got to step it up. There's certain guys in the lineup, I think Matt Chapman's got to make some more contact, but I love the way that guy runs the bases. I love the way he plays third base, and when he hits one, they stay hit. So, I mean, there's certain guys in the lineup. If Tyler Fitzgerald keeps doing what he's doing, Elliot Ramos gets hot. Elliot's going to get hot again one more time. So there's way more positives, not just because of the 4 games, but because of the way the roster is made up as we speak right now, that it's better than it's been at any time this year.
And it can change in a hurry. I just was looking at the 2007 Phillies as you were talking about it, and they lost 12-0 at home against Colorado. And they, at that point, were 7 back. 76-69, 7 back. They finished up 13-4, and as you mentioned, they won the division. So it doesn't even need to take the entire month of August and September for the Giants. You could turn it around right now, and coming off of Colorado and a 4-game sweep, and you've got 13 games upcoming against teams that aren't 500. And if you start to think about, and I know you can only go 1-0 tomorrow, and you worry about that, but as you start to look at the schedule and some of the teams they still have on their schedule, there's a run that's in there if you can do what you were talking about earlier, FP, just pitch it as well as you can and field it. And, the hitting can be whatever the hitting's going to be. And that should be enough with just your pitching and decent defense to beat a lot of these teams.
I'm trying to think about some of those other crazy down the stretch pennant races. And I guess we're focusing a little more on pennant races and winning divisions. The Giants just got to get into the wild card. And something you guys pointed out, I mean, if they catch the 3rd wild card, you might as well catch the 2nd wild card. Maybe you catch the 1st wild card. And it's not like there's a gigantic number of games splitting all those teams up. Right now, the Giants are only 5 games out of the number 1 overall wild card, but the issue is you have just so many teams to jump to do that, and you take 1 game at a time, one team to jump at a time. But if you get up to the 3rd spot, you might very well be able to get to the 2 spot or maybe beyond that. But I also think of, you talked about the 07 Phillies, I brought up the 2010 Giants. Which year was it? Was it the 2009, 2008 Tampa Bay Rays led by Evan Longoria down the stretch chasing the Red Sox in the division? And there was those simultaneous games, 162 going on. Yeah. The Red Sox were up big, I think, in Baltimore. Baltimore was a terrible team that year. Baltimore comes all the way back, and they win that game, I think, in walk-off fashion. They end the Red Sox season while simultaneously the Jays coming, or the Rays coming from behind against the Yankees, I believe, if memory serves, and Longoria hitting that walk-off home run down the left field line at the Trop, and the place going crazy because they happened like simultaneously. And you get into that kind of mode and that rhythm, and it's the Rays of that year. I think it was 08 or 09, something like that. The Phillies of 07, the Giants of 2010. The Giants was a little more special because they ended up going ahead with the final series against the Phillies, had to win 1 game, lost the first 2 games of that series, and then won on 162 day to clinch the series and to clinch the division. But you get into that kind of mode as a baseball team where everything's going right for that stretch, and you just feel, you would know it obviously more than Dibbs and I, but you can feel it as a fan too. You just have that insane confidence that you're going to win that day, the team you're chasing is going to lose, and you're going to get it to work out. And a 4-game winning streak isn't anything near that level of confidence, but it is the step in the right direction. You don't ever get to that moment without starting somewhere. And no better way to start than beating a team that you should beat 4 times in a row, and you did that.
But as players, we feel it from the fans too. We feel their anxiety. We feel their confidence too. So if your fan base is confident because you're playing well, it's just a snowball kind of effect, and you get that feeling, and it's hard to explain. All this said, I don't know. They might get beat 15-0 by the A's tomorrow. I don't know. Baseball's a funny sport. And I don't know this team well enough and each individual well enough to know if they have that inner drive, that intangible, that they hate losing more than they like winning, that they're pissed off after a game. I don't know if there's guys laughing in the shower 15 minutes after a tough loss. I don't know if guys are taking it home with them. Like, you have to have some of those things. And maybe the modern day player isn't really built like that. Maybe they wash it off and leave it in the clubhouse better than we used to. But if you have a team right now that believes in themselves, that hates freaking losing, they can't stand losing, and they do something about it every night, and they have that confidence, like, all right, it's about that time, boys. Let's go. Giddy up. We're down by 2, right where we want to be. And then you have that inner confidence about finding ways to win every single night. This could turn around. I don't know if it is. I really don't. I'm not telling you. I'm just telling you it could. And stranger things have happened. And what I will tell you is I like the staff right now. I really like Hicks in the bullpen. I really like Robbie Ray. Robbie Ray's wild. He's going to give you a wild ride. He's going to throw 98, but I'll tell you one thing Robbie Ray isn't as scared. He's going to go right after guys. Blake Snell's not scared. He's just finally got his release point and his mechanics right. He's going to go after guys. Logan Webb's old school. He's had some tough ones, and his stuff looks a little bit flat to me, but he'll find a way to compete every 5th day. And then Hayden Birdsong's a wild card and all this. You need wild cards to get to the wild card. You need things that you weren't expecting, like Tyler Fitzgerald coming out of nowhere. Hayden Birdsong coming out of nowhere. Dusty Baker used to talk about this all the time. Like, to win at the major league level, there has to be two or three things you didn't expect to happen during the season happen, meaning guys that you're like, whoa, we didn't see this one coming. So it's kind of, I don't want to get carried away.
2010, it was Bumgarner jumping onto the scene.
But he was a big prospect
coming up, in the middle of the year.
Mad Bum was a big prospect, and everybody was clamoring for him to get called up.
You never know how he's going to perform in his first big league taste, but
and Buster the same way. Everybody was clamoring for Buster in 2010, and then
this year it's Elliot Ramos too. Nobody expected him to come up and be an all-star for crying out loud, and so he's been unexpected. And some of the things that you did expect haven't really come to pass. Some of your veterans, Wilmer Flores has been very disappointing.
Tyro.
Father Time catches up to everybody, dude. Well, what Wilmer's going through is what everybody goes through toward the end.
Agreed. And I do think we're toward the end. And you watch. I watch Wilmer play, and I think this does not look like the same guy that we saw last year. And it does seem like it's injuries, but it's also he looks stiff.
I don't think he's coming back, dude. I mean, this knee thing's serious. Hopefully he comes back. Maybe in September for a little push. But he's been a great Giant, dude. He's been the most professional guy in that team for a few years now, and it's just not happening like it used to. He's playing banged up. And then I don't know what Tyro's deal is. I hope he gets better and figures it out, because I never saw that coming. I thought Tyro Estrada was going to be an all-star this year, just based on how he went about it the last couple of years. I know he swings a lot. I know his strike zone's not a strike zone at times, but I really like a lot about Tyro Estrada, and it just hasn't clicked for him. So there's guys that haven't done what they want to do, and this roster is assembled, and that's why I always just put it squarely on the players, dude. Like, you got to play better, and they're starting to play better, and I think they can even play better than they are right now against good teams too, but it's got to start somewhere, and hopefully it started this weekend. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see if they can keep it up. Off today. They play tomorrow against the Oakland A's, but that game, first pitch is after the trade deadline has come and gone. So in terms of the Giants and their data collecting portion of the season, as they try to figure out what to do with the deadline, they're done data collecting. They got all the data they're going to have when they ultimately make the decisions at the trade deadline. And maybe potentially it's a whole lot of nothing at the trade deadline. Maybe it's similar to last year where they just made one move on the margin, didn't really get any better, but you didn't really get any worse, and they just ride it out with what this team currently is. We will see where the Giants go, and we'll have it all for you here on 95.7 The Game tomorrow and the rest of today, of course, here as we gear up for the MLB trade deadline. Back out to the phones we go, 888-957-9570. What do you want the Giants to do? And is FP and Dibs, is their confidence in this team, their optimism in this team, is it misplaced? Do you agree, or are you a bit more like me and not quite so sure, if we haven't seen it in 108, that we're going to see it over the final 54? 888-957-9570. Up next is Josh in San Francisco. Josh, what's up? You're on Willard and Dibs. How you doing, Josh?
What's up, fellas? I'm doing good. I just want to circle back to the point earlier in having the best rotation. I do believe that. However, I'd also see us losing a lot of 2-0 games. Ian Snell still has yet to win his first game. We were, I think, 1-11 either on Saturday or Sunday. We were under the scoring position. We have to play 600 the ball in order to probably make it to the playoffs. So I really think right now is the time to shift to 2025 and beyond. We know we have a problem signing position players. we're better off getting rid of some guys that aren't going to be here on the pitching side. And, you know, I'd even be fine with trading Harrison. His velo dropped 2 miles an hour this year compared to last. So, yeah, just let me know what you guys think. And we can't keep having Chappie hitting 240, hitting clean. Love the guy, but not at number 4. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Josh. I don't know about trading Kyle Harrison. I don't think the Giants are going to do that. That would shock me and would probably upset almost every single Giants fan out there. Josh, I think you're in the minority there. I think it's a fair point about maybe the lineup and the way it's constructed. Jorge Soler's not a leadoff hitter. You've got guys hitting in spots where generally you wouldn't really like them to, and we can sing all the praises we want, guys, about the pitching staff, and while I think that is fair and those guys are very good, it doesn't change the fact that the hitters, I mean, largely been very disappointing this season, and even if this is a team that puts together a run, it's very more than likely going to be thanks to the pitching staff and not because of what the offense does.
Soler's locked in, man.
He has been better lately. Give him that.
He's walking. He's hitting missiles all over the campsite. He's the Soler they wanted to sign right now. He's swinging the bat the best he has all season long.
And he's obviously comfortable hitting leadoff. And I was running down the numbers with Willard last week, and leading off the game, he actually has an OPS over 1,000 as the first batter of the game. And that was going into the weekend, and I know he homered again over the weekend in the leadoff spot. So, you know, if he's comfortable there, it doesn't really fit the old school idea of a plucky little leadoff hitter. Like, I'd imagine you hit leadoff a bunch in your career at different levels, and that's what it was.
Hit it my whole career.
Yeah, you're on base guy, get on base, and maybe the number 2 hitter can bunch you over and then single drive him in, steal a base, bunt and run, all that stuff.
Somebody asked me a question the other day, and it was at one of those Giants fantasy BPs, and then you open it up to questions afterwards, and they said, "What was the biggest change in the game when you played?" And I thought about it for a second. I said, there wasn't any. There wasn't any. I mean, maybe guys got a little bit bigger in the steroid era, but like we didn't have to deal with all the rule changes. We didn't have to deal with the shift. We didn't have to deal with bigger bases. We didn't have to deal with 2 throwovers, 2 and get disengagements.
Disengagements.
Third one's a balk. We didn't have to deal with guys throwing 100 miles an hour. The game is changing so fast. The same formula that worked for Farhan in 2021 to win 107 games does not work in 2024. Just 3 years later, it doesn't. The game has changed. There's ground balls in the infield that are getting through. Like the stolen base is back in vogue. Athleticism and defense is emphasized, and pitching has always been the same. But like the game is evolving at such a high rate. You talk to players, like old school players that work their whole life to hit the ball back up the middle. There's no hits up the middle anymore. Like you train your whole life to get inside the ball, hit the ball up the middle. We used to play games in batting practice where if we hit the L screen, it was a point, and just try to hit line drives up the middle. All our tee work was back up the middle, hit like rising balls off the back of the tee. And when you hit 10 in a row, you were done with your tee session, whether it took 2 buckets or 1 bucket or 10 balls. And now if you hit the ball back up the middle, even without the shift,
shortstop is a foot to the left of second base.
I saw Volpe yesterday with the Yankees. As soon as the guy went in his delivery, he just scooted right behind the base. And I'm like, they've learned how to cheat on that now. Where you're with Devers was hitting for the Red Sox, dead pull lefty, right?
Yeah.
And as soon as his pitcher went into his motion, he just took a big, huge step and he was right behind second base in the middle of the pitch. So they've learned how to fudge on that now. So like it's just, I guess to answer that guy's question, the game really didn't change for 100 and however many years. It was just baseball. And you played baseball and you played as hard as you could. And you played the game fundamentally sound. You got guys over, you got guys in. You play good defense, you pitch it, you hit it. But in these guys' defense right now, like it's changing every single year. I don't know how they do it. I really don't. And I'm not sitting here trying to cry me a river, but the game has evolved so quickly. There's so many rule changes. And I just personally, and this is at the risk of sounding old, I think the more we tinker with it, the more we screw it up. Like we had the All-Star game with guys in pink uniforms. I didn't know who the hell played for who.
Yeah, that was awful. Hopefully that gets back to normal next year.
The home run derby, I had no idea what was going on this year. I didn't understand the format. It was lifeless. It was hard to watch. If you don't have Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani and Juan Soto and all these guys with all the home runs in it, why am I watching?
That's the same thing with the slam dunk every year. You've got, guys in there who you... Yeah. No, I'm with you, though. It's not about old or young. It's just about what's right for the game.
You don't always have to change things to make them better.
Well, the All-Star stuff is a little different. I think for the most part, I don't like the automatic runner on second and extra innings. I don't like some of the things, but the pitch clock, I think, has helped the game. The larger bases has helped the game. You're emphasizing stealing and defense, and I think it's better to not allow shifts. They are working around it, but I think a lot of the changes have been good for baseball.
They are. My point is the game is evolving at such a rapid rate right now. Where does this end? Like, when does the wheel stop? Or are we just going to leave it like this for like another 100 years now? Or is every year some suit that never played baseball in his life going to come up with a cockamamie rule that everybody in the room that's never played in their life goes, that's a great idea, let's do it. And now you have guys that have played the game one way their whole lives that have to change because some guy that didn't play wants a pink uniform in the All-Star game.
Well, I do think the change.
Nothing's wrong with pink. It just didn't. Those uniforms were horrible.
They were terrible. I like when you have the home team wearing their home uniforms, the uniform they always wear, and the road team wears their road uniform, so you can tell if you're just glancing up at the TV in a sports bar. And I always use the sports bar analogy. Like, if I can't look up at the screen and figure out immediately what's going on, you're going to lose me. And the All-Star Game's a great example where if you're just on mute, like it is right now, we got 3 TVs on, I can look up and see, all right, Phillies, Yankees, and I can pretty much identify who these players are because it's almost August and we've been watching ball all year. The All-Star Game, you look up, I don't know who's National League, who's American League. I don't know who's even batting.
Jaron Durant won the
MVP. I don't know what team. All these guys are on because they're not in their uniforms.
There's something powerful about turning down the All-Star game and seeing 3 Phillies on the infield. And you don't know anything about baseball, and you're like, the Phillies must be good. Their first baseman's on the infield.
Exactly.
Their shortstop's on the infield. Their third baseman. There's their the Phillies must be good. Look how many guys they have on the All-Star team. If you turn on the game this year, you couldn't see that. Or when everyone's in a Yankee uniform in the American League, you're like, damn, the Yankees must be good. Look at all the guys they have in the All-Star team. Here comes our team and our guy, and he's in the game. I don't watch, but I know my Kansas City Royals uniform, and there he is. Like, you don't even, if you're a casual fan, you don't know any of that right now. If baseball does one thing, it's changed the All-Star game back to just wearing uniforms. For God's sakes. Like, it's not that hard. You can't be making that much money on these god-awful unis you're running them out there in.
I agree with you. I agree, and hopefully next year it's changed. It's a minor thing, but it would help the way that the All-Star game looks and feels a lot, in my opinion. Hopefully that's a change that the MLB does make moving forward. But let's get back to the Giants at the trade deadline, because I've been running through kind of the way that this might all work, and something we've been discussing is how Farhan's job status maybe is impacting how this all plays out. Because there's a very real possibility that he's kind of fighting for his future with the Giants. And I'm going to play this piece of sound from Alex Pavlovich from last week. This was on NBC Sports Bay Area, a post-game bite, I think after the Giants lost to the Dodgers to close out that series, I believe. Or maybe it was after one of the games on Friday. I forget exactly when. It was late last week. Alex Pavlovich on NBC Sports Bay Area had this to say about the Giants' plans at the trade deadline.
If you go off of the way they've played, they probably should be sellers, but there's a lot at stake here, not just for the guys in the clubhouse, but also the people in the front office. Like, potentially could be a different front office down the line if they sell and keep losing. There are some people in this organization who need to make the playoffs. So I think there's some really interesting decisions to be made until Tuesday, and we'll see what they do. If they wanted to, they could be one of the bigger sellers out there. I just haven't gotten any indication yet that they're at that point.
So that was before this 4-game sweep for the Giants over the Rockies. But Alex Pavlovich saying there's some people in this organization who need to make the playoffs. It seems pretty obvious to then deduce he's talking about Farhan Zaidi and the president of baseball operations, because if somebody is going to lose his job, it's that guy, the guy who's in charge of your baseball operation. It would be your president of baseball operations. So if that's the case, maybe Farhan is operating from a position of desperation, and he feels like he has to go to the extreme of trying to help this team win. And maybe that means being willing to put together a real nice package to go out and get someone to help you win right now, but maybe it hurts the future of this organization. And I think as I try to tackle what the Giants do at this trade deadline, I came into today honestly thinking like the best thing that they could do is to consider selling their most valuable pieces and trying to recoup some value for guys that may not be Giants next year. I think you guys have done a good job of convincing me that at the very least, there's a legitimate path on both sides. But me as a Giants fan, where I'm a little bit scared of how this all plays out, it's if my president of baseball operations, operating from a position of desperation for his future, is making a decision that goes against what's best for the future of the organization, where he is acting from a selfish point of view versus what's best for the organization. And I'm not saying that Farhan is selfish. If I was in his position and I needed to make the playoffs to keep my job and I wanted the job, I'm doing everything I can to go to the playoffs, and to hell with 2025 and to hell with 2026. But for me, as a Giants fan, and a fan of this team that wants to see them successful for years down the road, I would be a little bit upset and frustrated if the Giants do something because one dude in that front office is trying to keep his job as opposed to doing what he thinks is best for the future of the organization.
I don't think that he's going to have the opportunity to do something that is not, in the best interest of the organization. And Ned Coletti, when he joined us earlier, FP, he said just as much, where everybody's in on these decisions. It's not just Farhan and his spreadsheet in a room by himself. He has his team, and everything that he wants to do, ownership is in on it. So I don't think that Farhan's going to be able to make a move that is totally self-serving for him to try to load up, make the playoffs, and keep his job. Everything that will be done or could be done is going to be a group think.
Yeah, I mean, I think he could do both. I think he can make a deal that tries to save his job that helps the organization. It doesn't have to be one or the other. He could do a deal that's because he wants to make the team better, wants to look good. I think you can kill a bunch of birds with one stone there.
I just hope both of those motivations are in unison. You know what I mean? And I feel like you're entering a dangerous moment if those aren't in unison. If the decision maker, the head decision maker in your front office, and I know maybe there's word that comes from up top, and the various Johnsonses say, you're doing this deal, you should really consider this. I'm not allowing you to do that, whatever. I don't know exactly how the power dynamic works. I think Farhan, if the relationship is that fraught and he's that fearful for his future, he could just not cooperate or whatever, however it would work. But if those motivations are not in unison, I think that might be damaging for the organization. But there is a path, right, where, as you're talking about, you could help the team now and a year from now. I think what I would be most fearful of is if this Giants team is willing to go out and acquire a rental that maybe makes them better right now. You go and get someone that you could plug into the middle part of your order, and you're going to cost yourself a high-ranking prospect for the future. And prospect, whatever, maybe they're not going to turn into anything. But if this Giants team is going to go out and make a splash and bring a big name back, I just hope and pray that it's someone beyond for just this one season. And it's someone who's under team control beyond this year, 2025 and beyond.
To even talk about Farhan making a move that's not the best move for the organization, to me, is just stupid. Like, you really think he's going to make it a move that's bad for the organization
if he thinks,
on purpose?
No,
like that's just idiotic to me.
So
like
he
the guy
goes
wants
out
to
and
win.
he wants to
go to the playoffs. He wants to win.
He goes out and acquires a rental, and he gives up
He's not stupid.
top 5 prospect because he thinks it helps his team make the playoffs this year, which gives him another year with the orange and black. And if the only thing you are focused on is trying to gain another year, then you don't care what happens to 2025 until you get to 2025.
I think he cares a lot. I don't know.
I hope so. I'm not saying he doesn't. I hope that's the case.
To insinuate that he doesn't and he would make a stupid move because he doesn't care, to me, is irresponsible. Like, there's no way that he's going to make a move that's not for the best for this team this year and for the upcoming years. And that could save his job if his job is indeed in jeopardy. Like, he's not just going to pull the trigger.
If my job is in jeopardy, I'm not caring about the future. I'm caring only about this year.
But you act like he doesn't have checks and balances, that he can just go out there willy-nilly and do anything he wants and freewheeling to save his job, like he's some gunslinger, which he showed us that he's not. Like, everything he does is well thought out in his mind. Whether we agree with it or don't as Giants fans, that's a different story. And you never tell Giants fans how to think.
Who's checking Farhan?
I mean,
is it ownership?
The coaching staff. I mean, they're all in on this together to make their team better. Like, it's a team effort here. He's not just going to, like Dibbs said, sit in a room by himself with formulas and just pull the trigger on deals. Like these have to be approved, and everybody has to be in on it, like Ned Coletti said. So to sit here and think that he's going to make a bad move that he doesn't care, to me is irresponsible. He's not going to make a bad move because he doesn't care. He's going to make a move because he cares.
I mean, I could argue
whether it's a good move or not, that time will tell.
You could make a good move for the 2024 version of the Giants, and we've seen it time and time and time again. It happens almost every single deadline. You get better maybe in the very short term, but you hamstring yourself in the future, and you hurt yourself in the future. The guy that just gave up 7 runs for the Phillies is the number one example. Zach Wheeler, Carlos Beltran was a trade that was made. The Giants got 2 months of Carlos Beltran, didn't make the playoffs.
Where were the Giants then?
I'd have to look exactly, but they were in a relatively similar position to where they are right now, would be my guess. It happened even before then when the Giants traded away.
Did Brian Sabean do that to save his job, though? Did he make an irresponsible decision to save his job, or did he do something because he thought it was going to help the team win?
That's exactly what it is. The thought is you're trying to help your team win right now.
With controllable players that you can have for this year, next year, and the future.
That is
acquiring value. Like I said to start the show 5 hours ago, whenever we started. He's going to do things to increase the value of his team this year and moving forward, ideally. I don't think much is going to happen. I think we're all worried about I could be wrong, dude. He could play, but I could be scootering home down Market Street and Blake Snell could be traded. I don't know. But I'm just saying, I think the roster, the way he assembled it, the way the organization feels it is right now, is good enough. Even though fans are probably rolling their eyes and honking their horns and screaming at me for saying that, this is a different team than it was 2 weeks ago.
You're not wrong, and I'm not debating that. I'm trying to think of a scenario that I think wouldn't be ideal for me, and that scenario is Farhan feels incredible pressure to make something happen, to make this team successful so that he's around in 2025. That's not out of the question, right? You make the playoffs, Farhan, we'll keep you around. You don't make the playoffs.
Why that's a bad thing.
Because he could get to a point where the pressure is so heavy on him specifically and his future, not the future of the organization, but his future, that he's willing to maybe make a move, make a desperate move that, yes, helps you right now. But say you give up Bryce Eldridge.
They're not going to let him make a desperate move.
Yeah, and I don't think that he's going to feel that level of desperation. I mean, I think that his job status is probably not going to pivot on whether or not they make an acquisition. I think that there's other things at play as to whether or not they want to keep him, whether it's, his fit with the new manager or his fit with the team.
See, when Nick Ahmed hit that home run the other day for the Dodgers, my first thought was, uh-oh.
Yeah, that was a bad sign.
That was bad look. That was a moment for me.
So what power does Farhan have in this organization anyway?
He's the president of baseball operations.
Right, he can make trades, but
it's not like he's going to walk into the room and say, "Hey guys, guess what I did last night? Everybody gather around." Like this is a team thing. When you heard Ned Coletti, like there's people in the room. Not everybody. It's not hundreds of people, but you got your scouts. What do you think about this kid from the Yankees? Have you heard about him? Is he a good teammate? Is he a good guy? Could he play? Is he a championship ball player? Do we want him? How do we project him? As an everyday player, as a bench player, as an all-star, or as a championship player and an all-star? Like, and you go over all these guys in the room. Like, he's just not pulling the trigger by himself all willy-nilly and surprising everybody. Hey, guess what, Bob?
Guess
I traded Blake Snell for 4 kids that are 18.
Well, we use Farhan as a figurehead, but like a lot of these guys that are the decision makers and, the guys underneath Farhan, they got to be in a similar boat. If Farhan's gone, a number of those guys are probably gone, right?
But motivation's a good thing. If you're motivated to make your team better to save your job, I don't see why that's a bad thing at all.
It's not a bad thing.
If that's a thing.
They're not going to, I don't think that he's going to make a panic move just because he feels like his job is in jeopardy. A couple things. One, when the Giants acquired Beltran, they were in first place in the division. They were 60-44. They had a 4-game lead in the West, and they tried to go for a big swing, and they brought in a rental, and it didn't work out.
Went downhill from there.
The Dodgers have acquired Ahmed Rosario for the second consecutive year.
Kind of wanted him.
Yeah. So they traded for him last year, and he walked, and they traded for him again this year. So,
and guess what? They'll trade for him next year.
Whatever. So Tampa Bay they've traded away 7 players since July 3rd. So Tampa's a place that's going through a little bit of a dismantle. down there.
Tampa's interesting. I was reading Ken Rosenthal on him. They don't have the pressures of the big market that has to deal with all the media scrutiny and even the fan scrutiny. They can go out and they can trade away all their veterans, even though they're above 500. They are 54-52, and they're as close to the Giants as to a playoff spot as the Giants are, and they're in complete sell mode. And one of the lines from Ken Rosenthal that I just thought was perfect was the Tampa Bay Rays will, quote, never be accused of indecision. They are never accused of indecision one way or the other.
You know what they've done that Farhan hasn't done is they've built confidence in their fan base where whenever they make a move, it's the right one. Like, I don't know what formulas they have or what secret sauce they have.
But if you're a fan,
whenever they make a trade, they get quality players that end up contributing to a 90-win season that you didn't see coming. So their fan base right now, as little as it is, they have like 19,000 to a playoff game last year. Like, as little as it is, they're just like, oh, that's just how we do it. We'll be good next year.
Yeah. The formula has worked as evidenced by their 6 straight winning seasons and 12 of their last 16. But club officials operate with a freedom their counterparts in larger markets do not. Teams with better attendance and greater media attention would invite major scrutiny if they undertook such a dismantling.
See?
Exactly.
That's the point I was
like if the Giants were to say trade Snell, trade Chapman, trade Conforto, trade Robbie Ray, trade Doval, trade Taylor Rogers, which is similar to what the Tampa Bay Rays are doing right now, you'd never hear the end of it. And rightly so. I mean, this is a proud organization that just spent how much money this offseason and wants to win.
If the Giants won 90 games a year, and every time they did trades like that, they worked, the fans wouldn't care. That's what the Tampa Bay Ray fans are conditioned to accept this because every time they do it, it works. So if the Giants did this, it's a different market. It's a fan base that doesn't accept rebuilding, and thank God we have a fan base that doesn't accept a rebuild. But when you're in Tampa, we're small market. We got a crappy stadium. Our team's always good. So you do what you got to do because we have confidence in you. You rebuild. Show me all new names and new uniforms next year. I don't care because that's how it is every year. There's certain markets, whether it's Chicago, New York, Philadelphia, Boston. I'm probably leaving something out here. San Francisco, Los Angeles. Atlanta. Well, yeah, Atlanta's had rebuilds before. I mean, before Smoltz and Glavine and Maddox. But like, there's certain fan bases in certain markets that just won't accept a rebuild. There's certain franchises that can't just like clear the deck. And the Giants are one of them, and thank God. I wouldn't want to clear the deck and start all over again and lose 100 games so we can get a first-round draft pick. Like, I don't want that. I want to just keep reloading, man.
To Tampa's credit, though, it's not like they've bottomed out much recently.
I know. To their credit, they know what the hell they're doing.
They turn it into wins pretty quickly somehow. But
they got smart super nerds there.
It's kind of a frustrating process as a fan, I would imagine, because you don't get connected to any players. And that's what the Giants have been searching for so long. And it's why Ramos has been such a awesome sight because it's a homegrown all-star outfielder for the first time in what, like 30-something years? Chili Davis was the last homegrown all-star outfielder for this Giants organization. You can finally wrap your arms, him and Patrick Bailey and Logan Webb, and you hope some of these other guys coming up and doing the same thing. You're finally able to wrap your arms around some of these homegrown guys, which was the backbone for those 3 World Series that you won. It's been a really, really long time, but you have some of those now. We'll see if it continues for the Giants, and we'll see what they do with the trade deadline tomorrow. All right, time for a break. When we come back, one more quick segment. It's Willard and Dibbs, FP and Grandy, along with Dibbs here on 95.7 The Game. All guests on 95.7 The Game, including Ned Colletti, who was on earlier today. If you missed it, go back in the Odyssey app or on our YouTube page, youtube.com/957 The Game to give it a listen. But all guests appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. One more segment coming up next here on 95.7 The Game.